Meeting for the second time, delegates from Russia and Ukraine have agreed on establishing humanitarian corridors out of areas of intense fighting. But Ian, a 62-year-old retired soldier now geared up for war again, says politicians can't solve the problems here.
The Ukrainian people don't have that time.
He doesn't want you to see his face for security reasons. He's traveled from the UK to join the fight because he believes the consequences of this war stretch well beyond the Ukraine border.
Oh no, this is the world problem.
A problem that every hour is getting much worse. Yeah, and look, unfortunately, as you see the numbers of people pouring in here, NBC News has learned from a U.S. military official they believe the worst of the fighting, the most intense fighting, is still yet to come. Ladies.
All right, Jay, thank you. And with that, the world holds its collective breath over the weekend. For us, many of us have a chance to relax, but our hearts are heavy with this happening and with all those now over the million mark of refugees crossing.
So many questions right now about Putin's mental state, wondering what's going on, watching him become more isolated. I think that's really where we are right now. We don't know what he has planned next, and all these attempts at de-escalation don't seem to be working.
Yeah, and that's what the uncertainty is really, for so many, the worst part. All right, thanks so much for watching. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Stay safe out there and be kind to one another. Have a great weekend.
Russian shelling growing more intense as thousands of troops surround Ukraine cities. A dangerous fire at a nuclear plant has been extinguished, but authorities are watching for signs of elevated radiation levels.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
Ukraine's President Zelensky speaking out as military strikes escalate and the situation for Ukrainians becomes a living nightmare.
Our Andrea Mitchell goes in depth as the U.S. battles Russian cyber warfare in Ukraine and right here in America, too.
And a woman's right to choose in Florida takes a drastic turn as the state Senate votes to ban abortion at 15 weeks. Early today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair.
Thanks for ending your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the breaking developments in this hour in Ukraine. Much of the world was put on edge amid reports that Russian forces were shelling the area surrounding Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Security footage captured a flash near the grounds. And the fears of a meltdown appear to be mitigated this morning. Ukrainian emergency services say a fire that started in a training building has been put out.
Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke with President Biden and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson overnight. Johnson says he will seek another UN Security Council meeting. Zelensky also posted this video calling for Europe to do more to stop the Russian military. The crisis at the nuclear plant came only hours after the second round of talks between Ukraine and Russia. The two sides tentatively agreed to establish humanitarian corridors to evacuate civilians and deliver supplies. But the details are still being worked out. Russian negotiators say more talks will likely come soon. NBC's Molly Hunter joins us now live from Lviv, Ukraine. So, Molly, when we heard about the nuclear plant, a lot of panic. Everyone was worried. What do we know now about the current state of those reactors?
Yeah, Vanita, it was a dramatic overnight development. We do have some new updates from the State Inspectorate for Nuclear Regulation of Ukraine. So the good news is the fire is out, but the plant is completely occupied by Russian forces. The units remain intact. Apparently, there is some damage to Unit 1, but according to the regulation of Ukraine, it does not affect the safety of the whole plant. And importantly, no changes to radiation status. Now, overnight, local time, the U.S. Energy Secretary tweeting out, she called the Russian military actions near that plant reckless and must cease. She continues to say the plant reactors are protected by robust containment structures and reactors are being safely shut down. We should add the IAEA also says the fire did not affect any essential equipment. Vanita?
Sanctions, the Russian military is growing more aggressive. Are they gaining ground?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more progress in the last 24 hours. Starting, though, with the assault on Kyiv, Russian air power is surrounding the capital city. We've been talking a lot about that 40-mile convoy. Not a lot of progress, though, on that. Still about 15 miles outside of the capital city. The sluggishness, slowness of that convoy blamed on logistical fuel supply shortages, though. We are, though, really focused on the first major city that Russian forces have captured. It's called Kherson. It is a port city in the south where Russian forces have not been dealing with the same kind of supply and logistical challenges as they have been in the north. We also know overnight they are surrounding 5 other cities, including Kharkiv and Mariupol, are getting pounded by Russian air power. And one of the videos, one of the cities we've been watching overnight is Charniv. It's to the northeast of Kyiv, and we've seen a video of Russian forces hitting a hospital and apartments. According to the Ukrainian government, at least 22 people are dead. So really, eyes on those 5 cities. Vanita?
It really is some incredible footage. We were watching it there as you spoke. Molly, thank you.
More than 1 million refugees have fled Ukraine so far, the journey becoming increasingly dangerous as Russia ramps up its attacks. NBC's Ellison Barber is on the ground at a border crossing in Poland. And Ellison, you've spoken to many people fleeing the country. What have they been experiencing now that the invasion has intensified?
It's incredibly difficult to get to a safe place like Poland. There are challenges, safety challenges, as you mentioned, people having to pull off when they're traveling to hunker down in bomb shelters. Then when they get to border crossings like this one, they often encounter a lot of lines. We've seen the line here grow. At one point overnight, the wait to cross the border here was 8 hours. In addition to those logistical and safety concerns as people are traveling, some have told us they've also experienced discrimination. We've spoken to a number of African students who were studying in places like Kharkiv and Kyiv, and they say that they were discriminated against as they tried to make their way to Poland. They also tell us, one student, that other students, Nigerian students like him, are still trapped in Ukraine. Listen. Did you ever have a moment where you thought you might not make it out of Ukraine alive?
Yes. Yes. We don't even sleep. You're just at alert. We sleep at the bunker, the metro station. That's where we sleep. For 4 days, that's where you sleep. Not in your house. So,
is there anything I didn't ask you that you think is important for us to understand or you want the world, people watching, to know?
there are students, thousands of them, trapped because the bridges have been destroyed by bombs and everything, so they can't move. They are trapped there. No more food, no more water. So how are they going to feed? How are they going to survive?
No one's helping them, no one's coming for them.
No help from anywhere. So that's the problem now. We are worried about them also because they are still part of us. Yeah, we managed to get out. What about them? What will happen?
The UN says there have been at least 1 million refugees in just 7 days. This assistance center here, this is organized by the local government in this part of Poland. They're offering rides, offering warm places for people as they figure out where they go next. Francis?
Wow, the ups and downs of the emotions have got to be so overwhelming for them. Ellison, thank you.
Despite sanctions bearing down on Russia, Vladimir Putin is showing no sign that he plans to halt the invasion. There is increasing speculation about Putin's state of mind, speculation that his foreign minister dismisses as Western propaganda. Keir Simmons is in Moscow.
President Putin standing for a moment of silence for Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine, later calling them heroes and insisting most Ukrainians have been duped by Ukraine's government. Once again, his key advisors, ministers, military and intelligence chiefs at a distance, appearing via video link. And our reporting indicates senior members of the government were at times left out of the loop as President Putin prepared for war. Russia's foreign minister telling us questions about the president's state of mind are Western lies.
President Putin is described by many in the West as erratic and isolated.
What and how Putin does and how he acts, you are judging on the basis of what Western propaganda is telling you.
Among the president's inner circle are his protection officers, members of an elite service with historical links to the KGB. Insiders tell us they would give their life for him. They even control the Russian president's nuclear black box.
Can you reassure the world that Russia would not fire a nuclear weapon in anger, would not fire a first strike?
We don't have insane people. We have our military doctrine.
President Putin insisting his military campaign is going to plan. Once again, diplomatic hope is hard to find. And again, the Russian leader uncompromising. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Moscow.
Now to the wreckage of a fighter jet that crashed in January and sank in the South China Sea. It's been recovered. Video posted to social media and later verified by the Navy shows the USS Carl Vinson crash that happened on January 24th. 7 people were injured, the pilot who ejected, and 6 sailors. A remotely operated vehicle attached rigging and lines to the wreckage more than 12,000 feet underwater and raised it to the surface. The F-35C Lightning II stealth jet had a price tag of $100 million.
In Louisville, Kentucky, a jury found a former police officer not guilty of endangering the neighbors of Breonna Taylor during the raid on her apartment 2 years ago. Brett Hankinson was charged with wanton endangerment for firing bullets that went into the neighbor's apartment during the raid, which killed Taylor. He was the only officer to be charged.
The Florida Senate has passed a 15-week abortion ban. The measure prohibits women from receiving abortions after 15 weeks and does not give exceptions for victims of rape or human trafficking. It is the strictest abortion bill in the state's history. It now goes to Governor DeSantis' desk, where he is expected to approve it.
Serena Williams called out the New York Times after the publication inaccurately used a photo of her sister, Venus, to identify her in an article. The piece detailed how Williams raised over $111 million for her fund, Serena Ventures, which aims to invest in diverse startups. In a tweet that garnered nearly 7,000 retweets and 40,000 likes, the athlete criticized the publication, stating, "Even I am overlooked. You can do better," New York Times. The Times later issued an apology and said that a correction would be made.
Okay, here we are ending the week. Let's turn to the weekend and what Mother Nature has in store. Here's NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who joins us. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning. We're going to have an interesting weekend with snow, severe weather, a lot of rain, and even some record highs. So the first thing is our storm is moving through Southern California. We even have like a special weather statement for the rain moving through Los Angeles. It hasn't rained in so long that they're saying they're going to have some slick roads because you get the grease buildup from the cars and then the water on top. So yeah, that's interesting. And then the snow forecast, this will move right through the Rockies into the northern plains. A lot of the high elevations will get needed snow. This is great for the water supplies with the drought situation. We haven't had a lot of snow in the last couple of months. And the rainfall over the weekend, especially on Sunday, will be over areas of southern Missouri from Arkansas all the way into areas of Kentucky. And then severe weather heads up to all of our friends in areas of Iowa. It looks like Saturday afternoon and evening you'll have some strong storms your way. Hail, damaging wind, and maybe even some isolated tornadoes. That's your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, the warm areas continue to stay unusually warm for the beginning of March. Temperatures still in the upper 70s to low 80s throughout much of the southeast. Much of Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas today will also be in the 70s. Yeah, for those of us in the Northeast, we're going to have to wait for that warm-up. A couple more days, and then your reward comes your way.
Hopefully it'll be worth it. All right, Bill, thank you. One of Alaska's most iconic events kicks off this weekend. It is the 50th running of the Iditarod. The 1,000-mile-long sled dog race will have its ceremonial start in Anchorage Saturday. The Mushers lead their teams through 2 mountain ranges and across the frozen Yukon River. The fastest winning time is 8 days, 3 hours, and 40 minutes. Still to come, Ukrainian-born actress Mila Kunis and her husband Ashton Kutcher are putting more than millions behind a plan to help her homeland.
And our Andrea Mitchell goes in depth as the U.S. battles Russian cyber warfare.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
A rapidly growing list of businesses are cutting ties with Russia as a result of the invasion. Major companies in energy, transportation, and tech announced sanctions and restrictions in the country. Nike is joining the list as it temporarily shutters its stores in Russia. The move comes days after Nike announced it would not be able to guarantee delivery for online orders on its Russian website.
Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz are both putting the brakes on shipments heading into Russia. The automakers are also stopping production at Russian plants. IKEA announced closures for its stores and factories in Russia, as well as halting imports and exports out of Russia and Belarus. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk warned that his Starlink communication system is under threat of a cyber attack in Ukraine, and one couple is looking to give back in a big way to Ukraine.
I have never been more proud to be a Ukrainian.
And I've never been more proud to be married to a Ukrainian. The principal challenge right now is logistics. We need to get housing and we need to get supplies and resources into the area.
So Ashton and I have decided to match up to $3 million worth of donations to Airbnb.org and Flexible.
Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher say their donations could have an immediate impact on refugee and humanitarian aid efforts. Kunis was born in Ukraine in 1983.
Russia has attacked Ukraine from the air, the ground, sea, and also from cyberspace. Ukrainian banks and defense ministry have borne the brunt of these digital attacks. But as our Andrea Mitchell reports, Vladimir Putin could still go a lot further.
Before Russia mounted its ground offensive in Ukraine, the leading edge of its assault was detected thousands of miles away. Alarm bells went off at Microsoft's Threat Intelligence Center in Redmond, Washington, over a new piece of malware aimed at Ukraine's government and financial institutions. Microsoft jumped into the digital fray, picking apart the malware, alerting Ukraine's cyber defenders and the top cyber official at the White House.
When Microsoft notified us that they built signatures to identify the destructive malware, we encouraged sharing that broadly across allies and partners.
U.S. officials warn that Vladimir Putin still has the ability to cut off critical communications and cripple vital infrastructure in Ukraine. But so far, Russia's cyber offensive has been limited to denial of service attacks on Ukraine's defense ministry and banks.
Are you surprised that we have not seen a more massive cyber attack against Ukraine or against other of the NATO nations or against us?
I think we have to be very much on guard about that possibility. We are.
The U.S. is working with Ukraine's cyber defenses to be ready in case the worst is still to come.
Russia has one of the most sophisticated cyber programs in the world, and it's far easier to attack than to defend. An attacker has to be successful once, a defender has to be successful every time.
The U.S. could go on offense, targeting Russia's command and control over its forces in Ukraine. But that could set off a cyber war between Russia and the U.S.
And our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report.
Still to come on Early Today, move over Victoria's Secret. Rihanna is opening up her first lingerie store in New York City.
Plus, the historic set used in the British drama Peaky Blinders ravaged by fire.
News is happening
now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Shine bright like a diamond, oh. Shining bright like a diamond, beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
While her fans have been eagerly awaiting new music, Riri is unveiling a whole new project. Rihanna is bringing her lingerie brand, Savage Fenty, to Brooklyn. The brand, known for its inclusivity and celeb-filled fashion shows, is set to break ground this year on its largest store yet. And oh yeah, on the side, you know, she's dealing with her pregnancy.
Can you imagine the line?
The line for that, too. So she's got a lot going on.
A massive fire broke out at a historic factory in West Yorkshire, England. The Netflix crime drama Peaky Blinders was filmed there, and a blaze engulfed 100% of the building. More than 100 firefighters finally got it under control. While the mill itself was built in 1869, it most recently accommodated production offices and sets for major shoots.
All right, Bill's got your weekend weather forecast. That's straight ahead.
And NBC's Aaron McLaughlin on Ukraine's defiance, even in cities captured by Russia.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded. What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Well, if you're ready for spring weather, how about summer? I mean, this is going to be an incredibly warm period up ahead. We have Gulf moisture sending tropical air right up through the southeast into the east coast, and temperatures are really just going to soar. Weekend highs will be about 15 to 30 degrees warmer than they should be for this time of year. All of the dots on this map, forecast record highs, 47 different cities. Forecast within 3 degrees of the record, at least 8 cities, all the way to northern portions of Vermont. So be prepared for that. Also, if you're not in the heat, you're probably going to get a little rain, too. Our friends in the middle of the country will deal with that as we go throughout your Sunday. A little bit of everything this weekend, from snow to rain, severe weather, and a lot of summer warmth. Kind of crazy.
All right, Bill, thank you. Up next, Lester Holt's exclusive one-on-one interview with former Attorney General William Barr. That's next here on Early Today.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded. What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Former Attorney General Bill Barr opens up about Trump and the 2020 election. He sat down with our very own Lester Holt for his first TV interview since stepping down from office.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was. And he started asking me about different theories, and I had the answers. I was able to tell him this is wrong because of this.
You're trying to set him straight.
Yes. And he listened. He was obviously getting very angry about this.
We've got more of that interview coming up today, plus a special hour this Sunday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central.
Kherson has become the first Ukrainian city to be captured by Russian forces since the Russians' invasion began last week. Russian troops are now in control of the city, which now has new rules and a curfew. But some residents are staying resilient and defiant in the midst of war. Here's NBC's Aaron McLaughlin.
Life in Kherson, Ukraine, the first city to fall in Putin's war. Russian soldiers patrol the streets. Residents are terrified.
Today, when I woke up with the loud bangs outside, and there are people running on the street, it was horrifying.
The Russian military invaded this port city of almost 300,000, soon overwhelming Ukrainian forces, according to the mayor. Still, the people defiant. This woman going toe-to-toe with the Russian soldier. The city's new rules posted on the mayor's Facebook. A strict curfew in place and a maximum of 2 people allowed on the streets together at any time. Citizens must stop when commanded. Today was the first day many residents felt safe enough to leave their homes. Desperate for food and money, still unease. And more than 500 miles away in Lviv, Dennis phones his mom. She's trapped in Kherson with no way out.
My mother was supporting the Ukrainian army, and probably she'll go at least to jail.
You're worried your mom's going to end up in jail?
Yes.
Back in Kherson, fearing reprisal, this man only wants to be known as Jimmy.
We probably lost our town to the enemy, but majority thinks it's a temporary, and we have to hold on until the Ukrainian army frees us.
In Ukraine, wishful thinking that history won't repeat itself. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
We want to thank you for watching early today. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm Frances Rivera. Please stay safe out there and be good to one another. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here next week. Ukraine's president says he must talk with Vladimir Putin to put an end to this war, but Zelensky will not negotiate his country's sovereignty.
A massive nuclear plant in Ukraine was shelled by Russia overnight, creating major concerns of radiation leaks. For now, the fire is out. Our reporters are live on the ground.
Our Tom Yavis is reporting on the massive refugee crisis that's taking place, with millions of Ukrainians' lives turned completely upside down.
As a result of Russia's sanctions, will America's drivers be forced to face $5 a gallon gas as the new normal?
And are we back to full employment? The latest jobs report estimates surge just ahead as we kick off a busy first Friday of March. Early today starts right now.
Good morning and thanks for being with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Thanks for ending your work week with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with breaking news out of Ukraine, where there was fear of a nuclear meltdown early this morning. Ukrainian officials report Russian forces began shelling the area surrounding a nuclear power plant. Security footage captured a flash near the grounds. The plant, located in the southeast of Ukraine, is the largest in Europe. It holds 6 of the country's reactors. Ukraine's emergency services later said there was a fire in a training building, and that fire has since been put out. The emergency prompted a call between President Biden and Ukraine's president.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
French President Emmanuel Macron had what his office described as a disturbing call with Russia's Vladimir Putin. Putin told Macron that the situation will get worse. Ukrainian President Zelensky is insisting that he is the one who needs to speak with Putin. With that nuclear power plant in jeopardy, Zelensky released an urgent plea just hours ago for Europe to do more to stop the Russian military. NBC's Molly Hunter joins us live from Lviv, Ukraine. So, Molly, the danger to that nuclear plant caused a lot of panic. What do we know about what's happening at the site right now?
Good morning to both of you. That's right. So we've got a couple breaking updates from the State Inspectorate for Nuclear Regulation of Ukraine. The big headline is that fire is out. The plant, though, is occupied by Russian forces. Apparently, the units remain intact, according to the inspectorate. Damage to Unit 1 has been suffered, but apparently it does not affect the safety of the whole plant. And importantly, there's been no changes to radiation status. Now, overnight, the U.S. Energy Secretary has tweeted out that Russian military actions near the plant were, quote, reckless and must cease. She continued to write, the plant reactors are protected by robust containment structures and reactors are being safely shut down. Now, the IAEA, also says the fire did not affect any essential equipment.
Well, Molly, the Russian military has grown more aggressive as the hours go by. Are they gaining ground?
Yeah, it seems that's exactly what's happening. They are ramping up. So let's start with Kyiv, the assault on the capital city. They are surrounding that city with air power. That convoy that we've been talking about all week, about 40 miles long, still is 15 miles from the capital. Not a lot of movement overnight, blamed on logistical, fuel and supply issues. Now moving down south, where the Russian forces are not facing those same challenges, they have captured their first major city, Kherson. It is a port city, and they're surrounding at least 5 other cities. Kharkiv and Mariupol are surrounded and getting hammered by air power this morning. We're also watching a city called Charniv. It is northeast of Kyiv. We saw video overnight showing Russian forces hitting a hospital and apartment buildings. According to the Ukrainian government, at least 22 people have been killed there. So really, all eyes on those 5 cities. Guys?
And hopefully that convoy stays stalled nearing Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
More than 1 million refugees have fled Ukraine so far, the journey becoming increasingly dangerous as Russia ramps up its attacks. NBC's Ellison Barber is on the ground at a border crossing in Poland. So, Ellison, you're speaking to people as they flee the country. What's it like for them now that the invasion has intensified?
It's very difficult because a lot of the people we're seeing arrive here now, they don't have family in Poland, so they're trying to figure out where they go next. Many of them staying overnight in these tents or going in these just so for a minute or two they can nap or get warm. This area, the resources here are developing and growing more. We watched as crews came through, and on every single light pole they installed this outlets so people can charge their phones. So these tents, volunteers offering services can do that. This is something that did not exist before. This is an empty field that now all of a sudden needs infrastructure because of the influx of people coming to get help. I want to walk around the corner here and show you a little more of what we're seeing at this site. It's a lot of families. We have seen this at every single border stop, many mothers fleeing with their children. Yesterday, we were trying to speak to one woman who'd crossed the border, and she told our team that she didn't want to speak on camera because she was ashamed that she'd left her country. She'd traveled here with her young daughter. It is brave to leave everything behind, to come to a place, a country that you don't know the language, you don't know anyone here, to make sure that your children, your loved ones, can live safely. You see all of these strollers, a reminder of how this is impacting the most vulnerable. Most of these have been donated. People are coming to this tent to get blankets, coats, strollers for their young children while they wait and try to figure out not only where they go from here, but where they sleep tonight and the next night and the next, because as much as they want to go home, Francis, they cannot do that until the bombing stops. Francis?
That sea of strollers really tells you a lot. Ellison, thank you.
Russia has attacked Ukraine from the air, ground, sea, and also from cyberspace. Ukrainian banks and defense ministry have borne the brunt of these digital attacks. But as our Andrea Mitchell reports, Vladimir Putin could still go a lot further.
Before Russia mounted its ground offensive in Ukraine, the leading edge of its assault was detected thousands of miles away. Alarm bells went off at Microsoft's Threat Intelligence Center in Redmond, Washington, over a new piece of malware aimed at Ukraine's government and financial institutions. Microsoft jumped into the digital fray, picking apart the malware, alerting Ukraine's cyber defenders and the top cyber official at the White House.
When Microsoft notified us that they built signatures to identify the destructive malware, we encouraged sharing that broadly across allies and partners.
U.S. officials warn that Vladimir Putin still has the ability to cut off critical communications and cripple vital infrastructure in Ukraine. But so far, Russia's cyber offensive has been limited to denial of service attacks on Ukraine's defense ministry and banks.
Are you surprised that we have not seen a more massive cyber attack against Ukraine or against other of the NATO nations or against us?
I think we have to be very much on guard about that possibility. We are.
The U.S. is working with Ukraine's cyber defenses to be ready in case the worst is still to come.
Russia has one of the most sophisticated cyber programs in the world, and it's far easier to attack than to defend. An attacker has to be successful once, a defender has to be successful every time.
The U.S. could go on offense, targeting Russia's command and control over its forces in Ukraine. But that could set off a cyber war between Russia and the U.S.
And our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report.
A bright spot in America's fight against COVID-19. After 2 years in the pandemic, the CDC says more than 90% of the U.S. population lives in an area where masks are no longer needed. The statement comes 1 week after the agency changed its mask guidance due to a 90% decline in new COVID infections.
All right, we made it to Friday. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns for a look ahead. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We have a big storm to track that's in the west heading east. We're going to see record highs this weekend. A lot of active weather out there. So we start with this storm that you see spinning just off the coastline of Southern California. Some welcome rain and some snow at the high elevations of California. We desperately need it as the rainy season's winding down. It hasn't been anything but. The snowfall over the weekend, this will move through the Rockies. A lot of the high elevations, the Wasatch Range, even the rim in northern Arizona is going to get some snow out of this. All the way back up through Colorado, Wyoming into the Dakotas. Mostly at the high elevations. We'll get some rain, especially on Sunday from Arkansas, southern Missouri, western Kentucky. This area's been kind of wet lately, so we could get some isolated flooding. And severe storms could also be a problem, too. We'll watch that in areas of Iowa. So the forecast, temperatures look very warm today from the southern plains all the way through the southeast. Enjoy it. That's the big weather story of the day. Now here's a closer look at the weather outside your window. Well, these temperatures just continue to soar, and it's going to stay this way right through the weekend. 80s throughout Mississippi and Alabama today, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, everyone in the mid to upper 70s. Weekend forecast coming up, and I can promise you, Francis, we are going to watch a warm-up finally. I know you've been waiting for it.
So ready for it. Thank you, Bill. We'll check in with you in a bit.
Well, we are just hours away from a different kind of moon landing. According to the Wall Street Journal, a 4-ton piece of leftover rocket is due to crash into the moon before 7:30 Eastern this morning. Some experts believe the space crash comes from a 2014 Chinese rocket, which Chinese officials have denied. Astronomers say the collision will cause up to a 66-foot crater. Some are calling for more environmental awareness in the final frontier.
Up next, the journey to the Ukrainian border becomes more perilous. Our Tom Yamas has more from the ground.
And ahead, IKEA becomes the latest retailer to shutter operations in Russia.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
More than 1 million Ukrainian citizens have fled the country, and that number grows by the day. NBC's Tom Yamas is in western Ukraine and spoke to some of the refugees about their treacherous journey.
In Ukraine, the lifeline for refugees runs around the clock on these tracks through the country and through a war.
Train is a key to escape for people.
Inside rail cars, families are packed tight, not sure what the next stop will bring.
It was very hard to get inside and to spend 10 hours and a half because it was too full, very full, a lot of people, with young children, with animals.
And the journey is growing more dangerous. These new images showing rail bridges blown up, tracks crippled, even a missile just steps from the rail lines.
Do you think the Russians are trying to hit your trains?
I've seen the bombs which are about 2 meters from the track.
I spoke with the man running the entire Ukraine rail system during this war, Alexander Kamishin.
We got cities which are cut from the other part of Ukraine, and we can't drink water, medicals, and food to these cities.
And at a second round of talks between Russia and Ukraine, both sides agreeing to create humanitarian corridors to evacuate citizens. The crush to board trains still happening, and train windows are telling the story of this war. Pain, loss, and so many families saying goodbye. Kharkiv resident Irene Orlova says she was lucky to get a seat on a train out, but now that she's stopped moving, the reality is setting in.
I am adoring my city. For me, it's the best city. So beautiful, with a lot of parks and cinema and theater. And now everything broke. It's crazy. There is everything broke. Everything.
A note on those humanitarian corridors, they are still working out the details, but they envision a ceasefire zone where civilians can be evacuated, but also a pathway where they can move in medicine and food to the areas most devastated. And a bit of news, the U.S. is going to follow the EU and grant temporary protected status to Ukrainian refugees. Reporting from Lviv, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
We can only hope for those ceasefire zones. Our thanks to Tom. Still to come on Early Today, Mercedes-Benz joins a list of companies cutting ties with Russia.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A rapidly growing list of businesses are cutting ties with Russia as a result of the invasion. Major companies in energy, transportation, and tech announced sanctions and restrictions in the country. Nike is joining a list as it temporarily shutters its stores in Russia. The move comes days after Nike announced it would not be able to guarantee delivery for online orders on its Russian website. Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz are both putting the brakes on shipments heading into Russia. The automakers are also stopping production at Russian plants.
IKEA announced closures for its stores and factories in Russia, as well as halting imports and exports out of Russia and Belarus. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk warned that his Starlink communication system is under a threat of cyber attack in Ukraine.
As the war in Ukraine heats up, Americans are increasingly feeling the pain at the pump. Analysts fear that the average price of gas might soon top $4 a gallon. There is a glimmer of economic hope, though. This morning's upcoming jobs report expected to show more jobs added and strong wage gains. For more, let's bring in CNBC's Karen Cho. She's in London. Karen, good morning.
Francis, good morning to you. Well, pain at the pump is destined to get worse before it gets better. No respite around the Russia-Ukraine situation. And already energy experts are talking about a potential for an energy crisis, something like the 1970s that we've not seen since then. JP Morgan is forecasting $185 per barrel on crude by the end of the year if the disruption continues at the pump. What does that mean already? The current average is $3.61 a gallon. In some states, they are paying more already. California, for instance, $4.82 a gallon is the average. San Francisco already paying over $5 per gallon on average. So we're seeing incredible prices in a very short period of time. US cities could also see that $5 mark in coming weeks. Now, extra prominence around this jobs report today is the last one before the Fed meets in March. It's expected to raise interest rates. The numbers we're expected to cross this morning, 440,000 new jobs likely to have been created in the month of February. A slight slowdown from January, that said. When it comes to the unemployment rate, this is expected to slide a fraction to 3.9%, indicating again yet full employment and pressure on attributing or attracting the right skills to various different places across US companies. Wage growth, this is key as well. It's expected to bounce 5.8% year over year. This is relevant as we look at escalating inflation costs, whether this is now starting to manifest itself in the form of higher wages. So a lot on the business front today. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Karen, thank you for the update.
Up next, Bill has got your weekend weather forecast.
Plus, who was crowned the big cheese at this year's competition?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Shine bright like a diamond, oh. Shining bright like a diamond, beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
While her fans have been eagerly awaiting new music and she's waiting for her baby, Riri is unveiling a whole new project. Rihanna is bringing her lingerie brand, Savage Fenty, to Brooklyn. The brand, known for its inclusivity and celeb-filled fashion shows, is set to break ground this year on its largest store yet. So we'll know later this year how far along she's going to be. Maybe she'll have a baby with her for that opening. We'll see.
All right, a massive fire broke out at an historic factory in West Yorkshire, England. The Netflix crime drama Peaky Blinders was filmed there. A blaze engulfed 100% of the building. Over 100 firefighters finally were able to get it under control. When the mill itself was built in 1869, it most recently accommodated production offices and sets for major shoots.
One lucky cheesemaker had a good a time at the World Cheese Championship in Wisconsin. Yeah, that was kind of cheesy, right? A gourmet Gruyere from Switzerland took home top prize at the competition. This is the third victory for Gourmino AG, who were a slice above the rest in 28 and 2020. The Gruyere beat out nearly 3,000 entries in that competition.
Let's go to NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns for your weekend weather forecast. Bill, I really thought that the Gouda was going to win there, didn't you?
I'm a brie guy. Like the Gruyere, I don't know. I'd like to taste of the winning cheese, but I bet you that's only for a couple people. So the temperatures this weekend are really insane. We go from 71 in Denver to shoveling by the time you get to the end of your weekend. Enjoy tomorrow in the Midwest. Look how warm it's going to be.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Ukraine is pleading for more help as Russia's attacks grow more intense. Russian forces are closing in on more Ukrainian cities this morning and even posing a threat to Europe's largest nuclear power plant. We're joined live by NBC's Jay Gray, who has been following this crisis from along Ukraine's border with Poland. And Jay, how have things changed since we last saw you 24 hours ago?
Yeah, good morning, Francis, Vanita. We are about a mile or so from the border crossing at Korchova Transfer Center, an entry point. I want to show you it's more than doubled in the number of refugees that are here and trying to find a place to go in the last couple of days.
Russian forces tightening their grip in Ukraine, taking control of their first major city, Kherson. Airstrikes leaving smaller villages in ruins, while on the ground, a massive convoy is slowly closing in on Kyiv, Ukraine's capital. The stepped-up attacks pushing families from their homes. More than 1 million refugees have left Ukraine, even as support continues to pour into the war-torn country. The line of vehicles at the Medica border crossing at times stretching for miles, hundreds taking desperately needed supplies to those on the front lines of the fight. Meeting for the second time, delegates from Russia and Ukraine have agreed on establishing humanitarian corridors out of areas of intense fighting. But Ian, a 62-year-old retired soldier now geared up for war again, says politicians can't solve the problems here.
The Ukrainian people don't have that time.
He doesn't want you to see his face for security reasons. He's traveled from the UK to join the fight because he believes the consequences of this war stretch well beyond the Ukraine border.
Oh no, this is the world problem.
A problem that every hour is getting much worse.
Yeah, and look, unfortunately, as you see the numbers of people pouring in here, NBC News has learned from a U.S. military official they believe the worst of the fighting, the most intense fighting, is still yet to come. Ladies.
All right, Jay, thank you. And with that, the world holds its collective breath over the weekend. For us, many of us have a chance to relax, but hearts are heavy with this happening and with all those now over the 1 million mark of refugees crossing
So many
borders.
questions right now about Putin's mental state, wondering what's going on, watching him become more isolated. I think that's really where we are right now. We don't know what he has planned next, and all these attempts at de-escalation don't seem to be working.
Yeah, and that's what the uncertainty is really, for so many, the worst part. All right, thanks so much for watching. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Stay safe out there and be kind to one another. Have a great weekend.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with breaking news on the war in Ukraine. Overnight, concerns over a possible nuclear disaster. This video shows heavy shelling by Russian forces on a nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine. The bombardment caused a fire that was later put out. Ukraine's nuclear agency says Russian forces now occupy the facility. And the International Atomic Energy Agency says while radiation levels are normal, quote, the physical integrity of the plant has been compromised. This latest development comes as Russia is intensifying its attack on key cities in Ukraine's south and that massive convoy of tanks north creeping toward the capital, Kyiv.
As the fighting rages on, the situation on the ground is growing more dire. Ukrainian officials say Russia has agreed on humanitarian corridors for civilians looking to escape. More than 1 million have made it out already, many heartbroken to leave home.
Adoring my city. It's, for me, it's best city. So beautiful with a lot of parks and cinema and theater. And now everything broke. It's crazy. There is everything broke. Everything.
After a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday, French President Emmanuel Macron is now warning that the worst is yet to come. With negotiations going nowhere, a growing humanitarian crisis, and advancing Russian troops, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had this message.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
We begin our coverage this morning with that news that Russian forces have captured Europe's largest nuclear power plant after Russian shelling ignited a fire at the facility. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin reports from western Ukraine.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, all eyes on the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, which supplies about a quarter of this country's power, now under Russian occupation after fierce fighting between Ukrainian and Russian forces yesterday. A fire broke out at a training building on the site. That fire has since been extinguished, and according to officials, radiation levels remain stable. This as Russian forces continue to occupy the port city of Kherson, a city of some 300,000, the first city to fall to Russian forces in Putin's war. We've been speaking to residents there who are absolutely terrified. Yesterday was the first day they felt safe enough to leave their homes. We're speaking to one resident who wants to be known as Jimmy. He asked that we conceal his identity for fear of Russian reprisal. He described what he saw. Take a listen.
We all took a walk today, and what we've seen were deserted streets, queues at ATM machines. Maybe 3% of all shops were open, and they wouldn't have enough food in them. Despite some bombing, which happened during the takeover, I could call it a silent takeover. We probably lost our town to the enemy, but majority thinks it's a temporary, and we have to hold on until the Ukrainian army frees us.
I was speaking to another man here in Lviv who is very worried about his mother. She's in Kherson. He says that she's been working and helping the military, and he's very concerned she's going to be detained. He doesn't know how she's going to get out. Right now in Lviv, he's trying to get his wife and children over the border into Poland, and then he's going to make his way back to Kherson to try and save his mother. One of many desperate stories we're hearing about in Ukraine. Guys.
All right, Aaron, thank you. Let's get more on that nuclear plant attack with Andrew Weber. He's a senior fellow at the Council on Strategic Risks and the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear, Chemical, and Biological Defense Programs under President Obama. Andrew, thanks for joining us. We should remind our viewers this fire has been put out. Authorities say the site has been made safe. Still, this is Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Can we breathe much of a sigh of relief here? And just how dangerous could this have been?
No, we can't breathe a sigh of relief. This was a totally planned attack on a nuclear power plant, actually 6 reactors at this facility. It provides 25% of the power to Ukraine. And to attack it, apparently, including with shells and cause a fire, it's absolutely outrageous. So this is potentially very, very dangerous. Imagine the reactor staff now. Essentially, they're hostages, and we have to rely on them to safely operate the plant. So this was just another example of Russia's 19th century brutal form of warfare that has to stop.
What is your biggest fear here now moving forward, especially with this plant?
Well, the biggest fear with this plant is that the operators won't be on site, or they were killed or injured. And I'm sure that the Russian military did not bring along a staff to operate such a facility. So if their intent is to shut off a big chunk of Ukraine's electricity, it will take skilled staff to turn the reactor down in a safe way. And I don't believe they have a plan for that. So it is a risky time. And thank goodness so far there doesn't appear to be any radiation release.
Andrew, Ukraine has a couple other nuclear plants dotted around the country. Do you think Russia could be eyeing those other sites as part of its strategy? And how do we know, does this capture benefit Russia's plans?
Well, it's not unusual in military campaigns to take out a country's electricity and power supply to reduce their fighting capabilities, but it is very unusual to go after nuclear power plants. So this is really unprecedented and extremely dangerous, and we need to have a ceasefire, and the plant needs to be given back to Ukrainian control so that the skilled staff there can operate it safely.
Andrew Weber, thanks so much for joining us this morning to help us better understand this unfolding situation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, of course, all this fighting is impacting real people. Russia's invasion has upended the lives of Ukrainians, forcing them out of their homes and into any kind of shelter to stay safe. Z. Gaiman has been taking shelter inside a church basement in Ukraine with her 2 children for a week, and she joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time, especially right now. So first, just tell us, how are you? How are your children doing right now? And do you feel safe where you are?
Safe is a relative term right now. We're alive and well. I keep posting on Facebook the updates, and that's the standard phrase that I say, that we're alive, because there is no guarantee we will wake up in the morning. The shelling continues pretty much all day. There are 8 strike alarms pretty much all day long. Right now is actually an airstrike alarm going off right here. The families are scared. Many don't know whether they should leave or stay. So that's the main question that many people are facing, because many husbands can't leave because there is general mobilization, and many people don't want to leave without their spouses. So for me personally, that's my choice to stay here, because my husband is currently serving in territorial defense. So it's very important for me to be close. And yeah, especially in time like that.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about your husband. I know he did volunteer to be part of the Ukrainian defense team. How's that been for you? I mean, I know we're all looking on just in awe of the resilience of your country, of Ukrainian people. What's it like, though, personally right now? Have you spoken to your husband at all? And just how's this impacted you and your kids?
We try to, I have seen him 3 times since the start of the war last Thursday. All 3 times it was just for a few minutes when he stopped by for supplies like sleeping bags for his team, because at first they were really not supplied with basic necessities. Now the situation changed, thank God, but it's hard. Every 2 to 3 days, I break down crying because I just have no idea whether the next strike will hit where he is. So yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. What's it been like trying to talk to your kids about what's going on?
I try to be honest. I try to tell them that this is war. But at the same time, I try to tell them the reasoning behind us staying and why we're staying here, that Dad is doing okay. He keeps sending messages, even if it's a smiley, whenever he has access to his phone and whenever he has time. So we try to manage it like that.
Z. Gaiman, thank you so much. We are thinking about you. We will check in with you. And as you said, it's a relative term right now, but stay safe, and we'll be thinking about your family.
Thank you. Yep.
Let's head to Moscow and NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez. So, Raf, in televised remarks yesterday, Russian President Putin said his military operation in Ukraine is going to plan. But inside Ukraine, that does not exactly seem to be the case, especially in the first few days of this. What else is Putin saying about this invasion so far?
Joe, Vladimir Putin presented a version of reality yesterday that just does not match up with what our teams are seeing on the ground. He talked about Russian forces fighting against neo-Nazi Ukrainians being supported by mercenaries from the Middle East who are holding Ukrainian civilians hostage. Now, what we are seeing is Ukrainian population rallying against this Russian invasion, in some cases literally throwing themselves in front of Russian tanks to stop their advance. one of the most discouraging notes we heard from President Putin yesterday wasn't actually in that speech, but it was in a readout of a call he had with President Emmanuel Macron of France, where he said this special military operation, that's how the Kremlin refers to the invasion of Ukraine, will continue until all of its goals are met. And the reason that's so discouraging is Russian and Ukrainian negotiators are meeting, and in theory, they are trying to hammer out some kind of ceasefire, some kind of peace deal. But President Putin seems to be suggesting that his forces will continue to advance, and he says he will not allow the Ukrainians to play for time at the negotiating table. Jeff?
Yeah, let's talk more about those talks between Russian and Ukrainian officials. Not a lot of progress. Both countries did tentatively agree on establishing what are known as humanitarian corridors. Tell us, what exactly does that mean, and do we have any idea if more talks could be coming?
Yeah, so humanitarian corridors would basically be kind of localized ceasefires in very specific areas that would be designed to allow civilians to leave the area and to allow food and medical aid to come in. Now, there's a certain irony to humanitarian corridors. It obviously sounds extremely desirable, and from the perspective of the Ukrainian government, they want those corridors to try to get their people safe. But the Russians may also have a vested interest in these humanitarian corridors because they ideally would like as few civilians inside of the Ukrainian cities as possible, because that way they can attack, they can use heavier weaponry without being as concerned about killing civilians and drawing in the world's condemnation. In terms of the next round of talks, round 3, the Russians say there will be another round sometime next week. We don't have exact timing. We don't know where. Joe?
All right, Raf Sanchez in Moscow. Raf, thank you.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs joins us now. Colonel, good morning. So I do want to start with what happened overnight at that nuclear plant in southern Ukraine. So it caught fire, as we've mentioned, during this heavy Russian shelling. And after it was put out, Ukrainian nuclear officials said the plant is now occupied by Russian forces. This is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, and it's one of several in Ukraine. How concerned should we be about this latest development? I mean, when you hear that this is the type of site that they've taken over, what does it make you think?
Well, there were two things right away. First of all is the violence with which it was taken. And Andrew Weber, your previous guest, who's an expert in these things, enumerated a number of horrifying things that could happen and could have happened. Now that the Russians have it, the most significant thing from that standpoint is their inability to actually run it properly. And the fact that they need the Ukrainian experts there in order to continue to run it. Don't forget, I can't remember what percentage he said this of the electricity in Ukraine it delivers, but it's a significant percentage of it. So whether to continue to run it, that requires Ukrainian expertise, because the Russians certainly don't have it, or to shut it down, that requires Ukrainian expertise. It is not entirely clear whether or not the Ukrainians who are capable of running it or shutting it down are there. The second thing is that if they're not there, it's a very, very dangerous situation. You don't just turn a switch and turn it off, because that could cause a nuclear incident. The other thing is that the Russians probably want to shut it down because they want to deprive all of Ukraine with utilities. And so their objective is to shut it down altogether, which is why they wanted to secure it in the first place. And so it's very concerning. With respect to the videos that we've seen, we saw tracers, the firefight that was taking place there on the site, that large ball of light that you saw coming down, that was an aerial flare dropped by aircraft so that the Russians can see the Ukrainians who were defending it. That's a fire. Its whole purpose is to light it up, and when it hits the ground, it sets fire to things. It's an extremely reckless and dangerous situation, still, because the Russians are not capable of running this site, Samantha.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have another question for you. This one's actually from a viewer, not about nuclear power, but nuclear weapons. So President Putin, we remember, ordered Russia's nuclear forces to be put on high alert. Now, a viewer, Jamie Diaz, asks, what if the Kremlin does end up using nuclear bombs in Ukraine or any other countries? What would be the next move for the UN or the United States? Obviously, this is an extreme next steps down the road. But what do you say to that, Colonel?
Well, the UN doesn't have anything at its disposal, so we can forget about that. I don't think we have a plan B with respect to the use of tactical nuclear weapons by the Russians. I guess we can impose more economic strictures on them. I think our allies and others who have not yet done so will do so. I think he's disinclined to use weapons of any kind, tactical nuclear weapons, and certainly not strategic nuclear weapons. Among other things, his great pal at the moment, who's keeping some distance, is China. And China has already started to sort of distance themselves. I think that it's always possible that he may use tactical nuclear weapons. I think it's highly unlikely.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much. As always, we so appreciate your analysis when you join us.
Sure.
As Russia intensifies those air and ground assaults against Ukrainian cities, more than 1 million refugees have already fled the country. UNICEF estimates children make up half that number, a number that is growing by the hour. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from the Poland-Ukraine border, where so many of these displaced families are arriving. Ellison, good morning to you. So the UN has estimated this war could ultimately displace 4 million Ukrainians. So what preparations are being made there to try and take care of so many people? How organized is the response?
It's very much a work in progress, and I'll break down a little for you some of what we've seen here. But you mentioned how so many of the refugees are believed to be children. That's what we've seen as we've been out here the last few days reporting. This is our 5th border stop on the Poland-Ukrainian border, and you see all these faces of children, and you talk to some of them. Imagine with me for a minute that you are 8 or 9 years old. You have been just a few days ago at home playing with friends, drawing with chalk on the sidewalk, and then in an instant you are forced to go and hide in bomb shelters. You have to frantically pack everything you own or what little you can carry with you, say goodbye to your brother who is then going to stay and fight in a war, and then flee with your mother to a completely new country. For most of us, we cannot even imagine that, but here in this makeshift refugee camp, that is a story that many people have different versions of. We met one little girl in this tent. She's 8 years old. Her name is Angelina. She was living in Kyiv, and she had to flee here. Listen to what she told us.
What was it like for you when you were at home and you heard all the noises?
І як тобі було вдома, коли почалася оця страшна подія?
Дуже сильно страшно.
It was really scary. And then, when my mommy comforted me, it was all good.
What did you say to your brother when he...
Що ти сказала своїм братам, коли ти залишала їх в Україні?
Я сказала своєму брату,
I told my brother,
що братик, я тебе очень
my brother,
сильно люблю.
I really love you. I love you very, very much.
You're very brave. Did you know
Ти
you were
дуже
so
смілива.
brave?
Ти знаєш, що ти дуже смілива?
Да.
Yes, I am.
What do you want other kids who are
Що ти
watching
хочеш
this to know?
сказати іншим дітям, які будуть тебе слухати зараз?
Я хочу, щоб вони не переживали.
I want them not to be
Слухали
afraid
свою
and not to
саму
worry.
маму, вона
I want them to
єдина,
listen to their parents
саме любіша.
because their parents love them more than anyone else.
This is one of the most organized assistance areas we've seen. We watched as electricians came and ran cables up every single power pole, putting in electrical outlets so people can charge their phones so they can get heat to these tents. Most of these tents, they are heated. There is food, coats, water, really most anything anyone would need immediately. We were speaking to the people who are organizing and running this site. This is done by the local government, and they said in terms of food, in terms of blankets, strollers, you can see how many strollers there are there. Another reminder of how many children are impacted by this. They say they have enough donations, but the biggest challenge right now is transportation. People are coming to these border crossings, and they might not have family anyone they can go stay with in cities. They need to get to other areas where there are more places for them to stay, but they need rides to do that. Warsaw is about 4 hours away from here, so having transportation and drivers to take people, that's a huge hurdle. Joe?
So many hurdles, but I concur. Angelina is very brave. Ellison, thank you so much for that report. We really do appreciate it.
And we'll have more coverage out of Ukraine just ahead, but we're also following other news this morning, including an NBC News exclusive. Former Attorney General Bill Barr speaking out about his dealings with former President Trump.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud.
Up next, our own Lester Holt joins us with that interview, the first since Barr resigned as Attorney General.
And New York City on edge after a string of subway attacks across the city. A look at the problem and what's being done to keep passengers safe. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The latest out of Ukraine just ahead, including the situation at a nuclear power plant that caught fire overnight. It's now under the control of Russian forces. But we also want to get you caught up on some of the other big stories this morning, including a big headline out of Kentucky. A police officer involved in the raid that left Breonna Taylor dead has been found not guilty of wanton endangerment. Former Louisville police officer Brett Hankison was acquitted Thursday. The 3 counts of wanton endangerment were not connected directly to Taylor's Taylor's death nearly 2 years ago. Rather, he was accused of endangering the lives of a neighboring family when he fired shots that went into their apartment. Hankison's defense argued he was defending his fellow officers. Taylor was killed in March 2020 during a botched police raid. Hankison is the only officer involved in the raid who has ever been charged with anything, and no charges were ever filed directly relating to Taylor's death.
Now, crime in New York City's subway system has surged in recent weeks, even after Mayor Eric Adams started a new plan to send more cops and mental health workers into the stations to help fight the problem. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Major crimes on New York City transit up 30% this week, even after the mayor's subway safety plan went into effect.
I have seen a slight increase in the police presence.
Do you feel safer?
No.
I feel fine. A little? The safety plan announced 2 weeks ago sent 1,000 more police officers and teams of health workers into the city subway system.
Public safety and justice, they are the prerequisite to prosperity.
While enforcement has gone up, with the NYPD reporting 64% more arrests since the week before, according to NBC New York, crime remains a problem. In Queens, a 57-year-old woman was viciously attacked with a hammer and robbed as she entered a subway station.
She told me she had been telling the perpetrator, stop, stop, but apparently he just kept hitting her over the head and then ran off with the bag.
Police arrested 57-year-old William Blount days later on an attempted murder charge. We could not immediately reach Blount or his attorney for comment. And on the day the plan went into effect, a man smeared human feces in a 43-year-old woman's face at a Bronx subway station.
That's an horrific experience for anyone to go through. Human waste, someone spitting in your face, those are real signs of mental health issues.
The alleged perpetrator, 37-year-old Frank Ibrokwa, now facing a slew of charges, including assault, according to court documents, released on his own recognizance, prompting outrage. The Bronx District Attorney's Office telling NBC News they requested Ibrokwa be held on bail and supervised release, but the judge denied both. Ibrokwa is also facing hate crime charges for a prior incident in Brooklyn. He's on supervised release for that. His attorney had no comment without Ibrokwa's consent.
I do not understand why the MTA cannot ban people like that guy who had 3 priors. We take away driver's licenses for one drunk driving episode.
Overall, major crimes on transit so far this year are in line with 2016 to 2019 statistics, according to the NYPD, although ridership is still down significantly. Why are people like this being released?
As disgusting as this crime was, it didn't fall within any of the other categories of what that bail would be required.
Joseph Jackalone is a retired NYPD sergeant and professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. He says addressing crime on the trains begins above ground.
Just about every one of these cases has to deal with somebody who is homeless and has done something terrible. Historically, when I was a cop back in the day, the homeless people complained that the shelters weren't safe. Well, they need to fix that, and they needed to fix that yesterday.
Our thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report.
Former Attorney General William Barr often stood at the center of storms that engulfed the Trump presidency.
Yeah, now he's revealing what it was like to work for the former president inside the White House and what ultimately tore them apart. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt joins us now on set with more on his experience with this exclusive interview with the former Attorney General. Thanks, Lester.
Yes, Savannah and Joe, good to see both of you. In his new memoir, One Damn Thing After Another, Barr opens up about the former president and the criticisms that Barr sometimes acted more as the former president's personal lawyer rather than attorney general. And he addresses how their relationship came to an abrupt end. Take me back to that day, December 1st. You're in the SUV. Did you know you were going to end up in the Oval Office before the day was up?
I assumed I was.
Attorney General Bill Barr knew he had infuriated the president. Since election night, Trump had been insisting he'd won.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
At that point,
Barr knew that wasn't true. He'd even had the Justice Department investigate. Now, he was being summoned to the president's private dining room after saying in an interview with the AP that Trump's claims of election fraud were wrong.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was.
He also told Trump what he thought of his legal team. Not a lot.
I said, the reason you are where you are is because you wheeled out a clown show of lawyers.
A clown show?
Yeah, clown car or something like that. I said, it's just a bunch of clowns.
Who are you referring to? Rudy Giuliani?
His Cracker Jack legal team, among others.
Barr says the president shot back, listing the ways he said Barr had failed him. That's when Barr says he offered up his resignation.
I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again, accepted. Go home. Don't go back to your office. Go home. You're done.
When we asked the former president about this meeting, he disputed Barr's account and told us he was the one who demanded Barr's resignation. Either way, Barr handed in a resignation letter 2 weeks later and has not spoken with Donald Trump since. He does not want him to run for president again. January 6th, the riot. Do you think that President Trump was responsible for what happened here ultimately?
I do think he was responsible in the broad sense of that word, and that it appears that part of the plan was to send this group up to the Hill. I think the whole idea was to intimidate Congress, and I think that that was wrong.
In a 3-page letter to NBC News, President Trump trashed Barr's book as fake and hurled personal insults at his former attorney general, calling him a coward, a big disappointment, and lazy.
Lester, why didn't the former attorney general speak out sooner about election concerns, about January 6th? I mean, we're over a year down the road. What do you say about that?
Yeah, you know, I pushed him on that, and I said you were in a position of influence, and you had this opinion that it was fake, and you know, maybe you could have short-circuited what ultimately happened on the January 6th. His feeling was it was already out there, that it was baked in. He blamed the people that surrounded the president of really kind of, you know, sending him down this rabbit hole.
Lester, thank you so much. Great to have you on set with us, and great to have this exclusive interview. You can watch the full interview tonight, Bill Barr in the Eye of the Storm, this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on NBC.
Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns joins us now. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. That's must-watch TV Sunday night. Going to have to sit down with the family on that one. Let's go and take a look at this forecast. We have record highs this weekend, so you get to play all day Sunday in the heat, and then you can go inside and watch that later Sunday night, because, I mean, we are going to see some extraordinarily warm temperatures for the East Coast this weekend. Everywhere from about Texas to the eastern seaboard, this tropical moisture is going to head all the way to the north. Even into northern Vermont, we'll have a chance for some record highs, 15 to 30 degrees warmer than normal. And as far as records go, every city with a dot on this map has a chance to break a record high this weekend. Most of those in the northeast and northern portions of New England, that would be on Sunday. So how warm will it get? We start today, 70s, mid-70s in areas like Oklahoma, 80s in Alabama and Mississippi. And then tomorrow, we see temperatures as warm as mid-70s, Kansas City, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Lexington, Louisville, everyone. Nashville's included too. And then finally, by the time we get to Sunday, that warmth makes it to the mid-Atlantic. Look at Raleigh, 80s on Sunday and Monday. D.C. is going to be upper 70s Sunday, Monday. New York, it looks like into the 60s on Sunday and Monday. And Boston, probably in the 50s. So here's your weekend forecast. And unfortunately, for our friends in the West, we're still dealing with stormy weather. And this snowstorm, yes, snowstorm, will be moving through the higher elevations of the Rockies and into the northern plains Saturday into Saturday night. It does look like a chance of some isolated severe storms in Iowa Saturday. So for my friends from the Quad Cities, Cedar Rapids, all the way through Des Moines, heads up for you. And then on Sunday, along with that warm temperatures, will come a little bit of rain shower activity in New England. Heavier rains and thunderstorms from Little Rock to Memphis up to areas around Paducah. And then we're still seeing more snow in areas of the West. So we'll have a snowstorm this weekend. We'll have numerous record highs, maybe a tornado or two. That's early spring for you guys. You got a little bit of everything.
No kidding, a little bit of everything. The roller coaster, as you like to say.
I was going to say, we need that roller coaster video again that you guys bring us sometimes. Thanks, Bill.
See, you like that stuff.
Coming up, displaced and desperate to escape war. Up next, a look at the efforts to help more than 1 million refugees forced to flee their homes as Russia attacks Ukraine.
And it's not just Ukrainians. People from all over the world looking to be rescued from the war in Ukraine. Now their home countries are stepping in. That's next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This morning, we want to take a closer look at the relief efforts underway in Europe to help the estimated 1 million refugees displaced so far by the war in Ukraine.
500,000 of those refugees are children, according to UNICEF, and these numbers are growing by the day. They'll likely continue to grow over the weeks and months to come.
Joining us now is Nancy Dent, Senior Communications Officer for the International Rescue Committee, one of the many organizations on the ground in the region. Nancy, good to have you with us. So just tell us more about your operation there in Poland and the region, and help us understand just how bad this crisis has become.
Sure, thank you so much for having me. So the International Rescue Committee has been here on the ground in Poland since early February. We've been scoping out various scenarios, to see what the worst case could be and how humanitarian actors could step in. We're currently supporting local organizations who really understand the local communities and have been supporting people as they flee for many weeks now. And people, when they arrive on the border, they might be in a reception point, which has got beds, camp beds type things set up, and it's quite organized, and people can have a sleep, they can rest, they can either stay for a couple of nights, or they might stay for a couple of hours and then move on into Poland, where they might have families, friends, people that they can stay with. And the IRC is working with these local organizations, and we're providing non-food items, so things like blankets, sleeping bags, things that will really help people stay warm and feel protected once they've arrived in Poland.
Absolutely. Nancy, I'd also like to get your reaction to the news about these humanitarian corridors, which would allow more civilians to evacuate Ukraine safely. How does this change things for your organization, and how are you preparing for the estimated millions more Ukrainians who are expected to flee?
Exactly. I mean, the news for the humanitarian corridors is so recent, and we do welcome it as a first step in kind of providing safety to those people who are currently trapped in makeshift bomb shelters in metro stations, as we've all seen. These humanitarian corridors aren't a permanent solution. What we really need in terms of safety is a ceasefire and a political settlement. But right now, the humanitarian corridors will mean that people can make informed decisions about whether they want to stay or remain inside Ukraine. But that can only happen if there are security guarantees, which mean that people can leave and not be at risk of getting caught in any more violence. And we also need to have clear communications on the objectives. Why are these humanitarian corridors being put in place? How long are they going to last for? And also, how are they going to be implemented so that people can feel safe if they do try to leave?
Nancy, we also want to ask you, I mean, we're hearing reports of discriminatory treatment, even racist abuse against people of color who've been trying to flee Ukraine. We're a little tight on time here, but what have you heard about this, and what would you like to see done to just make sure everyone who wants to get out safely can?
These reports are extremely troubling. At the border points where IRC have been scoping out our response, we have seen lots of people of different nationalities, including some Syrians and some Afghans. And I think, we can say that the situation has improved drastically in Poland, but that doesn't mean it's not happening in other places. And we continue to call for safe and regular pathways for everybody, regardless of their race, color, or creed.
Nancy, thank you so much for joining us and for everything you're doing to try and help these millions of people who are going to need help in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Now, as this refugee crisis unfolds in Ukraine's neighboring countries, it's seen over 1 million run from war. Well, those refugees are not just Ukrainians. They're people from all over the world, including Latin America, and governments are stepping in to try to rescue their countrymen and women from the devastation. Here's NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez with more.
A Mexican Air Force plane carrying dozens of Mexican nationals and their families who lived in Ukraine headed one way to Mexico City.
Estar en un resguardo de bombas todos los días, pues es difícil estar escuchando las bombas, los disparos en la ciudad.
University student Guillermo Padilla boarding the plane in Romania with at least 80 others who, like him, crossed the border out of Ukraine earlier this week. They're part of a group of Mexican nationals that the Mexican government says they'll bring over 6,000 miles back home. The country's Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting Thursday morning about the operation. But for most Mexican refugees, Ukraine had become a new home.
Esta es la bandera del país que me ha dado todo por 10 años.
Before the war broke out last week, over 200 Mexicans were living in Ukraine. And while some gratefully look forward to new beginnings,
I want to see Mexico.
Others, like Larissa Garcia, who's been living in Ukraine for 27 years, say they won't be going back to Mexico.
Es una invasión.
Latin American countries like Peru, Brazil, and Argentina also working to get hundreds of their nationals to safety.
Aqui, brasileiros, estamos bem, eles seguem para Polônia, para Romênia.
They bring with them the few belongings they could carry, and memories of war they say they'll never forget.
Retumba todo, las ventanas, las casas, piensas que están cerca de ti.
Mis estudiantes están en búnkeres ahora. Mis mejores amigas están en búnkeres ahora.
Isa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Coming up, our breaking news coverage continues on the invasion in Ukraine.
Yeah, up next, expert analysis on Russia's military advancement following the Russian attack on that nuclear power plant. This is Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. Let's return to our top story this morning.
Ukrainian authorities say Russian forces have seized one of the country's nuclear power plants, and it happens to be Europe's largest. A fire broke out at the site, which Ukraine has blamed on heavy Russian shelling. Officials say the fire, though, is out and the facility is safe this morning. Let's get more on this and the overall Russian military strategy with Clint Watts. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good morning. Good to have you with us and have you at this big board to walk us through this. So how does this capture of this nuclear power plant play into Russia's wider military strategy? We saw them take the defunct Chernobyl site, but that was on the road to Kyiv. So what's this about here now, and how important is this moment?
Yeah, significant for three different reasons. When we look at this nuclear plant, we heard about the firefight that was happening overnight. You saw some of the videos that were coming around that area. It really comes down to three things. One is control. The Russians want to take control of power because they're doing siege warfare. Much like you see in Mariupol and some of these cities, they want to cut the power, they want to destroy the infrastructure, a way to essentially take control of the population. The second is psychological. In Russian doctrine, especially in the disinformation space, using fear of nuclear is a way to essentially message both abroad and at home that the Ukrainians might be up to something. It's essentially a disinformation ploy to really bring everyone under the banner. And the third one, which I want to mention, is we forget that nuclear power plants are infrastructure points for all sorts of logistics. Logistics is something the Russians are struggling with. A railhead here is very important for the Russians with their armor units, because if they can seize these and outside of major urban centers that could come under attack, they can begin to put things like armored vehicles onto rail cars and sort of move them around the country much, much faster and a lower cost. I think the bigger picture of what we're seeing right now is the South. What really wasn't talked about in the first week, we focused on the North and the convoy, their struggles in the Russian military. What we see now is the South is really where they're taking hold. These are the units out of Crimea, which was seized in 2014. They have advanced on Mariupol, and you're seeing siege warfare, indirect fires, destructive attacks, total infrastructure breakdown. Mariupol is, I think, a forecast of what we might see in Kyiv over time. Separate is this advance in Kherson. You probably saw that they took a bridge. They've essentially been able to advance. That's the mouth of the Dnieper River coming off the Black Sea. This is a very important logistical point. And once they get to the west side, what you're seeing today are some battles as they move to this next bridgehead here over this next estuary. If they can get past that, essentially from that point forward, all the way to the Moldovan border, they can cut off and essentially encircle Odessa, which is a major port city that is a logistical hub, but also one where they can bring in additional combat power over the next few days. So that's going to be a significant issue that pops up. The southern battle plan, while it was stalled a little bit in the beginning, is really starting to take off for the Russians, and it will give them a real logistical boost.
Yeah, and Clint, how does that help them then with the goal of trying to get into the capital of Kyiv? What's happening in that part of the country?
So this is the bigger picture. They started off with a very bold plan that was designed to be done in a week. They failed with that. It was a three-front fight. They pushed into Sumy here, the convoy area, which we know about coming in from Belarus, and then the southern front. Overall, though, what they're trying to do is essentially cut Ukraine in half. The Dnieper River, which we were talking about just before, runs roughly like this up to Kyiv. If they can get to the west side here, they can start to encircle all the way around and from the south. And if they can cut off all the way to the west, if they've lost the sea, Ukraine can't resupply here in the south. This leaves only land resupply, which is much more difficult. And then that brings into the case of what Russia would do then. That really pulls NATO, Russia, and the U.S. closer into conflict over time. Ultimately, the siege of Kyiv could go on for many weeks, if not months.
Yeah, and Clint, let's connect that back to what you just mentioned a minute ago, which I think, as I asked at the top, as people are wondering, oh my goodness, this nuclear power plant, we saw that flare drop down, there's a fire there, the potential danger that was, and why would they do that? You bring up these good points about the logistical aspect of it beyond just what the actual facility is known for. We know that this convoy has had trouble around Kyiv, logistical issues of its own. They've had these fueling issues, and they've also been, they've been resisted in a way by Ukrainian forces. When you talk about that railhead that they'd be able to have there, and we know that they've had trouble moving around, we know that their vehicles can't work well through the mud, through the countryside. What does that ultimately mean, the contact between the northern part of the country, potentially even the western part? We think about Lviv, that has been sort of this safe haven, mean when they get logistical, strategically smart points like that?
Yeah, so there's several things to always think about: airfields, railheads, and rail lines, and securing them in between cities. This convoy, as you see right here, notice the spacing. This is a convoy that's not worried about airstrikes or air power. If they were, they'd be much more disciplined. This is not the Soviet army that I learned about when I was at West Point. What you're seeing here is, in terms of these logistics, is they're starting to build up combat power. When you look at where they're at now, as they bring this in, they will have several different enlargements, which they can focus on, which will then control the rear area. The big mistake of this plan, if you fail in the first week, is you have major population centers behind your rear lines, and everything in the fight from here on out is about food, fuel, and ammunition. Russia's ability to do that versus Ukraine's. And this is where, as they build out this enlargement, you'll see here and from here, once they start to unify these, they now can bring in massive amounts of logistics much, much quicker. Meanwhile, Ukraine's ability to resupply and all of those classes of supply will go down. And so a war of attrition will essentially set in. I think it's going to be a tough, tough slog. And it really comes down to the question is, what will the West do? Are we going to let this happen slowly and watch the entire country really fall into Russia's hands?
Wow. All right. Clint Watts, thank you so much. Really great information there. And obviously a lot to keep our eyes on. This was great to have you there. Thanks. Coming up, the war in Ukraine making an impact on the world of sports.
Up next, more on how athletes and organizations are weighing in on the violence. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the sports world this week, we're hearing a different kind of rallying cry. We're hearing calls for Ukraine's freedom.
More athletes and organizations are speaking out against the Russian invasion of the country by the day. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
The international sports arena sounding off, responding firmly to the war in Ukraine.
I believe that sport is a platform where which can help to spread good word, to change the world in some ways.
Athletes and sports organizations taking action.
It was a clear and unequivocal decision from all the players. It was very obvious for us that we have to boycott these games.
FIFA, UEFA, World Rugby, and the International Ice Hockey Federation all banning Russian national teams from participation.
I think that sports has to represent peace, justice. It's not enough to say how sorry you are. We have to react, and we have to show the world that we don't agree with that.
Sports like Formula One, rowing, skiing, and volleyball responded swiftly, canceling events and banning hosting opportunities, quote, until further notice. The World Athletics Council, which oversees track and field, cross-country, race walking, and ultra running, also sanctioning Russian and Belarusian athletes.
I understand that Russian athletes aren't directly involved in that war, but it's also important from their side to talk about it and talk that they don't agree with the war, because war is never a solution.
International Swimming Organization FINA didn't ban Russian and Belarusian athletes, but is requiring them to compete neutrally with no national symbols, colors, or flags. The group also stripped Russian President Vladimir Putin of the FINA Order Award, given to him back in 2014. But the backlash doesn't end here. Several members of the British Parliament called on the owner of English football club Chelsea, Roman Abramovich, a Russian billionaire, to hand over control of the team after almost 20 years at the helm. After handing over control to the team's charitable foundation, he confirmed in a statement Wednesday that he is trying to sell the team. Sports marketing campaigns also being affected. German sports company Adidas halted its 14-year partnership with the Russian Football Union.
Sport is very important. It's a country that in an unreasonable way attacks a free other free country in Ukraine shouldn't be allowed to participate in peaceful competitions.
Some Russian athletes think the bans are a, quote, unfair solution. Daniel Kvyat, an Alpine Formula One reserve driver, sharing a post on Twitter that says sports should remain outside politics, and banning athlete participation goes against what sports teaches us in its principle, the unity and peace.
We always say that we shouldn't combine politics with sports. Obviously, I agree up to a point, but tell it to the people who live in Ukraine and they had their league stopped, their sport. This is not the thing they can think about right now. They fight for their lives.
But some of Russia's most prominent sports stars echo the world's anti-war message.
Please, no more war. It doesn't matter who is in the war, Russia, Ukraine, different countries. I think we live in a world like we have to live in peace.
All right, our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get right to the latest headlines out of Ukraine this morning. Breaking overnight, Europe's largest nuclear power plant located in southeastern Ukraine is now under Russian control. Heavy shelling by Russian forces overnight sparked a fire in one of the plant's training facilities. That fire is now out, but the incident is raising concerns over how safe the plant is. And Russian troops are gaining ground in other parts of southern Ukraine, bombarding key port cities with artillery attacks, leaving many civilians without electricity, food, or water.
I am breaking apart. I have to take my son to a safer place.
On the diplomatic front, another tense phone call between French President Emmanuel Macron and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Macron taking this away from the meeting, quote, "The worst is yet to come." Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking on his Russian counterpart to our own Richard Engel about how to end the fighting.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
A war that has displaced more than 1 million Ukrainians over the course of a week. But round 2 of diplomatic negotiations in Belarus has led to a possible humanitarian agreement. We will tell you all about that. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel kicks off our coverage this morning from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv.
Here at Kiev's main train station, people are heading out of this city. Some don't know exactly where they're going. They're taking their families, their belongings, their pets, and just heading west. Many hope to get to the city of Lviv or even to Poland or beyond. And now there is the threat of a nuclear catastrophe after Russian forces took over Europe's largest nuclear reactor and in the process set fire to an adjacent building. The president of Ukraine warns that if that reactor is damaged, and so far it does not appear to be damaged, it could be worse than Chernobyl. Ukrainian officials say that the nuclear power plant staff have been taken hostage by the Russian troops. The director of the plant said that the workers are working now under the guns of the occupiers.
After a limping start, Russia's assault on Ukraine is picking up steam and is growing more destructive, carving a path through towns and cities. Grim pictures in Bordyanka and Chernihiv. And a nuclear scare this morning as Russian forces took over the outskirts of Zaporizhzhia and Europe's largest nuclear power plant after a fierce battle at the site. A training building nearby caught fire. The U.S. says the nuclear power plant itself wasn't damaged. No elevated radiation detected. This warning from President Zelensky overnight about the risks. If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, he said. It's the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe. Yesterday, we joined a group of journalists taken down dark hallways in a government building in Kiev to meet Zelensky. He arrived without an entourage, carrying his own chair, looking relaxed and a little tired.
Vladimir Putin has so far not been willing to meet with him. Do you have a message for him now that Ukrainian cities are under attack? This city is under attack. A convoy is on its way here. Is there a way to prevent this war from escalating even further now?
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
In Kiev's main children's hospital, they're evacuating more patients to the basements and out of the country.
Are you trying to evacuate all of the cancer patients here who are stable enough to move?
Yes, if they're stable, we try to take them abroad.
In the basement, patients are safe for now, but treatments are disrupted. Alexander has been waiting on tests for possible blood cancer. He has pain when he moves, but is following the news of the war outside. Our soldiers are doing great, he says, adding what is now the national motto here, glory to Ukraine.
There have been many tearful goodbyes, heartfelt goodbyes as people leave this city, not sure if they will ever return again. Many of the men have decided to stay to fight against Russian troops.
Let's, of course, stay with Ukraine now and bring in Yelisa Vedayasko, who also goes by Lisa. She's a Ukrainian member of parliament for President Zelensky's Servant of the People Party. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us. I want to first start off by asking about Russia seizing control of that nuclear power plant. President Zelensky described the attack as, quote, nuclear terrorism. What's your reaction to what happened? And also, what more can you tell us about the situation there right now? I understand, I believe that you're in Kyiv. How are you doing?
Well, you know, we again didn't sleep this night because we were following the news from Zaporizhzhia, a nuclear plant, and this is the first ever case when a country aggressor targeted nuclear plant power and power station. And this is definitely a crime, a war crime. And we are screaming to all the world, please let's impose no-fly zone right now. We understand that there could be some concerns about that, but there'll be more and more victims because Putin is targeting different objects, including like nuclear plants. And then there'll be like hundreds, thousands of victims, of killed people, of refugees. And if we don't do it right now, if we don't stop it, it's going to get worse. Me personally, I left Kiev a couple of days ago because it was not possible to work there with all the explosions and with sitting in the shelter without internet. So I'm moving from one place to another, but also no one feels safe. But we keep our work. Right now, we have online committees. We address different parliaments abroad. We also had the physical gathering recently. But of course, security concern is always here. But what can we do? It's not safe in our country anymore because it's a real war.
Absolutely. And just, I mean, amazing to hear about this work that you're keeping up under these circumstances. Now, we saw Kherson in the south become the first major Ukrainian city to fall under Russian control. And yesterday, as we mentioned moments ago, France's President Macron said he believes, quote, the worst is yet to come following his conversation with President Putin. Do you agree with that assessment? And what is Parliament, what is your party, President Zelensky, thinking right now about what could happen next?
Well, we expect more victims and more attacks, unfortunately, because we see that there is no decrease in this war. Putin didn't bring his troops back. He's actually only adding more and more, attacking more and more civilians. So we know that the next days will be very hard. Honestly, it's hard to maintain, of course, let's say, the peaceful approach and some peace inside, because every family already has so much pain. Many homes are ruined. Many people left their houses and they don't know if they're going to come back or if there is that building or apartment actually available and not destroyed anymore. So many tears from many people I know. It's very hard right now.
Oh, absolutely. Lisa, you mentioned how hard it is to keep an inner peace right now. Do you think there is any hope? Do you still hold hope for a peaceful resolution, ultimately a diplomatic resolution? And if the answer to that is no, then what does that mean?
Well, of course, there is a hope, but also there is no illusion. We see that the 2 rounds of negotiations didn't bring any results yet, and the only humanitarian corridor that we really need to evacuate children and people in that cities, in that areas that don't have even access to medical care or to water or to food. But this is something very small. We see that attacks keep going and going, killing more and more people. So I think until there is no fly zone, until someone in Putin's surrounding doesn't stop Putin, or at least says to him, okay, let's take a break, it's already too much. We don't have illusions.
It's already too much. Lisa, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. As you mentioned, you're keeping up quite a bit of work while just trying to stay safe. We are thinking of you. We are all in awe of the Ukrainian people, and we really appreciate your time right now. We'll be checking in with you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Let's now bring in Colonel Mark Kansian. He's a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you so much for joining us, Colonel. Now, I want to ask you, of course, what we're starting with, a few things here that we've seen just in the past 24 hours or so, in the past few days. Russian forces have taken control of the Ukrainian city of Kherson, the first one they've really taken control of. They've stepped up attacks. Now they have control of the largest nuclear plant in Europe. Tell us what you're seeing from a military, from a strategic, from a tactical standpoint about the change in Russia's strategy here in its invasion. Vladimir Putin says his military operation, by the way, is going according to plan. But is it really? And what are you concerned about what you're seeing in these changes in tactics?
Well, the plan is certainly not going as intended. The Russians thought that the Ukrainians would collapse in the first couple of days. They launched an operation designed to make the Ukrainians collapse. We saw that shock and awe attack of missiles and air in the first day or so. Then they sent in air mobile forces to try to seize the capital and attacked along 3 axes, along the north towards Kyiv, and the northeast towards Kharkiv, and then along the south out of Crimea. All of those were stopped. So the Russians have turned to a new phase. Now they're bringing up reinforcements, and they're likely to use a lot more firepower. That's consistent with Russian doctrine to use firepower to soften up the battlefield. They still seem to be stalled in the north and in the northeast, but in the south, they're making a lot of progress. They're moving out of Crimea to the west. They took up Khorasan and seem to be headed towards the large port of Odessa. And then they've moved east towards Mariupol, which has been surrounded, and there they're making some progress.
Yeah, Colonel, actually, I have a viewer question for you I want to get in right now based on one of the things that you just said, which is about that stalling in the north. This question is about that Russian convoy headed for the capital, headed for Kyiv. They want to know, could Ukraine bomb them and stop them from moving? Does Ukraine have an air force? I think this is a good question also because we have seen some footage of some types of assaults from the air by Ukraine on Russian military. So we actually had a guest yesterday say that's basically just a 40-mile-long sitting duck target. What do you say to that and what Ukraine could do with it?
Well, it certainly is very vulnerable, and a lot of experts have speculated about why the Ukrainians have not been able to take more advantage of that. The Ukrainians do have an air force, but it's quite small and obsolescent. They have some drones, but the numbers are limited. The Russians probably have a very strong air defense over the column, and so the Ukrainians have not been able to get their limited air power in there. They've also not been able to use long-range fires because they probably don't have a lot and don't have the kind of reconnaissance that they would need. So what's probably holding up the column are anti-tank weapons and ground forces. The weather has kept the Russians onto the roads because of the mud in the fields that channelizes their advance and makes it easier for the Ukrainians to delay them.
Colonel Mark Kansian, thank you so much. Great answer there. I know a lot of people have been wondering about that. We appreciate your analysis.
The violence in Ukraine is taking an immeasurable toll on its citizens who over the last week have witnessed the destruction of parts of their country. More than 1 million people have already fled Ukraine in search of safety, with millions more expected to do the same. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas has been covering that side of the story for us. He has the latest from Ukraine's western city of Lviv.
With Russia's invasion now entering a second week, the damage in war-torn cities across Ukraine is mounting by the day. Images from before and after. These areas were attacked by Russian forces, a chilling reminder of what over 1 million refugees are running from.
Kyiv every hour was more dangerous than before. Every day is worse than previous.
Now, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to create humanitarian corridors to safely evacuate citizens, as an unaccountable number of families are packing up as much of their lives as they can in suitcases and bags. Many making their way to an overwhelmed border. This crowd seen trying to push past security gates to enter Poland. Still, the most critical artery in and out of the country has been the railways, the war not halting its non-stop service.
You know, in the peaceful world, we are the backbone of economy. In the wartime, we're the backbone of security.
Alexander Kamishin is the man running the entire Ukraine rail system. In many ways, it's what Ukrainians have relied on for food, medicine, and of course, an escape.
I am breaking apart. I have to take my son to a safer place.
Thousands have waited here at Lviv's main train station for days. Those lucky enough to make it on board find themselves crushed in train cars for a journey that is becoming more dangerous. These new images show rail bridges blown up, tracks crippled, even a missile just steps from the rail lines.
Can you promise them that you will try to get them out? No matter what, you will keep the trains running?
We will run the trains until the last person we can evacuate from center, east, and west of Ukraine and south of Ukraine.
But as this mass exodus is likely the beginning, the UN now says more than 10 million Ukrainians may end up fleeing their homes. And amid so much uncertainty, an emotional symbol of hope. Friends from the same Ukrainian village finally reunited in Germany after abandoning their home, torn apart by war.
Thanks to Tom Yamas for that report.
And coming up, continuing coverage of the situation in Ukraine this morning, and also these major headlines here at home. New information this morning surrounding the tragic death of a Stanford soccer star, 22 years old, just months away from graduating. Her parents now speaking out.
Plus, preparing for a spring break like no other. With that winter COVID surge behind us, many Americans are looking to break out of their pandemic shell again. But with big parties this year comes sky-high costs. We'll explain next.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome back. We're monitoring the latest developments out of Ukraine, including the flood of refugees over the border and the growing humanitarian crisis. We'll have more on that just ahead, but we do want to get to some other news this morning.
Yeah, we're learning more about the death of Katie Meyer. The college soccer star was found dead earlier this week in her dorm room at Stanford University.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with these details. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. This is a tragic story that just gets more devastating by the moment. Katie's parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, have revealed to us how their daughter took her own life. They say they have since learned that she was quietly struggling with her mental health, but that they didn't see any signs as to just how bad it was.
22-year-old Katie Meyer was just months away from graduation with a bright future ahead.
And I've never seen someone who's put so much heart and soul into so many different aspects of her life.
The star goalie of the Stanford University women's soccer team was a natural leader with a big personality.
And it only goes up from here.
The California native was found dead in her dorm room on Tuesday. The soccer world stunned.
She just lived life to the fullest always.
We sat down with her parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, in the wake of the unthinkable.
She died by suicide. The last, couple days are like a parent's worst nightmare, and you don't wake up from it. So it's just horrific.
The close-knit family spoke often. Their final conversation with their daughter was just hours before she took her own life.
She was excited. She had a lot on her plate. She had a lot going on. But She was happy. She was in great spirits.
It was the usual jovial Katie.
Yeah.
One constant can
Her
be...
parents say they believe she received an email regarding a disciplinary action and that she might have been in trouble.
Katie being Katie was defending a teammate on campus over an incident, and the repercussions of her defending that teammate.
We have not seen that email yet. She had been getting letters for a couple months. This letter was kind of the final letter that there was going to be a trial or some kind of something. This is the only thing that we can come up with that triggered something.
Almost 10 o'clock. Her parents now wondering if between school and sports, it was too much pressure.
There is anxiety and there is stress to be perfect, to be the best, to be number one.
The Meyers speaking out to make sure other parents don't suffer the same tragedy. The emotions of their loss are raw.
We're struggling right now, Stephanie. We are just struggling to know, what happened and why it happened, We're just like heartbroken. We're so heartbroken. And
Katie's mom wearing her daughter's sweatshirt, one she wore in a post just last Friday.
It's going to sound crazy, but every mom is going to understand this. But when you smell it, it smells like her. It smells like Katie. Just her scent. I'm wearing it because it just feels, I want to be close to her. So yes, it is hers.
The Meyer family has nothing but praise for how Stanford University has handled the situation, but they do want to start a conversation about opening up communication between parents and college administrators. Since most university students are over 18 and are considered adults, parents aren't often alerted about what's happening with their college kids. These parents feel that they may have missed an opportunity to step in and possibly help their daughter because they were not aware of what was going on. Guys, and we also reached out to Stanford University for comment. They responded in part, we are not able to share information about confidential student disciplinary matters. We as a university community continue to grieve with Katie's family and cherish our memories of her. Such a tough story, guys.
Oh, wow.
Brave of her parents to speak out knowing it could help other people to have that conversation.
Absolutely. They showed incredible courage and poise.
Oh, my gosh. And I mean, just what a powerful message hearing from her mother directly to other mothers.
Yep, and there was something that the father said that really struck me as well. He said, sometimes it's the toughest people, the ones who seem to have it all together, who have the hardest time speaking out when they need help, and everybody at some point does.
Remember that.
Such an important reminder. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Now, as COVID cases continue to drop, many American traditions are set to make a comeback, including spring break. Weekend COVID restrictions mean most people now have the green light to make a getaway, and warm weather cities are where they're headed, from sandy Florida beaches to the tropical waters of Hawaii. Thousands of partygoers are ready to let loose, prompting local leaders to start prepping for the increase of spring breakers. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Cocoa Beach, Florida, with a look at what to expect if you're planning some fun in the sun.
Well, Joe, Savannah, we're going to be looking at Travel-Palooza that's really kicked off now because spring break is underway. Time to put on the funny hat, maybe get an old shirt, even if it has a stain on it, put on the shorts, kick off the shoes, put your feet in the sand. Experts say that we're going to see more people traveling now than we've seen in the last 2 pandemic years.
Big costs and bigger crowds. That's what experts say vacationers should expect on spring break this year as travel bookings hit levels not seen in years.
There is so much pent-up demand out there that people are ready to travel come heck or high water.
A new survey finds more than half of Americans are planning a trip this spring, with more than a third planning to travel during spring break specifically. That soaring demand means surging prices too.
We're seeing prices now in places like Florida even higher than they were pre-pandemic. So not only has travel demand recovered, prices have recovered and then some.
Expedia says airfares are up a whopping 50% compared to last year, and average hotel rates are nearly 20% higher than they were before the pandemic. Of Hopper's top 5 trending destinations this year, 3 are on Florida's Gulf Coast. The Bakers from Birmingham, Alabama, visiting Rosemary Beach, Florida. They say they chose to vacation before the spring break rush before prices climb even higher.
The deals aren't there like they were.
They were there, but
they were there a year ago. They're not there anymore.
And you're laughing because
just everything. It's so much more expensive.
This year, 3 in 4 American travelers are heading to destinations in the U.S., putting enormous pressure on some of the country's most popular spring break destinations, like Hawaii, Disney and Universal theme parks, and Miami Beach, where the mayor expects tens of thousands of spring breakers to descend on trendy South Beach.
Don't come here to thinking you're going to act in a way differently than you would act in your own hometown.
Last year, unruly crowds forced city officials to enact a curfew and even declare a state of emergency. The Miami Beach mayor saying he hopes to avoid a repeat this year, even going to court to restrict alcohol sales after 2 a.m.
You can't just allow a city to careen into disorder. And we know with this many people coming here, that can easily happen if we don't take appropriate measures.
Are there still deals out there? Well, the experts say yes, but it depends where you go. You got to keep your shoes on. But places like San Francisco and New York City, among the places that you can go on vacation and maybe not spend quite as much. Joe, Savannah?
All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
President Biden is threatening to veto a new Republican bill aimed at halting the country's COVID response. The bill was introduced just days after the White House COVID task force unveiled its plan to push coronavirus into the endemic stages. The Senate Republicans voted to end the national emergency declaration for COVID on Thursday, attempting to slash several COVID-specific policies and protections. Democrats have already vowed to block the bill from passing in the House. This all comes as the Biden administration submitted its $22.5 billion request to Congress as part of its COVID strategy response. The emergency aid would be used to ramp up testing, vaccine production, and COVID treatments. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on these latest COVID headlines. Dr. Azar, good to have you with us on this Friday. So why is continued funding for our COVID response so important, especially now that we're seeing COVID cases and hospitalization rates drop pretty dramatically?
You know, everybody needs to remember that this is not going to be an on-off switch. Hospitalizations are down, cases are down, but we're still, almost 2,000 deaths per day, Joe. So we're not really out of the woods yet. If you look at the Biden administration's plan, it really had, 4 central components: prevention and treatment, preparedness, trying to avoid lockdowns. There's also a global effort that the U.S. needs to be a leader on. But even within that plan, Joe, there were other things, funding for long COVID, enhancing or bolstering our data infrastructure. There's just a lot there. And unfortunately, it all does require money. I understand that there needs to be accountability and transparency in terms of where those dollars are going, but to suddenly say, we're done with this, no, we were completely caught with our pants down with this, to be very, very blunt, when this pandemic hit, and we can't let that happen again.
Yeah, and we're kind of hit with our pants down again when Omicron hit. So we always have to, I think, keep that in mind.
Exactly.
The CDC now released new data that shows 90% of the U.S. population lives in a low or medium COVID risk area. That means people no longer need to wear masks indoors or practice social distancing. Here's a question I have that I'm struggling with. How do we adjust to removing masks after so many of us have been wearing them so much for 2 years? And are we putting immunocompromised people at risk by removing our masks now?
I know, Joe. I think that you really hit the nail on the head there, that this always should have been not just about what we do for ourselves and assessing our own risk and saying, if I get COVID, I'm okay with it. It's really about what it means for our neighbors and our friends and other people in our communities. And so, don't be surprised if you continue to see, mask wearing indoors in places where, by CDC criteria, you don't necessarily have to. I think it's a show of, respect for others who may not be as fortunate in terms of health as you are. And, I think it will be hard. Behavior is a very interesting thing, to change. And I do think that we're going to start to see as numbers continue to decline that people are more and more comfortable removing their mask. But I'm not surprised, and especially during winter and cold season and flu season, that we continue to see masking indoors, even though the CDC technically says we don't need to.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Coming up, we're going to continue to bring you the very latest out of Eastern Europe this morning.
Plus, a silent war that's being fought off traditional battlefields, the global hacking collective that now has Russia in its crosshairs.
We'll be right back.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
War in Ukraine is impacting who will be at today's opening ceremony of the Beijing 2022 Winter Paralympics.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and more. Hi, Claudio. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, just as you said, the Winter Paralympic Games kicked off today in Beijing with a record 700 athletes expected to attend. They come from all over the world, but no longer from Russia and Belarus after the decision by the International Paralympic Committee to ban athletes from those two countries following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, let's stay on the world's reaction of that invasion. Let's move to Australia, where they have frozen $33 million in a financial institution there following the introduction of new sanctions imposed on more than 350 people from Russia and Belarus. Australia's foreign minister did not reveal who owned the money and where they were deposited. And last but not least, Queen Elizabeth has made a generous donation to Ukraine. The monarch is the latest member of the royal family in the UK to show support and concern for their war-ravaged country. Now, just on Wednesday, we saw Prince Charles and Camilla meeting Ukrainians in London. It was a very emotional meeting, and during that meeting, the couple said they were very touched by the bravery shown by Ukrainians who are still under attack, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hackers have declared war on Russia. A group called Anonymous says it's targeting Russian websites, including state-owned news agencies and oil companies. The group's been around for a while and has even targeted U.S. sites. Now Anonymous says the Vladimir Putin regime is fair game. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello covers cybersecurity for us. So, Tom, this is a change. Russia now on the receiving end of cyber attacks.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, for years, the U.S. has accused the Russian government of cyber attacks, sometimes even working alongside Russian cyber criminals. But now Russia is in the crosshairs. And before you celebrate, think about how quickly this could all snowball into an all-out global cyber war.
This is a message to Vladimir Putin.
from Anonymous.
The group calls itself Anonymous. Unaffiliated hackers around the world now putting Russia in the crosshairs.
Members of Anonymous have declared cyber war against your aggressive regime.
They claim they've already targeted more than 1,500 Russian websites, including Kremlin-controlled news agencies, the Ministry of Defense and Space Agency, Russian oil companies, internet providers, even TV channels.
Their call to fight in the cyberspace has resulted in a lot of websites not being available, some websites going down, and a lot of records, Russian government, Russian military records being dumped out onto the internet.
U.S. officials confirm they've seen evidence of the anonymous hacks after Russia launched a cyber and ground offensive against Ukraine.
But the real risk to Russia long term is the canceling of their access to internet infrastructure as private sector companies decide that they're going to delist or no longer carry their traffic.
Cutting off Russia from the world would also deprive everyday Russians of access to outside news and information. And cyber pros worry Russia may view the anonymous hacks as Western attacks and target U.S. government and company sites. U.S. Cybersecurity Director Jen Easterly.
How at risk is the average American or that very small business owner?
Everybody's at risk, which is why at the end of the day, they need to take the steps to protect their systems, their networks, and their data. This can happen to anyone. There is no one that is immune from potentially getting hacked.
The cybersecurity basics: never click on suspicious emails or links. Use complicated passwords and multi-step authentication. Back up your computers and keep security software up to date.
This basically ensures that he can log in even when the password is changed.
Israeli firm CyberBit uses real-world attacks to train American companies to defend themselves.
The questions organizations need to ask themselves is not if they are going to be hit, but when they are going to be hit.
As for Anonymous, now targeting Russia,
we are Anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us.
Russia has always been perceived as the cyber attacker, and now they're on the receiving end.
Instead of always being on offense, they also got to be on defense, and that really lowers their capability in some ways to also do attacks.
Yeah, the cyber battlefield seems to be expanding by the day. We've already seen U.S. oil pipelines, food supplies, hospitals, and banks hacked in recent years. Experts say those could be targeted again, but also electric grids, dams, water systems. Everything is a potential target right now. The U.S. Cybersecurity Agency, by the way, has great resources online for you and your family, for businesses large and small. It is a very good option if you're looking for help, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And some steps that we can all take to keep ourselves safe. Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Ukrainian Americans are finding different ways to help their homeland, even from thousands of miles away.
Hospitals in Ukraine are struggling, like Children's Hospital in Kyiv. Now, Ukrainian Americans in the medical field are stepping up to help doctors and nurses back home. That includes Dr. Vitaly Poilin, a surgeon at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. He joins us now, along with Dr. Olga Myhudiak from the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America.
Dr. Poilin, let's start with you. We do want to thank you both for joining us. Dr. Poilin, you were born in Ukraine. I know you spent years actually helping provide surgical training to doctors back home. Tell us, what are you hearing from family and friends in Ukraine? How are they doing, and what are some of their biggest needs right now?
Thank you for having us on the program today. It's very difficult. I'm originally from Kyiv, and the folks at the center of a city in the hospitals, they're essentially living in the hospitals. They're waiting for casualties to come in. A lot of them are civilians at this point. The folks who are on the outskirts, especially to the north and the south, they are in the thick of it. Some of my friends who are in the medical corps of Ukrainian military, I can't really get a hold of for the past couple of days. So they've seen a lot of civilian casualties and just results of missile and shrapnel attacks.
Dr. Myhudiak, this question's for you. Dr. Poilin is working with you with the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America. What are you hearing about the situation at hospitals in Ukraine right now?
Thank you for having us. I want to say that we're hearing the same thing, a desperate shortage of medical supplies, especially medications. They're really running low.
And Dr. Poilin, what kind of supplies, if running low, and medical assistance have you all sent to Ukraine so far? What's making it there? How's it making it there? And what do you think this effort will look like over the next few weeks as things potentially intensify?
So they need supplies in two areas. One is surgical supplies with bandages and kind of supplies to help with the wounds and the care. But the very big need is in the medications. I'm actually, just as before we went on the air, was getting texts about some plasma products and everything that they're seeking. We are getting lists from Ministry of Health in Ukraine. It's being updated constantly. And we are trying to coordinate the efforts between the individuals as well as hospitals to try to collect that. And with the help of Ukrainian Medical Association of North America, which Olga represents, they actually found a very streamlined and a good way of getting it to where they are needed.
Dr. Majhudiak, what are some of the stories you're hearing from people you know in Ukraine right now about what they're dealing with?
So speaking to people, medical Ukrainians and doctors in Ukraine, they just don't have access to basic medical needs. You know, they're running low on painkillers. Insulin is a big issue right now. Elderly people are running out of insulin. There is the need of aspirin. I mean, anything and everything you can think about, they're running low on.
So how can people help all of us who are watching right now and want to know how we can, we're not doctors, but we want to help the doctors in hospitals right now. What are the best ways to help?
I think,
I would...
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. I would suggest for all non-medical people to reach out to your personal networks for medication donations, because that is what Ukrainian Medical Organization is in great need of. We update a list of needs on our Facebook daily. So people can go on Facebook on our Umana page and see exactly what is needed, and that is updated daily. We also can be emailed at umanahelpua@gmail.com. And also for those who want to make a donation, they can go to umana.org, and we will use those funds to buy the medications that we're not getting donated as of right now. And the need, well, there's great need right now, and it's just gonna continue happening.
Yeah, I was just going to add, if the medications would be great if people can donate, but the donation of money can actually be just as useful, because we do have ability to buy some of the supplies that they need. It will change, and I think it will change in the upcoming weeks and months, potentially more to help with the refugee camps and the humanitarian aid on the border. But for now, this is what they need.
Doctors Poilin and Majhudiak, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for what you're doing and for giving us all ways to help. We really appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
And coming up, a conversation that could help save lives.
New research shows a major increase in colorectal cancer cases in young people. It's affecting minorities disproportionately. We're going to introduce you to a group that's working to raise awareness from the streets to the pulpit next.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press election
tonight's special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Breaking news on the economy this morning. The February jobs report is just out, and it far exceeds expectations with 678,000 new jobs added in the month of February. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with the very latest. Joe, good morning to you. Let's get right to that jobs report. What are some of the big takeaways?
Yeah, the big takeaways is that this is a very, very strong jobs report. 678,000 jobs were added. The unemployment rate ticked down to 3.8%. What you need to know is the expectations for this month were very much lower. 440,000 is what Wall Street was looking for. So you bring in this number, certainly a big blowout. Now, if you look at the broader picture here, we also saw really big job gains in December and January. Those numbers were revised up by 92,000 total. And you see that total unemployment, though, when you look at the big picture, the whole pandemic, we're actually still in a jobs hole by about 2.1 million jobs. And if you take a look at what that actually means, that means we're still missing about 1.4% of all jobs out there right now. And that's according to the Labor Department. Now, when you take a look at the bigger picture when it comes to where jobs were added, I think the big takeaway here is that you see that healthcare had really strong gains. Professional and business services also did really, really well. And so as you look at this entire picture, you see that this is a very strong jobs report. It's unclear how much impact this will have, though, because there has been so much inflation. And the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has already said, look, the Federal Reserve is planning to hike interest rates at their March meeting. And so a lot of the perhaps exuberance that you may see on the markets has pretty much been tied up already, either with Ukraine or already baked in, given what we know is going to be happening with the Federal Reserve. But certainly big gains across the board in restaurants and hotels, healthcare, construction. So overall, a very good jobs report, considering what Wall Street was expecting.
Yeah, and Joe, I mean, so we have the unemployment rate dipping down to 3.8%, yet we still have that labor shortage you're talking about. I mean, where do things stand overall when it does come to the labor shortage across the country?
Absolutely. There's a labor shortage across a bunch of different sectors right now, right? You see that when you go to a restaurant. You see that in your local school district. And I interviewed the Sonoma County, the Sonoma Independent School District superintendent about this very issue. And what he's having problems with right now is recruiting enough teachers and bus drivers to fill the holes that they have. And it really is what he says is a pipeline issue. Listen to this.
Having been a site administrator for many years, going out and recruiting and having anywhere from 60 to 80 applicants for a counseling position or a multiple subject teacher position, we're now seeing, if we're lucky, 1 to 2 to 3 applicants.
And so the issue here is not just the lack of numbers of people applying, but also the types of jobs people are interested in going into. The superintendent telling me, look, they wish they had a larger pool to select from, but between the high cost of living in California, as you very well know, Joe, plus the fact that so many people, young people, are seeing education in a different light given the pandemic, it's just been really challenging.
All right, Jolene Kent, thanks so much, Joe, for that update. We appreciate it.
Nope.
Now, March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. The American Cancer Society says an estimated 150,000 people will be diagnosed with colorectal cancer this year, and a growing number of those cases are among young adults. Researchers are also tracking a sharp rise in colorectal cancer among Black and Hispanic people. NBC News correspondent Craig Melvin spoke to a group of young health professionals hoping to reverse that trend.
Any given Sunday, you'll find people inside the Mount Carmel AME Church in Atlanta moved by the music and the spirit. Outside this Sunday, they're hearing the good word of a different kind. Members of a group called Black Health working to educate about the risks of colorectal cancer and urging people to get screened. The group was founded by 4 graduate students at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. They started by selling T-shirts that said Black Health Matters.
You want one more? Okay, I got you.
Soon, they were out at churches and anywhere else people gather. We spoke with 2 of the founders.
Just the name Black Health, that's, like you hear that and there's a sense of ownership. For our community. How did we settle on that name?
I think we decided that Black health was the issue that we were targeting. Right now, we're really focused on colorectal cancer. Black people suffer also higher rates of heart disease, hypertension, stroke, diabetes. We also saw during the pandemic, we also suffered worse outcomes in an infectious disease.
The focus on colorectal cancer came after the death of Chadwick Boseman at the age of 43. The actor's private battle putting a spotlight on the rise of early onset cases. New research shows that between 2002 and 2016, aggressive colorectal cancer cases jumped 57% for people in their 20s and 66% for people in their 30s. Divided by race, the study showed that the highest increase was found in the Black community. Experts say a lot of factors may cause this, including diet, education, and family history. The founders of Black Health say they feel strongly that racism also plays a role.
We really stand by that racism strips us from those opportunities to live long, healthy lives and impacts our ability to access care and preventative services.
We can blame diet, we can blame exercise, but the higher up issue is really the access to the resource that makes it easy for me to have a healthy diet, makes it easy for me to go outside and exercise. If I'm living in poverty and don't have time to go exercise, then I'm not going to exercise, right?
The founders of Black Health have been on the move, partnering with Cottonelle for their Good Down There campaign. They've handed out about 5,000 at-home screening kits and helped pay for some patients' colonoscopies.
Have you found when you talk to people that they know that if it's caught early, you generally survive?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So colorectal cancer is one of the most treatable cancers out there. So if caught early and if you get into care early, then you have a 90% survival rate.
Part of getting people to listen can depend on who's delivering the message.
I think that we filled a information gap thinking about the way that we can change the narrative around health for Black people that speaks to people about issues that they care about, but is also done in a way that feels Black, right? It doesn't feel like it's coming from an institution.
Their message is getting out there with partners operating in a half-dozen cities across the country. A dream of helping others that comes true every day.
We started with T-shirts, and now we have this national campaign, so it's really exciting.
Thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. The Black Health Organization is now active in half a dozen cities and looking to expand, and the group has also partnered with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance.
I also noticed a lot of people wearing blue today to help raise awareness about that. All right, speaking of blue, coming up, saying goodbye to a college basketball legend.
Coach K, the winningest coach to ever grace the sport, prepares for his final home game tomorrow night. We'll take you to Duke next.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're nearing the end of an era for a college basketball coaching legend.
Yeah, longtime Duke men's basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski, or Coach K as he's known to many, will coach his final home game this weekend against their rival, North Carolina. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Durham, North Carolina, with more on this momentous occasion. Sam, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Behind me there is Cameron Indoor Stadium. As if there was any question at all, who is ruling the day here this weekend? Obviously, it's Coach K. The court is named inside, guys, after him. Now, there are about 200-plus players that have played under Coach K. About 80 of them are expected to be at this game. And I talked to students on campus. They told me they were turning down offers for $10,000 for their seats to go to the game. They said it is priceless to be there and see a piece of history.
For all the banners and basketball lore created at Duke University under head coach Mike Krzyzewski, his message ahead of Saturday's final home game was classic Coach K.
I'm sure it'll be emotional, but it's going to be about my team.
Krzyzewski is the winningest coach in college basketball history. With more than 1,100 victories, 5 national titles, and 12 Final Fours on his resume, he's now preparing to lead his team onto the court that bears his name for the last time.
This is the most special place in college basketball. And
the 75-year-old has done a lot more than just teach X's and O's.
the big guys got to then come here.
He shaped lives.
The managers, the staff, the coaches, the players. And when they leave Duke, they're better people.
Of the quintet of championship teams, Shane Battier played a starring role in 2001.
Do you have a story, Shane, where Coach K challenged you or changed maybe your lens on things?
He'd call me that summer, and he would say, hey, Shane, can you picture you becoming a great player and leading us? And if I hemmed or hawed or hesitated for a second, he'd hang up on me.
Excellence was demanded, and the culture in campus fed off of Coach K's energy.
He has been the face of Duke basketball.
Cameron Indoor Stadium truly is the house Coach K built. Students line up in tents just to land a coveted seat. It's called Krzyzewskiville.
Probably won't be sleeping the next 2 nights for it, so we'll all be exhausted, but it's definitely worth it.
If you have any high hopes of walking through these doors on Saturday, it's a pretty high bar because the cheapest seats online are about $3,000 to $5,000, pricing that feels an awful lot like the Super Bowl. The basketball legend earning that respect, guiding countless players to NBA stardom and grooming an impressive coaching tree. Last year, Coach K opening up on Today about what attracted him to basketball in the first place.
The reason I got in it was relationships, to have an impact on the young men that you have the honor to coach.
And Joe and Savannah, this is not actually Coach K's last game. You have the ACC tournament coming up, then the NCAA tournament. And something new that I found out, if you want to even wait in Krzyzewskiville, that tent city, to try and get seats to the game, you have to pass a test first on Duke basketball history. That is how serious they take this around here.
And I bet,
back to you.
I bet almost everyone will pass it too. Maybe this all ends with an NCAA championship. We'll have to wait and see.
That is awesome. Right. Good for them. You don't get to come in unless you really care. Thanks, Sam.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with breaking news on the war in Ukraine. Overnight, concerns over a possible nuclear disaster. This video shows heavy shelling by Russian forces on a nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine. The bombardment caused a fire that was later put out. Ukraine's nuclear agency says Russian forces now occupy the facility. And the International Atomic Energy Agency says while radiation levels are normal, quote, the physical integrity of the plant has been compromised. This latest development comes as Russia is intensifying its attack on key cities in Ukraine's south and that massive convoy of tanks north creeping toward the capital, Kyiv.
As the fighting rages on, the situation on the ground is growing more dire. Ukrainian officials say Russia has agreed on humanitarian corridors for civilians looking to escape. More than 1 million have made it out already, many heartbroken to leave home.
I'm adoring my city. For me, it's best city. So beautiful with a lot of parks and cinema and theater. And now everything broke. It's crazy. There is everything broke. Everything.
After a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday, French President Emmanuel Macron is now warning that the worst is yet to come. With negotiations going nowhere, a growing humanitarian crisis, and advancing Russian troops, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had this message.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
We begin our coverage this morning with that news that Russian forces have captured Europe's largest nuclear power plant after Russian shelling ignited a fire at the facility. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin reports from western Ukraine.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, all eyes on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which supplies about a quarter of this country's power, now under Russian occupation after fierce fighting between Ukrainian and Russian forces yesterday. A fire broke out at a training building on the site. That fire has since been extinguished, and according to officials, radiation levels remain stable. This as Russian forces continue to occupy the port city of Kherson, a city of some 300,000, the first city to fall to Russian forces in Putin's war. We've been speaking to residents there who are absolutely terrified. Yesterday was the first day they felt safe enough to leave their homes. We're speaking to one resident who wants to be known as Jimmy. He asked that we conceal his identity for fear of Russian reprisal. He described what he saw. Take a listen.
We all took a walk today, and what we've seen were deserted streets, queues at ATM machines. Maybe 3% of all shops were open, and they wouldn't have enough food in them. Despite some bombing, which happened during the takeover, I could call it a silent takeover. We probably lost our town to the enemy, but majority thinks it's a temporary, and we have to hold on until the Ukrainian army frees us.
I was speaking to another man here in Lviv who is very worried about his mother. She's in Kherson. He says that she's been working and helping the military, and he's very concerned she's going to be detained. He doesn't know how she's going to get out. Right now in Lviv, he's trying to get his wife and children over the border into Poland, and then he's going to make his way back to Kherson to try and save his mother. One of many desperate stories we're hearing about in Ukraine. Guys.
All right, Aaron, thank you. Let's get more on that nuclear plant attack with Andrew Weber. He's a senior fellow at the Council on Strategic Risks and the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear, Chemical, and Biological Defense Programs under President Obama. Andrew, thanks for joining us. We should remind our viewers this fire has been put out. Authorities say the site has been made safe. Still, this is Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Can we breathe much of a sigh of relief here? And just how dangerous could this have been?
No, we can't breathe a sigh of relief. This was a totally planned attack on a nuclear power plant, actually 6 reactors at this facility. It provides 25% of the power to Ukraine. And to attack it, apparently including with shells and cause a fire, it's absolutely outrageous. So this is potentially very, very dangerous. Imagine the reactor staff now. Essentially, they're hostages, and we have to rely on them to safely operate the plant. So this was just another example of Russia's 19th century brutal form of warfare that has to stop.
What is your biggest fear here now moving forward, especially with this plant?
Well, the biggest fear with this plant is that the operators won't be on site, or they were killed or injured. And I'm sure that the Russian military did not bring along a staff to operate such a facility. So if their intent is to shut off a big chunk of Ukraine's electricity, it will take skilled staff to turn the reactor down in a safe way. And I don't believe they have a plan for that. So it is a risky time. And thank goodness so far there doesn't appear to be any radiation release.
Andrew, Ukraine has a couple other nuclear plants dotted around the country. Do you think Russia could be eyeing those other sites as part of its strategy? And how do we know, does this capture benefit Russia's plans?
Well, it's not unusual in military campaigns to take out a country's electricity and power supply to reduce their fighting capabilities. But it is very unusual to go after nuclear power plants. So this is really unprecedented and extremely dangerous. And we need to have a ceasefire, and the plant needs to be given back to Ukrainian control so that the skilled staff there can operate it safely.
Andrew Weber, thanks so much for joining us this morning to help us better understand this unfolding situation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, of course, all this fighting is impacting real people. Russia's invasion has upended the lives of Ukrainians, forcing them out of their homes and into any kind of shelter to stay safe. Z. Gaiman has been taking shelter inside a church basement in Ukraine with her 2 children for a week, and she joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time, especially right now. So first, just tell us, how are you? How are your children doing right now? And do you feel safe where you are?
Safe is a relative term right now. We're alive and well. I keep posting on Facebook the updates, and that's the standard phrase that I say, that we're alive, because there is no guarantee we will wake up in the morning. The shelling continues pretty much all day. There are 8 strike alarms pretty much all day long. Right now is actually an airstrike alarm going off right here. The families are scared. Many don't know whether they should leave or stay. So that's the main question that many people are facing, because many family husbands can't leave because there is general mobilization, and many people don't want to leave without their spouses. So for me personally, that's my choice to stay here, because my husband is currently serving in territorial defense. So it's very important for me to be close. And yeah, especially in time like that.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about your husband. I know he did volunteer to be part of the Ukrainian defense team. How's that been for you? I mean, I know we're all looking on just in awe of the resilience of your country, of Ukrainian people. What's it like, though, personally right now? Have you spoken to your husband at all? And just how's this impacted you and your kids?
We try to. I have seen him 3 times since the start of the war last Thursday. Both time, like all 3 times, it was just for a few minutes when he stopped by for supplies like sleeping bags for his team, because at first they were really not supplied with basic necessities. Now the situation changed, thank God, but it's hard. Every 2 to 3 days I break down crying because I just have no idea whether the next strike will hit where he is. So yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. What's it been like trying to talk to your kids about what's going on?
I try to be honest. I try to tell them that this is war. But at the same time, I try to tell them the reasoning behind us staying and why we're staying here, that Dad is doing okay. He keeps sending messages, even if it's a smiley, whenever he has access to his phone and whenever he has time. So we try to manage it like that.
See, Guyman, thank you so much. We are thinking about you. We will check in with you. And as you said, it's a relative term right now, but stay safe, and we'll be thinking about your family.
Thank you. Yep.
Let's head to Moscow and NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez. So, Raf, in televised remarks yesterday, Russian President Putin said his military operation in Ukraine is going to plan. But inside Ukraine, that does not exactly seem to be the case, especially in the first few days of this. What else is Putin saying about this invasion so far?
Joe, Vladimir Putin presented a version of reality yesterday that just does not match up with what our teams are seeing on the ground. He talked about Russian forces fighting against neo-Nazi Ukrainians being supported by mercenaries from the Middle East who are holding Ukrainian civilians hostage. Now, what we are seeing is Ukrainian population rallying against this Russian invasion, in some cases literally throwing themselves in front of Russian tanks to stop their advance. One of the most discouraging notes we heard from President Putin yesterday wasn't actually in that speech, but it was in a readout of a call he had with President Emmanuel Macron of France, where he said this special military operation, that's how the Kremlin refers to the invasion of Ukraine, will continue until all of its goals are met. And the reason that's so discouraging is Russian and Ukrainian negotiators are meeting, and in theory, they are trying to hammer out some kind of ceasefire, some kind of peace deal. But President Putin seems to be suggesting that his forces will continue to advance, and he says he will not allow the Ukrainians to play for time at the negotiating table.
Yeah, let's talk more about those talks between Russian and Ukrainian officials. Not a lot of progress. Both countries did tentatively agree on establishing what are known as humanitarian corridors. Tell us, what exactly does that mean, and do we have any idea if more talks could be coming?
Yeah, so humanitarian corridors would basically be kind of localized ceasefires in very specific areas that would be designed to allow civilians to leave the area and to allow food and medical aid to come in. Now, there's a certain irony to humanitarian corridors. It obviously sounds extremely desirable, and from the perspective of the Ukrainian government, they want those corridors to try to get their people safe. But the Russians may also have a vested interest in these humanitarian corridors because they ideally would like as few civilians inside of the Ukrainian cities as possible, because that way they can attack, they can use heavier weaponry without being as concerned about killing civilians and drawing in the world's condemnation. In terms of the next round of talks, round 3, the Russians say there will be another round sometime next week. We don't have exact timing. We don't know where. Joe?
All right, Raf Sanchez in Moscow. Raf, thank you.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs joins us now. Colonel, good morning. So I do want to start with what happened overnight at that nuclear plant in southern Ukraine. So it caught fire, as we've mentioned, during this heavy Russian shelling. And after it was put out, Ukrainian nuclear officials said the plant is now occupied by Russian forces. This is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, and it's one of several in Ukraine. How concerned should we be about this latest development? I mean, when you hear that this is the type of site that they've taken over, what does it make you think?
Well, there were two things right away. First of all is the violence with which it was taken. And Andrew Weber, your previous guest, who's an expert in these things, enumerated a number of horrifying things that could happen and could have happened. Now that the Russians have it, the most significant thing from that standpoint is their inability to actually run it properly. And the fact that they need the Ukrainian experts there in order to continue to run it. Don't forget, I can't remember what percentage he said this of the electricity in Ukraine it delivers, but it's a significant percentage of it. So whether to continue to run it, that requires Ukrainian expertise, because the Russians certainly don't have it, or to shut it down, that requires Ukrainian expertise. It is not entirely clear whether or not the Ukrainians who are capable of running it or shutting it down are there. The second thing is that if they're not there, it's a very, very dangerous situation. You don't just turn a switch and turn it off, because that could cause a nuclear incident. The other thing is that the Russians probably want to shut it down because they want to deprive all of Ukraine with utilities. And so their objective is to shut it down altogether, which is why they wanted to secure it in the first place. And so it's very concerning. With respect to the videos that we've seen, we saw tracers, the firefight that was taking place there on the site, that large ball of light that you saw coming down, that was an aerial flare dropped by aircraft so that the Russians can see the Ukrainians who were defending it. That's a fire. Its whole purpose is to light it up, and when it hits the ground, it sets fire to things. It's an extremely reckless and dangerous situation, still, because the Russians are not capable of running this site, Samantha.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have another question for you. This one's actually from a viewer, not about nuclear power, but nuclear weapons. So President Putin, we remember, ordered Russia's nuclear forces to be put on high alert. Now, a viewer, Jamie Diaz, asks, what if the Kremlin does end up using nuclear bombs in Ukraine or any other countries? What would be the next move for the UN or the United States? Obviously, this is an extreme next steps down the road, but what do you say to that, Colonel?
Well, the UN doesn't have anything at its disposal, so we can forget about that. I don't think we have a plan B with respect to the use of tactical nuclear weapons by the Russians. I guess we can impose more economic strictures on them. I think our allies and others who have not yet done so will do so. I think he's disinclined to use weapons of any kind, tactical nuclear weapons, and certainly not strategic nuclear weapons. Among other things, his great pal at the moment, who's keeping some distance, is China. And China has already started to sort of distance themselves. I think that it's always possible that he may use tactical nuclear weapons. I think it's highly unlikely.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much. As always, we so appreciate your analysis when you join us.
Sure.
As Russia intensifies those air and ground assaults against Ukrainian cities, more than 1 million refugees have already fled the country. UNICEF estimates children make up half that number, a number that is growing by the hour. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from the Poland-Ukraine border, where so many of these displaced families are arriving. Ellison, good morning to you. So the UN has estimated this war could ultimately displace 4 million Ukrainians. So what preparations are being made there to try and take care of so many people? How organized is the response?
It's very much a work in progress, and I'll break down a little for you some of what we've seen here. But you mentioned how so many of the refugees are believed to be children. That's what we've seen as we've been out here the last few days reporting. This is our 5th border stop on the Poland-Ukrainian border, and you see all these faces of children, and you talk to some of them. Imagine with me for a minute that you are 8 or 9 years old. You have been just a few days ago at home playing with friends, drawing with chalk on the sidewalk, and then in an instant you are forced to go and hide in bomb shelters. You have to frantically pack everything you own or what little you can carry with you, say goodbye to your brother who is then going to stay and fight in a war, and then flee with your mother to a completely new country. For most of us, we cannot even imagine that. But here in this makeshift refugee camp, that is a story that many people have different versions of. We met one little girl in this tent. She's 8 years old. Her name is Angelina. She was living in Kyiv, and she had to flee here. Listen to what she told us.
What was it like for you when you were at home and you heard all the noises?
І як тобі було вдома, коли почалася оця страшна подія?
Дуже сильно страшно.
It was really scary. And then, when my mommy comforted me, it was all good.
What did you say to your brother when he...
Що ти сказала своїм братам, коли ти залишала їх в Україні?
Я сказала своєму брату,
I told my brother,
що, братик, я тебе очень
my brother,
сильно люблю.
I really love you. I love you very, very much.
You're very brave. Did you know
Ти
you were
дуже
so
смілива.
brave?
Ти знаєш, що ти дуже смілива?
Да.
Yes, I am.
What do you want other kids who are
Що ти
watching
хочеш
this to know?
сказати іншим дітям, які будуть тебе слухати зараз?
Я хочу, щоб вони не переживали.
I want them not to be
Слухали
afraid
свою
and not to
саму
worry.
маму, а
I want them to listen to their parents
саме любіше.
because their parents love them more than anyone else.
This is one of the most organized assistance areas we've seen. We watched as electricians came and ran cables up every single power pole, putting in electrical outlets so people can charge their phones, so they can get heat to these tents. Most of these tents, they are heated. There is food, coats, water, really most anything anyone would need immediately. We were speaking to the people who are organizing and running this site. This is done by the local government, and they said in terms of food, in terms of blankets, strollers, you can see how many strollers there are there. Another reminder of how many children are impacted by this. They say they have enough donations, but the biggest challenge right now is transportation. People are coming to these border crossings, and they might not have family or anyone they can go stay with in cities. They need to get to other areas where there are more places for them to stay, but they need rides to do that. Warsaw is about 4 hours away from here, so having transportation and drivers to take people, that's a huge hurdle. Joe?
So many hurdles, but I concur. Angelina is very brave. Ellison, thank you so much for that report. We really do appreciate it.
And we'll have more coverage out of Ukraine just ahead, but we're also following other news this morning, including an NBC News exclusive. Former Attorney General Bill Barr speaking out about his dealings with former President Trump.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud.
Up next, our own Lester Holt joins us with that interview, the first since Barr resigned as Attorney General.
And New York City on edge after a string of subway attacks across the city. A look at the problem and what's being done to keep passengers safe. You're watching Morning News Now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press election
tonight's special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The latest out of Ukraine just ahead, including the situation at a nuclear power plant that caught fire overnight. It's now under the control of Russian forces. But we also want to get you caught up on some of the other big stories this morning, including a big headline out of Kentucky. A police officer involved in the raid that left Breonna Taylor dead has been found not guilty of wanton endangerment. Former Louisville police officer Brett Hankerson was acquitted Thursday. The 3 counts of wanton endangerment were not connected directly to Taylor's death nearly 2 years ago. Rather, he was accused of endangering the lives of a neighboring family when he fired shots that went into their apartment. Hankerson's defense argued he was defending his fellow officers. Taylor was killed in March 2020 during a botched police raid. Hankerson is the only officer involved in the raid who has ever been charged with anything, and no charges were ever filed directly relating to Taylor's death.
Now, crime in New York City's subway system has surged in recent weeks, even after Mayor Eric Adams started a new plan to send more cops and mental health workers into the stations to help fight the problem. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Major crimes on New York City transit up 30% this week, even after the mayor's subway safety plan went into effect.
I have seen a slight increase in the police presence.
Do you feel safer?
No.
I feel fine. A little? The safety plan announced 2 weeks ago sent 1,000 more police officers and teams of health workers into the city subway system.
Public safety and justice, they are the prerequisite to prosperity.
While enforcement has gone up, with the NYPD reporting 64% more arrests since the week before, according to NBC New York, crime remains a problem. In Queens, a 57-year-old woman was viciously attacked with a hammer and robbed as she entered a subway station.
She told me she had been telling the perpetrator, stop, but apparently he just kept hitting her over the head and then ran off with the bag.
Police arrested 57-year-old William Blount days later on an attempted murder charge. We could not immediately reach Blount or his attorney for comment. And on the day the plan went into effect, a man smeared human feces in a 43-year-old woman's face at a Bronx subway station.
That's an horrific experience for anyone to go through. Human waste, someone spitting in your face, those are real signs of mental health issues.
The alleged perpetrator, 37-year-old Frank Abrokwa, now facing a slew of charges, including assault assault, according to court documents released on his own recognizance, prompting outrage. The Bronx District Attorney's Office telling NBC News they requested Abrokwa be held on bail and supervised release, but the judge denied both. Abrokwa is also facing hate crime charges for a prior incident in Brooklyn. He's on supervised release for that. His attorney had no comment without Abrokwa's consent.
I do not understand why the MTA cannot ban people like that guy who had 3 priors. We take away driver's licenses for, one drunk driving episode.
Overall, major crimes on transit so far this year are in line with 2016 to 2019 statistics, according to the NYPD, although ridership is still down significantly. Why are people like this being released?
As disgusting as this crime was, it didn't fall within any of the other categories of what that bail would be required.
Joseph Jackalone is a retired NYPD sergeant and professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. He says addressing crime on the trains begins above ground.
Just about every one of these cases has to deal with somebody who is homeless and has done something terrible. Historically, when I was a cop back in the day, the homeless people complained that the shelters weren't safe. Well, they need to fix that, and they needed to fix that yesterday.
Our thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report.
Former Attorney General William Barr often stood at the center of storms that engulfed the Trump presidency.
Yeah, now he's revealing what it was like to work for the former president inside the White House and what ultimately tore them apart. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt joins us now on set with more on his experience with this exclusive interview with the former Attorney General. Thanks, Lester. Hi.
Yeah, Savannah and Joe, good to see both of you. In his new memoir, One Damn Thing After Another, Barr opens up about the former president and the criticisms that Barr sometimes acted more as the former president's personal lawyer rather than attorney general. And he addresses how their relationship came to an abrupt end. Take me back to that day, December 1st. You're in the SUV. Did you know you were going to end up in the Oval Office before the day was up?
I assumed I was.
Attorney General Bill Barr knew he had infuriated the president. Since election night, Trump had been insisting he'd won.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
At that point,
Barr knew that wasn't true. He'd even had the Justice Department investigate. Now, he was being summoned to the president's private dining room after saying in an interview with the AP that Trump's claims of election fraud were wrong.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was.
He also told Trump what he thought of his legal team. Not a lot.
I said, the reason you are where you are is because you wheeled out a clown show of lawyers.
A clown show?
Yeah, clown car or something like that. I said, it's just a bunch of clowns.
Who are you referring to? Rudy Giuliani?
His Cracker Jack legal team, among others.
Barr says the president shot back, listing the ways he said Barr had failed him. That's when Barr says he offered up his resignation.
I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again, accepted. Go home. Don't go back to your office. Go home. You're done.
When we asked the former president about this meeting, he disputed Barr's account and told us he was the one who demanded Barr's resignation. Either way, Barr handed in a resignation letter 2 weeks later and has not spoken with Donald Trump since. He does not want him to run for president again.
January 6th, the riot. Do you think that President Trump was responsible for what happened here ultimately?
I do think he was responsible in the broad sense of that word, and that it appears that part of the plan was to send this group up to the Hill. I think the whole idea was to intimidate Congress, and I think that was wrong.
In a 3-page letter to NBC News, President Trump trashed Barr's book as fake and hurled personal insults at his former attorney general, calling him a coward, a big disappointment, and lazy.
Lester, why didn't the former attorney general speak out sooner about election concerns, about January 6th? I mean, we're over a year down the road. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I pushed him on that. And I said you were in a position of influence, and you had this opinion that it was fake, and maybe you could have short-circuited what ultimately happened on the January 6th. His feeling was it was already out there, that it was baked in. He blamed the people that surrounded the president of really kind of, sending him down this rabbit hole.
Lester, thank you so much. Great to have you on set with us, and great to have this exclusive interview. You can watch the full interview tonight. Bill Barr in the Eye of the Storm, this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on NBC.
Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns joins us now. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning. That's must-watch TV Sunday night. Going to have to sit down with the family on that one. Let's go and take a look at this forecast. We have record highs this weekend, so you get to play all day Sunday in the heat, and then you can go inside and watch that later Sunday night. Because, we are going to see some extraordinarily warm temperatures for the East Coast this weekend. Everywhere from about Texas to the eastern seaboard, this tropical moisture is going to head all the way to the north. Even into northern Vermont, we'll have a chance for some record highs, 15 to 30 degrees warmer than normal. And as far as records go, every city with a dot on this map has a chance to break a record high this weekend. Most of those in the northeast and northern portions of New England. That would be on Sunday. So how warm will it get? We start today, 70s, mid-70s in areas like Oklahoma, 80s in Alabama and Mississippi. And then tomorrow, we see temperatures as warm as mid-70s. Kansas City, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Lexington, Louisville, everyone. Nashville's included too. And then finally, by the time we get to Sunday, that warmth makes it to the mid-Atlantic. Look at Raleigh, 80s on Sunday and Monday. D.C. is going to be upper 70s Sunday, Monday. New York, it looks like into the 60s on Sunday and Monday. And Boston, probably in the 50s. So here's your weekend forecast. And unfortunately, for our friends in the West, we're still dealing with stormy weather. And this snowstorm, yes, snowstorm, will be moving through the higher elevations of the Rockies and into the northern plains Saturday into Saturday night. It does look like a chance of some isolated severe storms in Iowa Saturday. So for my friends from the Quad Cities, Cedar Rapids, all the way through Des Moines, heads up for you. And then on Sunday, along with that warm temperatures, will come a little bit of rain shower activity in New England. Heavier rains and thunderstorms from Little Rock to Memphis up to areas around Paducah. And then we're still seeing more snow in areas of the West. So we'll have a snowstorm this weekend. We'll have numerous record highs, maybe a tornado or two. That's early spring for you guys. You got a little bit of everything.
No kidding, a little bit of everything. The roller coaster, as you like to say.
I was going to say, we need that roller coaster video again that you guys bring us sometimes. Thanks, Bill.
See, you like that stuff.
Coming up, displaced and desperate to escape war. Up next, a look at the efforts to help more than 1 million refugees forced to flee their homes as Russia attacks Ukraine.
And it's not just Ukrainians. People from all over the world looking to be rescued from the war in Ukraine. Now their home countries are stepping in. That's next on Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This morning, we want to take a closer look at the relief efforts underway in Europe to help the estimated 1 million refugees displaced so far by the war in Ukraine.
500,000 of those refugees are children, according to UNICEF, and these numbers are growing by the day. They'll likely continue to grow over the weeks and months to come.
Joining us now is Nancy Dent, Senior Communications Officer for the International Rescue Committee, one of the many organizations on the ground in the region. Nancy, good to have you with us. So just tell us more about your operation there in Poland and the region, and help us understand just how bad this crisis has become.
Sure, thank you so much for having me. So the International Rescue Committee has been here on the ground in Poland since early February. We've been scoping out various scenarios, to see what the worst case could be and how humanitarian actors could step in. We're currently supporting local organizations who really understand the local communities and have been supporting people as they flee for many weeks now. And people, when they arrive on the border, they might be in a reception point, which has got beds, camp beds type things set up, and it's quite organized, and people can have a sleep, they can rest, they can either stay for a couple of nights or they might stay for a couple of hours and then move on into Poland, where they might have families, friends, people that they can stay with. And the IRC is working with these local organizations, and we're providing non-food items, so things like blankets, sleeping bags, things that will really help people stay warm and feel protected once they've arrived in Poland.
Absolutely. Nancy, I'd also like to get your reaction to the news about these humanitarian corridors, which would allow more civilians to evacuate Ukraine safely. How does this change things for your organization, and how are you preparing for the estimated millions more Ukrainians who are expected to flee?
Exactly. I mean, the news for the humanitarian corridors is so recent, and we do welcome it as a first step in kind of providing safety to those people who are currently trapped in makeshift bomb shelters in metro stations, as we've all seen. These humanitarian corridors aren't a permanent solution. What we really need in terms of safety is a ceasefire and a political settlement. But right now, the humanitarian corridors will mean that people can make informed decisions about whether they want to stay or remain inside Ukraine. But that can only happen if there are security guarantees, which mean that people can leave and not be at risk of getting caught in any more violence. And we also need to have clear communications on the objectives. Why are these humanitarian corridors being put in place? How long are they going to last for? And also, how are they going to be implemented so that people can feel safe if they do try to leave?
Yeah. Nancy, we also want to ask you, we're hearing reports of discriminatory treatment, even racist abuse against people of color who've been trying to flee Ukraine. We're a little tight on time here, but what have you heard about this, and what would you like to see done to just make sure everyone who wants to get out safely can?
These reports are extremely troubling. At the border points where IRC have been scoping out our response, we have seen lots of people of different nationalities, including some Syrians and some Afghans. And I think, we can say that the situation has improved drastically in Poland, but that doesn't mean it's not happening in other places. And we continue to call for safe and regular pathways for everybody, regardless of their race, color, or creed.
Nancy, thank you so much for joining us and for everything you're doing to try and help these millions of people who are going to need help in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Now, as this refugee crisis unfolds in Ukraine's neighboring countries, it's seen over 1 million run from war. Well, those refugees are not just Ukrainians. They're people from all over the world, including Latin America, and governments are stepping in to try to rescue their countrymen and women from the devastation. Here's NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez with more.
A Mexican Air Force plane carrying dozens of Mexican nationals and their families who lived in Ukraine headed one way to Mexico City.
Estar en un resguardo de bombas todos los días, pues es difícil estar escuchando las bombas, los disparos en la ciudad.
University student Guillermo Padilla boarding the plane in Romania with at least 80 others who, like him, crossed the border out of Ukraine earlier this week. They're part of a group of Mexican nationals that the Mexican government says they'll bring over 6,000 miles back home. The country's Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting Thursday morning about the operation. But for most Mexican refugees, Ukraine had become a new home.
Es la bandera del país que me ha dado todo por 10 años.
Before the war broke out last week, over 200 Mexicans were living in Ukraine. And while some gratefully look forward to new beginnings,
I want to see Mexico.
Others, like Larissa Garcia, who's been living in Ukraine for 27 years, say they won't be going back to Mexico.
Es una invasión.
Latin American countries like Peru, Brazil, and Argentina also working to get hundreds of their nationals to safety.
Aqui, brasileiros, estamos bem, eles seguem para Polônia, para Romênia.
They bring with them the few belongings they could carry, and memories of war they say they'll never forget.
Retumba todo, las ventanas, las casas, piensas que están cerca de ti.
Mis estudiantes están en búnkeres ahora. Mis mejores amigas están en búnkeres ahora.
Isa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Coming up, our breaking news coverage continues on the invasion in Ukraine.
Yeah, up next, expert analysis on Russia's military advancement following the Russian attack on that nuclear power plant. This is Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. Let's return to our top story this morning.
Ukrainian authorities say Russian forces have seized one of the country's nuclear power plants, and it happens to be Europe's largest. A fire broke out at the site, which Ukraine has blamed on heavy Russian shelling. Officials say the fire, though, is out, and the facility is safe this morning. Let's get more on this and the overall Russian military strategy with Clint Watts. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good morning. Good to have you with us and have you at this big board to walk us through this. So how does this capture of this nuclear power plant play into Russia's wider military strategy? We saw them take the defunct Chernobyl site, but that was on the road to Kyiv. So what's this about here now, and how important is this moment?
Yeah, significant for three different reasons. When we look at this nuclear plant, we heard about the firefight that was happening overnight. You saw some of the videos that were coming around that area. It really comes down to three things. One is control. The Russians want to take control of power because they're doing siege warfare. Much like you see in Mariupol and some of these cities, they want to cut the power, they want to destroy the infrastructure, a way to essentially take control of the population. The second is psychological. In Russian doctrine, especially in the disinformation space, using fear of nuclear is a way to essentially message both abroad and at home that the Ukrainians might be up to something. It's essentially a disinformation ploy to really bring everyone under the banner. And the third one, which I want to mention, is we forget that nuclear power plants are infrastructure points for all sorts of logistics. Logistics is something the Russians are struggling with. A railhead here is very important for the Russians with their armor units, because if they can seize these and outside of major urban centers that could come under attack, they can begin to put things like armored vehicles onto rail cars and sort of move them around the country much, much faster and a lower cost. I think the bigger picture of what we're seeing right now is the South. What really wasn't talked about in the first week, we focused on the North and the convoy, their struggles in the Russian military. What we see now is the South is really where they're taking hold. These are the units out of Crimea, which was seized in 2014. They have advanced on Mariupol, and you're seeing siege warfare, indirect fires, destructive attacks, total infrastructure breakdown. Mariupol is, I think, a forecast of what we might see in Kyiv over time. Separate is this advance on Kherson. You probably saw that they took a bridge. They've essentially been able to advance. That's the mouth of the Dnieper River coming off the Black Sea. This is a very important logistical point. And once they get to the west side, what you're seeing today are some battles as they move to this next bridgehead here over this next estuary. If they can get past that, essentially from that point forward, all the way to the Moldovan border, they can cut off and essentially encircle Odessa, which is a major port city that is a logistical hub, but also one where they can bring in additional combat power over the next few days. So that's going to be a significant issue that pops up. The Southern battle plan, while it was stalled a little bit in the beginning, is really starting to take off for the Russians, and it will give them a real logistical boost.
Yeah, and Clint, how does that help them then with the goal of trying to get into the capital of Kyiv? What's happening in that part of the country?
So this is the bigger picture. They started off with a very bold plan that was designed to be done in a week. They failed with that. It was a three-front fight. They pushed into Sumy here, the convoy area, which we know about coming in from Belarus, and then the southern front. Overall, though, what they're trying to do is essentially cut Ukraine in half. The Dnieper River, which we were talking about just before, runs roughly like this up to Kyiv. If they can get to the west side here, they can start to encircle all the way around and from the south. And if they can cut off all the way to the west, if they've lost the sea, Ukraine can't resupply here in the south. This leaves only land resupply, which is much more difficult. And then that brings into the case of what Russia would do then. That really pulls NATO, Russia, and the U.S. closer into conflict over time. Ultimately, the siege of Kyiv could go on for many weeks, if not months.
Yeah, and Clint, let's connect that back to what you just mentioned a minute ago, which I think, as I asked at the top, as people are wondering, oh my goodness, this nuclear power plant, we saw that flare drop down, there's a fire there, the potential danger that was, and why would they do that? You bring up these good points about the logistical aspect of it beyond just what the actual facility is known for. We know that this convoy has had trouble around Kyiv, logistical issues of its own. They've had these fueling issues, and they've also been, they've been resisted in a way by Ukrainian forces. When you talk about that railhead that they'd be able to have there, and we know that they've had trouble moving around, we know that their vehicles can't work well through the mud, through the countryside. What does that ultimately mean, the contact between the northern part of the country, potentially even the western part? We think about Lviv, that has been sort of this safe haven, mean when they get logistical, strategically smart points like that?
Yeah, so there's several things to always think about: airfields, railheads, and rail lines, and securing them in between cities. This convoy, as you see right here, notice the spacing. This is a convoy that's not worried about airstrikes or air power. If they were, they'd be much more disciplined. This is not the Soviet army that I learned about when I was at West Point. What you're seeing here is, in terms of these logistics, is they're starting to build up combat power. When you look at where they're at now, as they bring this in, they will have several different enlargements, which they can focus on, which will then control the rear area. The big mistake of this plan, if you fail in the first week, is you have major population centers behind your rear lines, and everything in the fight from here on out is about food, fuel, and ammunition. Russia's ability to do that versus Ukraine's. And this is where, as they build out this enlargement, you'll see here and from here, once they start to unify these, they now can bring in massive amounts of logistics much, much quicker. Meanwhile, Ukraine's ability to resupply and all of those classes of supply will go down. And so a war of attrition will essentially set in. I think it's going to be a tough, tough slog. And it really comes down to the question is, what will the West do? Are we going to let this happen slowly and watch the entire country really fall into Russia's hands?
Wow. All right. Clint Watts, thank you so much. Really great information there. And obviously a lot to keep our eyes on. This was great to have you there. Thanks. Coming up, the war in Ukraine making an impact on the world of sports.
Up next, more on how athletes and organizations are weighing in on the violence. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the sports world this week, we're hearing a different kind of rallying cry. We're hearing calls for Ukraine's freedom.
More athletes and organizations are speaking out against the Russian invasion of the country by the day. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
The international sports arena sounding off, responding firmly to the war in Ukraine.
I believe that sport is a platform where which can help to spread good word, to change the world in some ways.
Athletes and sports organizations taking action.
It was a clear and unequivocal decision from all the players. It was very obvious for us that we have to boycott these games.
FIFA, UEFA, World Rugby, and the International Ice Hockey Federation all banning Russian national teams from participation.
I think that sports has to represent peace, justice. It's not enough to say how sorry you are. We have to react, and we have to show the world that we don't agree with that.
Sports like Formula One, rowing, skiing, and volleyball responded swiftly, canceling events and banning hosting opportunities, quote, until further notice. The World Athletics Council, which oversees track and field, cross-country, race walking, and ultra running, also sanctioning Russian and Belarusian athletes.
I understand that Russian athletes aren't directly involved in that war, but it's also important their side to talk about it and talk that they don't agree with the war, because war is never a solution.
International Swimming Organization FINA didn't ban Russian and Belarusian athletes, but is requiring them to compete neutrally with no national symbols, colors, or flags. The group also stripped Russian President Vladimir Putin of the FINA Order Award, given to him back in 2014. But the backlash doesn't end here. Several members of the British Parliament called on the owner of English football club Chelsea, Roman Abramovich, a Russian billionaire, to hand over control of the team after almost 20 years at the helm. After handing over control to the team's charitable foundation, he confirmed in a statement Wednesday that he is trying to sell the team. Sports marketing campaigns also being affected. German sports company Adidas halted its 14-year partnership with the Russian Football Union.
Sport is very important. It's a country that in an unreasonable way attacks a free other free country in Ukraine shouldn't be allowed to participate in peaceful competitions.
Some Russian athletes think the bans are a, quote, unfair solution. Daniel Kvyat, an Alpine Formula One reserve driver, sharing a post on Twitter that says sports should remain outside politics. Banning athlete participation goes against what sports teaches us in its principle, the unity and peace.
We always say that we shouldn't combine politics with sports. Obviously, I agree up to a point, but tell it to the people who live in Ukraine and they had their league stopped, their sport. This is not the thing they can think about right now. They fight for their lives.
But some of Russia's most prominent sports stars echo the world's anti-war message.
Please, no more war. It doesn't matter who is in the war, Russia, Ukraine, different countries. I think we live in a world like we have to live in peace.
All right, our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get right to the latest headlines out of Ukraine this morning. Breaking overnight, Europe's largest nuclear power plant located in southeastern Ukraine is now under Russian control. Heavy shelling by Russian forces overnight sparked a fire in one of the plant's training facilities. That fire is now out, but the incident is raising concerns over how safe the plant is. And Russian troops are gaining ground in other parts of southern Ukraine, bombarding key port cities with artillery attacks, leaving many civilians without electricity, food, or water.
I am breaking apart. I have to take my son to a safer place.
On the diplomatic front, another tense phone call between French President Emmanuel Macron and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Macron taking this away from the meeting, quote, the worst is yet to come. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking on his Russian counterpart to our own Richard Engel about how to end the fighting.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
A war that has displaced more than 1 million Ukrainians over the course of a week. But round 2 of diplomatic negotiations in Belarus has led to a possible humanitarian agreement. We will tell you all about that. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel kicks off our coverage this morning from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv.
Here at Kiev's main train station, people are heading out of this city. Some don't know exactly where they're going. They're taking their families, their belongings, their pets, and just heading west. Many hope to get to the city of Lviv or even to Poland or beyond. And now there is the threat of a nuclear catastrophe after Russian forces took over Europe's largest nuclear reactor and in the process set fire to an adjacent building. The president of Ukraine warns that if that reactor is damaged, and so far it does not appear to be damaged, it could be worse than Chernobyl. Ukrainian officials say that the nuclear power plant staff have been taken hostage by the Russian troops. The director of the plant said that the workers are working now under the guns of the occupiers.
After a limping start, Russia's assault on Ukraine is picking up steam and is growing more destructive, carving a path through towns and cities. Grim pictures in Bordyanka and Chernihiv. And a nuclear scare this morning as Russian forces took over the outskirts of Zaporizhzhia and Europe's largest nuclear power plant after a fierce battle at the site. A training building nearby caught fire. The U.S. says the nuclear power plant itself wasn't damaged. No elevated radiation detected. This warning from President Zelensky overnight about the risks. If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, he said. It's the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe. Yesterday, we joined a group of journalists taken down dark hallways in a government building in Kiev to meet Zelensky. He arrived without an entourage, carrying his own chair, looking relaxed and a little tired.
Vladimir Putin has so far not been willing to meet with him. Do you have a message for him now that Ukrainian cities are under attack? This city is under attack. A convoy is on its way here. Is there a way to prevent this war from escalating even further now?
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
In Kiev's main children's hospital, they're evacuating more patients to the basements and out of the country.
Are you trying to evacuate all of the cancer patients here who are stable enough to move?
Yes, if they're stable, we try to take them abroad.
In the basement, patients are safe for now, but treatments are disrupted. Alexander has been waiting on tests for possible blood cancer. He has pain when he moves, but is following the news of the war outside. Our soldiers are doing great, he says, adding what is now the national motto here, glory to Ukraine.
There have been many tearful goodbyes, heartfelt goodbyes as people leave this city, not sure if they will ever return again. Many of the men have decided to stay to fight against Russian troops.
Let's, of course, stay with Ukraine now and bring in Yelisa Vedayasko, who also goes by Lisa. She's a Ukrainian member of parliament for President Zelensky's Servant of the People Party. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us. I want to first start off by asking about Russia seizing control of that nuclear power plant. President Zelensky described the attack as, quote, nuclear terrorism. What's your reaction to what happened? And also, what more can you tell us about the situation there right now? I understand, I believe that you're in Kyiv. How are you doing?
Well, you know, we again didn't sleep this night because we were following the news from Zaporizhzhia, a nuclear plant. And this is the first ever case when a country aggressor targeted nuclear plant. Power and power station, and this is definitely a crime, a war crime, and we are screaming to all the world, please let's impose no-fly zone right now. We understand that there could be some concerns about that, but there'll be more and more victims because Putin is targeting different objects, including like nuclear plants, and then there'll be like hundreds, thousands of victims, of killed people, of refugees. And if we don't do it right now, if we don't stop it, it's going to get worse. Me personally, I left Kiev a couple of days ago because it was not possible to work there with all the explosions and with sitting in the shelter without internet. So I'm moving from one place to another, but also no one feels safe. But we keep our work. Right now, we have online committees. We address different parliaments abroad. We also had the physical gathering recently. But of course, security concern is always here. But what can we do? It's not safe in our country anymore because it's a real war.
Absolutely. And just, I mean, amazing to hear about this work that you're keeping up under these circumstances. Now, we saw Kherson in the south become the first major Ukrainian city to fall under Russian control. And yesterday, as we mentioned moments ago, France's President Macron said he believes, quote, the worst is yet to come following his conversation with President Putin. Do you agree with that assessment? And what is Parliament, what is your party, President Zelensky, thinking right now about what could happen next?
Well, we expect more victims and more attacks, unfortunately, because we see that there is no decrease in this war. Putin didn't bring his troops back. He's actually only adding more and more, attacking more and more civilians. So we know that the next days will be very hard. Honestly, it's hard to maintain, of course, let's say, the peaceful approach and some peace inside, because every family already has so much pain. Many homes are ruined. Many people left their houses and they don't know if they're going to come back, or if there is that building or apartment actually available and not destroyed anymore. So many tears from many people I know. It's very hard right now.
Oh, absolutely. Lisa, you mentioned how hard it is to keep an inner peace right now. Do you think there is any hope? Do you still hold hope for a peaceful resolution, ultimately a diplomatic resolution? And if the answer to that is no, then what does that mean?
Well, of course, there is a hope, but also there is no illusion. We see that the 2 rounds of negotiations didn't bring any results yet, and the only humanitarian corridor that we really need to evacuate children and people in that cities, in that areas that don't have even access to medical care or to water or to food. But this is something very small. We see that attacks keep going and going, killing more and more people. So I think until there is no fly zone, until someone in Putin's surrounding doesn't stop Putin, or at least says to him, okay, let's take a break, it's already too much. We don't have illusions.
It's already too much. Lisa, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. As you mentioned, you're keeping up quite a bit of work while just trying to stay safe. We are thinking of you. We are all in awe of the Ukrainian people, and we really appreciate your time right now. We'll be checking in with you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Let's now bring in Colonel Mark Kansian. He's a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you so much for joining us, Colonel. Now, I want to ask you, of course, what we're starting with, a few things here that we've seen just in the past 24 hours or so, in the past few days. Russian forces have taken control of the Ukrainian city of Kherson, the first one they've really taken control of. They've stepped up attacks. Now they have control of the largest nuclear plant in Europe. Tell us what you're seeing from a military, from a strategic, from a tactical standpoint about the change in Russia's strategy here in its invasion. Vladimir Putin says his military operation, by the way, is going according to plan. But is it really? And what are you concerned about what you're seeing in these changes in tactics?
Well, the plan is certainly not going as intended. The Russians thought that the Ukrainians would collapse in the first couple of days. They launched an operation designed to make the Ukrainians collapse. We saw that shock and awe attack of missiles and air in the first day or so. Then they sent in air mobile forces to try to seize the capital, and attacked along 3 axes, along the north towards Kyiv, and the northeast, of course, Kharkiv, and then along the south out of Crimea. All of those were stopped. So the Russians have turned to a new phase. Now they're bringing up reinforcements, and they're likely to use a lot more firepower. That's consistent with Russian doctrine, to use firepower to soften up the battlefield. They still seem to be stalled in the north and in the northeast, but in the south, they're making a lot of progress. They're moving out of Crimea to the west. They took up Kherson and seem to be headed towards the large port of Odessa. And then they've moved east towards Mariupol, which has been surrounded. And there they're making some progress.
Yeah, Colonel, actually, I have a viewer question for you I want to get in right now based on one of the things that you just said, which is about that stalling in the north. This question is about that Russian convoy headed for the capital, headed for Kyiv. They want to know, could Ukraine bomb them and stop them from moving? Does Ukraine have an air force? I think this is a good question also because we have seen some footage of some types of assaults from the air by Ukraine on Russian military. So we actually had a guest yesterday say that's basically just a 40-mile-long sitting duck target. What do you say to that and what Ukraine could do with it?
Well, it certainly is very vulnerable, and a lot of experts have speculated about why the Ukrainians have not been able to take more advantage of that. The Ukrainians do have an air force, but it's quite small and obsolescent. They have some drones, but the numbers are limited. The Russians probably have a very strong air defense over the column, and so the Ukrainians have not been able to get their limited air power in there. They've also not been able to use long-range fires because they probably don't have a lot and don't have the kind of reconnaissance that they would need. So what's probably holding up the column are anti-tank weapons and ground forces. The weather has kept the Russians onto the roads because of the mud in the fields that channelizes their advance and makes it easier for the Ukrainians to delay them.
Colonel Mark Kansian, thank you so much. Great answer there. I know a lot of people have been wondering about that. We appreciate your analysis.
The violence in Ukraine is taking an immeasurable toll on its citizens who over the last week have witnessed the destruction of parts of their country. More than 1 million people have already fled Ukraine in search of safety, with millions more expected to do the same. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas has been covering that side of the story for us. He has the latest from Ukraine's western city of Lviv.
With Russia's invasion now entering a second week, the damage in war-torn cities across Ukraine is mounting by the day. Images from before and after. These areas were attacked by Russian forces, a chilling reminder of what over 1 million refugees are running from.
Kyiv every hour was more dangerous than before. Every day is worse than previous.
Now, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to create humanitarian corridors to safely evacuate citizens, as an unaccountable number of families are packing up as much of their lives as they can in suitcases and bags. Many making their way to an overwhelmed border. This crowd seen trying to push past security gates to enter Poland. Still, the most critical artery in and out of the country has been the railways, the war not halting its non-stop service.
You know, in the peaceful world, we are the backbone of economy. In the wartime, we're the backbone of security.
Alexander Kamishin is the man running the entire Ukraine rail system. In many ways, it's what Ukrainians have relied on for food, medicine, and of course, an escape.
I am breaking apart. I have to take my son to a safer place.
Thousands have waited here at Lviv's main train station for days. Those lucky enough to make it on board find themselves crushed in train cars for a journey that is becoming more dangerous. These new images show rail bridges blown up, tracks crippled, even a missile just steps from the rail lines.
Can you promise them that you will try to get them out? No matter what, you will keep the trains running?
We will run the trains until the last person we can evacuate from center, east, and west of Ukraine and south of Ukraine.
But as this mass exodus is likely the beginning, the UN now says more than 10 million Ukrainians may end up fleeing their homes. And amid so much uncertainty, an emotional symbol of hope. Friends from the same Ukrainian village finally reunited in Germany after abandoning their home, torn apart by war.
Thanks to Tom Yamas for that report.
And coming up, continuing coverage of the situation in Ukraine this morning, and also these major headlines here at home. New information this morning surrounding the tragic death of a Stanford soccer star, 22 years old, just months away from graduating. Her parents now speaking out.
Plus, preparing for a spring break like no other. With that winter COVID surge behind us, many Americans are looking to break out of their pandemic shell again. But with big parties this year comes sky-high costs. We'll explain next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're monitoring the latest developments out of Ukraine, including the flood of refugees over the border and the growing humanitarian crisis. We'll have more on that just ahead, but we do want to get to some other news this morning.
Yeah, we're learning more about the death of Katie Meyer. The college soccer star was found dead earlier this week in her dorm room at Stanford University.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with these details. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. This is a tragic story that just gets more devastating by the moment. Katie's parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, have revealed to us how their daughter took her own life. They say they have since learned that she was quietly struggling with her mental health, but that they didn't see any signs as to just how bad it was.
22-year-old Katie Meyer was just months away from graduation with a bright future ahead.
And I've never seen someone who's put so much heart and soul into so many different aspects of her life.
The star goalie of the Stanford University women's soccer team was a natural leader with a big personality.
And it only goes up from here.
The California native was found dead in her dorm room on Tuesday. The soccer world stunned.
She just lived life to the fullest always.
We sat down with her parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, in the wake of the unthinkable.
She died by suicide. The last, couple days are like a parent's worst nightmare, and you don't wake up from it. So it's just horrific.
The close-knit family spoke often. Their final conversation with their daughter was just hours before she took her own life.
She was excited. She had a lot on her plate. She had a lot going on, but she was happy. She was in great spirits.
It was the usual jovial Katie.
Yeah.
One constant can Her parents say they believe she received an email regarding a disciplinary action and that she might have been in trouble.
Katie being Katie was defending a teammate on campus over an incident, and the repercussions of her defending that teammate.
We have not seen that email yet. She had been getting letters for a couple months. This letter was kind of the final letter that there was going to be a trial or some kind of something. This is the only thing that we can come up with that triggered something.
Almost 10 o'clock. Her parents now wondering if between school and sports, it was too much pressure.
There is anxiety and there is stress to be perfect, to be the best, to be number one.
The Meyers speaking out to make sure other parents don't suffer the same tragedy. The emotions of their loss are raw.
We're struggling right now, Stephanie. We are just struggling to know what happened and why it happened, we're just like heartbroken. We're so heartbroken. And
Katie's mom wearing her daughter's sweatshirt, one she wore in a post just last Friday.
It's going to sound crazy, but every mom is going to understand this. But when you smell it, it smells like her. It smells like Katie. Like, just her scent. I'm wearing it because it just feels, I want to be close to her. So yes, it is hers.
The Meyer family has nothing but praise for how Stanford University has handled the situation, but they do want to start a conversation about opening up communication between parents and college administrators. Since most university students are over 18 and are considered adults, parents aren't often alerted about what's happening with their college kids. These parents feel that they may have missed an opportunity to step in and possibly help their daughter because they were not aware of what was going on. Guys, and we also reached out to Stanford University for comment. They responded in part, "We are not able to share information about confidential student disciplinary matters. We as a university community continue to grieve with Katie's family and cherish our memories of her." Such a tough story, guys.
Oh, wow.
Brave of her parents to speak out knowing it could help other people to have that conversation.
Absolutely. They showed incredible courage and poise.
Oh, my gosh. And I mean, just what a powerful message hearing from her mother directly to other mothers.
Yep, and there was something that the father said that really struck me as well. He said, sometimes it's the toughest people, the ones who seem to have it all together, who have the hardest time speaking out when they need help, and everybody at some point does.
Remember that.
Such an important reminder. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Now, as COVID cases continue to drop, many American traditions are set to make a comeback, including spring break. Weekend COVID restrictions mean most people now have the green light to make a getaway, and warm weather cities are where they're headed, from sandy Florida beaches to the tropical waters of Hawaii. Thousands of partygoers are ready to let loose, prompting local leaders to start prepping for the increase of spring breakers. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Cocoa Beach, Florida, with a look at what to expect if you're planning some fun in the sun.
Well, Joe, Savannah, we're going to be looking at Travel-palooza that's really kicked off now because spring break is underway. Time to put on the funny hat, maybe get an old shirt, even if it has a stain on it, put on the shorts, kick off the shoes, put your feet in the sand. Experts say that we're going to see more people traveling now than we've seen in the last 2 pandemic years.
Big costs and bigger crowds. That's what experts say vacationers should expect on spring break this year as travel bookings hit levels not seen in years.
There is so much pent-up demand out there that people are ready to travel come heck or high water.
A new survey finds more than half of Americans are planning a trip this spring, with more than a third planning to travel during spring break specifically. That soaring demand means surging prices too.
We're seeing prices now in places like Florida even higher than they were pre-pandemic. So not only has travel demand recovered, prices have recovered and then some.
Expedia says airfares are up a whopping 50% compared to last year, and average hotel rates are nearly 20% higher than they were before the pandemic. Of Hopper's top 5 trending destinations this year, 3 are on Florida's Gulf Coast. The Bakers from Birmingham, Alabama, visiting Rosemary Beach, Florida. They say they chose to vacation before the spring break rush, before prices climb even higher.
The deals aren't there like they were.
They were there, but
They were there a year ago. They're not there anymore.
and you're laughing because
Just everything. It's so much more expensive.
this year 3 in 4 American travelers are heading to destinations in the U.S., putting enormous pressure on some of the country's most popular spring break destinations, like Hawaii, Disney and Universal theme parks, and Miami Beach, where the mayor expects tens of thousands of spring breakers to descend on trendy South Beach.
Don't come here to thinking you're going to act in a way differently than you would act in your own hometown.
Last year, unruly crowds forced city officials to enact a curfew and even declare a state of emergency. The Miami Beach mayor saying he hopes to avoid a repeat this year, even going to court to restrict alcohol sales after 2 a.m.
You can't just allow a city to careen into disorder. And we know with this many people coming here, that can easily happen if we don't take appropriate measures.
Are there still deals out there? Well, the experts say yes, but it depends where you go. You got to keep your shoes on, but places like San Francisco and New York City among the places that you can go on vacation and maybe not spend quite as much. Joe, Savannah?
All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
President Biden is threatening to veto a new Republican bill aimed at halting the country's COVID response. The bill was introduced just days after the White House COVID task force unveiled its plan to push coronavirus into the endemic stages. The Senate Republicans voted to end the national emergency declaration for COVID on Thursday, attempting to slash several COVID-specific policies and protections. Democrats have already vowed to block the bill from passing in the House. This all comes as the Biden administration submitted its $22.5 billion request to Congress as part of its COVID strategy response. The emergency aid would be used to ramp up testing, vaccine production, and COVID treatments. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on these latest COVID headlines. Dr. Azar, good to have you with us on this Friday. So why is continued funding for our COVID response so important, especially now that we're seeing COVID cases and hospitalization rates drop pretty dramatically?
You know, everybody needs to remember that this is not going to be an on-off switch. Hospitalizations are down, cases are down, but we're still, almost 2,000 deaths per day, Joe. So we're not really out of the woods yet. If you look at the Biden administration's plan, it really had, 4 central components: prevention and treatment, preparedness, trying to avoid lockdowns. There's also a global effort that the U.S. needs to be a leader on. But even within that plan, Joe, there were other things, funding for long COVID, enhancing or bolstering our data infrastructure. There's just a lot there. And unfortunately, it all does require money. I understand that there needs to be accountability and transparency in terms of where those dollars are going, but to suddenly say, we're done with this, no, we were completely caught with our pants down with this, to be very, very blunt, when this pandemic hit, and we can't let that happen again.
Yeah, we're kind of hit with our pants down again when Omicron hit. So we always have to, I think, keep that in mind,
Exactly.
The CDC now released new data that shows 90% of the U.S. population lives in a low or medium COVID risk area. That means people no longer need to wear masks indoors or practice social distancing. Here's a question I have that I'm struggling with. How do we adjust to removing masks after so many of us have been wearing them so much for 2 years? And are we putting immunocompromised people at risk by removing our masks now?
I know, Joe. I think that you really hit the nail on the head there, that this always should have been not just about what we do for ourselves and assessing our own risk and saying, what, if I get COVID, I'm okay with it. It's really about what it means for our neighbors and our friends and other people in our communities. And so, don't be surprised if you continue to see, mask wearing indoors in places where, by CDC criteria, you don't necessarily have to. I think it's a show of, respect for others who may not be as fortunate in terms of health as you are. And, I think it will be hard. Behavior is a very interesting thing, to change. And I do think that we're going to start to see, as numbers continue to decline, that people are more and more comfortable removing their mask. But I'm not surprised, and especially during winter and cold season and flu season, that we continue to see masking indoors, even though the CDC technically says we don't need to.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Coming up, we're going to continue to bring you the very latest out of Eastern Europe this morning.
Plus, a silent war that's being fought off traditional battlefields, the global hacking collective that now has Russia in its crosshairs.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
War in Ukraine is impacting who will be at today's opening ceremony of the Beijing 2022 Winter Paralympics.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with the latest on that and more. Hi, Claudio. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, just as you said, the Winter Paralympic Games kicked off today in Beijing with a record 700 athletes expected to attend. They come from all over the world, but no longer from Russia and Belarus after the decision by the International Paralympic Committee to ban athletes from those two countries following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, let's stay on the world's reaction of that invasion. Let's move to Australia, where they have frozen $33 million in a financial institution there following the introduction of new sanctions imposed on more than 350 people from Russia and Belarus. Australia's foreign minister did not reveal who owned the money and where they were deposited. And last but not least, Queen Elizabeth has made a generous donation to Ukraine. The monarch is the latest member of the royal family in the UK to show support and concern for their war-ravaged country. Now, just on Wednesday, we saw Prince Charles and Camilla meeting Ukrainians in London. It was a very emotional meeting, and during that meeting, the couple said they were very touched by the bravery shown by Ukrainians who are still under attack, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hackers have declared war on Russia. A group called Anonymous says it's targeting Russian websites, including state-owned news agencies and oil companies. The group's been around for a while and has even targeted U.S. sites. Now Anonymous says the Vladimir Putin regime is fair game. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello covers cybersecurity for us. So, Tom, this is a change. Russia now on the receiving end of cyber attacks.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, for years, the U.S. has accused the Russian government of cyber attacks, sometimes even working alongside Russian cyber criminals. But now Russia is in the crosshairs. And before you celebrate, think about how quickly this could all snowball into an all-out global cyber war.
This is a message to Vladimir Putin. From Anonymous.
The group calls itself Anonymous, unaffiliated hackers around the world now putting Russia in the crosshairs.
Members of Anonymous have declared cyber war against your aggressive regime.
They claim they've already targeted more than 1,500 Russian websites, including Kremlin-controlled news agencies, the Ministry of Defense and Space Agency, Russian oil companies, internet providers, even TV channels.
Their call to fight in the cyberspace has resulted in a lot of websites not being available, some websites going down, and a lot of records, Russian government, Russian military records being dumped out onto the internet.
U.S. officials confirm they've seen evidence of the anonymous hacks after Russia launched a cyber and ground offensive against Ukraine.
But the real risk to Russia long term is the canceling of their access to internet infrastructure as private sector companies decide that they're going to delist or no longer carry their traffic.
Cutting off Russia from the world would also deprive everyday Russians of access to outside news and information. And cyber pros worry Russia may view the anonymous hacks as Western attacks and target U.S. government and company sites. U.S. Cybersecurity Director Jen Easterly.
How at risk is the average American or that very small business owner?
Everybody's at risk, which is why at the end of the day, they need to take the steps to protect their systems, their networks, and their data. This can happen to anyone. There is no one that is immune from potentially getting hacked.
The cybersecurity basics: never click on suspicious emails or links, use complicated passwords, and multi-step authentication. Back up your computers and keep security software up to date.
This basically ensures that he can log in even when the password is changed.
Israeli firm CyberBit uses real-world attacks to train American companies to defend themselves.
The questions organizations need to ask themselves is not if they are going to be hit, but when they are going to be hit.
As for Anonymous, now targeting Russia.
We are Anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us.
Russia has always been perceived as the cyber attacker, and now they're on the receiving end.
Instead of always being on offense, they also got to be on defense. And that really lowers their capability in some ways to also do attacks.
Yeah, the cyber battlefield seems to be expanding by the day. You know, we've already seen U.S. oil pipelines, food supplies, hospitals, and banks hacked in recent years. Experts say those could be targeted again, but also electric grids, dams, water systems. Everything is a potential target right now. The U.S. Cybersecurity Agency, by the way, has great resources online for you and your family, for businesses, large and small. It is a very good option if you're looking for help, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And some steps that we can all take to keep ourselves safe. Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Ukrainian Americans are finding different ways to help their homeland, even from thousands of miles away.
Hospitals in Ukraine are struggling, like Children's Hospital in Kyiv. Now, Ukrainian Americans in the medical field are stepping up to help doctors and nurses back home. That includes Dr. Vitaly Poilin, a surgeon at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. He joins us now, along with Dr. Olga Myhudiak from the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America.
Dr. Poilin, let's start with you. We do want to thank you both for joining us. Dr. Poilin, you were born in Ukraine. I know you spent years actually helping provide surgical training to doctors back home. Tell us, what are you hearing from family and friends in Ukraine? How are they doing, and what are some of their biggest needs right now?
Thank you for having us on the program today. It's very difficult. I'm originally from Kyiv, and the folks at the center of a city in the hospitals, they're essentially living in the hospitals. They're waiting for casualties to come in. A lot of them are civilians at this point. The folks who are on the outskirts, especially to the north and the south, they are in the thick of it. Some of my friends who are in the medical corps of Ukrainian military, I can't really get a hold of for the past couple of days. So they've seen a lot of civilian casualties and just results of missile and shrapnel attacks.
Dr. Myhudiak, this question's for you. Dr. Poilin is working with you with the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America. What are you hearing about the situation at hospitals in Ukraine right now?
Thank you for having us. I want to say that we're hearing the same thing, a desperate shortage of medical supplies, especially medications. They're really running low.
And Dr. Poilin, what kind of supplies, if running low, and medical assistance have you all sent to Ukraine so far? What's making it there? How's it making it there? And what do you think this effort will look like over the next few weeks as things potentially intensify?
So they need supplies in two areas. One is surgical supplies with bandages and kind of supplies to help with the wounds and the care. But the very big need is in the medications. I'm actually, just as before we went on the air, was getting texts about some plasma products and everything that they're seeking. We are getting lists from Ministry of Health in Ukraine. It's being updated constantly. And we are trying to coordinate the efforts between the individuals as well as hospitals to try to collect that. And with the help of Ukrainian Medical Association of North America, which Olga represents, they actually found a very streamlined and a good way of getting it to where they are needed.
Dr. Myhudiak, what are some of the stories you're hearing from people you know in Ukraine right now about what they're dealing with?
So speaking to people, medical Ukrainians and doctors in Ukraine, they just don't have access to basic medical needs. You know, they're running low on painkillers. Insulin is a big issue right now. Elderly people are running out of insulin. There is a need of aspirin. I mean, anything and everything you can think about, they're running low on.
So how can people help all of us who are watching right now and want to know how we can, we're not doctors, but we want to help the doctors in hospitals right now. What are the best ways to help?
I think. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. I would suggest for all non-medical people to reach out to your personal networks for medication donations, because that is what Ukrainian Medical Organization is in great need of. We update a list of needs on our Facebook daily. So people can go on Facebook on our Umana page and see exactly what is needed, and that is updated daily. We also can be emailed at umanahelpua@gmail.com. And also for those who want to make a donation, they can go to umana.org, and we will use those funds to buy the medications that we're not getting donated as of right now. And the need, well, there's great need right now, and it's just gonna continue happening.
Yeah, I was just going to add, if the medications would be great if people can donate, but the donation of money can actually be just as useful, because we do have ability to buy some of the supplies that they need. It will change, and I think it will change in the upcoming weeks and months, potentially more to kind of help with the refugee camps and the humanitarian aid on the border. But for now, this is what they need.
Doctors Poilin and Myhudiak, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for what you're doing and for giving us all ways to help. We really appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
And coming up, a conversation that could help save lives.
New research shows a major increase in colorectal cancer cases in young people. That's affecting minorities disproportionately. We're going to introduce you to a group that's working to raise awareness from the streets to the pulpit next.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia. They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Breaking news on the economy this morning. The February jobs report is just out, and it far exceeds expectations with 678,000 new jobs added in the month of February. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with the very latest. Joe, good morning to you. Let's get right to that jobs report. What are some of the big takeaways?
Yeah, the big takeaways is that this is a very, very strong jobs report. 678,000 jobs were added. The unemployment rate ticked down to 3.8%. What you need to know is the expectations for this month were very much lower. 440,000 is what Wall Street was looking for. So you bring in this number, certainly a big blowout. Now, if you look at the broader picture here, we also saw really big job gains in December and January. Those numbers were revised up by 92,000 total. And you see that total unemployment, though, when you look at the big picture, the whole pandemic, we're actually still in a jobs hole by about 2.1 million jobs. And if you take a look at what that actually means, that means we're still missing about 1.4% of all jobs out there right now. And that's according to the Labor Department. Now, when you take a look at the bigger picture when it comes to where jobs were added, I think the big takeaway here is that you see that healthcare had really strong gains. Professional and business services also did really, really well. And so as you look at this entire picture, you see that this is a very strong jobs report. It's unclear how much impact this will have, though, because there has been so much inflation. And the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has already said, look, the Federal Reserve is planning to hike interest rates at their March meeting. And so a lot of the perhaps exuberance that you may see on the markets has pretty much been tied up already, either with Ukraine or already baked in, given what we know is going to be happening with the Federal Reserve. But certainly big gains across the board in restaurants and hotels, healthcare, construction. So overall, a very good jobs report considering what Wall Street was expecting.
Yeah, and Joe, I mean, so we have the unemployment rate dipping down to 3.8%, yet we still have that labor shortage you're talking about. I mean, where do things stand overall when it does come to the labor shortage across the country?
Absolutely. There's a labor shortage across a bunch of different sectors right now, right? You see that when you go to a restaurant. You see that in your local school district. And I interviewed the Sonoma County, the Sonoma Independent School District superintendent about this very issue. And what he's having problems with right now is recruiting enough teachers and bus drivers to fill the holes that they have. And it really is what he says is a pipeline issue. Listen to this.
Having been a site administrator for many years, going out and recruiting and having anywhere from 60 to 80 applicants for a counseling position or a multiple subject teacher position, we're now seeing, if we're lucky, 1 to 2 to 3 applicants.
And so the issue here is not just the lack of numbers of people applying, but also the types of jobs people are interested in going into. The superintendent telling me, look, they wish they had a larger pool to select from, but between the high cost of living in California, as you very well know, Joe, plus the fact that so many people, young people, are seeing education in a different light given the pandemic, it's just been really challenging.
All right, Jolene Kent, thanks so much, Joe, for that update. We appreciate it.
Nope.
Now, March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. The American Cancer Society says an estimated 150,000 people will be diagnosed with colorectal cancer this year, and a growing number of those cases are among young adults. Researchers are also tracking a sharp rise in colorectal cancer among Black and Hispanic people. NBC News correspondent Craig Melvin spoke to a group of young health professionals hoping to reverse that trend.
Any given Sunday, you'll find people inside the Mount Carmel AME Church in Atlanta moved by the music and the spirit. Outside this Sunday, they're hearing the good word of a different kind. Members of a group called Black Health working to educate about the risks of colorectal cancer and urging people to get screened. The group was founded by 4 graduate students at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. They started by selling T-shirts that said, Black Health Matters.
You want one more? Okay, I got you.
Soon, they were out at churches and anywhere else people gather. We spoke with 2 of the founders.
Just the name Black Health, that's, like you hear that and there's a sense of ownership.
Yep.
For our community. How did we settle on that name?
I think we decided that Black health was the issue that we were targeting. Yeah. Right now, we're really focused on colorectal cancer. Black people suffer also higher rates of heart disease, hypertension, stroke, diabetes. We also saw during the pandemic, we also suffered worse outcomes in an infectious disease.
The focus on colorectal cancer came after the death of Chadwick Boseman at the age of 43. The actor's private battle putting a spotlight on the rise of early onset cases. New research shows that between 2002 and 2016, aggressive colorectal cancer cases jumped 57% for people in their 20s and 66% for people in their 30s. Divided by race, the study showed that the highest increase was found in the Black community. Experts say a lot of factors may cause this, including diet, education, and family history. The founders of Black Health say they feel strongly that racism also plays a role.
We really stand by that racism strips us from those opportunities to live long, healthy lives and impacts our ability to access care and preventative services.
We can blame diet, we can blame exercise, but the higher up issue is really the access to the resource that makes it easy for me to have a healthy diet, makes it easy for me to go outside and exercise. You know, if I'm living in poverty and don't have time to go exercise, then I'm not going to exercise, right?
The founders of Black Health have been on the move, partnering with Cottonelle for their Good Down There campaign. They've handed out about 5,000 at-home screening kits and helped pay for some patients' colonoscopies.
Have you found when you talk to people that they know that if it's caught early, you generally survive?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So colorectal cancer is one of the most treatable cancers out there. So if caught early and if you get into care early, then you have a 90% survival rate.
Part of getting people to listen can depend on who's delivering the message.
I think that we filled a information gap thinking about the way that we can change the narrative around health for Black people that speaks to people about issues that they care about, but is also done in a way that feels Black, right? It doesn't feel like it's coming from an institution.
Their message is getting out there with partners operating in a half dozen cities across the country. A dream of helping others that comes true every day.
We started with T-shirts, and now we have this national campaign, so it's really exciting.
Thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. The Black Health Organization is now active in half a dozen cities and looking to expand, and the group has also partnered with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance.
I also noticed a lot of people wearing blue today to help raise awareness about that. All right, speaking of blue, coming up, saying goodbye to a college basketball legend.
Coach K, the winningest coach to ever grace the sport, prepares for his final home game tomorrow night. We'll take you to Duke next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan,
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're nearing the end of an era for a college basketball coaching legend.
Yeah, longtime Duke men's basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski, or Coach K as he's known to many, will coach his final home game this weekend against their rival, North Carolina. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Durham, North Carolina, with more on this momentous occasion. Sam, good morning. Joe, Savannah, good morning. Behind me there is Cameron Indoor Stadium. As if there was any question at all, who is ruling the day here this weekend? Obviously, it's Coach K. The court is named inside, guys, after him. Now, there are about 200-plus players that have played under Coach K. About 80 of them are expected to be at this game. And I talked to students on campus. They told me they were turning down offers for $10,000 for their seats to go to the game. They said it is priceless to be there and see a piece of history.
For all the banners and basketball lore created at Duke University under head coach Mike Krzyzewski, his message ahead of Saturday's final home game was classic Coach K.
I'm sure it'll be emotional, but it's going to be about my team.
Krzyzewski is the winningest coach in college basketball history. With more than 1,100 victories, 5 national titles, and 12 Final Fours on his resume, he's now preparing to lead his team onto the court that bears his name for the last time.
This is the most special place in college basketball. And
the 75-year-old has done a lot more than just teach X's and O's.
the big guys got to then come here.
He shaped lives.
The managers, the staff, the coaches, the players. And when they leave Duke, they're better people.
Of the quintet of championship teams, Shane Battier played a starring role in 2001.
Do you have a story, Shane, where Coach K challenged you or changed maybe your lens on things?
He'd call me that summer and he would say, hey, Shane, can you picture you becoming a great player and leading us? And if I hemmed or hawed or hesitated for a second, he'd hang up on me.
Excellence was demanded, and the culture in campus fed off of Coach K's energy.
He has been the face of Duke basketball.
Cameron Indoor Stadium truly is the house Coach K built. Students line up in tents just to land a coveted seat. It's called Krzyzewskiville.
Probably won't be sleeping the next 2 nights for it, so we'll all be exhausted, but it's definitely worth it.
If you have any high hopes of walking through these doors on Saturday, it's a pretty high bar because the cheapest seats online are about $3,000 to $5,000, pricing that feels an awful lot like the Super Bowl.
The basketball legend earning that respect, guiding countless players to NBA stardom and grooming an impressive coaching tree. Last year, Coach K opening up on Today about what attracted him to basketball in the first place.
The reason I got in it was relationships, to have an impact on the young men that you have the honor to coach.
And Joe and Savannah, this is not actually Coach K's last game. You have the ACC tournament coming up, then the NCAA tournament. And something new that I found out, if you want to even wait in Krzyzewskiville, that tent city, to try and get seats to the game, you have to pass a test first on Duke basketball history. That is how serious they take this around here. And I bet, back to you. I bet almost everyone will pass it too. Maybe this all ends with an NCAA championship. We'll have to wait and see.
That is awesome. Right. Good for them. You don't get to come in unless you really care. Thanks, Sam.
That does it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. On the attack, Russian forces ramping up their assault on Ukraine. Overnight, fire erupting at a nuclear plant where Ukraine's defense against its invasion stands right now.
Facing the jury, prosecutors building their case against the first defendant to stand trial over the January 6th riot. The evidence being used against him and the critical testimony on the stand from his own son.
A new start. Top health officials laying out the White House's new plan to move on from COVID. What's changing and how it will impact Americans from coast to coast.
And a true MVP. After 42 years, Duke's legendary basketball coach is about to coach his final game. The send-off plan for Coach K at tomorrow's game against North Carolina. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, live on assignment here in Miami.
And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. We begin with Russia's relentless assault on Ukraine. Overnight, Russian forces took over Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is located in southern Ukraine. An urgent UN Security Council meeting has now been called for today. Russian shelling of that nuclear plant caused a fire in a training building on the property. That fire has been put out.
Meanwhile, NATO is once again calling on Vladimir Putin to end this war. NATO Secretary General, however, says calls for a no-fly zone over Ukraine simply won't happen. The Kremlin is also firing back today at surprising comments by Senator Lindsey Graham. In a single tweet, Graham called for someone in Russia to take out Putin. The Kremlin responding, saying, quote, "Unfortunately, in such an extremely tense atmosphere, there is a hysterical escalation of Russophobia."
Our team is covering every angle of day 9 of this invasion. Let's begin with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Moscow for us today. Raf, I want to start with the situation at this nuclear plant in southern Ukraine. What exactly do we know about what happened there?
Aaron, the U.S. and the Ukraine say that in the early hours this morning, Russian forces launched what they call a reckless assault on the largest nuclear power plant in Europe using tanks and artillery. At some point during that attack, a training building inside the complex caught fire. That fire was put out at about 6:20 local time. The IAEA, the UN's atomic watchdog, says right now we are not seeing any evidence of heightened radiation being released from this power plant, nor any evidence of damage to the core itself. Now, the Russian Ministry of Defense is saying that Ukrainian forces were inside that building shooting at advancing Russian troops, and as they retreated, they set fire to the building in a deliberate act of sabotage. I'll tell you, Aaron, we have not seen any evidence to support that claim at all. But it is a reminder that this is an unprecedented military conflict taking place amid one of the world's largest systems of nuclear power plants. President Zelensky of Ukraine says if one of those plants is damaged in the fighting, it could be the end of Europe. Aaron?
A dramatic warning there for sure. I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now. He's in Washington for us. Dan, what are officials here? What are U.S. officials saying about Russia's decision to take control of that power plant?
Well, I think they see it as very dangerous and really a sign of their kind of what they call reckless tactics. They've also cited Russia's shelling of civilian areas and neighborhoods, the use of cluster munitions, all of which carry a very high price for civilians. Here's what Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby had to say about Russian tactics.
This speaks to the recklessness and the dangerous atmosphere inside Ukraine caused by this unprovoked war of aggression, this unprovoked invasion by Russia, and the fact that regardless of how it started, that the Russians have not been very discriminate in the way they're going about this military campaign. They aren't known for accuracy and for precision, and certainly this is an example of just how dangerous this can get.
And the Pentagon is also telling us today that the Russian forces are slowly making some ground in the south. They have gained some territory this week, and they continue to press forward in the south, albeit slowly. And the port of Mariupol is under tremendous pressure and cut off by Russian forces. However, in the north and the east, the Russian offensive continues to be stalled due to Ukrainian resistance. The capital of Kyiv, they have not been able to advance on the capital and also not been able to seize the city of Kharkiv. And it is amazing now, in the 8th day of this, that Ukraine is still able to fly its Air Force and still able to operate its air defenses. So still a tremendous amount of fighting going on.
All right, Dan DeLuce, our global security reporter in Washington. Dan, thank you.
Now, the toll the invasion is taking on people across Ukraine is simply indescribable. With so much damage, many refugees won't have anything to go back to. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from Lviv, Ukraine, with that part of this story.
This morning, we are at a school in Lviv that has taken in 80 children from the war zone in the east. The staff at the school says these children all came here with stories of their towns being attacked, scared, nervous, obviously on edge. But these children you see here may be in the worst possible position because they're orphans. They do not have family. They are in limbo right now. They are being taken care of. They're being fed. But like everyone else in Ukraine at this moment, no one knows what's going to happen tomorrow.
With Russia's invasion now entering a second week, the damage in war-torn cities across Ukraine is mounting by the day. Images from before and after. These areas were attacked by Russian forces, a chilling reminder of what over 1 million refugees are running from.
Kyiv every hour was more dangerous than before. Every day is worse than previous.
Now, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to create humanitarian corridors to safely evacuate citizens, as an unaccountable number of families are packing up as much of their lives as they can in suitcases and bags. Many making their way to an overwhelmed border. This crowd seen trying to push past security gates to enter Poland. Still, the most critical artery in and out of the country has been the railways, the war not halting its non-stop service.
You know, in the peaceful world, we are the backbone of economy. In the wartime, we're the backbone of security.
Alexander Kamishin is the man running the entire Ukraine rail system. In many ways, it's what Ukrainians have relied on for food, medicine, and of course, an escape.
I am breaking apart. I have to take my son to a safer place.
Thousands have waited here at Lviv's main train station for days. Those lucky enough to make it on board find themselves crushed in train cars for a journey that is becoming more dangerous. These new images show rail bridges blown up, tracks crippled, even a missile just steps from the rail lines.
Can you promise them that you will try to get them out? No matter what, you will keep the trains running?
We will run the trains until the last person we can evacuate from center, east, and west of Ukraine and south of Ukraine.
But as this mass exodus is likely the beginning, the UN now says more than 10 million Ukrainians may end up fleeing their homes. And amid so much uncertainty, an emotional symbol of hope. Friends from this same Ukrainian village finally reunited in Germany after abandoning their home, torn apart by war.
And the humanitarian effort doesn't just end at the border or with those trains. Places like this school in Lviv are housing 80 orphans who've been taken out of the war zone. They tell me that if the war gets closer to here, they will evacuate those children. Reporting from Lviv, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
There are major developments in the investigation into the Capitol riot. The January 6th committee has subpoenaed Kimberly Guilfoyle, the fiancée of Donald Trump Jr. The committee says Guilfoyle spoke to former President Donald Trump in the Oval Office on the day of the riot. Today is also day 3 in the trial of accused Capitol Hill rioter Guy Reffitt. The jury heard from Reffitt's son, Jackson. He tipped off the FBI to his father's participation in the insurrection. The prosecution showed text messages where Reffitt talked about wanting to destroy the government. Our team is covering every angle of the investigation into the Capitol riot. I want to begin with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. He is covering the trial of Guy Reffitt for us. Pete, bring us up to speed. What's happening in court today?
Well, more witnesses today after the very dramatic testimony yesterday from Guy Reffitt's son, who's 19 years old now, was 18 at the time of the January 6th riot at the Capitol. He testified that actually on Christmas Eve before the riot, he sent a message to the FBI tip line concerned about his father's violent rhetoric and the fact that his father was a follower of the far-right 3%ers. And then after January 6th, when his father, Guy Reffitt, returned back to Texas to the family home and told about what he had done at the Capitol and described his violent conduct, Reffitt again reached out to the FBI and actually met with FBI agents. And he talked about the surreal experience of going back to the house while FBI agents were searching the house, even though at that time the family did not know that he told the FBI about what his father had been up to. The son said that he thought it was the best thing and for the family, for all concerned. And he also testified in support of the government's, one of the government's charges against Guy Reffitt, that of obstruction of justice. The younger Reffitt said that his father told both him and his sister that if they told the police or the FBI what he had done, that they would be traitors. And he said, you know what happens to traitors? They get shot. So at this point in the trial now, we're hearing more testimony from people who were in the Capitol at the time of the riot to explain the sort of chaos and the fear that was going on while the rioters were coming into the building.
You know, Pete, obviously this particular case has some very unique circumstances at play here, but I have to wonder if what we're seeing play out with this particular trial is sort of a harbinger of things to come for others who will be prosecuted, hundreds of people who've been charged in the riot, or if this is something that might show us how the prosecutors might pursue others?
Well, I think yes on both counts. Yes, every case is going to be different. This one is the particular peculiarities of the two children who are potential witnesses. But the second part of it is, yes, the template that the government will use here to try to get the jury in the frame of mind of what happened on January 6th. Remember that the pre-trial process is to get people who not necessarily are people who don't know anything about what happened on January 6th, but have said they can set aside their own preconceptions and base the verdict on what they hear in the courtroom. So one of the chores for the prosecutors is to set the scene and describe the events and talk about what they believe was the violence and the fear that it was causing the Capitol and the efforts to try to stop Congress from counting the presidential votes.
All right, Pete Williams in our Washington bureau today. Pete, thank you.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. He's been following the House investigation into the insurrection. Sahil, first off, the committee has subpoenaed the fiancée of Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle. What do they hope to learn specifically from her? Sahil, I think we're losing you. For some reason, the audio there is breaking up, but we do look forward to coming to you a little bit later in the show. Aaron, I toss it to you.
All right, thanks, Morgan. We're going to turn to the pandemic now and some encouraging news in the battle against COVID. New cases and deaths continue to drop. The U.S. now seeing a 55% decrease in cases in just the last 2 weeks. Deaths are down as well. More people can also now ditch their masks. According to the CDC and some new data, more than 90% of the U.S. population lives in areas where masks are no longer needed. Meanwhile, the NFL says it is suspending all COVID protocols. That means no more testing, no more masks unless local laws require them. Now, as Americans absorb the new mask guidance, there is growing fallout from that viral moment involving Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Parents now upset after he scolded a group of high school students for wearing masks indoors at an event where he was speaking. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off.
More fallout after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis admonished a group of high school students Wednesday.
Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater.
Highlighting yet again the bitter divide over face masks.
So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
And what they represent. Eric Marshall was one of those students.
I almost jumped out of my skin. I was really appalled.
His mother, Dawn, who's immunocompromised, was furious by what the governor said.
He took away my authority. He put my child at risk. He put me at risk because my child comes home to me.
I was honestly not completely ready for it. I went to that USF press conference thinking it was just a simple photo op.
With mask mandates rolling back for the majority of the country, the CDC still recommends wearing them indoors where COVID levels are high, which is the case in Tampa, where the press conference was held. Kate Snow spoke with CDC Director Rochelle Walensky.
So those students should have been comfortable wearing a mask. It is absolutely their choice.
Governor DeSantis doubled down, calling masks political theater, defending his comments and highlighting the incident in a fundraising letter. And while he won't wear a mask, he is the face of controversy. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
The Peace Corps is getting ready to return to duty. You'll remember the organization suspended all operations, evacuating its 7,000-member force from more than 60 countries at the onset of the pandemic. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Julia Jester for more. Julia, it's great to see you. First off, why is the Peace Corps now redeploying its volunteers? What's behind the timing?
Hi, Morgan. Yes, this is exciting news after the organization had to basically disappear with its volunteers around the globe for the first time in its history. And this month, there will be volunteers heading to 2 countries. The Peace Corps had quite a global footprint before the pandemic. It was in more than 60 countries around the world, and the organization has taken the past couple of years to really reset and, quote, reimagine its service. Now, the Peace Corps did not want to wait until COVID was gone and over, but rather they wanted to get back in action to help with COVID. The Peace Corps said in its announcement that it is uniquely positioned to be a global health partner in combating the pandemic. They cited their involvement in eradicating smallpox, helping with malaria and HIV prevention. And so the CEO, Carol Spahn, referred to upcoming volunteers as, quote, COVID crusaders, because they do have those grassroots connections in these countries that are still struggling with the pandemic. Now, that being said, they want to make sure that all of these countries that they're going back to are ready to receive volunteers. And so they have chosen the first 2 as Zambia and the Dominican Republic, and they are part of 24 other countries that met a certain type of criteria of safety and COVID parameters that will be seeing volunteers coming in the spring and summer. And so they really are trying to rebrand, reimagine, and address a lot of issues that volunteers have spoken with me and my colleague Mara Baird over the past couple of years to address. Morgan?
And Julia, we have to go here to a commercial break in just a moment, but briefly, I mean, when you talk about some of those changes, what specifically is the Peace Corps doing to really ensure the safety of a lot of these volunteers, not only from COVID, but from the other issues they face on their deployments, because a lot of them are entering countries that are unstable precisely because that's where they are most needed?
Yes, 2 of the biggest challenges that these volunteers face are, 1, safety. So they've actually created this system to track and really follow where crime is in all of these countries to make sure volunteers are safe. So there's the physical safety component, but there's also the emotional and psychological safety. A lot of these volunteers, they're isolated from their families, they're across the world. And so the Peace Corps is really trying to heed the calls for more mental health support and resources, and making sure that mental health and healthcare overall isn't a barrier to service. You know, it can be very expensive to do all of the medical testing and pay for therapy both on site and after they come back. So the organization is going to be, quite frankly, under a microscope from these volunteers calling for more improvements in the mental health space. Thank you, Morgan.
That mental health piece is so important. Julia, we appreciate you being with us. Julia Jester for us there. Thank you so much. And to our viewers, please stay with us, because talk about a back-to-back comeback for America's jobs.
Yeah, still ahead. We're going to break down the better-than-expected jobs report as the unemployment rate plunges to near pre-pandemic levels.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
All right, some good news for you this Friday. Strong new numbers coming out of the latest jobs report today. For the second month in a row, employers beat projections by hundreds of thousands. In fact, in February, 678,000 jobs were added, and the unemployment rate fell to 3.8%. So just to put that into context for you, this is the lowest unemployment rate we have seen since the start of the pandemic. So to help us understand what all of this means, we have our very own business and technology correspondent, Ms. Jolene Kent. Joe, it's great to see you. Look, this report is remarkable, and experts, of course, are feeling pretty optimistic right now. But take us through sort of what this means. Talk about what actually stands out to you about this particular report.
Yeah, it's a really strong jobs report, Morgan. And the reason is Wall Street was only expecting about 440,000 jobs to be added last month. Instead, it was that 678,000 number that we saw. So the growth and the comeback that the country is making is still very strong. If you look at the fuller picture, though, we're still in the hole, about 2.1 million jobs, and that's about 1.4%. If you compare to February 2020, you'll remember all of that unemployment that happened in those first few months at the height of the pandemic. So there's still a little bit of ways to go. But what really stands out to me is inflation, because as much as this number is strong, the devil is certainly in the details, right? Take a look at the inflation and then compare it to wage growth. Inflation, 7.5%, but wage growth basically was even month to month. If you look at the whole year numbers, inflation is 7.5, but wage growth 5.1%. So people who are looking to survive and get by on very tight budgets, especially with gas and food, you're dealing with a very difficult situation, good jobs report or not.
But Joe, give us sort of a sense, though, of those specific sectors, because I know that a lot of people are wondering where exactly those biggest gains are. Where can they look?
Yes. Yeah, so you're going to see really big gains in retail, hospitality, restaurants, things like that. Construction, healthcare also did really well. But we're also seeing overall a labor shortage that is not abating. There's still, millions more job openings versus number of people who are seeking to find a job. And one of those areas is education. And I interviewed the superintendent of Sonoma Valley Unified School District, and he says he used to get applications for jobs, 60 to 80 people for one job, whether it's a teacher job or a bus driver job. Now he only gets about 1 to 3. And this is how he explains why.
Wow.
How hard is it to compete against other industries?
Anytime I go by a retailer and I see starting pay, it gives me a shudder, because I know that for some of the positions that for us are the entry-level positions in our school district, especially for classified, they're going to get drawn away potentially if they're looking for a place that is going to provide them far more than what a public school district can.
So a school district has a hard time competing with the perks in this labor shortage that private sector companies can provide, right? And one retailer that he and I talked about was Target. That's good news. They're starting some of their new jobs at $24 an hour, but that certainly can't compete with what he's offering. And so it's a very difficult situation. And a lot of these bigger companies are able to offer perks like, education reimbursement, things like that. So it's still a very difficult jobs market, even though this jobs number is very good at the headline level, Morgan.
Well, let's hope the education sector can one day compete, because we certainly know that kids in this country need it and deserve it. Jolene Kent Forrest, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, after the coronavirus pandemic paused it, spring break is back in full swing this year. With COVID cases down and restrictions around the country easing, millions of Americans are looking to finally take that vacation. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has what to expect if you're planning to find some fun in the
spring break, and it's going to be a travel palooza. Time to get out the funny hats, maybe get a shirt with a stain on it, put on the shorts, kick off the shoes. In fact, across America, this spring break is going to be the busiest we have seen really since the pandemic. Folks heading on vacation, and of course the most popular destinations, well, many of them right here in Florida. Big costs and bigger crowds. That's what experts say vacationers should expect on spring break this year, as travel bookings hit levels not seen in years.
There is so much pent-up demand out there that people are ready to travel come heck or high water.
A new survey finds more than half of Americans are planning a trip this spring, with more than a third planning to travel during spring break specifically. That soaring demand means surging prices too.
We're seeing prices now in places like Florida even higher than they were pre-pandemic. So not only has travel demand recovered, prices have recovered and then some.
Expedia says airfares are up a whopping 50% compared to last year, and average hotel rates are nearly 20% higher than they were before the pandemic. Of Hopper's top 5 trending destinations this year, 3 are on Florida's Gulf Coast. The Bakers from Birmingham, Alabama, visiting Rosemary Beach, Florida. They say they chose to vacation before the spring break rush, before prices climb even higher.
The deals aren't there like they were.
They were there, but
they were there a year ago. They're not there anymore.
And you're laughing because?
Just everything. It's so much more expensive.
This year, 3 in 4 American travelers are heading to destinations in the U.S., putting enormous pressure on some of the country's most popular spring break destinations, like Hawaii, Disney and Universal theme parks, and Miami Beach, where the mayor expects tens of thousands of spring breakers to descend on trendy South Beach.
Don't come here to thinking you're going to act in a way differently than you would act in your own hometown.
Last year, unruly crowds forced city officials to enact a curfew and even declare a state of emergency. The Miami Beach mayor saying he hopes to avoid a repeat this year, even going to court to restrict alcohol sales after 2 a.m.
You can't just allow a city to careen into disorder. And we know with this many people coming here, that can easily happen if we don't take appropriate measures.
Are there still deals? Yes, there are a few, but it depends where you go. You might want to keep your shoes on, but heading to cities like San Francisco and New York, still some bargains there.
Kerry Sanders reporting there, a race to escape the war zone in Ukraine as Russian troops take hold of a key city.
Still ahead, the dangerous journey to safety for war refugees as Russia ramps up its attacks on civilians. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news this hour, 14 children are recovering after an SUV crashed into a preschool in California on Thursday. 19 children and 2 adults were in the building at that time. Now, police say most of the children were taken to the hospital as a precaution, and that the driver did not have drugs or alcohol in her system. Meanwhile, a convicted con artist is suing Immigration and Customs Enforcement after claiming she was denied a COVID booster shot. Anna Sorokin inspired the Netflix drama Inventing Anna. She tested positive for COVID back in January, and in her lawsuit, she claims she made multiple requests for a booster shot, since she also claims she is vulnerable to serious illness. She's currently in federal custody, awaiting possible deportation. And the owner of a cat that went viral on TikTok is claiming she's being harassed by fans. The cat, named Pot Roast, died last month after it had amassed more than 1 million followers. The owner claims she was harshly criticized over how she grieved the cat, and this, of course, is after it died of a terminal illness. Still, she says she has no regrets about Pot Roast's online fame. Aaron.
At the bottom of the hour now, we want to update you on the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin telling neighboring countries not to escalate the situation, saying he has no bad intentions against them. Now, his message comes after Russian forces attacked and took control of a Ukrainian nuclear power plant. That plant is the largest in Europe, sparking concerns of a potential nuclear disaster. But officials say the facility is intact and undamaged despite a big fire there.
The Russians gaining more ground in southern Ukraine. They have surrounded another port city. Now, the NATO Secretary General says Russia is using cluster bombs, calling it a, quote, blatant violation of international law. As Russia intensifies its air and ground assaults, more than 1 million refugees are now fleeing the country. UNICEF estimates children make up almost half of that number. So we have an entire team of correspondents right now tracking every single angle of this growing humanitarian crisis.
Let's start with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in Washington. Ken, let's talk about these tweets. A fairly unusual tweet from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, and then the response to it seems a bit odd. What's going on here?
Yeah, Aaron, this has to do with that nuclear power plant that you just mentioned. Our colleague Abigail Williams is reporting that the State Department has sent an urgent message to U.S. embassies throughout Europe, ordering them not to retweet that blunt tweet from U.S. Embassy Kyiv, calling Russia's attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine a war crime. Abigail got a copy of that internal message, and the State Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So the context here is obviously that after Russia attacked that nuclear power plant last night, the official Twitter account for U.S. Embassy Kyiv tweeted, quote, "It is a war crime to attack a nuclear power plant. Putin's shelling of Europe's largest nuclear plant takes his reign of terror one step further." But then the State Department sent a memo to public affairs offices in U.S. missions in Europe asking them not to endorse that statement. The memo said, quote, "Urgent, do not retweet Embassy Kyiv's tweet on Reactor." The subject line of the email from the State Department's public affairs office said that. All, do not retweet Embassy Kyiv's tweet on the shelling of a facility being possibly a war crime. If you have retweeted it, unretweet it ASAP. Now, the original tweet from the U.S. Embassy Kyiv has not been taken down. And the context here, Aaron, is the question of whether to accuse Russia of war crimes. It may seem simple to you and me with what we're watching on our screens, but for the U.S. government, it's complicated. And President Biden stopped short this week of accusing Moscow of war crimes over shelling civilians. And we can only speculate, but it may be that the U.S. wants to hold that in reserve, or it may be that there's concern that once they go down that road, it makes it really difficult to get Putin to back down, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us. A lot to unpack there. We appreciate it, Ken, in Washington. Thanks.
You bet.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now, who's at the border crossing in eastern Poland. Ellison, look, the UN estimates more than 4 million Ukrainians could end up being displaced, and so many of them are kids. They're just young children. What's being done, Ellison, to really take care of the most vulnerable? Where are they even going?
Yeah, this is one of the places. This is sort of a makeshift refugee welcome center, if you will, right after people cross the border. I want to show you, you mentioned children. Under this tarp, this gives you a sense of what we are talking about here. Everything under here, strollers. We have seen countless children come here today with their mothers. This has all been set up because some people coming, traveling, they're carrying their infants. They need something to be able to put them on, to move them around. We spoke to a little girl today. She is 8 years old. She talked to us about how, one, her favorite thing to do is paint. She wants to be an artist one day, but two, how she and her mother traveled, leaving their home in Kyiv, the explosions that she heard, and how they had to leave behind her father and her brother. Listen to some of what she told us. Okay, they're saying that we don't actually have that sound, but she talked about how she wants to go home, how she left her brother behind and told him how much she loved him. I told her, I said, "You're very brave. Have you always been so brave?" She said yes. And when I asked her what she wanted the world to know about what Ukrainians, other children like her, are dealing with, she said she just wanted other kids to know that they should be brave, that it will be okay, that people are looking out for them. Look kind of all around here, and you see some examples of that. These are tents that have been set up mostly by volunteers and the local Polish government. A little bit of help for the massive influx of refugees now coming into this country. Morgan, just to give you a little perspective when we're talking about the numbers here, the UN says 1 million people fled Ukraine in 7 days. When you look at other refugee crises, you look at Syria, you look at Venezuela, the fighting in Syria, the civil war began in 2011. It was 2013 when the UN said there were officially 1 million Syrian refugees. You go back to 2014 and you look at Venezuela. There was a lot of talk then by the UN about how it was such a big deal that in 7 months they had 1 million people fleeing Venezuela. Obviously, the situations between the three are different, and one big factor here is that you have every neighboring country welcoming refugees from Ukraine, but it gives you a sense of how staggering the numbers are that we are seeing here. 1 million refugees in just 7 days. That's a lot of people. Morgan?
But what I appreciate most, Ellison, is you humanizing those numbers, because to hear a 7-year-old girl who just wants to paint, imagine that she's having to live in a place like the one you are. So I can't thank you enough for your reporting, Ellison. I know you're cold. I know you must be tired. You have been reporting around the clock, and you're doing it just to elevate stories like that little girl. So thank you for being there.
Now, as thousands of Ukrainians pour out of that country every day, Latin American countries are now stepping in to rescue citizens running from the devastation. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez joins us now with some of their stories. Hi, Isa.
Hey, Aaron. For a lot of these families, this is really bittersweet. They're, of course, so grateful to be safe and to have somewhere to go back in their home countries in Latin America, but they're also anxious about what lies ahead, going back to countries that they left, looking for a better future in Ukraine. Take a listen.
A Mexican Air Force plane carrying dozens of Mexican nationals and their families who lived in Ukraine headed one way to Mexico City.
Estar en un resguardo de bombas todos los días, pues es difícil estar escuchando las bombas, los disparos en la ciudad.
University student Guillermo Padilla boarding the plane in Romania with at least 80 others who, like him, crossed the border out of Ukraine earlier this week. They're part of a group of Mexican nationals that the Mexican government says they'll bring over 6,000 miles back home. The country's Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting Thursday morning about the operation. But for most Mexican refugees, Ukraine had become a new home.
Esta es la bandera del país que me ha dado todo por 10 años.
Before the war broke out last week, over 200 Mexicans were living in Ukraine. And while some gratefully look forward to new beginnings,
I want to see Mexico.
Others, like Larissa Garcia, who's been living in Ukraine for 27 years, say they won't be going back to Mexico.
Es una invasión.
Latin American countries like Peru, Brazil, and Argentina also working to get hundreds of their nationals to safety.
Aqui, brasileiros, estamos bem, eles seguem para Polônia, para Romênia.
They bring with them the few belongings they could carry, and memories of war they say they'll never forget.
Retumba todo, las ventanas, las casas, piensas que están cerca de ti.
Mis estudiantes están en búnkeres ahora. Mis mejores amigas están en búnkeres ahora.
And we do have an update on their journey. The Mexican Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting this morning that the Air Force plane arrived in Mexico safely, saying they are home, and sharing photos of some of the refugees appearing to reunite with family there. An uncertain future ahead for many of them, but today, a sigh of relief. Aaron, Morgan.
I can only imagine how tough this is for all those families, even getting away. Isa Gutierrez for us today. Isa, thanks.
Meanwhile, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is prompting U.S. lawmakers to speed up their work on a massive government funding package. A crucial part of that is the White House's request for $10 billion in emergency and humanitarian assistance, specifically to Ukraine. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. Sahil, first off, just what's the sort of state of things here? What is the progress on this particular spending package thus far?
Well, Congress is looking at a deadline of next Friday, March 11th, to fund the government or to face a shutdown. And there's several components here. The first is the basic government funding bill of military and non-military money. They have largely worked out the issues there, according to lawmakers that I've talked to. And then there are two other add-ons that they're still working through. The first is $10 billion in aid for Ukraine. That is humanitarian aid and security and military assistance for Ukraine. That's mostly worked out, according to senators I spoke to yesterday. They are finalizing some of the finer details there. The big question here is that the administration is also requesting an additional $22.5 billion in COVID relief funds, essentially to combat the next variant. They don't want to be caught flat-footed for what comes next after Omicron. There's some Republican complaints about how there's a lot of money been spent, and they'd prefer to reprogram that money as opposed to spend new money on it. So that's where they are. Senators told me yesterday that they expect to work through the weekend, and the progress will be crucial in terms of figuring out whether they can get this done in time.
And I know you will be working right along with them to keep us posted. NBC's Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much.
Ukraine's government and parliament are continuing to run the country despite the ongoing Russian invasion. Joining us now is Inna Sovsun. She is a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Ms. Sovsun, we appreciate you making some time today. Can you describe for us your day-to-day work right now with the Russian invasion underway?
Basically, my day-to-day work right now is doing this, talking to the world and explaining the atrocities of war that Putin brought up on our heads. Other MPs are doing other important jobs. A best friend of mine in the parliament, Roman Kostenko, is back with the special forces where he came from to the parliament, and he's fighting Russians on the south. Many more did join the territorial defense units. A large portion of the MPs are joining forces in order to provide some humanitarian aid and humanitarian relief. And there are other people who are joining the information warfare against the Russians, because that is an important part of the hybrid war that he is launching upon us. So we all are doing different things, but we are all trying to fight back for our country. But that is extremely difficult to do right now. You are seeing those buildings being destroyed. Russians are shelling the cities. They are throwing bombs on our heads. And that is getting more and more complicated to fight back. Despite all the efforts on the side of the Ukrainian army, it's really difficult to fight back when they're throwing bombs on the civilians. My native city of Kharkiv has been bombarded by Russians for 4 nights in a row. People there are sitting in shelters, and basically they are turning my native city of Kharkiv into Aleppo right now, and it just pains me to see. And what is even more painful is the ignorance of the West of what is happening to my native city and my country right now. I'm sorry, but that is just unbelievable. We cannot accept that the West is leaving us alone to deal with this. We didn't brought this upon ourselves. We were truly believing that the West would be protecting us as we were promised to be protected. When we gave up our nuclear weapon in early 90s, we were provided with assurances from the United States, from the UK, that in case Ukrainian security is breached in some way, that we shall get support. And now all we are hearing are excuses why no-fly zone cannot be provided for Ukraine, and nice speeches about how Ukrainian people are inspiring everyone. I'm sorry, but we don't want to be inspiring everyone. We just want to take our kids back home and just to be alive.
Member of the Ukrainian parliament, Inna Sovsun, you've made a good point that a lot of people have been echoing and hoping that the folks in power will hear and take action. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay with us. A college soccer star found dead in her dorm room.
Up next, the silent struggle her parents say led to her death by suicide and what they want other families to know.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the end of an era on North Carolina's Tobacco Road. Now, I have to tell you, I'm speaking to you now as a partial journalist from North Carolina. Duke University will say goodbye to legendary men's basketball coach, whom we all know as Coach K, this weekend. Now, he led the Blue Devils 5 NCAA championships, a dozen Final Four appearances, and 15 ACC championships. Coach K will go down, yes, for everyone to know as college basketball's all-time leader in coaching wins. Here's our very own Sam Brock from Duke University.
Morgan and Aaron, good morning. Behind me there, Cameron Indoor Stadium, and there is no doubt that the center of the sports universe is going to be here in Durham this weekend. If there's any question who's ruling the place, clearly Coach K. There is a court inside named after him. Coach K had about 200-plus players that were under his teams over the course of the years. About 80 of them are expected to be here for that home finale. That, as I talk to students on campus, they tell me that they're being offered $10,000 for tickets. They're turning it down. They would rather see history. That, they said, is priceless.
For all the banners and basketball lore created at Duke University under head coach Mike Krzyzewski, his message ahead of Saturday's final home game was classic Coach K.
I'm sure it'll be emotional, but it's going to be about my team.
Krzyzewski is the winningest coach in college basketball history. With more than 1,100 victories, 5 national titles, and 12 Final Fours on his resume, he's now preparing to lead his team onto the court that bears his name for the last time.
This is the most special place in college basketball. And
the 75-year-old has done a lot more than just teach X's and O's.
the big guys got to then come here.
He shaped lives.
The managers, the staff, the coaches, the players. And when they leave Duke, they're better people.
Of the quintet of championship teams, Shane Battier played a starring role in 2001.
Do you have a story, Shane, where Coach K challenged you or changed maybe your lens on things?
He'd call me that summer and he would say, hey, Shane, can you picture you becoming a great player and leading us? And if I hemmed or hawed or hesitated for a second, he'd hang up on me.
Excellence was demanded, and the culture in campus fed off of Coach K's energy.
He has been the face of Duke basketball.
Cameron Indoor Stadium truly is the house Coach K built. Students line up in tents just to land a coveted seat. It's called Krzyzewskiville.
Probably won't be sleeping the next 2 nights for it, so we'll all be exhausted, but it's definitely worth it.
If you have any high hopes of walking through these doors on Saturday, it's a pretty high bar because the cheapest seats online are about $3,000 to $5,000, pricing that feels an awful lot like the Super Bowl.
The basketball legend earning that respect, guiding countless players to NBA stardom and grooming an impressive coaching tree. Last year, Coach K opening up on Today about what attracted him to basketball in the first place.
The reason I got in it was relationships, to have an impact on the young men that you have the honor to coach.
And guys, this is not actually Coach K's last game. You still have the ACC tournament and then the NCAA tournament. Of course, friends and family want to find out whether or not Coach K can finish this unprecedented career with yet another NCAA championship. Another tidbit I found out on the campus here at Duke is that they have to take a test just for the right to wait in that tent city, Krzyzewskiville, to try and get a ticket. That is how serious they take things around here. In Durham, Sam Brock, NBC News. Morgan and Aaron, back to you.
The college soccer world is reeling after the sudden and shocking death by suicide of a star player. Katie Meyer was found dead in her Stanford University dorm room earlier this week. Her parents spoke to NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk about their grief in hopes that another family doesn't have to go through the same pain.
22-year-old Katie Meyer was just months away from graduation with a bright future ahead.
And I've never seen someone who's put so much heart and soul into so many different aspects of her life.
Can't get it! Saved by Meyer! The star goalie of the Stanford University women's soccer team was a natural leader with a big personality.
And it only goes up from here.
The California native was found dead in her dorm room on Tuesday. The soccer world stunned.
She just lived life to the fullest always.
We sat down with her parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, in the wake of the unthinkable.
She died by suicide. The last, couple of days are like a parent's worst nightmare, and you don't wake up from it. So it's just horrific.
The close-knit family spoke often. Their final conversation with their daughter was just hours before she took her own life.
She was excited. She had a lot on her plate. She had a lot going on, but she was happy. She was in great spirits.
It was the usual jovial Katie.
Yeah.
One constant can
Her parents say they believe she received an email regarding a disciplinary action and that she might have been in trouble.
Katie, being Katie, was defending a teammate on campus over an incident, and the repercussions of her defending that teammate.
We have not seen that email yet. She had been getting letters for a couple months. This letter was kind of the final letter that there was going to be a trial or some kind of something. This is the only thing that we can come up with that triggered something.
Almost 10 o'clock. Her parents now wondering if between school and sports, it was too much pressure.
There is anxiety and there is stress to be perfect, to be the best, to be number one.
The Meyers speaking out to make sure other parents don't suffer the same tragedy. The emotions of their loss are raw.
We're struggling right now, Stephanie. We are just struggling to know, what happened and why it happened, We're just like heartbroken. We're so heartbroken. And
Katie's mom wearing her daughter's sweatshirt, one she wore in a post just last Friday.
It's going to sound crazy, but every mom is going to understand this. But when you smell it, it smells like her. It smells like Katie. Just her scent. I'm wearing it because it just feels, I want to be close to her. So yes, it is hers.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
March is Colorectal Awareness Month. New research shows that more young adults are getting sick, but this cancer is hitting Black and Latinos especially harder.
An inspiring group of graduate students is growing from T-shirts to a national campaign as they try to make a difference in their community and beyond. Here's the Today Show's Craig Melvin.
Hey, Aaron, Morgan, good to see both of you. Let's be honest, colorectal health, not the easiest subject to talk about, but when caught early enough, the survival rate is extremely high, north of 90%, in fact. So the conversation about getting screened just can't wait. And there's a group of young health professionals taking that message to the streets. Any given Sunday, you'll find people inside the Mount Carmel AME Church in Atlanta moved by the music and the spirit. Outside this Sunday, they're hearing the good word of a different kind. Members of a group called Black Health working to educate about the risks of colorectal cancer and urging people to get screened. The group was founded by 4 graduate students at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. They started by selling T-shirts that said, Black Health Matters.
You want one more? Okay, I got you.
Soon, they were out at churches and anywhere else people gather. We spoke with 2 of the founders. Just the name Black Health, like that's, you know, like you hear that and there's a sense of ownership.
Yep.
For our community. How did we settle on that name?
I think we decided that Black health was the issue that we were targeting. Yeah. Right now we're really focused on colorectal cancer. Black people suffer also higher rates of heart disease, hypertension, stroke, diabetes. We also saw during the pandemic, we also suffered worse outcomes in an infectious disease.
The focus on colorectal cancer came after the death of Chadwick Boseman at the age of 43. The actor's private battle putting a spotlight on the rise of early onset cases. New research shows that between 2002 and 2016, aggressive colorectal cancer cases jumped 57% for people in their 20s and 66% for people in their 30s. Divided by race, the study showed that the highest increase was found in the Black community. Experts say a lot of factors may cause this, including diet, education, and family history. The founders of Black Health say they feel strongly that racism also plays a role.
We really stand by that racism strips us from those opportunities to live long, healthy lives and impacts our ability to access care and preventative services.
We can blame diet, we can blame exercise, but the higher up issue is really the access to the resource that makes it easy for me to have a healthy diet, makes it easy for me to go outside and exercise. You know, if I'm living in poverty and don't have time to go exercise, then I'm not going to exercise, right?
The founders of Black Health have been on the move, partnering with Cottonelle for their Good Down There campaign. They've handed out about 5,000 at-home screening kits and helped pay for some patients' colonoscopies. Have you found when you talk to people that they know that if it's caught early, you generally survive?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So colorectal cancer is one of the most treatable cancers out there. So if caught early and if you get into care early, then you have a 90% survival rate.
Part of getting people to listen can depend on who's delivering the message.
I think that we filled a information gap thinking about the way that we can change the narrative around health for Black people that speaks to people about issues that they care about, but is also done in a way that feels Black, right? It doesn't feel like it's coming from an institution.
Their message is getting out there with partners operating in a half-dozen cities across the country. A dream of helping others that comes true every day.
We started with T-shirts, and now we have this national campaign, so it's really exciting.
Black Health is really doing some fantastic work, and they've also partnered with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance, and I'm proud to be a member of the Alliance's board. Aaron, Morgan, back to you.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Russia advances. Putin's forces making new progress in their invasion of Ukraine. The city is now being threatened, and the growing concern about the assault on a major nuclear power plant. Also breaking right now, death penalty decision. Supreme Court justices reinstating the sentence of one of the Boston Marathon bombers. What they say led to their ruling. On the record, former Trump Attorney General Bill Barr opening up in an exclusive interview.
He was obviously getting very angry about this. I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted.
What Barr says was really going on behind the scenes as the former president tried to claim 2020 election fraud. And talk about ruffling feathers, a Florida neighborhood overrun with peacocks. The plan to remove them that has animal activists crying foul. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the breaking developments in Ukraine. Europe's largest nuclear power plant now under Russian control after an overnight battle. Shelling sparked a fire in a training building on the property where that plant sits. That fire was later extinguished. We are now seeing new stark images of the damage across the capital of Kyiv. Witnesses telling NBC News up to a dozen explosions were heard this morning. And new this hour, a senior U.S. defense official tells our Courtney Cubie 92% of Russia's pre-staged forces are now inside Ukraine. The economic fallout of the invasion is growing rapidly, too. Microsoft suspended sales in Russia, and FedEx is suspending service in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. We are keeping a close eye on all of the developments on day 9 of Russia's invasion. Let's begin our coverage overseas with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He is at NATO headquarters in Brussels for us again today. Josh, the NATO foreign ministers are meeting right now where you are. How are they responding to what's going on in Ukraine?
Well, obviously, there is a lot of concern, especially about this new incident involving the nuclear power plant in Ukraine, the largest in Europe, Aaron. And we heard the Secretary of General of NATO, Stoltenberg, saying that this was a reckless move by the Russians, that it shows the urgent need for him to withdraw his troops and stop this conflict. But I have to tell you, we are not seeing any signs here at NATO that there is an increasing interest or openness to getting more involved militarily in this conflict, despite this nuclear incident. In fact, what we are hearing from the foreign ministers gathered here today is that they feel like they have an obligation not to let NATO and Europe be drawn into this broader conflict, with the Secretary General saying there is no interest in either putting boots on the ground, which we've known for a while, or in enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which is something that a growing number of pro-Ukraine advocates have been calling for. We also heard Secretary of State Blinken, as he was meeting just a few minutes ago with his European counterpart, laying out the stakes for this, saying there is an urgent need for this to de-escalate, that the U.S. remains open to diplomacy with the Russians, but that if it comes to a conflict where a NATO member or others are brought into this, that the U.S. and NATO are not afraid to stand up and defend its allies. And so you see, on the one hand, NATO wanting to make very clear to Putin that every single inch of NATO territory will be defended, but at the same time doing everything they can to not let NATO and its nuclear-armed nations get drawn into a direct military confrontation with Russia.
All right, Josh, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin now. She's in Lviv, Ukraine, for us again today. Erin, do we know where Russia is targeting at this hour?
Well, Aaron, what we're seeing is a full-scale invasion. They're making gains in the south, it seems, in the port cities of Mariupol and in Kherson. Kherson actually fell to the Russians a couple of days ago. It's a full occupation happening there now. Residents terrified to leave their homes. I was speaking to a number of residents yesterday. They made their way out to get food and supplies for the very first time after the mayor in Kherson brokered a deal with the Russian military, the Russian occupation, the terms of which were posted on Facebook, which includes a strict curfew, also mandates that no one can enter the city unless they're bringing food and supplies. Also, that if you're walking down the street, you can't walk in greater numbers than 2, and you could be stopped at any time and searched by Russian forces. Those are the terms in which people there are living. This is a city of 300,000. I was speaking to a man who asked not to be identified. He wanted to go by the name Jimmy. He asked to be concealed because he's concerned about the possibility of reprisal for speaking out, and he described what he saw on the streets of Kherson yesterday. Take a listen.
We all took a walk today, and what we've seen were deserted streets, queues at ATM machines. Maybe 3% of all shops were open, and they wouldn't have enough food in them. Despite some bombing, which happened during the takeover, I could call it a silent takeover. We probably lost our town to the enemy, but majority thinks it's a temporary, and we have to hold on until the Ukrainian army frees us.
Jimmy was telling me that the local television station has been taken over. He was watching programming last night, and it has been now dubbed in Russian. I was also speaking to another man here in Lviv. His name was Dennis. His 65-year-old mother is in Kherson. She has no way out. He was extremely concerned for her safety because he says she's been working with the Ukrainian military. He's concerned that the Russians could detain her. Dennis is here in Lviv, currently trying to get his wife and children across the border into Poland. He says then he's going to try and make his way to Kherson to save his mother. It is an example of the extreme and drastic situations that Ukrainians are faced with now, worth pointing out that it is estimated 1.25 million refugees have been created by this crisis so far, Aaron.
Some heartbreaking choices having to be made there for so many people. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Lviv. Thank you. Let's turn to Moscow now, and our global correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, Vladimir Putin issued a new warning earlier today. What did he say?
Yeah, Aaron, this was a pretty thinly veiled threat to his neighbors in Eastern Europe, telling them not to interfere with Russian operations in Ukraine. We heard a moment ago from Josh Lederman about how NATO is making clear it does not have interest in intervening militarily in Ukraine. But even NATO's current posture is not without risk, right? Because U.S. weapons are being sent through NATO countries into the hands of Ukrainian troops, and then they are being used to kill Russian soldiers with great effect. And Vladimir Putin is worried about that. No one really knows where the Russian president's mind is at this point, Aaron, but there is concern that Putin may feel he needs to cut off that flow of Western weapons coming from NATO countries into Ukraine. And if he does, that could lead to a major escalation. Now, this is the second time we've heard from President Putin in 2 days. Yesterday, he spoke to French President Macron, and there was a dispiriting line that came out of the readout from the Kremlin side of that phone call. Putin saying that the Russian military offensive will continue until its goals are achieved, which suggests he isn't putting much stock in these peace negotiations going on between Russian and Ukrainian negotiators in Belarus. Aaron, meanwhile, here in Russia, the Kremlin is cracking down on any alternate narrative to the one being put out by the Russian government. A new law means you can go to jail for 15 years for spreading what they call fake news. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us, Aaron McLaughlin as well. Thank you both. Now, a cyber war has now been declared against Russia as well, this by hackers. You've likely heard of the group Anonymous. It's now targeting major Russian websites. The group says the Russian regime is, quote, fair game. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, for years, the U.S. has accused the Russian government of cyber attacks, sometimes even working alongside Russian cyber criminals. But now Russia is in the crosshairs. And before you celebrate, think about how quickly this could all snowball into an all-out global cyber war.
This is a message to Vladimir Putin.
from Anonymous.
The group calls itself Anonymous. Unaffiliated hackers around the world now putting Russia in the crosshairs.
Members of Anonymous have declared cyber war against your aggressive regime.
They claim they've already targeted more than 1,500 Russian websites, including Kremlin-controlled news agencies, the Ministry of Defense and Space Agency, Russian oil companies, internet providers, even TV channels.
Their call to fight in the cyberspace has resulted in a lot of websites not being available, some websites going down, and a lot of records, Russian government, Russian military records being dumped out onto the internet.
U.S. officials confirm they've seen evidence of the anonymous hacks after Russia launched a cyber and ground offensive against Ukraine.
But the real risk to Russia long term is the canceling of their access to internet infrastructure as private sector companies decide that they're going to delist or no longer carry their traffic.
Cutting off Russia from the world would also deprive everyday Russians of access to outside news and information. And cyber pros worry Russia may view the anonymous hacks as Western attacks and target U.S. government and company sites. U.S. Cybersecurity Director Jen Easterly. How at risk is the average American or that very small business owner?
Everybody's at risk, which is why at the end of the day, they need to take the steps to protect their systems, their networks, and their data. This can happen to anyone. There is no one that is immune from potentially getting hacked.
The cybersecurity basics: never click on suspicious emails or links. Use complicated passwords and multi-step authentication. Back up your computers and keep security software up to date.
This basically ensures that he can log in even when the password is changed.
Israeli firm CyberBit uses real-world attacks to train American companies to defend themselves.
The questions organizations need to ask themselves is not if they are going to be hit, but when they are going to be hit.
As for Anonymous, now targeting Russia,
we are Anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us.
Russia has always been perceived as the cyber attacker, and now they're on the receiving end.
Instead of always being on offense, they also got to be on defense, and that really lowers their capability in some ways to also do attacks.
Yeah, the cyber battlefield seems to be expanding by the day. We've already seen U.S. oil pipelines, food supplies, hospitals, and banks hacked in recent years. Experts say those could be targeted again, but also electric grids, dams, water systems. Everything is a potential target right now. The U.S. Cybersecurity Agency, by the way, has great resources online for you and your family, for businesses large and small. It is a very good option if you're looking for help.
We're following some breaking news from the Supreme Court now. The justices are reinstating the death sentence of one of the 2013 Boston Marathon bombers. That attack killed 3 people. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now from Washington. Pete, can you walk us through this decision from the court?
Sure. Remember that there were 2 bombers at the Boston Marathon. There was Johar Tsarnaev and his older brother Tamerlan. Tamerlan was subsequently killed in a shootout with police a few days later. But Johar was arrested and charged with his role in the bombing and the death penalty for 2 of the people who were killed by the bomb that he set off. But a federal appeals court voided the death penalty, saying the trial judge made 2 mistakes: that he should have allowed more extensive questioning of potential jurors about the nature of the news coverage that they had seen, heard, and read, and secondly, that the trial judge should have allowed evidence about a triple murder in Waltham, Massachusetts, that happened a few years before the bombing, in which the older brother, Tamerlan, was suspected of murdering 3 people. The defense wanted to put that evidence in to show that the older brother was violent and so intimidating that he had the younger brother under his thumb, and that the younger brother was therefore less criminally responsible for the bombing. Today, the Supreme Court rejected that analysis by the appeals court and reimposed the death penalty. It said that by a vote of 6-3, that trial judges have lots of discretion over questioning, that the judge went to enormous lengths to choose a jury that could base the verdict on the evidence that it heard in court and not any presuppositions, and that the evidence about the Waltham murders was so inconclusive because the only people who were there were dead. Nobody really knew what happened, that it would simply confuse the jury. The dissenters, though, the 3 dissenters, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Breyer, said that the judge should have allowed that other evidence in to look at the influence of the older brother. But they were in the dissent. It was a 6-3 ruling, and they were the dissenters here, Aaron.
All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington today. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
Former Attorney General Bill Barr is breaking his silence about the big lie that sparked the riot in Washington at the Capitol last year. Barr was at the center of several scandals that broke during former President Donald Trump's final year in office. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt sat down with him for an exclusive interview.
In his new memoir, One Damn Thing After Another, Barr opens up about the former president and the criticisms that Barr sometimes acted more as the former president's personal lawyer rather than attorney general. And he addresses how their relationship came to an abrupt end. Take me back to that day, December 1st. You're in the SUV. Did you know you were going to end up in the Oval Office before the day was up?
I assumed I was.
Attorney General Bill Barr knew he had infuriated the president. Since election night, Trump had been insisting he'd won.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
At that point,
Barr knew that wasn't true. He'd even had the Justice Department investigate. Now, he was being summoned to the president's private dining room after saying in an interview with the AP that Trump's claims of election fraud were wrong.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was.
And then he also told Trump what he thought of his legal team. Not a lot.
I said, the reason you are where you are is because you wheeled out a clown show of lawyers.
A clown show?
Yeah, clown car or something like that. I said, it's just a bunch of clowns.
Who are you referring to? Rudy Giuliani?
His Cracker Jack legal team, among others.
Barr says the president shot back, listing the ways he said Barr had failed him. That's when Barr says he offered up his resignation.
I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again, accepted. Go home. Don't go back to your office. Go home. You're done.
When we asked the former president about this meeting, he disputed Barr's account and told us he was the one who demanded Barr's resignation. Either way, Barr handed in a resignation letter 2 weeks later and has not spoken with Donald Trump since. He does not want him to run for president again.
January 6th, the riot. Do you think that President Trump was responsible for what happened here ultimately?
I do think he was responsible in the broad sense of that word, and that it appears that part of the plan was to send this group up to the Hill. I think the whole idea was to intimidate Congress, and I think that was wrong.
In a 3-page letter to NBC News, President Trump trashed Barr's book as fake, and he hurled personal insults at his former attorney general, calling him a coward, a big disappointment, and lazy. We'll send it back to you.
Crime in the New York City subway system has surged in recent weeks. This comes despite Mayor Eric Adams dispatching thousands more NYPD officers and mental health providers to help fight the problem. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Major crimes on New York City transit up 30% this week, even after the mayor's subway safety plan went into effect.
I have seen a slight increase in the police presence.
Do you feel safer?
No.
I feel fine.
A little? The safety plan announced 2 weeks ago sent 1,000 more police officers and teams of health workers into the city subway system.
Public safety and justice, they are the prerequisite to prosperity.
While enforcement has gone up, with the NYPD reporting 64% more arrests since the week before, according to NBC New York, crime remains a problem. In Queens, a 57-year-old woman was viciously attacked with a hammer and robbed as she entered a subway station.
She told me she had been telling the perpetrator
perpetrator, stop, but apparently he just kept hitting her over the head and then ran off with the bag.
Police arrested 57-year-old William Blount days later on an attempted murder charge. We could not immediately reach Blount or his attorney for comment, and on the day the plan went into effect, a man smeared human feces in a 43-year-old woman's face at a Bronx subway station.
That's an horrific experience for anyone to go through. Human waste, someone spitting in your face, those are real signs of mental health issues.
The alleged perpetrator, 37-year-old Frank Abrokwa, now facing a slew of charges, including assault, according to court documents, released on his own recognizance, prompting outrage. The Bronx District Attorney's Office telling NBC News they requested Abrokwa be held on bail and supervised release, but the judge denied both. Abrokwa is also facing hate crime charges for a prior incident in Brooklyn. He's on supervised release for that. His attorney had no comment without Abrokwa's consent.
I do not understand why the MTA cannot ban people like that guy who had 3 priors. We take away driver's licenses for one drunk driving episode.
Overall, major crimes on transit so far this year are in line with 2016 to 2019 statistics, according to the NYPD, although ridership is still down significantly. Why are people like this being released?
As disgusting as this crime was, it didn't fall within any of the other categories of what that bail would be required.
Joseph Jackalone is a retired NYPD sergeant and professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. He says addressing crime on the trains begins above ground.
Just about every one of these cases has to deal with somebody who is homeless and has done something terrible. Historically, when I was a cop back in the day, the homeless people complained that the shelters weren't safe. Well, they need to fix that, and they needed to fix that yesterday.
And Priscilla joins us now. Priscilla, how is Mayor Adams responding to this spike in violence?
Well, Aaron, we reached out to the mayor's office for an interview, and they referred us to the NYPD, who did not get back to us. But the mayor has expressed concern over these incidents. He's talked about the need for reforms in the mental health system, the criminal justice and housing support system. And as for his plan, that law enforcement expert I spoke with said that it may be weeks before we really see the true impacts of this program. Aaron?
All right, Priscilla Thompson for us today. Priscilla, thank you. And the Philadelphia community is demanding answers after a police officer shot a 12-year-old boy. Authorities say the plainclothes officers shot the boy in the back after he fired at them. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah.
A 12-year-old boy fatally shot in the back by Philadelphia police, now identified as Thomas Siderio, according to authorities who allege the boy fired at multiple officers on Tuesday night. This was the scene where the boy was shot, struck in the upper right area of his back, and pronounced dead at the hospital. The community in shock.
Being a father, it's just, it's not something that I could possibly imagine.
Joseph Perez says he has a 12-year-old who attends Siderio's school.
Unfortunately, in today's society, children no longer can be children. They have to go from infants to adolescents instantaneously.
As for what happened, police say 4 plainclothes officers were investigating an illegal gun possession in South Philadelphia when the officer spotted a wanted 17-year-old teen related to their investigation. Police say the officers then approached the teen, who was accompanied by 12-year-old Siderio, in their unmarked vehicle with police lights on.
I can tell you definitively that the police officer's vehicle had the red and blue lights indicative of police activity.
The 17-year-old's mother, who asked not to be shown on camera, disagrees.
They're saying the cop car turned their lights on. That never happened. So they didn't make themselves known as police officers. So the 2 kids assumed it was somebody from another neighborhood. So the 1 kid shot at the car.
Police say a bullet was fired by the 12-year-old and hit their car's back window near an officer's head.
1 officer sustained significant injury to his eyes from shattered glass.
Law enforcement add the 2 officers then pursued Siderio on foot, fatally shooting him. 1 officer was treated at the hospital and released. No other officers were injured.
At this point, all indications are we believe he was still in possession of the weapon at the time of the officer's discharge.
Here's what's going to be very important, is to be able to capture as much video from the street as we can, witness statements, physical evidence, anything that we can reconstruct that entire shooting scene
Video obtained by NBC affiliate WCAU shows the aftermath, where a 9mm semi-automatic handgun was recovered at the scene. Police say the firearm was stolen. The 17-year-old teen was stopped for questioning and released. The incident is now under investigation, and the 4 involved officers are on administrative leave.
And we know that Siderio was just 12 years old, Aaron, as we heard, so the families are shocked and officials are convening to figure out just what happened. The mayor of Philadelphia, Jim Kinney, met with police and used the opportunity to talk about the need to restrict gun access. He called it ridiculous how easily people can buy and sell guns. So this is something we're going to continue following, Aaron.
All right, Zinkley Esimwa for us today. Zinkley, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's worth more than $500 million. Coming up, why the U.S. wants to seize this floating palace that includes not 1, but 2 helipads.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Now to the financial markets, where escalating tensions in Ukraine are overshadowing the impressive new jobs numbers that are out today. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Now, Dom, let's talk specifically about energy prices. A lot of folks are focused on that. What are we seeing in the wake of the recent escalation overseas, and how is that going to affect Americans?
So, Aaron, we already know how much crude oil prices are rising, and by extension, those gasoline prices. We've covered it extensively here with you on NBC News Now, especially since, of course, the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine about a little over a week ago. But if you are heading to a gas station either today or later on this weekend, you're going to get ready for some real sticker shock. It doesn't matter if you're looking at regional or national averages, if you're looking at your local stations. By some measures, gasoline prices today had their biggest one-day jump in prices since 2005. So if you look at gasoline price data from AAA, the national average for a gallon of unleaded regular is $3.84 today. It was $3.73 just yesterday, so 11 cents in one day. And by the way, Aaron, if you're wondering what it was a year ago, it was $2.75. And we've already talked a lot about the fact that food prices like wheat on the rise as well, Aaron.
All right, Dominic Chu for us at CNBC. Dom, thank you. Now, in response to the Russian invasion, the U.S. government is setting its sights on the prized possessions of some of Russia's wealthiest men. That includes this super yacht, which has an estimated value of up to $735 million. It has 2 helicopter pads and one of the largest indoor boat pools in the world. NBC News reporter David K. Lee is tracking this story for us. He joins us now. So, David, this super yacht has been getting a lot of attention in recent days. Who does it belong to, and why are U.S. officials so focused on it?
Well, it belongs to a Russian oligarch who's a metal and mining tycoon, and the way the United States views it is that he is the beneficiary of Vladimir Putin's corrupt system. So they're trying to go after this in this one way to strike back at Russia without using military force. This is the best that the U.S. can do right now.
So, David, help us understand a little more, what the government is ultimately trying to make happen here. How does grabbing these assets impact what Russia is doing in Ukraine?
Well, it is unprecedented. The idea of not just sanctioning a country, but going after individuals, trying to hit the pocketbooks of people like Putin and people who are part of his hypocrisy, and that this is what the United States thinks is the best route right now. If there's not going to be any military action, why not find a way to strike out at the pocketbooks of very rich and important people in Russia?
All right, David K. Lee for us today. David, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
The humanitarian crisis in Ukraine is getting more dire by the day. Still ahead, the desperate situation on the ground in Poland, and hundreds of thousands flee for their safety.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, 2 Marines are safe after being involved in a military plane crash. Their aircraft went down during a routine flight in South Carolina on Tuesday. They ejected from the plane before it hit the ground. They were not hurt. A group of truckers making its way to D.C. right now to take part in a protest this weekend. That group is calling itself the People's Convoy. Truckers have been driving across America to protest vaccine and mask mandates. The trucks were spotted in Ohio yesterday and are expected to arrive in D.C. tomorrow. Many states are experiencing gas price hikes, and AAA warns it's going to get worse. The average cost for a gallon of gas in Massachusetts, for example, went up 7 cents in just one day. That's a 20-cent increase from a week ago. At the bottom of the hour now, let's get an update on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. Downtown Kyiv has been rocked by up to a dozen explosions. Air raid sirens sounded throughout the morning there. A senior U.S. official says more than 92% of Russia's military that amassed around Ukraine is now inside that country. Vladimir Putin now cracking down on foreign and independent media outlets as well. A new law makes it illegal to disseminate, quote, fake information about Russia's armed forces. The BBC and Voice of America have already been taken off the air in Russia. Some of the world's biggest companies are cutting ties to Russia. Take a look at all the logos you see on the screen here. IKEA is closing all of its stores there. Netflix putting all Russian projects on hold. Concert giant Live Nation is ending all business in Russia, and major movie studios are pulling their releases as well. Now, all the while, refugees are pouring over Ukraine's borders. The UN says more than 1.2 million people have fled the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is speaking right now in Kyiv. Let's listen.
Військовими – це перемога світла над темрявою. Це перемога добра над злом. Перемога відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть. Підтримуйте Україну, бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа. Якщо Україна паде вся Європа.
And this third minute I would like to dedicate to you, to the people of Europe. I would like to call upon you not to be silent. I would like you to come out on the streets and support Ukraine, support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will fall, you will fall. So please don't be silent. Do not turn the blind eye on this. Come out and support Ukraine as much as you can.
І якщо ми переможемо, а я впевнений в нашому народі, я впевнений в вас, тож якщо ми переможемо, то це дійсно буде велика перемога демократії, цінності, перемога свободи. Це тоді хвилини мовчання перетворяться в роки розсуду. Європа, будь такою ж міцною, як народ України. Слава Україні!
And if we win, and I'm sure we win, this will be the victory for the whole democratic world. This will be the victory of our freedom. This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery. And if we win, we will become as blossoming as Europe, and Europe will be flourishing more than ever after this magnificent victory. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Вільнюс, Франкфурт, Тбілісі, Братислава, Прага, Ліон, Париж. Кожен з вас сьогодні українець. Дякую.
Frankfurt, Prague, Bratislava, Lyon, Paris, Tbilisi, Vilnius, all of you today are Ukrainians, and thank you for this.
All right, you've been listening to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking primarily to European countries. That was the indication we had received earlier in the day, that he wanted to, in a way, address the countries that surround Ukraine, as well as some English-speaking countries, Great Britain in particular, for example. We were able to hear some of the translation there as he made those comments. And of course, we're going to continue to follow any of the information that comes out of that speech as the day goes on. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is rapidly unfolding by the hour, as we've been showing you, but Ukrainian forces are standing their ground as that Russian military convoy in particular is creeping toward the capital city of Kyiv. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts is joining us now with a closer look at the threat as it stands at this hour. So, Clint, walk us through your analysis.
Thanks. So really mixed signals coming from how the invasion is going. In the north, Russia continues to struggle, but in the south, we've got a very different story. Just to bring everyone up to speed here, Crimea, this is where they took in 2014. They have created essentially a land bridge unifying with the forces here, these breakaway republics that they essentially control, essentially encircling Mariupol. At this point, Mariupol is being hit with indirect fires. They have all sorts of infrastructure damage. Power is out. This is siege warfare, and I think it's kind of a forecast for what we might see in the north later on. Separately, though, another major development yesterday, the Russians advanced to Kherson. Not only were they able to take the bridge there and essentially move to the west, they were able to open a canal that was closed after 2014 by the Ukrainians, which cut off all fresh water to Crimea. It sounds like in the coming weeks and months, they might be able to restore that water. That would be a major logistical upgrade for the Russians. What we're seeing right now is an advance on Mykolaiv. And Mykolaiv is super important for one reason above all others. It is another major bridge that puts them in position to go to the west. This is what the town looks like. It's a large urban center. It was also one of those places where the Russian Navy moved to after 2014. If they can take this bridge, if they can move in and through to the west, you're going to see a major move all the way to the west here. And if they're able to get over to Moldova, remember there's a breakaway sort of republic for Russia there called Transnistria. There are Russian forces there. They would be able to unify those forces, and then they would control this entire southern coast of Ukraine, essentially shutting off resupply by the sea. Now, I also want to bring you back out to look at the big picture. That is bad news for the Ukrainians, but there's also some good news. And this what I think President Zelensky was pointing to. They continue to pound in Chernihiv. They continue to advance on this convoy, but they're not making steady ground. And in some reports that we're seeing, it sounds like they're already back to that airport they tried to take a week ago, and they're not having great success. So what we see from the Ukrainian defenses is they're really standing their ground in and around Kyiv. The question is really about logistics at this point. It's food, it's fuel, it's ammunition. Whoever can sustain that for the longest and either defend or surround Kyiv is really where this fight is going. So I think the big question is, what will the West do? How will they step in? I think President Zelensky's marks right there. How do we essentially bring help to President Zelensky? He's asking the European countries, hey, can you be my bridge, my land bridge for resupply in the future? And what can you do to support me?
We'll all be looking closely to see the answers to those questions. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts. Clint, thank you. Now, more companies are joining the effort to pressure Russia to end its invasion of Ukraine. Many businesses are cutting ties and suspending operations in the country, while others are abandoning their investments. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now with more on that. Vaughn?
Aaron, this is increasing pressure from corporations not only here in the United States, but in Europe that are not only cutting off and severing their business ties to Russia, but also halting exports. Take a listen.
Many of the world's major corporations responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine with swift action.
We wanted to buy an Apple Watch as a present. Suddenly, the store is closed.
Apple this week stopped selling its products in Russia and limited Russians' abilities to use Apple Pay. Also this week, Ford, Toyota, and Volkswagen suspending Russian manufacturing. BMW and General Motors say they'll stop exports to the country. Major clothing suppliers including H&M and Nike, have ended their online sales into the country. With each passing hour, more companies are cutting their ties to the Russian state, icing out Putin and his country's economy.
Companies have moved relatively aggressively to step up to the plate and either suspend ties with their factories or business partners in Russia, at least temporarily.
Are companies cutting ties to Russia because of potential financial blowback, or more so because of moral obligation?
I think it's a bit of both at this point in time.
The hope that the steep drop in the value of the ruble and an increasingly anxious Russian population leads Putin to relent.
The quadratic formula.
These corporations also affecting the country's entertainment. Disney, Sony, and Warner Brothers all delaying the release of their upcoming movies in the country. FIFA this week disqualifying Russia from competing in international soccer events, including the qualifiers ahead of this summer's World Cup.
FIFA condemns as well the use of force by Russia in Ukraine.
And the International Skating Union now banning all Russian figure skaters. Then on Thursday, Formula One racing making it clear in a statement Russia will no longer have a race in the future. Even the International Cat Federation announced it will now exclude any cats bred in Russia from its future competitions. And multiple oil and gas companies making massive moves by choosing to disinvest in Russian oil. BP saying it will end its financial backing of Rosneft, Russia's state-backed oil producer. Shell is also leaving the country. The business moves come as the Russian economy plummets, struggling to withstand the onslaught of sanctions by the U.S., the European Union, and others.
Do sanctions make it easier for these companies to cut ties?
If you have a company that's sitting there saying, under these sanctions, is there a material risk I could face if I continue to do business in Russia? The answer is pretty clearly yes.
Other American brands, however, are continuing to operate, including hundreds of fast food restaurants, including McDonald's and Burger King's. But the pressure on those that remain increasing as Russia's invasion advances.
So, Vaughn, we understand what these companies are doing. But what about their customers? Are the customers backing the companies in the stand they're taking against Russia?
Right. I think look at the numbers actually from Morning Consult, which is that organization who you just heard from in this piece here. They actually did a survey of about 2,000 Americans here over the weekend. And you see that there 75% of Americans support U.S. businesses cutting off and severing their relations with Russia. 75% also support ending exports into Russia. But I think even more defining is that number, 37% that look to make those changes permanent here. There's that question of what do these companies stand to lose, especially when they've invested, billions of dollars in some cases over the course of decades here. But ultimately, they also have to look at their relationships with the U.S. government, with European nations, and also their shareholders here. And they cannot be seen in the government's mind or the public's minds in many of these companies' belief as undermining the sanctions in this effort to stop Russia. Aaron?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you. Let's bring in freelance journalist Veronica Melkarzarova now. She's also the executive editor of The New Voice of Ukraine. Veronica, we appreciate you being here today. We've been talking to you a lot since this war started. We're now 9 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I have to ask you, are you still in Kyiv? Are you safe there? Do you have any plans to leave?
Hello, thank you for having me. Yes, I'm still in Kyiv. Now I'm in the apartment with my granny. We finally reunited. So we have no plans to leave because our elderly relatives, they just can't make this kind of trip to Lviv because currently a railway station is overcrowded. It's kind of dangerous for those grannies who can barely walk, basically. And we decided we are not living without them. So, yes, things are getting tougher in Kyiv. As you see, now I'm not quite in a good light because we have to mask. Our government asks us not to switch on the light in the residential buildings because it automatically makes us targets.
Well, you know, I have to say, as we've talked to you over the last many days, we've been able to see how tough you are as a lady, and so I'm glad to see that you've made it to your grandmother and that she has you there with her at this time when family is so important. I do want to ask you, you know, there are a lot of nations that have imposed some pretty harsh economic sanctions against Russia, the U.S. among them, obviously, in hopes that this would have some sort of deterrent effect on Russia. Do you think these sanctions have been enough, or that they might work to any degree?
I think that nothing will be enough for what Russian government is doing right now with both Ukrainian and Russian people, because I think that I understand why NATO countries do not impose no-flight zone, because nobody wants to this war to go into other countries. However, our most prominent Russian-speaking city, Kharkiv, is destroyed. Currently, Russians occupied Kherson, a port city, where people resist the occupants and do not let them to film the fake propaganda videos they're trying to make there, to show that really Ukrainians meet the Russians as liberators. So those people are very brave right now, and they're in very dangerous situation. That is why I think that those sanctions, we really, really appreciate all the world has been doing for us. However, I think that time has to pass while Russia actually feels something. It's not enough.
All right, Veronica, we again appreciate your time. Thank you so much for talking to us, and we hope that you and your granny are able to stay safe there in Kyiv.
Thank you.
Abortion rights in this country hanging in the balance. Up next, the new step Florida is taking to limit access to that procedure.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
Getting an abortion in the state of Florida just became much more difficult. Overnight, Florida's Republican-led Senate giving final legislative approval to a bill that would ban abortions after 15 weeks with no exception for rape, incest, or human trafficking. The only exception if a mother is at risk of death or, quote, irreversible physical impairment. Now, right now, the law in Florida allows abortions up to 24 weeks with no waiting period. Governor Ron DeSantis has publicly supported that new abortion bill and is expected to sign it into law within the next week. Changes are coming to the congressional map in Wisconsin. The new court decision touted as a win for Wisconsin Democrats, but a small one. The new maps are expected to allow the GOP to maintain its congressional advantage in that state. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now with more on this. So, Ben, how do the changes here impact the political landscape in Wisconsin?
Yeah, they largely keep that political landscape at the status quo. Wisconsin has been a deeply divided state, one that has sort of swung with elections on the margins over the past couple of years. And obviously, anything can happen in any election. But the smart money is on these lines, preserving the GOP's 5-3 congressional delegation advantage, as well as their narrow control of the state legislature. And that's because of the political reality of having divided government. There is a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature. They've been locked in a back and forth for a while, and ultimately that process typically lends itself to a map that isn't as drastic of a change.
And Ben, has there been any backlash regarding these changes?
I mean, there's been some, as I was kind of waving at before. The governor and the legislature have been going back and forth, both in the legislature and the courts over these maps. Ultimately, this was a win for the Democratic governor, but a slight win because his hands had been tied by previous decisions. So it wasn't that this was an overwhelming exactly what the governor wanted. It was the best that he could do given the constructs, if that makes sense.
So what's the timeline we're working on here? When do we see these changes take effect?
As soon as the upcoming primaries in August. These lines are going to be the congressional lines and the legislative lines that they're going to run on in the primary in August and then the general election in November. There's a chance of some sort of federal court action that could come down the road, but barring any changes there, these are the maps.
All right, Ben Camisar for us today. Ben, thank you.
Pleasure.
A battle playing out over peacocks. Why they're ruffling some feathers in one neighborhood. That's up next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, there is a passionate debate raging down in Miami right now. The peacock, our spirit animal here at NBC, is often seen on the streets of neighborhoods in Miami-Dade County. And while some residents love them, they're beautiful, obviously, others want them out. Let's bring in NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides now to explain what is going on down here. Christian?
Well, Aaron, while peacocks are lovely to look at, they are until they start pecking at your car or causing property damage. In some instances, thousands of dollars worth of damage. It mostly happens during mating season when the males get aggressive, or if they decide to nest in your property, they can get protective. But it's an issue that has divided entire neighborhoods here in South Florida. The issue has gotten so heated, one man we spoke to asked us to conceal his identity so he could freely express himself about the birds. It's another sunny day in South Miami, where peacocks have become such a staple in the neighborhood. Not even the dogs give them a second glance.
I, in part, bought this house because of the peacocks.
You're good. Don't worry.
To say they're beloved is an understatement. To some, they're almost like family.
Phil. We named him Phil at the beginning of the pandemic. He come around and sleep in our tree, and we got to know him pretty well.
But every mating season, typically February to March, they start to ruffle some feathers. And not just their own. According to researchers, there could be up to some 1,500 peacocks living here in South Miami. Now there's a debate over what to do about them. Should they stay or should they go? As we found out, there's really no middle ground.
Coconut Grove, we've gotten some complaints.
Commissioner Raquel Regalado represents a district encompassing areas in South Miami where they're easily spotted, literally shaking their tail feathers or making a ruckus.
What is it doing?
This is the squawking. We get complaints about the cars, roof damage.
My poor neighbor's car being attacked by a peacock.
The peacocks peck at cars because they see their reflection. And during mating season, the males get violent with male competitors.
Patio screening and all, and talking to her, she said it cost about $3,000. We had to repaint a car, which was over $1,000. We have no desire to see them killed. We just want the ones that basically are causing the problems to be taken someplace.
Since 2001, a law has been in the books that prohibits harming or capturing the birds.
A mitigation plan.
Commissioner Regalado sponsored an ordinance that would allow municipalities to opt out if they have a plan in place for humanely dealing with the peacocks.
Are we actually talking about sentencing the peafowl to death right now?
It would allow private trappers to humanely euthanize peafowl.
Just the mention of euthanasia set people off. So Bettina Bascal started this petition to save the peacocks.
They are our neighbors, and I think that we should, learn to coexist with them.
Regalado wants to
create a sanctuary.
Euthanizing them, is that something that is being considered?
No, that's not being considered. I'm not looking to get rid of them, but I want to give people options.
So now it's being left up to the municipalities to decide what to do about the peacocks, or if they'll do anything about them at all. Aaron?
I laugh because you wouldn't expect this to be a thing, but obviously it's a real concern. I would know how I would feel if my car was in line of one of these guys looking to beat himself up, I guess is the reality. But any suggestions about what people can do to sort of mitigate that? A car cover maybe? I don't know.
Well, that's what a lot of neighbors in that neighborhood, a lot of residents in that neighborhood have been doing, just kind of covering their cars because they are protected. You can't call a trapper to remove them. So you're not even allowed to touch them. That's what's so frustrating for some of those residents who've gotten some car damage or property damage. But you see how passionate people are. I mean, that man who named one of the peacocks and actually considers the peacock part of his family. So certainly a very emotional issue for people in that neighborhood.
All right. I guess you just get out of the way. Christian Benavides, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. On the attack, Russian forces ramping up their assault on Ukraine. Overnight, fire erupting at a nuclear plant where Ukraine's defense against its invasion stands right now.
Facing the jury, prosecutors building their case against the first defendant to stand trial over the January 6th riot. The evidence being used against him and the critical testimony on the stand from his own son.
A new start. Top health officials laying out the White House's new plan to move on from COVID. What's changing and how it will impact Americans from coast to coast.
And a true MVP. After 42 years, Duke's legendary basketball coach is about to coach his final game. The send-off plan for Coach K at tomorrow's game against North Carolina. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, live on assignment here in Miami.
And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. We begin with Russia's relentless assault on Ukraine. Overnight, Russian forces took over Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is located in southern Ukraine. An urgent UN Security Council meeting has now been called for today. Russian shelling of that nuclear plant caused a fire in a training building on the property. That fire has been put out.
Meanwhile, NATO is once again calling on Vladimir Putin to end this war. NATO Secretary General, however, says calls for a no-fly zone over Ukraine simply won't happen. The Kremlin is also firing back today at surprising comments by Senator Lindsey Graham. In a single tweet, Graham called for someone in Russia to take out Putin. The Kremlin responding, saying, quote, "Unfortunately, in such an extremely tense atmosphere, there is a hysterical escalation of Russophobia."
Our team is covering every angle of day 9 of this invasion. Let's begin with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Moscow for us today. Raf, I want to start with the situation at this nuclear plant in southern Ukraine. What exactly do we know about what happened there?
Aaron, the U.S. and the Ukraine say that in the early hours this morning, Russian forces launched what they call a reckless assault on the largest nuclear power plant in Europe using tanks and artillery. At some point during that attack, a training building inside the complex caught fire. That fire was put out at about 6:20 local time. The IAEA, the UN's atomic watchdog, says right now we are not seeing any evidence of heightened radiation being released from this power plant, nor any evidence of damage to the core itself. Now, the Russian Ministry of Defense is saying that Ukrainian forces were inside that building shooting at advancing Russian troops, and as they retreated, they set fire to the building in a deliberate act of sabotage. I'll tell you, Aaron, we have not seen any evidence to support that claim at all. But it is a reminder that this is an unprecedented military conflict taking place amid one of the world's largest systems of nuclear power plants. President Zelensky of Ukraine says if one of those plants is damaged in the fighting, it could be the end of Europe. Aaron?
A dramatic warning there for sure. I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now. He's in Washington for us. Dan, what are officials here? What are U.S. officials saying about Russia's decision to take control of that power plant?
Well, I think they see it as very dangerous and really a sign of their kind of what they call reckless tactics. They've also cited Russia's shelling of civilian areas and neighborhoods, the use of cluster munitions, all of which carry a very high price for civilians. Here's what Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby had to say about Russian tactics.
This speaks to the recklessness and the dangerous atmosphere inside Ukraine caused by this unprovoked war of aggression, this unprovoked invasion by Russia, and the fact that regardless of how it started, that the Russians have not been very discriminate in the way they're going about this military campaign. They aren't known for accuracy and for precision, and certainly this is an example of just how dangerous this can get.
And the Pentagon is also telling us today that the Russian forces are slowly making some ground in the south. They have gained some territory this week, and they continue to press forward in the south, albeit slowly. And the port of Mariupol is under tremendous pressure and cut off by Russian forces. However, in the north and the east, the Russian offensive continues to be stalled due to Ukrainian resistance. The capital of Kyiv, they have not been able to advance on the capital and also not been able to seize the city of Kharkiv. And it is amazing now, in the 8th day of this, that Ukraine is still able to fly its Air Force and still able to operate its air defenses. So still a tremendous amount of fighting going on.
All right, Dan DeLuce, our global security reporter in Washington. Dan, thank you.
Now, the toll the invasion is taking on people across Ukraine is simply indescribable. With so much damage, many refugees won't have anything to go back to. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from Lviv, Ukraine, with that part of this story.
This morning, we are at a school in Lviv that has taken in 80 children from the war zone in the east. The staff at this school says these children all came here with stories of their towns being attacked, scared, nervous, obviously on edge. But these children you see here may be in the worst possible position because they're orphans. They do not have family. They are in limbo right now. They are being taken care of. They're being fed. But like everyone else in Ukraine at this moment, no one knows what's going to happen tomorrow.
With Russia's invasion now entering a second week, the damage in war-torn cities across Ukraine is mounting by the day. Images from before and after. These areas were attacked by Russian forces, a chilling reminder of what over 1 million refugees are running from.
Kyiv every hour was more dangerous than before. Every day is worse than previous.
Now, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to create humanitarian corridors to safely evacuate citizens, as an unaccountable number of families are packing up as much of their lives as they can in suitcases and bags. Many making their way to an overwhelmed border. This crowd seen trying to push past security gates to enter Poland. Still, the most critical artery in and out of the country has been the railways, the war not halting its non-stop service.
You know, in the peaceful world, we are the backbone of economy. In the wartime, we're the backbone of security.
Alexander Kamishin is the man running the entire Ukraine rail system. In many ways, it's what Ukrainians have relied on for food, medicine, and of course, an escape.
I am breaking apart. I have to take my son to a safer place.
Thousands have waited here at Lviv's main train station for days. Those lucky enough to make it on board find themselves crushed in train cars for a journey that is becoming more dangerous. These new images show rail bridges blown up, tracks crippled, even a missile just steps from the rail lines.
Can you promise them that you will try to get them out? No matter what, you will keep the trains running?
We will run the trains until the last person we can evacuate from center, east, and west of Ukraine and south of Ukraine.
But as this mass exodus is likely the beginning, the UN now says more than 10 million Ukrainians may end up fleeing their homes. And amid so much uncertainty, an emotional symbol of hope. Friends from the same Ukrainian village finally reunited in Germany after abandoning their home, torn apart by war.
And the humanitarian effort doesn't just end at the border or with those trains. Places like this school in Lviv are housing 80 orphans who have been taken out of the war zone. They tell me that if the war gets closer to here, they will evacuate those children. Reporting from Lviv, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
There are major developments in the investigation into the Capitol riot. The January 6th committee has subpoenaed Kimberly Guilfoyle, the fiancée of Donald Trump Jr. The committee says Guilfoyle spoke to former President Donald Trump in the Oval Office on the day of the riot. Today is also day 3 in the trial of accused Capitol Hill rioter Guy Reffitt. The jury heard from Reffitt's son, Jackson. He tipped off the FBI to his father's participation in the insurrection. The prosecution showed text messages where Reffitt talked about wanting to destroy the government. Our team is covering every angle of the investigation into the Capitol riot. I want to begin with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. He is covering the trial of Guy Reffitt for us. Pete, bring us up to speed. What's happening in court today?
Well, more witnesses today after the very dramatic testimony yesterday from Guy Reffitt's son, who's 19 years old now, was 18 at the time of the January 6th riot at the Capitol. He testified that actually on Christmas Eve before the riot, he sent a message to the FBI tip line concerned about his father's violent rhetoric and the fact that his father was a follower of the far-right 3%ers. And then after January 6th, when his father, Guy Reffitt, returned back to Texas to the family home and told about what he had done at the Capitol and described his violent conduct, Reffitt again reached out to the FBI and actually met with FBI agents. And he talked about the surreal experience of going back to the house while FBI agents were searching the house, even though at that time the family did not know that he told the FBI about what his father had been up to. The son said that he thought it was the best thing for the family, for all concerned. And he also testified in support of the government's, one of the government's charges against Guy Reffitt, that of obstruction of justice. The younger Reffitt said that his father told both him and his sister that if they told the police or the FBI what he had done, that they would be traitors. And he said, you know what happens to traitors? They get shot. So at this point in the trial now, we're hearing more testimony from people who were in the Capitol at the time of the riot to explain the sort of chaos and the fear that was going on while the rioters were coming into the building.
You know, Pete, obviously this particular case has some very unique circumstances at play here, but I have to wonder if what we're seeing play out with this particular trial is sort of a harbinger of things to come for others who will be prosecuted, hundreds of people who've been charged in the riot, or if this is something that might show us how the prosecutors might pursue others.
Well, I think yes on both counts. Yes, every case is going to be different. This one is the particular peculiarities of the two children who are potential witnesses. But the second part of it is, yes, the template that the government will use here to try to get the jury in the frame of mind of what happened on January 6th. Remember that the pre-trial process is to get people who not necessarily are people who don't know anything about what happened on January 6th, but have said they can set aside their own preconceptions and base the verdict on what they hear in the courtroom. So one of the chores for the prosecutors is to set the scene and describe the events and talk about what they believe was the violence and the fear that it was causing the Capitol and the efforts to try to stop Congress from counting the presidential votes.
All right, Pete Williams in our Washington bureau today. Pete, thank you.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. He's been following the House investigation into the insurrection. Sahil, first off, the committee has subpoenaed the fiancée of Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle. What do they hope to learn specifically from her? Sahil, I think we're losing you for some reason. The audio there is breaking up, but we do look forward to coming to you a little bit later in the show. Aaron, I toss it to you.
All right, thanks, Morgan. We're going to turn to the pandemic now and some encouraging news in the battle against COVID. New cases and deaths continue to drop. The U.S. now seeing a 55% decrease in cases in just the last 2 weeks. Deaths are down as well. More people can also now ditch their masks. According to the CDC and some new data, more than 90% of the U.S. population lives in areas where masks are no longer needed. Meanwhile, the NFL says it is suspending all COVID protocols. That means no more testing, no more masks unless local laws require them. Now, as Americans absorb the new mask guidance, there is growing fallout from that viral moment involving Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Parents now upset after he scolded a group of high school students for wearing masks indoors at an event where he was speaking. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off.
More fallout after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis admonished a group of high school students Wednesday.
Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this bogus theater.
Highlighting yet again the bitter divide over face masks.
So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
And what they represent. Eric Marshall was one of those students.
I almost jumped out of my skin. I was really appalled.
His mother, Dawn, who's immunocompromised, was furious by what the governor said.
He took away my authority. He put my child at risk. He put me at risk because my child comes home to me.
I was honestly not completely ready for it. I went to that USF press conference thinking it was just a simple photo op.
With mask mandates rolling back for the majority of the country, the CDC still recommends wearing them indoors where COVID levels are high, which is the case in Tampa, where the press conference was held. Kate Snow spoke with CDC Director Rochelle Walensky.
So those students should have been comfortable wearing a mask. It is absolutely their choice.
Governor DeSantis doubled down, calling masks political theater, defending his comments and highlighting the incident in a fundraising letter. And while he won't wear a mask, he is the face of controversy. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
The Peace Corps is getting ready to return to duty. You'll remember the organization suspended all operations, evacuating its 7,000-member force from more than 60 countries at the onset of the pandemic. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Julia Jester for more. Julia, it's great to see you. First off, why is the Peace Corps now redeploying its volunteers? What's behind the timing?
Hi, Morgan. Yes, this is exciting news after the organization had to basically disappear with its volunteers around the globe for the first time in its history. And this month, there will be volunteers heading to 2 countries. The Peace Corps had quite a global footprint before the pandemic. It was in more than 60 countries around the world. And the organization has taken the past couple of years to really reset and, quote, reimagine its service. Now, the Peace Corps did not want to wait until COVID was gone and over, but rather they wanted to get back in action to help with COVID. The Peace Corps said in its announcement that it is uniquely positioned to be a global health partner in combating the pandemic. They cited their involvement in eradicating smallpox, helping with malaria and HIV prevention. And so the CEO, Carol Spahn, referred to upcoming volunteers as, quote, COVID crusaders, because they do have those grassroots connections in these countries that are still struggling with the pandemic. Now, that being said, they want to make sure that all of these countries that they're going back to are ready to receive volunteers. And so they have chosen the first 2 as Zambia and the Dominican Republic, and they are part of 24 other countries that met a certain type of criteria of safety and COVID parameters that will be seeing volunteers coming in the spring and summer. And so they really are trying to rebrand, reimagine, and address a lot of issues that volunteers have spoken with me and my colleague Mara Baird over the past couple of years to address. Morgan?
And Julia, we have to go here to a commercial break in just a moment, but briefly, I mean, when you talk about some of those changes, what specifically is the Peace Corps doing to really ensure the safety of a lot of these volunteers, not only from COVID, but from the other issues they face on their deployments, because a lot of them are entering countries that are unstable precisely because that's where they are most needed?
Yes, 2 of the biggest challenges that these volunteers face are, 1, safety. So they've actually created this system to track and really follow where crime is in all of these countries to make sure volunteers are safe. So there's the physical safety component, but there's also the emotional and psychological safety. A lot of these volunteers, they're isolated from their families, they're across the world. And so the Peace Corps is really trying to heed the calls for more mental health support and resources, and making sure that mental health and healthcare overall isn't a barrier to service. You know, it can be very expensive to do all of the medical testing and pay for therapy. they come back. So the organization is going to be, quite frankly, under a microscope from these volunteers calling for more improvements in the mental health space. Thank you, Morgan.
That mental health piece is so important. Julia, we appreciate you being with us. Julia Jester for us there. Thank you so much. And to our viewers, please stay with us because talk about a back-to-back comeback for America's jobs.
Yeah, still ahead. We're going to break down the better-than-expected jobs report as the unemployment rate plunges to near pre-pandemic levels.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
All right, some good news for you this Friday. Strong new numbers coming out of the jobs report today. For the second month in a row, employers beat projections by hundreds of thousands. In fact, in February, 678,000 jobs were added, and the unemployment rate fell to 3.8%. So just to put that into context for you, this is the lowest unemployment rate we have seen since the start of the pandemic. So to help us understand what all of this means, we have our very own business and technology correspondent, Ms. Jolene Kent. Joe, it's great to see you. Look, this report is remarkable, and experts, of course, are feeling pretty optimistic right now. But take us through sort of what this means. Talk about what actually stands out to you about this particular report.
Yeah, it's a really strong jobs report, Morgan, and the reason is Wall Street was only expecting about 440,000 jobs to be added last month. Instead, it was that 678,000 number that we saw. So the growth and the comeback that the country is making is still very strong. If you look at the fuller picture, though, we're still in the hole, about 2.1 million jobs, and that's about 1.4%. If you compare to February 2020, you'll remember all of that unemployment that happened in those first few months at the height of the pandemic. So there's still a little bit of ways to go. But what really stands out to me is inflation, because as much as this number is strong, the devil is certainly in the details, right? Take a look at the inflation and then compare it to wage growth. Inflation, 7.5%, but wage growth basically was even month to month. If you look at the whole year numbers, inflation is 7.5, but wage growth, 5.1%. So people who are looking to survive and get by on very tight budgets, especially with gas and food, you're dealing with a very difficult situation, good jobs report or not.
But Joe, give us sort of a sense, though, of those specific sectors, because I know that a lot of people are wondering where exactly those biggest gains are. Where can they look?
Yes. Yeah, so you're going to see really big gains in retail, hospitality, restaurants, things like that. Construction, healthcare also did really well. But we're also seeing overall a labor shortage that is not abating. There's still, millions more job openings versus number of people who are seeking to find a job. And one of those areas is education. And I interviewed the superintendent of Sonoma Valley Unified School District, and he says he used to get applications for jobs, 60 to 80 people for one job, whether it's a teacher job or a bus driver job. Now he only gets about 1 to 3. And this is how he explains why.
How hard is it to compete against other industries?
Anytime I go by a retailer and I see starting pay, it gives me a shudder, because I know that for some of the positions that for us are the entry-level positions in our school district, especially for classified, they're going to get drawn away potentially if they're looking for a place that is going to provide them far more than what a public school district can.
So a school district has a hard time competing with the perks in this labor shortage that private sector companies can provide, right? And one retailer that he and I talked about was Target. That's good news. They're starting some of their new jobs at $24 an hour, but that certainly can't compete with what he's offering. And so it's a very difficult situation, and a lot of these bigger companies are able to offer perks like, education reimbursement, things like that. So it's still a very difficult jobs market, even though this jobs number is very good at the headline level, Morgan.
Well, let's hope the education sector can one day compete, because we certainly know that kids in this country need it and deserve it. Jolene Kent-Forrest, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, after the coronavirus pandemic paused it, spring break is back in full swing this year. With COVID cases down and restrictions around the country easing, millions of Americans are looking to finally take that vacation. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has what to expect if you're planning to find some fun in the
spring break, and it's going to be a travel palooza. Time to get out the funny hats, maybe get a shirt with a stain on it, put on the shorts, kick off the shoes. In fact, across America, this spring break is going to be the busiest we have seen really since the pandemic. Folks heading on vacation, and of course the most popular destinations, well, many of them right here in Florida. Big costs and bigger crowds. That's what experts say vacationers should expect on spring break this year, as travel bookings hit levels not seen in years.
There is so much pent-up demand out there that people are ready to travel come heck or high water.
A new survey finds more than half of Americans are planning a trip this spring, with more than a third planning to travel during spring break specifically. That soaring demand means surging prices too.
We're seeing prices now in places like Florida even higher than they were pre-pandemic. So not only has travel demand recovered, prices have recovered and then some.
Expedia says airfares are up a whopping 50% compared to last year, and average hotel rates are nearly 20% higher than they were before the pandemic. Of Hopper's top 5 trending destinations this year, 3 are on Florida's Gulf Coast. The Bakers from Birmingham, Alabama, visiting Rosemary Beach, Florida. They say they chose to vacation before the spring break rush, before prices climb even higher.
The deals aren't there like they were.
They were there, but
they were there a year ago. They're not there anymore.
And you're laughing because
just everything. It's so much more expensive.
This year, 3 in 4 American travelers are heading to destinations in the U.S., putting enormous pressure on some of the country's most popular spring break destinations, like Hawaii, Disney and Universal theme parks, and Miami Beach, where the mayor expects tens of thousands of spring breakers to descend on trendy South Beach.
Don't come here thinking you're going to act in a way differently than you would act in your own hometown.
Last year, unruly crowds forced city officials to enact a curfew and even declare a state of emergency. The Miami Beach mayor saying he hopes to avoid a repeat this year, even going to court to restrict alcohol sales after 2 a.m.
You can't just allow a city to careen into disorder. And we know with this many people coming here, that can easily happen if we don't take appropriate measures.
Are there still deals? Yes, there are a few, but it depends where you go. You might want to keep your shoes on. Cities like San Francisco and New York, still some bargains there.
Carrie Sanders reporting there. A race to escape the war zone in Ukraine as Russian troops take hold of a key city.
Still ahead, the dangerous journey to safety for war refugees as Russia ramps up its attacks on civilians. Stay with us.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making news this hour, 14 children are recovering after an SUV crashed into a preschool in California on Thursday. 19 children and 2 adults were in the building at that time. Now, police say most of the children were taken to the hospital as a precaution, that the driver did not have drugs or alcohol in her system. Meanwhile, a convicted con artist is suing Immigration and Customs Enforcement after claiming she was denied a COVID booster shot. Anna Sorokin inspired the Netflix drama Inventing Anna. She tested positive for COVID back in January, and in her lawsuit, she claims she made multiple requests for a booster shot, since she also claims she is vulnerable to serious illness. She's currently in federal custody awaiting possible deportation. And the owner of a cat that went viral on TikTok is claiming she's being harassed by fans. The cat, named Pot Roast, died last month after it had amassed more than 1 million followers. The owner claims she was harshly criticized over how she grieved the cat, and this, of course, is after it died of a terminal illness. Still, she says she has no regrets about Pot Roast's online fame. Aaron.
At the bottom of the hour now, we want to update you on the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin telling neighboring countries not to escalate the situation, saying he has no bad intentions against them. Now, his message comes after Russian forces attacked and took control of a Ukrainian nuclear power plant. That plant is the largest in Europe, sparking concerns of a potential nuclear disaster. But officials say the facility is intact and undamaged despite a big fire there.
The Russians gaining more ground in southern Ukraine. They have surrounded another port city. Now, the NATO Secretary General says Russia is using cluster bombs, calling it a, quote, blatant violation of international law. As Russia intensifies its air and ground assaults, more than 1 million refugees are now fleeing the country. UNICEF estimates children make up almost half of that number. So we have an entire team of correspondents right now tracking every single angle of this growing humanitarian crisis.
Let's start with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in Washington. Ken, let's talk about these tweets. A fairly unusual tweet from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, and then the response to it seems a bit odd. What's going on here?
Yeah, Aaron, this has to do with that nuclear power plant that you just mentioned. Our colleague Abigail Williams is reporting that the State Department has sent an urgent message to U.S. embassies throughout Europe, ordering them not to retweet that blunt tweet from U.S. Embassy Kyiv, calling Russia's attack on Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine a war crime. Abigail got a copy of that internal message, and the State Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So the context here is obviously that after Russia attacked that nuclear power plant last night. The official Twitter account for U.S. Embassy Kyiv tweeted, quote, "It is a war crime to attack a nuclear power plant. Putin's shelling of Europe's largest nuclear plant takes his reign of terror one step further." But then the State Department sent a memo to public affairs offices in U.S. missions in Europe asking them not to endorse that statement. The memo said, quote, "Urgent, do not retweet Embassy Kyiv's tweet on Reactor." The subject line of the email from the State Department's public affairs office said that. All, do not retweet Embassy Kyiv's tweet on the shelling of a facility being possibly a war crime. If you have retweeted it, unretweet it ASAP. Now, the original tweet from the U.S. Embassy Kyiv has not been taken down. And the context here, Aaron, is the question of whether to accuse Russia of war crimes. It may seem simple to you and me with what we're watching on our screens, but for the U.S. government, it's complicated. And President Biden stopped short this week of accusing Moscow of war crimes over shelling civilians. And we can only speculate, but it may be that the U.S. wants to hold that in reserve, or it may be that there's concern that once they go down that road, it makes it really difficult to get Putin to back down, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us. A lot to unpack there. We appreciate it, Ken, in Washington. Thanks.
You bet.
Let's go ahead and bring an NBC News correspondent, Ellison Barber, now, who's at the border crossing in eastern Poland. Ellison, look, the UN estimates more than 4 million Ukrainians could end up being displaced, and so many of them are kids. They're just young children. What's being done, Ellison, to really take care of the most vulnerable? Where are they even going?
Yeah, this is one of the places. This is sort of a makeshift refugee welcome center, if you will, right after people cross the border. I want to show you, you mentioned children. Under this tarp, this gives you a sense of what we are talking about here. Everything under here, strollers. We have seen countless children come here today with their mothers. This has all been set up because some people coming, traveling, they're carrying their infants. They need something to be able to put them on, to move them around. We spoke to a little girl today. She is 8 years old. She talked to us about how, one, her favorite thing to do is paint. She wants to be an artist one day, but two, how she and her mother traveled, leaving their home in Kyiv, the explosions that she heard, and how they had to leave behind her father and her brother. Listen to some of what she told us. Okay, they're saying that we don't actually have that sound, but she talked about how she wants to go home, how she left her brother behind and told him how much she loved him. I told her, I said, "You're very brave. Have you always been so brave?" She said yes. And when I asked her what she wanted the world to know about what Ukrainians, other children like her, are dealing with, she said she just wanted other kids to know that they should be brave, that it will be okay, that people are looking out for them. Look kind of all around here, and you see some examples of that. These are tents that have been set up mostly by volunteers and the local Polish government. A little bit of help for the massive influx of refugees now coming into this country. Morgan, just to give you a little perspective when we're talking about the numbers here, the UN says 1 million people fled Ukraine in 7 days. When you look at other refugee crises, you look at Syria, you look at Venezuela, the fighting in Syria, the civil war began in 2011. It was 2013 when the UN said there were officially 1 million Syrian refugees. You go back to 2014 and you look at Venezuela, there was a lot of talk then by the UN about how it was such a big deal that in 7 months they had 1 million people fleeing Venezuela. Obviously, the situations between the three are different, and one big factor here is that you have every neighboring country welcoming refugees from Ukraine, but it gives you a sense of how staggering the numbers are that we are seeing here. 1 million refugees in just 7 days. That's a lot of people. Morgan?
But what I appreciate most, Ellison, is you humanizing those numbers, because to hear a 7-year-old girl who just wants to paint, imagine that she's having to live in a place like the one you are. So I can't thank you enough for your reporting, Ellison. I know you're cold. I know you must be tired. You've been reporting around the clock, and you're doing it just to elevate stories like that little girl. So thank you for being there.
Now, as thousands of Ukrainians pour out of that country every day, Latin American countries are now stepping in to rescue citizens running from the devastation. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez joins us now with some of their stories. Hi, Isa.
Hey, Aaron. For a lot of these families, this is really bittersweet. They're, of course, so grateful to be safe and to have somewhere to go back in their home countries in Latin America, but they're also anxious about what lies ahead, going back to countries that they left, looking for a better future in Ukraine. Take a listen.
A Mexican Air Force plane carrying dozens of Mexican nationals and their families who lived in Ukraine headed one way to Mexico City.
Estar en un resguardo de bombas todos los días, pues es difícil estar escuchando las bombas, los disparos en la ciudad.
University student Guillermo Padilla boarding the plane in Romania with at least 80 others who, like him, crossed the border out of Ukraine earlier this week. They're part of a group of Mexican nationals that the Mexican government says they'll bring over 6,000 miles back home. The country's Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting Thursday morning about the operation. But for most Mexican refugees, Ukraine had become a new home.
Es la bandera del país que me ha dado todo por 10 años.
Before the war broke out last week, over 200 Mexicans were living in Ukraine. And while some gratefully look forward to new beginnings,
I want to see Mexico.
Others, like Larissa Garcia, who's been living in Ukraine for 27 years, say they won't be going back to Mexico.
Es una invasión.
Latin American countries like Peru, Brazil, and Argentina also working to get hundreds of their nationals to safety.
Aqui, brasileiros, estamos bem, eles seguem para Polônia, para Romênia.
They bring with them the few belongings they could carry, and memories of war they say they'll never forget.
Retumba todo, las ventanas, las casas, piensas que están cerca de ti.
Mis estudiantes están en búnkeres ahora. Mis mejores amigas están en búnkeres ahora.
And we do have an update on their journey. The Mexican Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting this morning that the Air Force plane arrived in Mexico safely, saying they are home, and sharing photos of some of the refugees appearing to reunite with family there. An uncertain future ahead for many of them, but today, a sigh of relief. Aaron, Morgan.
Can only imagine how tough this is for all those families, even getting away. Isa Gutierrez for us today. Isa, thanks.
Meanwhile, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is prompting U.S. lawmakers to speed up their work on a massive government funding package. A crucial part of that is the White House's request for $10 billion in emergency and humanitarian assistance, specifically to Ukraine. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. Sahil, first off, just what's the sort of state of things here? What is the progress on this particular spending package thus far?
Well, Congress is looking at a deadline of next Friday, March 11th, to fund the government or to face a shutdown. And there's several components here. The first is the basic government funding bill of military and non-military money. They have largely worked out the issues there, according to lawmakers that I've talked to. And then there are two other add-ons that they're still working through. The first is $10 billion in aid for Ukraine. That is humanitarian aid and security and military assistance for Ukraine. That's mostly worked out, according to senators I spoke to yesterday. They are finalizing some of the finer details there. The big question here is that the administration is also requesting an additional $22.5 billion in COVID relief funds, essentially to combat the next variant. They don't want to be caught flat-footed for what comes next after Omicron. There's some Republican complaints about how there's a lot of money been spent, and they'd prefer to reprogram that money as opposed to spend new money on it. So that's where they are. Senators told me yesterday that they expect to work through the weekend, and the progress will be crucial in terms of figuring out whether they can get this done in time.
And I know you will be working right along with them to keep us posted. NBC's Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much.
Ukraine's government and parliament are continuing to run the country despite the ongoing Russian invasion. Joining us now is Inna Sovsun. She is a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Ms. Sovsun, we appreciate you making some time today. Can you describe for us your day-to-day work right now with the Russian invasion underway?
Basically, my day-to-day work right now is doing this, talking to the world and explaining the atrocities of war that Putin brought up on our heads. Other MPs are doing other important jobs. A best friend of mine in the parliament, Roman Kostenko, is back with the special forces where he came from to the parliament, and he's fighting Russians on the south. Many more did join the territorial defense units. A large portion of the MPs are joining forces in order to provide some humanitarian aid and humanitarian relief. And there are other people who are joining the information warfare against the Russians, because that is an important part of the hybrid war that he is launching upon us. So we all are doing different things, but we are all trying to fight back for our country. But that is extremely difficult to do right now. You are seeing those buildings being destroyed. Russians are shelling the cities. They are throwing bombs on our heads. And that is getting more and more complicated to fight back. Despite all the efforts on the side of the Ukrainian army, it's really difficult to fight back when they're throwing bombs on the civilians. My native city of Kharkiv has been bombarded by Russians for 4 nights in a row. People there are sitting in shelters, and basically they are turning my native city of Kharkiv into Aleppo right now, and it just pains me to see. And what is even more painful is the ignorance of the West of what is happening to my native city and my country right now. I'm sorry, but that is just unbelievable. We cannot accept that the West is leaving us alone to deal with this. We didn't brought this upon ourselves. We were truly believing that the West would be protecting us as we were promised to be protected. When we gave up our nuclear weapon in early 90s, we were provided with assurances from the United States, from the UK, that in case Ukrainian security is breached in some way, that we shall get support. And now all we are hearing are excuses why no-fly zone cannot be provided for Ukraine, and nice speeches about how Ukrainian people are inspiring everyone. I'm sorry, but we don't want to be inspiring everyone. We just want to take our kids back home and just to be alive.
Member of the Ukrainian Parliament, Aina Sosan, you've made a good point that a lot of people have been echoing and hoping that the folks in power hear and take action. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay with us. A college soccer star found dead in her dorm room.
Up next, the silent struggle her parents say led to her death by suicide and what they want other families to know.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the end of an era on North Carolina's Tobacco Road. Now, I'm speaking to you now as a partial journalist from North Carolina. Duke University will say goodbye to legendary men's basketball coach, whom we all know as Coach K, this weekend. Now, he led the Blue Devils 5 NCAA championships, a dozen Final Four appearances, and 15 ACC championships. Coach K will go down, yes, for everyone to know, as college basketball's all-time leader in coaching wins. Here's our very own Sam Brock from Duke University.
Morgan and Aaron, good morning. Behind me there,
Cameron Indoor Stadium, and there is no doubt that the center of the sports universe is going to be here in Durham this weekend. If there's any question who's ruling the place, clearly Coach K. There is a court inside named after him. Coach K had about 200-plus players that were under his teams over the course of the years. About 80 of them are expected to be here for that home finale. That, as I talk to students on campus, they tell me that they're being offered $10,000 for tickets. They're turning it down. They would rather see history. That, they said, is priceless.
For all the banners and basketball lore created at Duke University under head coach Mike Krzyzewski, his message ahead of Saturday's final home game was classic Coach K.
I'm sure it'll be emotional, but it's going to be about my team.
Krzyzewski is the winningest coach in college basketball history. With more than 1,100 victories, 5 national titles, and 12 Final Fours on his resume, he's now preparing to lead his team onto the court that bears his name for the last time.
This is the most special place in college basketball. And
the 75-year-old has done a lot more than just teach X's and O's.
the big guys got to then come here.
He shaped lives.
The managers, the staff, the coaches, the players. And when they leave Duke, they're better people.
Of the quintet of championship teams, Shane Battier played a starring role in 2001.
Do you have a story, Shane, where Coach K challenged you or changed maybe your lens on things?
He'd call me that summer, and he would say, hey, Shane, can you picture you becoming a great player and leading us? And if I hemmed or hawed or hesitated for a second, he'd hang up on me.
Excellence was demanded, and the culture in campus fed off of Coach K's energy.
He has been the face of Duke basketball.
Cameron Indoor Stadium truly is the house Coach K built. Students line up in tents just to land a coveted seat. It's called Krzyzewskiville.
Probably won't be sleeping the next 2 nights for it, so we'll all be exhausted, but it's definitely worth it.
If you have any high hopes of walking through these doors on Saturday, it's a pretty high bar because the cheapest seats online are about $3,000 to $5,000, pricing that feels an awful lot like the Super Bowl.
The basketball legend earning that respect, guiding countless players to NBA stardom and grooming an impressive coaching tree. Last year, Coach K opening up on Today about what attracted him to basketball in the first place.
The reason I got in it was relationships, to have an impact on the young men that you have the honor to coach.
And guys, this is not actually Coach K's last game. You still have the ACC tournament and then the NCAA tournament. Of course, friends and family want to find out whether or not Coach K can finish this unprecedented career with yet another NCAA championship. Another tidbit I found out on the campus here at Duke is that they have to take a test just for the right to wait in that tent city, Krzyzewskiville, to try and get a ticket. That is how serious they take things around here. In Durham, Sam Brock, NBC News. Morgan and Aaron, back to you.
The college soccer world is reeling after the sudden and shocking death by suicide of a star player. Katie Meyer was found dead in her Stanford University dorm room earlier this week. Her parents spoke to NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk about their grief in hopes that another family doesn't have to go through the same pain.
22-year-old Katie Meyer was just months away from graduation with a bright future ahead.
And I've never seen someone who's put so much heart and soul into so many different aspects of her life.
The star goalie of the Stanford University women's soccer team was a natural leader with a big personality.
And it only goes up from here.
The California native was found dead in her dorm room on Tuesday. The soccer world stunned.
She just lived life to the fullest always.
We sat down with her parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, in the wake of the unthinkable.
She died by suicide. The last, couple of days are like a parent's worst nightmare, and you don't wake up from it. So it's just horrific.
The close-knit family spoke often. Their final conversation with their daughter was just hours before she took her own life.
She was excited. She had a lot on her plate. She had a lot going on. But she was happy. She was in great spirits.
It was the usual jovial Katie.
Yeah. One constant can
Her parents say they believe she received an email regarding a disciplinary action and that she might have been in trouble.
Katie being Katie was defending a teammate on campus over an incident and the repercussions of her defending that teammate.
We have not seen that email yet. She had been getting letters for a couple months. This letter was kind of the final letter that there was going to be a trial or some kind of something. This is the only thing that we can come up with that triggered something.
Almost 10 o'clock. Her parents now wondering if between school and sports, it was too much pressure.
There is anxiety and there is stress to be perfect, to be the best, to be number one.
The Meyers speaking out to make sure other parents don't suffer the same tragedy. The emotions of their loss are raw.
We're just struggling right now, Stephanie. We are just struggling to know, what happened and why it happened. We're just like heartbroken. We're so heartbroken. And
Katie's mom wearing her daughter's sweatshirt, one she wore in a post just last Friday.
It's going to sound crazy, but every mom is going to understand this. But when you smell it, it smells like her. It smells like Katie. Just her scent. I'm wearing it because it just feels, I want to be close to her. So yes, it is hers.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
March is Colorectal Awareness Month. New research shows that more young adults are getting sick, but this cancer is hitting Black and Latinos especially harder.
An inspiring group of graduate students is growing from T-shirts to a national campaign as they try to make a difference in their community and beyond. Here's the Today Show's Craig Melvin.
Hey, Aaron, Morgan, good to see both of you. Let's be honest, colorectal health, not the easiest subject to talk about, but when caught early enough, the survival rate is extremely high, north of 90%, in fact. So the conversation about getting screened just can't wait. And there's a group of young health professionals taking that message to the streets. Any given Sunday, you'll find people inside the Mount Carmel AME Church in Atlanta moved by the music and the spirit. Outside this Sunday, they're hearing the good word of a different kind. Members of a group called Black Health working to educate about the risks of colorectal cancer and urging people to get screened. The group was founded by 4 graduate students at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. They started by selling T-shirts that said, "Black Health Matters."
You want one more? Okay, I got you.
Soon, they were out at churches and anywhere else people gather. We spoke spoke with two of the founders. Just the name Black Health, like that's, you know, like you hear that and there's a sense of ownership for our community. How did we settle on that name?
I think we decided that Black Health was the issue that we were targeting. Right now we're really focused on colorectal cancer. Black people suffer also higher rates of heart disease, hypertension, stroke, diabetes. We also saw during the pandemic, we also suffered worse outcomes in an infectious disease.
The focus on colorectal cancer came after the death of Chadwick Boseman at the age of 43. The actor's private battle putting a spotlight on the rise of early onset cases. New research shows that between 2002 and 2016, aggressive colorectal cancer cases jumped 57% for people in their 20s and 66% for people in their 30s. Divided by race, the study showed that the highest increase was found in the Black community. Experts say a lot of factors may cause this, including diet, education, and family history. The founders of Black Health say they feel strongly that racism also plays a role.
We really stand by that racism strips us from those opportunities to live long, healthy lives and impacts our ability to access care and preventative services.
We can blame diet, we can blame exercise, but the higher up issue is really the access to the resource that makes it easy for me to have a healthy diet, makes it easy for me to go outside and exercise. You know, if I'm living in poverty and don't have time to go exercise, then I'm not going to exercise, right?
The founders of Black Health have been on the move, partnering with Cottonelle for their Good Down There campaign. They've handed out about 5,000 at-home screening kits and helped pay for some patients' colonoscopies. Have you found when you talk to people that they know that if it's caught early, you generally survive?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So colorectal cancer is one of the most treatable cancers out there. So if caught early and if you get into care early, then you have a 90% survival rate.
Part of getting people to listen can depend on who's delivering the message.
I think they are thinking about the way that we can change the narrative around health for Black people that speaks to people about issues that they care about, but is also done in a way that feels Black, right? It doesn't feel like it's coming from an institution.
Their message is getting out there with partners operating in a half dozen cities across the country. A dream of helping others that comes true every day.
We started with T-shirts, and now we have this national campaign, so it's really exciting.
Black Health is really doing some fantastic work, and they've also partnered with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance, and I'm proud to be a member of the Alliance's board. Aaron, Morgan, back to you.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Russia advances. Putin's forces making new progress in their invasion of Ukraine. The city's now being threatened, and the growing concern about the assault on a major nuclear power plant. Also breaking right now, death penalty decision. Supreme Court justices reinstating the sentence of one of the Boston Marathon bombers. What they say led to their ruling. On the record, former Trump Attorney General Bill Barr opening up in an exclusive interview.
Very angry about this. I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accept.
What he says was really going on behind the scenes as the former president tried to claim 2020 election fraud. And talk about ruffling feathers, a Florida neighborhood is overrun with peacocks. The plan to remove them as animal activists cry foul. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the breaking developments in Ukraine. Europe's largest nuclear power plant now under Russian control after an overnight battle. Shelling sparked a fire in a training building on the property where that plant sits. That fire was later extinguished. We are now seeing new stark images of the damage across the capital of Kyiv. Witnesses telling NBC News up to a dozen explosions were heard this morning. And new this hour, a senior U.S. defense official tells our Courtney Cubie 92% of Russia's pre-staged forces are now inside Ukraine. The economic fallout of the invasion is growing rapidly, too. Microsoft suspended sales in Russia, and FedEx is suspending service in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. We are keeping a close eye on all of the developments on day 9 of Russia's invasion. Let's begin our coverage overseas with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He is at NATO headquarters in Brussels for us again today. Josh, the NATO foreign ministers are meeting right now where you are. How are they responding to what's going on in Ukraine?
Well, obviously, there is a lot of concern, especially about this new incident involving the nuclear power plant in Ukraine, the largest in Europe, Aaron. And we heard the Secretary of General of NATO, Stoltenberg, saying that this was a reckless move by the Russians, that it shows the urgent need for him to withdraw his troops and stop this conflict. But I have to tell you, we are not seeing any signs here at NATO that there is an increasing interest or openness to getting more involved militarily in this conflict, despite this nuclear incident. In fact, what we are hearing from the foreign ministers gathered here today is that they feel like they have an obligation not to let NATO and Europe be drawn into this broader conflict, with the Secretary General saying there is no interest in either putting boots on the ground, which we've known for a while, or in enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which is something that a growing number of pro-Ukraine advocates have been calling for. We also heard Secretary of State Blinken, as he was meeting just a few minutes ago with his European counterpart, laying out the stakes for this, saying there is an urgent need for this to de-escalate, that the U.S. remains open to diplomacy with the Russians, but that if it comes to a conflict where a NATO member or others are brought into this, that the U.S. and NATO are not afraid to stand up and defend its allies. And so you see, on the one hand, NATO wanting to make very clear to Putin that every single inch of NATO territory will be defended, but at the same time doing everything they can to not let NATO and its nuclear-armed nations get drawn into a direct military confrontation with Russia.
All right, Josh, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin now. She's in Lviv, Ukraine, for us again today. Erin, do we know where Russia is targeting at this hour?
Well, Aaron, what we're seeing is a full-scale invasion. They're making gains in the south, it seems, in the port cities of Mariupol and in Kherson. Kherson actually fell to the Russians a couple of days ago. It
provoked an unjustified invasion of Ukraine. The Kremlin's attacks are inflicting an ever-increasing toll on civilians there. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Ukrainians have been killed. Many more wounded, as have citizens of other countries. More than 1 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries. Millions of people across Ukraine are trapped in increasingly dire conditions as Russia destroys more critical infrastructure. For example, Mariupol's mayor says that most of the besieged city's residents are living without water, without electricity, without heat. Bridges to the city have been destroyed. Women, children, growing ranks of wounded civilians cannot get out. Food and medical supplies cannot get in. The mayor wrote today, and I quote, "We are simply being destroyed." The world has seen Russia use these grisly tactics before, in Syria, in Chechnya. Meanwhile, Russia's reckless operation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant risked a catastrophe, a nuclear incident. The Kremlin should immediately cease all attacks around Ukrainian nuclear facilities and allow civilian personnel to do their work to ensure the facility's safety and security, as both the IAEA Director General and a resolution adopted yesterday by the agency's Board of Governors have called on Russia to do. The Ukrainian people and government continue to show remarkable courage in defending their country, defending their freedom, defending one another. We said that if President Putin invaded Ukraine, we would increase our support for Ukraine's ability to defend itself while imposing swift and severe costs on the Kremlin. That's exactly what the United States and our allies and partners are doing. That was the focus of our ministerial meetings today with NATO allies, with the G7, with the European Union, as well as in my discussions with NATO Secretary General, with the EU Commission President von der Leyen, with the EU Council President Michel. We want our alliances to be strong enough to meet any threat. That's why from day one, President Biden made reinvigorating and re-energizing our alliances and partnerships the foundation of our foreign policy. It's why, as Secretary of State, I've come to Brussels, home to NATO and the EU, more than to any other world capital. And that's why we invested so much effort in finding new ways and coalitions to bring allies and partners together. Now we're seeing why that work matters. At NATO, we were joined by the ministers of Finland and Sweden, the EU High Representative Josep Borrell, the foreign ministers of Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and Canada, as well as the Secretary General Stoltenberg, also took part in our meeting with the EU. Never before have NATO and the European Union and other partner nations worked so closely together. This is a new kind of cooperation, and we'll bring this to bear not just in this crisis, but in the years to come. And our European allies and partners are stepping up to lead in unprecedented ways. For the first time, NATO has activated and deployed parts of its response force. Several NATO allies, including the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain, France, have sent troops and aircraft and ships to reinforce the alliance's eastern flank. Every NATO ally is providing either military or humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Most are providing both. For the first time, the European Union is financing the purchase and delivery of military assistance to a country under attack. The bloc swiftly adopted the biggest sanctions package in history against Russia. And the EU has granted immediate refuge to Ukrainians and others who call Ukraine home, the first time it has invoked this protection mechanism. Individual countries are also taking extraordinary steps. Germany is doubling its defense spending. Poland has opened its arms to more than 500,000 Ukrainian refugees. Switzerland set aside its tradition of neutrality to adopt the European Union's sanctions on Russia. The list goes on. These and other efforts by our European allies to deepen their own capabilities and cooperation do not undermine the transatlantic security alliance, they deepen our collective might. As recently as a few weeks ago, some questioned whether, if the regional or international rules-based order came under threat, whether our European allies and partners would be willing to shoulder their fair share of the burden, the risk, the cost to defend it. In the last 9 days, European countries have demonstrated they are more than ready to stand up and stand together. And the United States is standing with Europe, pursuing complementary actions and policies in close coordination with our allies and partners. To give just a few examples, we've deployed an additional 7,000 troops to Europe and repositioned our forces already on the continent to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. We continue to tighten our severe economic sanctions on Russia. Last night, as I think you know, we extended temporary protective status to tens of thousands of Ukrainians living in the United States. And the President has requested an additional $10 billion from Congress to deliver more humanitarian, security, and economic assistance in Ukraine and the surrounding region over the coming days and weeks. Yesterday, President Putin said his so-called special military operation is proceeding exactly as planned. Well, it's hard to imagine that his plan included inspiring the Ukrainian people to defend their country with such tenacity, strengthening the resolve and solidarity of NATO and the EU, uniting the world in opposition to Moscow, including 141 countries at the United Nations, an unprecedented number of international businesses, associations, cultural institutions that have cut ties with Russia, causing the Russian economy to go into freefall, motivating tens of thousands of Russians to protest and countless more to leave the country, and increasingly turning Russia into a pariah state. If that was President Putin's plan, well, you can say it's working. Russia has never been so isolated. We have never been more united. But let me reiterate one thing, because it's very important. We take these actions not because we oppose the Russian people. We do not. We regret that tens of millions of Russians will suffer because of the dangerous decisions made by a tiny circle of corrupt leaders and their cronies who have consistently put their interests above those of the Russian people, who are doing everything they can to hide their war of choice from the Russian public. Today's discussion with NATO, the EU, the G7 affirmed that we're fully aligned on our goals and our determination to meet them. We'll deepen our support for Ukraine's brave defenders and for the Ukrainian civilians suffering as a result of the deepening humanitarian crisis. We'll continue to raise the cost for President Putin and all who carry out and enable his war of choice and the devastation that it's causing. We'll continue to strengthen our capacity to defend our collective security and deter further escalation by Russia, including by upholding our Article 5 commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. NATO's a defensive alliance. We've never sought and will not seek conflict with Russia. But as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. No one should doubt America's readiness or our resolve. At the same time, we'll keep open the door to dialogue and diplomacy, while making clear to the Kremlin that unless it changes course, it will continue down the road of increasing isolation and economic pain. And we'll support Ukraine in its talks with Russia to reach a ceasefire and the unconditional withdrawal of Russian forces, something that Foreign Minister Kuleba and I have been discussing on a daily basis. In the meantime, we are working urgently with the government of Ukraine, the ICRC, and others to create humanitarian corridors that will allow civilians to get out of Ukraine's besieged cities and to allow food, medicine, and other vital supplies to get in. Russia's attack created this humanitarian crisis. Now, all countries have a responsibility to pressure the Kremlin to alleviate at least some of the misery that it has wrought. Of all the consequences of Moscow's unprovoked attack, one of the most unexpected is the spark it has lit in people around the world who've come out to demonstrate for freedom, for the rights of Ukrainians. That includes valiant individuals in places where protesting the Kremlin's war means risking arrest, beatings, or worse, as thousands of Russians and Belarusians have done. For years, we've seen the dangerous tide rolling back democracy and human rights and undercutting the rules-based order, fueled in no small part by Moscow. With this brutal invasion, we, our European allies and partners, and people everywhere are being reminded of just how much is at stake. Now, we see the tide of democracy rising to the moment. With that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Paul Hanley, AFP.
Hi, Mr. Secretary.
Hey, Paul.
The West has put unprecedented sanctions on Russia, very punishing, yet it doesn't seem to have slowed the Russian military's advance on Ukraine. Today, NATO seemed to forswear absolutely putting in a no-fly zone that might protect the Ukrainians. Given that, nothing seems to have slowed this invasion. What can you tell the Ukrainian people who only see things getting worse, seeing a disaster, seeing more suffering, and are pleading for more help from the West? And I have a little follow-up. I could ask it now or in a moment.
No, go ahead, please.
The West, NATO, has been involved in this in terms of supplying a lot of arms, which you've mentioned, to Ukraine. Can't it supply more effective arms, larger weapons, jets have been talked about? NATO is engaged in this. Can't it do more for Ukraine?
Thank you. Let me take the second part first. We're in constant contact with Ukraine, with government officials and leaders on their needs, and in constant contact and coordination with allies and partners on providing for those needs when it comes to security assistance. We've already been engaged in a remarkable effort, just speaking for the United States, with the various drawdowns that President Biden has done. We've provided, over the past year and change, more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. The most recent drawdown that was issued by the President of $350 million, we have already sent into Ukraine about $250 million worth of that drawdown. So this is happening every single day, and you're seeing the means that Ukraine needs to defend itself get into the hands of Ukrainians who are doing that. Having said that, one of the things that we talked about at length today in our various meetings at NATO and the EU was what more we can do and how to do it effectively. I would add that I think, as you know, Foreign Minister Kuleba actually came into our meetings by video. We heard from him directly some of the additional things that Ukraine is looking for. We're working on all of that every single day. We're also a week and change into this horrific war wrought by Russia. We've had already a dramatic impact far beyond, I think, what anyone would have expected on Russia and its economy. The ruble is trading at its weakest levels ever. It's worth less than a penny. Russian authorities are expecting exporters to sell at least 80% of the foreign currency that they have to prop up what is a rapidly weakening currency. The stock market's been closed for days due to a fear of capital flight once it opens. This is the longest stretch of emergency closure since Russia defaulted back in the 1990s. The CBR has more than doubled their key interest rate. It's the central bank to 20%, the highest in almost 20 years. Capital controls, et cetera. We're seeing, I have a list 5 pages long of all the businesses that have left Russia. But the impact is there, it's powerful, it's real, and it is building. So let's see how Russia responds to that as this really takes hold and takes a grip. Second, as we've been demonstrating by not only what we've been saying, but what we've been doing, the support for Ukraine is real, profound, extensive. The security assistance that we just talked about, that continues to go in. The humanitarian support that we continue to build in response to the humanitarian horror that Russia has wrought, as well as economic assistance. Unfortunately, this is not like flipping a light switch. It takes time, and when you have, in the case of Russia and President Putin's Russia, a country that is prepared to go to excessive means to achieve its results, it is a real challenge. But not only are we at it every day, I think what the Ukrainian people can see is virtually the entire world united in support of them, in support of their cause of independence, territorial integrity, freedom, demonstrated by the meetings we had today, demonstrated by the 141 countries that came together at the United Nations to make that clear. So there is a huge tide of support for Ukraine. There is a huge weight bearing down on Russia. Let's see what the impact is.
Maeve McMahon, Euronews.
Hi there. Thank you so much for the floor. Maeve McMahon, Euronews. So we heard this morning at NATO that the situation will get worse before it gets better. So tell us, what do you know that we don't? And is the no to the no-fly zone set in stone completely, or would you consider it if this conflict does become a massacre? And just to follow up, was it naive of you and, of course, the Europeans to trust in Putin to opt for diplomacy? Thank you so much.
When we say it is likely to get worse, it's unfortunately based on everything we know about President Putin's methods when it comes to seeking to subjugate another country to his will, or another region to his will. We saw it in Chechnya. We've seen it in Syria. We saw it, of course, in 2014 in Ukraine. And what we're seeing on the battlefield is Russian forces seeking to encircle the major cities, including Kyiv, and we're seeing them use increasingly brutal methods, including going at civilians and civilian populations. So I think the terrible expectation is that the suffering we've already seen is likely to get worse before it gets better for as long as Russia pursues these methods. So that is unfortunately more likely than not, although we are doing everything we can to try to move us to a different track. With regard to the no-fly zone, I think you heard NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg speak to this earlier today. One of the responsibilities we have, even as we are doing everything we can to give the Ukrainian people the means to defend themselves effectively against Russia. We also have a responsibility, as the Secretary General said, to ensure that the war doesn't spill over even beyond Ukraine. And again, because I think he put it so well, as he noted, the only way to actually implement something like a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes into Ukrainian airspace and to shoot down Russian planes, and that could lead to a full-fledged war in Europe. President Biden has been clear that we are not going to get into a war with Russia, but we are going to tremendous lengths with allies and partners to provide Ukrainians with the means to effectively defend themselves. And of course, we're seeing every single day their extraordinary heroism, as well as very real results in what they're doing to achieve that. And I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your question.
Just, do you feel like, because I remember we spoke together last spring when you were here in Brussels at the NATO headquarters, and I feel the question now is, do you feel that you were naive, or the Europeans were naive to trust in Putin that he would come to the table and he would choose diplomacy over this invasion?
Well, I'll only speak for the United States. I think we were the opposite of naive. We have been saying, warning for months that President Putin was planning and was likely to carry out an aggression of Ukraine, and of course, in recent weeks before the invasion began, I laid out before the United Nations, the Security Council, exactly what we expected Putin to do and how he would do it, creating bogus pretexts for war, and then using those false flags and other operations as justification for invading Ukraine. And for months, we made clear that this is what we expected, but at the same time, it's our obligation, my obligation, the obligation of allies and partners, to pursue diplomacy if there is any opportunity to do so, because, as we said all along, it's far preferable than what we're seeing. And again, as we said all along, there are two paths that Russia can take. One is diplomacy and dialogue. The other is aggression against Ukraine, and we said we would be prepared either way, and we are.
Nomi Iqbal, BBC.
Thank you, Secretary. Are you considering energy sanctions against Russia? Because realistically, how can the West defeat Putin in Ukraine when the West also pays Putin up to $700 million a day in oil, gas and coal? I know the British Foreign Minister, Liz Truss, has talked about it, how Britain's looking into it. Are you?
First, as a general proposition, nothing is off the table, and we are evaluating every single day the sanctions, their implementation, and additional measures. The sanctions are designed, in the first instance, of course, to have maximum impact on Russia and Putin, while minimizing harm to us and our allies and partners. There's no strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. The immediate effect would be to raise prices at the pump for Americans, and also to pad Russian profits with rising prices. So we've been carving out payments for energy trade and transport from the sanctions that we've been implementing. But we have a strong interest, we and our allies, in degrading Russia's status as a leading energy supplier over time. This would be a profound strategic shift. That's why Nord Stream 2 was shut down. That's why we're surging LNG to Europe right now, to help accelerate its diversification away from Russian gas. It's why we're denying critical technologies to Russia for further energy exploration going forward through the export controls we put in place. This is part of a process to reduce reliance, dependence on Russian energy. So that's where our focus is. But again, as I said, we're looking at these things every single day.
How long will that take?
Well,
and how many people have to die in Ukraine before?
I'm not going to put a time frame on it. What's happened in record time, as we've seen, are sanctions and other measures that a few weeks ago, people would have said were never going to happen. I think we've demonstrated very, very clearly that what we said we would do many months ago when this crisis first began to emerge, back in November, December, the G7 countries, the European Union, I said that if Russia chose the path of aggression, we would impose massive consequences on Russia, including unprecedented economic sanctions. I know some people thought that was more rhetoric than reality. I think we've demonstrated already how strong that reality is. And again, we're looking every day at measures to increase the extraordinary pressure we're already exerting.
We'll take a final question from Yuri Shako, DW.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I have two questions. First is also on no-fly zone. You said that NATO will not send fighter jets to Ukraine to shoot down Russians. It's understandable, but there is another way to impose this no-fly zone, and I mean sending to Ukraine air defense capabilities. Of course, United States sent Stinger missiles, but I'm speaking about high to medium air defense capabilities to support the currently working Ukrainian defense capabilities with S-300 and Buk, which are working also quite well. The second question is, we saw more than a week of fighting and how Russian forces weren't able to achieve most of its objectives. They were bogged down, they were stopped in many places. So how does this week of war change the US assessment of the might of Russian military that was considered to be quite high? But now, what is your assessment now? Thank you very much.
Thank you. First part of the question. We are looking every day at what technologies, what capacities we can effectively deliver to Ukraine to defend itself. And that's an ongoing conversation, literally happening on a daily basis, both with Ukraine and government officials, as well as among allies and partners. And so the main focus is on making sure that anything we provide can be used effectively and in a timely way. So, but as I said, that's quite literally something we're looking at every day. So I don't want to draw any conclusions from the week of invasion in terms of what this tells us about Russia or its capabilities. I think we'll have time to fully assess that. What we do know, what it does tell us, is how extraordinary the Ukrainian people are, their will, their determination, their absolute commitment to defend their country, to defend their freedom, to defend their future. That's the story of the past week, and it's an incredibly powerful one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To Ukrainian leadership and Ukrainian military. We have been the largest provider of economic and humanitarian assistance. We have rallied the world to stand up against President Putin. We are not watching. The president is leading the world and responding to this. However, he is not going to put U.S. military, men and women serving, on the front lines of battle in Ukraine to fight Russia. That has never changed. That has never been his plan, never been his policy, and he has no intention of doing that. Go ahead.
Understanding it's not the position of the U.S. government, what Lindsey Graham said last night. What Lindsey Graham did suggest is that there's no peaceful resolution here while Vladimir Putin is still in power in Russia. Does the president share that view?
The president believes there continues to be a diplomatic path forward. That is the path forward that will help resolve what we're seeing on the ground. President Putin has the ability to de-escalate. We have left the door open 4 months now to be engaged through de-escalation, if de-escalation occurs. Obviously, humanitarian corridors, a ceasefire, those would all be steps that would be welcomed. But no, we are not advocating for killing the leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
Quick question on the Iran talks. There was a British diplomat that tweeted this morning that the talks are close. One of the reported demands of the Iranians is that this administration reverse the policy of the last one and remove the IRGC from the list of foreign terrorist organizations. What's the U.S. position on that?
Look, we are close. We are making progress, but there's still more work to be done, and I'm just not going to negotiate from here. Go ahead.
Jen, the NATO Secretary General gave a really pessimistic assessment of the conflict. He said the days to come are likely to be worse with more death, more suffering, more destruction. Is that an assessment that the White House shares at this point? And is there concern that the tide may be turning here in the favor of Russia?
Well, I don't know that the tide has ever turned against them in the sense that we've seen the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian leadership act incredibly courageously, bravely, stand up and hold off, I think to the surprise of the world, the Russian military longer than many would have assessed possible. But the ambitions of President Putin have never changed, right? The efforts of the Russian military to charge towards Kyiv have never changed. So we are continuing, and our assessment has not changed on what their intentions are.
And just Zelensky said, he reiterated his interest in talking to Putin. He said he needs to talk to Putin, the world needs to talk to Putin, there is no other way to stop the war. What conditions does the president need in order to have a conversation with Putin? And does he see any kind of engagement with Putin directly as constructive at this point?
For President Putin, I mean for President Biden or for President Zelensky? Look, President Biden has no intention at this moment of engaging directly with President Putin. He is in the middle of an escalatory war in a sovereign foreign country. This is not the moment for the President of the United States to engage directly with President Putin. What I would say is that he leaves the door open to diplomacy. That has never closed shut. There are certainly steps. Well, I'm not going to outline from here because we'll engage on this through diplomatic channels, what exactly it would look like. There are obvious steps that can be taken. Humanitarian corridors, a ceasefire. Those would all be welcome steps. But in terms of what conditions, it's not the moment now, and I can't predict for you if and when the moment would be. Go ahead.
Can I just ask briefly, the President spoke, of course, about the need to confirm his Fed nominees in his State of the Union speech. The Republicans on the committee issued a statement yesterday digging in essentially on Sarah Bloom Raskin. I'm wondering whether the White House remains committed with Senator Brown and advancing all the nominees in one slate, and if you have any response to the Republicans.
Yeah, we absolutely do. All 5 of our nominees, including Sarah Bloom Raskin, are well qualified for these positions, and we're calling on the Senate to confirm them as soon as possible. I think it's important to remember what is happening here. The Republicans are not showing up to a committee vote. If one of them showed up, there'd be a quorum to have a vote, and there are enough votes to move her past the committee. That's what's happening. They're not doing their job here, which is just to show up. They don't have to vote for her. They just have to be in the room, which is essentially what people have elected them to do. So we stand by all of our nominees. We're continuing to engage with Senator Brown on moving them forward. And certainly we believe at this moment, when inflation is on the minds of Americans, when rising costs is on the minds of Americans, one thing that the Senate could do is confirm these nominees. Go ahead.
Russia has cut off access to Facebook inside of Russia. How does that affect U.S. efforts? Does the White House have concerns about that source of information to Russian citizens being cut off?
You know, this is part of their effort, as you know, I mean, to cut off a range of information from their public. I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but there are concerning steps they have taken to crack down on any form of information being shared with our public. Certainly Facebook is a part of that. They've also threatened fines for journalists reporting on the ground. They've threatened, they've conveyed that there are only certain words their own Russian media can use at the risk of being fined or even jailed. This is a pattern. This is not necessarily a new approach that they have taken, but to crack down on information in their country to reach the Russian people. So certainly we are deeply concerned about this and concerned about the threat on freedom of speech in the country.
One other completely unrelated question. Loved ones who have lost people to COVID, some of them are advocating for a COVID Memorial Day or a physical memorial.
Yeah.
Does the White House have any view on that? Would you support something like that?
I think there's no question the president feels it's important to remember, to memorialize, to take a moment to think of all of the people who have lost, whose lives have been lost, and all of the loved ones who have lost loved ones. He talked about this in the State of the Union, right? In terms of a memorial, I would say there's an openness, but right now we're still battling the virus and still battling the pandemic and working to get funding from Congress to make sure we can continue to do that and moving towards hopefully getting vaccines approved for kids under 5. So there's more steps we're taking, and right now I just don't have any prediction of what that may look like. But certainly memorializing lives lost is something we are open to. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Jen. 2 questions for you. First of all, just on the idea of a ban on purchasing Russian oil. The Wall Street Journal had a pretty good story earlier this week, noting that the price of Russian oil has declined as the price of other oil has increased. And I wonder how much of this idea might already be sort of baked in, how much of the pricing might already be baked in, whether that is something that you're thinking of, the White House is thinking about as it's deciding whether or not to do this ban.
You mean how much of it is baked into the Russian economy in terms of having an impact?
How much of it's baked into the rise in oil that, given that Russian oil prices are going down and people are, it's not being purchased out of the concern that, there's some uncertainty about delivery and there's some uncertainty about, whether there could be larger scale bans, that the ensuing prices are all going up anyway. So you're not really losing that much by banning Russian oil because nobody's really buying it.
Well, I think what most experts on the global oil markets would say, though, is that reducing global oil supply would have an impact on the price of barrels of oil and ultimately gas prices. So that is our concern. Now, again, we will continue to have a range of conversations, but I think part of our assessment here is that while maximizing the impacts by taking a range of steps we've already taken, we are mindful of minimizing the impacts on the public, and certainly the rising price of oil and the impact on gas prices is one we are focused on.
And just quickly, there's a Washington Post event earlier today where John Bolton said that Trump, quote, may well have withdrawn from NATO in a second term, and that Putin was, quote, waiting for that. And I'm wondering if you have any comment on that.
Well, I think that's, I saw those comments. Another reason why the American people are grateful, the majority of the American people, that President Biden has not taken a page out of his predecessor's playbook as it relates to global engagement and global leadership, because certainly we could be in a different place. I mean, there's no question that the strength and unity of NATO has been a powerful force in this moment, and it may take longer time to have the hopeful impact, but that is the strengthening of NATO. We think is unquestionably good for our security here in the United States and for global security. Go ahead, Trevor.
Jen, you said earlier in the briefing that you'd be providing information to the International Criminal Court about any war crimes being committed by Vladimir Putin. It's long been the position of this administration that the ICC should not get involved in countries where they don't have jurisdiction. You've made that argument about the U.S. You've made that argument about Israel. Do you have a different position when it comes to Russia, and if so, why?
I think my point is that we would provide any information through our own process that became available to all of the international entities that are looking into and exploring this exact question.
So there's no change in your overall view that they shouldn't?
Well, we're not a member of the ICC, right? Neither is Russia. They are exploring this. There are other entities. I mentioned that we were a part of moving forward a commission through the UN, which is certainly another entity that is looking into this and exploring this question.
Okay, and then on Finland, can you confirm that Finland is asking for the United States support in becoming a major non-member ally to NATO? And would you support that? Would you oppose it? Where are you guys on that?
It's a mouthful of a title, isn't it? I know, you got it out there, though. Look, I think the president is meeting with his counterpart shortly this afternoon. I will let them speak to what their aspirations are. And again, it would be up to NATO, the NATO alliance, to make any determinations about next steps.
And just more broadly, just on kind of security guarantees to Finland, I mean, they're kind of in a similar position to Ukraine, right? They're thinking about what kind of military alliances they want to have with the West. And as they're having that conversation and that thought process, Russia invaded one. So does Finland need some kind of similar security guarantees? Do they need more security guarantees than Ukraine got? And what is the U.S. willing to provide?
Well, without getting ahead of the meeting, I expect they will discuss, of course, the strong history of the U.S.-Finland's defense relationship, which is complemented by Finland's close relationship with NATO. Finland's current status as an enhanced opportunity partner for the alliance helps ensure strong defense and close security ties in the Baltic Sea region. But again, this is a continuing conversation. I'm sure that their defense and security and our close ties will be a part of it, but we'll let them have the meeting, and then we will have more to say, I'm sure, after it concludes. Go ahead, David.
Just following on the Finland thing briefly before I get to my question, I think the phrase is a major non-NATO ally, and that is something the U.S. can designate by itself without having to go to NATO. As you suggested, Pakistan, for example, is a major non-NATO ally. Is that something that we are considering in Finland's case?
I think we're going to let the meeting take place, and then we will have more to say after the meeting concludes.
Okay. On your answer before on Iran, has the president reviewed the current draft agreement? I understand there are some issues, including some with the IAEA, that are going to get addressed tomorrow when the chief of the IAEA is in Tehran. But has he reviewed and approved the agreement as it now stands?
He has been regularly briefed on the status of the negotiations, but I'm not going to get into more specifics beyond that.
His belief that any of this has to go to Congress, you've gotten that letter from 30-odd members of Congress.
We are aware of the letter. I don't have anything to convey on that either. Let's see where this lands. Obviously, there's more work to be done, pivotal pieces at the very end, so I don't have anything to convey officially on that at this point.
And the very last is just a follow-up on Phil's question. So on the question of why it is that we have not seen more cyber activity by the Russians at this point, do you believe it has to do more with the defenses, as you described, in other words, passive deterrence that wouldn't be able to affect us, or do you think it has to do with something that was happening inside Russia, decisions that they made about when to go use these weapons?
It's not a place I can get into from here, David. I would say, though, we continue to be prepared. We continue to be prepared for retaliatory action, whether it is cyber or other means, and it's something we've been preparing for several months. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple of questions. President Zelensky said yesterday that if the West is unwilling to put in place a no-fly zone, it should at least provide Ukraine with warplanes so it can defend itself. Is that something that the U.S. is considering?
We have provided a range of security and military assistance, including defensive assistance. We've recently provided helicopters that I think my defense colleagues confirmed earlier today or yesterday, but I don't have anything in addition to predict on that front.
Okay, and on a different topic, Ron Klain was on a podcast yesterday, and he suggested that the president was considering further extending the student loan moratorium, which expires in May. What can you tell us about that? When can we expect a decision, and is he looking at another 90-day extension?
Certainly understand your question. That is obviously something we will continue to assess and review as we get closer to May. Typically, there's a period of time where you need to make a decision, or you at least need to convey to the lenders what they should prepare for, but I don't have anything to predict at this point in time. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Since the mask rules here have changed...
It's like hearing your voice on the answering machine. Go ahead.
Since the mask rules at the White House have changed this week, has there been any change to the testing protocols for the president? How regularly is he getting tested for COVID?
There have not been changes to the testing protocol that I'm aware of. I would note that for all of us, we are still tested. If you see the president, you're tested that day. If you're not going to see the president, everybody is on a different version of a testing protocol.
And has he been tested since Tuesday night State of the Union?
Let me check, and we will get the answer back out to all of you after the briefing. Go ahead.
Ukraine asked for foreign reinforcements. What's the White House position on volunteer international fighters who want to go to Ukraine? Would you encourage Americans to go there to fight, or would you rather warn because they are not protected by Geneva Convention, and maybe also it would play in the hand of Putin's narrative of...
Well, our guidance continues to be that American citizens should not travel to Ukraine for any reason, so that's where it stands. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. A very factual question first. Could you maybe give us the exact number of how many Russian people and entities have been sanctioned by the United States, and how it compares to the European Union, where altogether 680 people and 53 entities have been subjected to...
I'm sure we can get you that. I don't have it at my fingertips, but let us get that to you after the briefing.
Another one on oil imports again. Sorry about that. Do I understand it right that the United States really won't take that decision unless the Europeans take a similar decision, because Europeans rely way more heavily on Russian gas? And is there this idea that making that decision from here would somehow, not work well with allies?
Well, we have from the beginning taken steps in coordination with our allies and partners in Europe, and that continues to be the first principle for the president. And obviously, as we're making any decisions in this space, that would apply. But also, what also applies to this space is our focus, and I think the focus of the Europeans as well, on not taking steps that would create increased volatility in the global oil markets, increase the price of oil, a barrel of oil, or increase gas prices. So we're looking at all of that. Go ahead. Oh, good. Okay, guys, it's got to be the last one. Go ahead.
Quickly, then, so would the president then welcome Iranian oil coming into the United States in order to increase that supply?
Again, there's not a deal at this point in time. While we're close, we're not there. So if and when we get to that point, we can speak to that question.
One more. So yesterday you said, less oil supply. You said it again today. It raises prices, and you said so I asked the American Petroleum Institute about those 9,000 leases that you've been talking about. The president and CEO of that group says that a lot of policies that have been put in place by this administration, including a ban on new development of federal lands and federal waters, is really hindering American energy development during a critical time. Also, he says the royalty fees increasing on drilling discourages investment. So are there any plans to reverse any of these policies to encourage investment?
I think he may have avoided your question. I mean, because the fact is that onshore alone, as of the start of this year, the industry had more than 9,000 unused approved permits to drill in the United States. I didn't hear him speak to that in particular. And of the more than 37 million acres under lease offshore and onshore to the oil and gas industry, nearly 60% are currently non-producing. Now, obviously, our view on drilling over the long term is different, I would suspect, than the person you spoke to, which is that what overall we need to do here is reduce our dependence on oil. Europeans are doing that, we're doing that, and I think what we're all going through now in this discussion of banning oil imports and the volatility in the global markets, oil markets, is a reminder of that. So, but there's no shortage of drilling leases that can be used domestically to enhance production in this moment. The oil and gas industry is literally sitting on stockpiled leases and permits. Thanks, everyone. Okay. I'm sorry. I think everybody has to wrap and go to the next engagement here.
And the new touted as a win for Wisconsin Democrats, but a small one. The new maps are expected to allow the GOP to maintain its congressional advantage in that state. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now with more on this. So, Ben, how do the changes here impact the political landscape in Wisconsin?
Yeah, they largely keep that political landscape at the status quo. Wisconsin has been a deeply divided state, one that has sort of swung with elections on the margins over the past couple of years. And obviously, anything can happen in any election. But the smart money is on these lines, preserving the GOP's 5-3 congressional delegation advantage, as well as their narrow control of the state legislature. And that's because of the political reality of having divided government. There is a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature. They've been locked in a back and forth for a while, and ultimately that process typically lends itself to a map that isn't as drastic of a change.
And Ben, has there been any backlash regarding these changes?
I mean, there's been some, as I was kind of waving at before. The governor and the legislature have been going back and forth, both in the legislature and the courts over these maps. Ultimately, this was a win for the Democratic governor, but a slight win because his hands had been tied by previous decisions. So it wasn't that this was an overwhelming exactly what the governor wanted. It was the best that he could do given the constructs, if that makes sense.
So what's the timeline we're working on here? When do we see these changes take effect?
As soon as the upcoming primaries in August. These lines are going to be the congressional lines and the legislative lines that they're going to run on in the primary in August and then the general election in November. There's a chance of some sort of federal court action that could come down the road, but barring any changes there, these are the maps.
All right, Ben Camisar for us today. Ben, thank you.
Pleasure.
A battle playing out over peacocks. Why they're ruffling some feathers in one neighborhood. That's up next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, there is a passionate debate raging down in Miami right now. The peacock, our spirit animal here at NBC, is often seen on the streets of neighborhoods in Miami-Dade County. And while some residents love them, they're beautiful, obviously, others want them out. Let's bring in NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides now to explain what is going on down here. Christian?
Well, Aaron, while peacocks are lovely to look at, they are until they start pecking at your car or causing property damage. In some instances, thousands of dollars worth of damage. It mostly happens during mating season when the males get aggressive, or if they decide to nest in your property, they can get protective. But it's an issue that has divided entire neighborhoods here in South Florida. The issue has gotten so heated, one man we spoke to asked us to conceal his identity so he could freely express himself about the birds. It's another sunny day in South Miami, where peacocks have become such a staple in the neighborhood. Not even the dogs give them a second glance.
I, in part, bought this house because of the peacocks.
You're good. Don't worry.
To say they're beloved is an understatement. To some, they're almost like family.
Phil. We named him Phil at the beginning of the pandemic. He come around and sleep in our tree, and we got to know him pretty well.
But every mating season, typically February to March, they start to ruffle some feathers. And not just their own. According to researchers, there could be up to some 1,500 peacocks living here in South Miami. Now there's a debate over what to do about them. Should they stay or should they go? As we found out, there's really no middle ground.
Coconut Grove, we've gotten some complaints.
Commissioner Raquel Regalado represents a district encompassing areas in South Miami where they're easily spotted, literally shaking their tail feathers or making a ruckus.
What is it doing?
This is the squawking. We get complaints about the cars, roof damage.
My poor neighbor's car being attacked by a peacock.
The peacocks peck at cars because they see their reflection. And during mating season, the males get violent with male competitors.
Patio screening and all, and talking to her, she said it cost about $3,000. We had to repaint a car, which was over $1,000. We have no desire to see them killed. We just want the ones that basically are causing the problems to be taken someplace.
Since 2001, a law has been in the books that prohibits harming or capturing the birds.
A mitigation plan.
Commissioner Regalado sponsored an ordinance that would allow municipalities to opt out if they have a plan in place for humanely dealing with the peacocks.
Are we actually talking about sentencing the peafowl to death right now?
It would allow private trappers to humanely euthanize peafowl.
Just the mention of euthanasia set people off. So Bettina Bascal started this petition to save the peacocks.
They are our neighbors, and I think that we should, learn to coexist with them.
Regalado wants to create a sanctuary.
Euthanizing them, is that something that is being considered?
No, that's not being considered. I'm not looking to get rid of them, but I want to give people options.
So now it's being left up to the municipalities to decide what to do about the peacocks or if they'll do anything about them at all. Aaron?
I laugh because you wouldn't expect this to be a thing, but obviously it's a real concern. I would know how I would feel if my car was in line of one of these guys looking to beat himself up, I guess is the reality. But any suggestions about what people can do to sort of mitigate that? A car cover maybe? I don't know.
Well, that's what a lot of neighbors in that neighborhood, a lot of residents in that neighborhood have been doing, just kind of covering their cars because they are protected. You can't call a trapper to remove them. So you're not even allowed to touch them. That's what's so frustrating for some of those residents who've gotten some car damage or property damage. But you see how passionate people are. I mean, that man who named one of the peacocks and actually considers the peacock part of his family. So certainly a very emotional issue for people in that neighborhood.
All right. I guess you just get out of the way. Christian Benavides, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Russian forces now in control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant. The United States Embassy in Ukraine calling the attack on the plant a war crime. The message from Ukraine's president to his country on this 9th day of fighting. And the war in Ukraine is creating urgency on Capitol Hill as well. How it's affecting the effort to avoid a government shutdown in a week. Plus, former Attorney General Bill Barr's exclusive interview with Lester Holt, why he says the former president is responsible for what happened on January 6th. We begin with day 9 of Russia's attack on Ukraine and the rush to escape Kiev. New explosions and smoke filling the Ukrainian capital today. Terrified civilians now scrambling to find any way out of the city. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from the train station in Kiev.
As Russian forces are getting closer to the city, people are streaming out of it. Parents are tethered to their children. They're taking their pets. They're taking their grandparents, and everyone is heading west. You're hearing the train announcements and the train whistles and these long lines of people climbing onto the tracks. It feels to me like another era.
The most crazy feel when you hear how kids screaming, mothers screaming. It's so crazy, that panic. You see how people so afraid.
It's been like this all day. There's a lot of confusion about where these trains are departing from. People had been waiting here on platform 9. There was just an announcement a few moments ago that the train to the west is actually leaving from platform 12. Now everyone is rushing there, and nobody wants to miss it. This train is heading toward Lviv in the west, and now people are trying to crowd on. Not everybody is able to get on. This is the push right up at the door. There's been some people dropping bags. We've seen people holding their babies up in the air as they're trying to cram as many people possible onto this train. A lot of families we spoke to said they decided this morning to pack up their house, come here to the station, and just head west.
Those images of desperation. Thank you to Richard Engel for that. Now, where does the Russian invasion of Ukraine stand now after 9 days? NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts is live at the big board for us to break down the strategy. He's also a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Clint, thanks for being with us. First, the Russians seized Chernobyl. Now they are in control of this major nuclear power plant, the biggest in Europe. How significant is this, and how does this fit into Russia's overall plans?
Yeah, so 3 things to think about with this power plant. The first one I want to start off with is here we saw some actual fire in terms of some combat last night. Luckily, it seems at least at this point there's been no radiation. But bigger picture, this is about control. If they can take this power plant here, they have the ability to shut off energy or control the power. And that also helps them in terms of their siege warfare. There are cities like Mariupol right now where you're seeing major power outages, infrastructure failure, and bombing. Second, it's the psychological impact of nuclear. We're talking about it now because it incites fear. And Russia likes to use that fear abroad to put the West in check, but also to get its population scared at home about what is going on in the outside world. The next thing I want to talk about is logistics. Notice there's a railhead here. Each of these power plants has its own railhead system. It's outside of a transportation system. When you have large armored divisions, the way the Russians do, this provides them a mechanism by which they can start to move logistics and supplies. And that's where they've really been hung up for in the first week and 2 days of this fight. I want to zoom back out here. As you see these railways, also look at this next part, which is here in the south. They've had major successes over the past 72 hours. The unit that broke out of Crimea being where the Russians seized in 2014, they are now advancing around and surrounding Mariupol that I was talking about. Separately, though, we're seeing major advances here. This coming out of Crimea and going to the west. Yesterday was Kherson. In Kherson, there is a large bridge here where they've actually seized and passed through it, and now they're making their way to Mykolaiv. Mykolaiv is important for several reasons. One, as you will see, there's a large bridge there, and it is also once the sort of salvation of the Ukrainian Navy. They are in here now kind of conducting battle, but also note, again, this is a major river. If they can get across this bridge, they will then be in a position to move not just to Kherson, to Mykolaiv, but then they can move all the way to the Moldovan border. Over here, by the way, in this area, is an area called Transnistria. This is a Russian enclave. It's a republic. They have forces there. This would allow them to encircle Odessa, and then essentially they would control this entire southern coastline, sealing Ukraine off by water.
Clint, that is a really helpful map. You just painted a really disturbing picture for the Ukrainians to see Russians slowly moving in on all the borders on all of those sides. Now, we talked a lot about the convoy, 40 miles long, stalled outside of Kiev, the capital city, for several days now. Well, what happens with the military trucks and the equipment? You know, we have the nuclear plant. You see what you just pointed out. What is this going to mean for the Ukrainian military? How do they gain back some ground here?
So this is where the Ukrainians are having more success. This convoy, which we've been talking about, stacked up here. This looks like a traffic jam. They're not really worried about NATO air power. The Ukrainian Air Force, even the drones that the Ukrainians have from Turkey, they're not exactly hitting this. However, some things have changed. The Ukrainian defense minister just in the last few hours gave a briefing where he said, essentially, here at this airport, right here, remember last week we were talking about an airborne force landing there and probably trying to go to Kyiv and really topple the government quickly. Supposedly that convoy has gotten up to that area, but what's happened since then is you've seen lots of those vehicles get knocked out. There's reports that in the rear area, maybe Ukrainian units went and knocked some of that convoy out, essentially creating a traffic jam, and possibly a bridge has been blown up or damaged to the point where they can't continue on. So it's a traffic jam, a log jam. They have all this combat power there, and they haven't been able to get it to Kyiv 1 week and 2 days after the start of the invasion.
Clint, I want to change gears to the new op-ed that you wrote in the Washington Post. It's called "The West Doesn't Want to Push Putin Toward Using Nuclear Weapons. It Might Not Matter." Let me bring the viewers on along with us here. You write, Russian oligarchs and Kremlin leaders already know that their president has overplayed his hand, and Putin may need a swift victory in Ukraine. Why wouldn't he use a nuclear strike to bring Ukraine to its knees and compel the West to succumb to his demands? The question that should terrify us is not just whether Putin will use nuclear weapons if the West does something, but also whether Putin would use them even if the West does nothing. You've studied Putin's behavior for decades. You said he's a man who lies, who can't be trusted. And at this point, it appears he is holding a lot, if not all of the cards. So how does the West prevent him from going nuclear?
I think this is a major challenge, and there's really two ways to look at it. We obviously don't want to use air power. You heard Secretary Blinken say just a little while ago, we are not going to do a no-fly zone. We're not going to use the air forces, and we're not going to use ground troops. So that leaves very few options. I think what we really need to do is look for the remaining pathways into Russia to understand what's going on in the country. If Russia were to fall at the same time that Ukraine is falling, Putin has never lost a war. Why do we think he would lose one now? He has to achieve his objectives in order to keep his power at home. So why wouldn't he take that extra step? We've seen him do everything that we thought was unthinkable. A nuclear strike, tactical nuke, short range, why wouldn't he do something like that? And I think oligarchs and activists, that's our real two pathways into Russia to try and find some way to create an off-ramp where we can negotiate with Putin and really settle this situation down.
Yeah, you spoke about that earlier, and it is a powerful metaphor, some way for him to get out of this without losing face, but without going nuclear. Clint Watts, thank you so much. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Well, Russian forces have seized Europe's largest nuclear power plant after an overnight attack. We just talked about that. Ukraine's state nuclear agency says 3 Ukrainian soldiers were killed in that attack. A fire outside the plant has now been extinguished. The International Atomic Energy Agency says at this point, no radiation has been released. The United Nations Security Council is holding an emergency meeting today. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield called the attack, quote, incredibly reckless and dangerous. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is live in Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, good to see you. Glad to see you are there safe. The air raid sirens were going off yesterday when we spoke with you and your crew, so we're just glad to see you again today. President Zelensky said that explosion at that nuclear plant would have been the end for all of us. Those are his words. What else can you tell us about the plant's condition right now? Do we know who's in charge? How many Ukrainian workers are still on site? Because really, they're the only ones who know what to do there.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only ones who know how to operate that plant. So good thing they're still there. They were allowed to enter work today, but it is occupied by the Russians. And we're to understand, as some Ukrainian government officials have said, that they are operating that plant at gunpoint, which is very chilling indeed. But that plant is still operating. I don't think even the Russians in their aggressive push from south to north are necessarily going to put that plant in jeopardy, because Zelensky was right, and I'm sure the Russians would agree that that plant was to face any danger, it could put the entire region or all of Europe at risk, something like a disaster 6 to 10 times the size of Chernobyl, that massive disaster, the worst nuclear disaster ever in human history back in 1986. So yes, that plant seems to be going okay. It was some sort of projectile that struck a building on the facility. And according to some reports, the fire came as close as 1,500 feet from one of the reactors. So all of those reactors are still functioning more or less as normal. There was damage to some, but it was light. So crisis averted, Vicky.
1,500 feet is too close for comfort. President Zelensky, Matt, called for all of Europe to stand with the people of Ukraine. He's been speaking almost every day to the world. What else did he say during his address today?
That's right. Well, he asked for a moment of silence for those who had fallen and for the civilians who had fallen, another minute of silence. He said he only had 3 minutes to speak, but he repeated again something that he said time and time again. And when you just asked about that potential nuclear disaster, that really fit into his speech, into a lot of the rhetoric that we've been hearing, not just since that nuclear disaster, but even before that this is not just Ukraine's fight. This is the fight of all of Europe and really the entire world to face off, to square off against Vladimir Putin and his aggression here in Ukraine. And he said that again, that this is something that the rest of the world has a responsibility to help Ukraine, because it's the Ukrainian people who may be fighting, but they're not just fighting for their own nation. Here's what else he has to say after that.
And if we win, and I'm sure we win, this will be the victory for the whole democratic world. This will be the victory of our freedom. This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery. And if we win, we will become as blossoming as Europe, and Europe will be flourishing.
And I don't know about you, Vicky, but this is, as you mentioned, he's been speaking almost every day to the public over Telegram and over video. This is a man who was an actor up until the moment that he became president. And really, his acting chops have served him very well in this post. He has shown himself to be a rhetorical genius, and the world is watching very closely every time he opens his mouth. He has a flair for being able to rally his people, and that just shows. And time requires it.
And it is vital, absolutely, Matt. He has to connect with the people of the world, truly. A senior defense official tells NBC News, Matt, that more than 92% of Russian military forces that were along the borders are now inside Ukraine. We just got a map and a geography lesson from Clint Watt there. We are seeing civilians in Lviv, where you are, getting weapons training. They're also building barricades around the city there, the capital. How else are people there preparing to defend their city?
Well, actually, those barricades, and I hope you're seeing them on your screen right now, they're called Czech hedgehogs. They're not necessarily going to be used for here in Lviv. And I got to tell you, Vicky, this city, there's a reason why we're here, and it's because it is incredibly safe. And we're hearing sirens all the time, as you heard last night. But there were no bombardments that accompanied that siren. And for all the sirens that we've heard, there haven't been any bombardments. This is the closest thing that we have here in Ukraine to a humanitarian corridor exiting the country. And that's excellent because, of course, there's now more than 1 million people who have fled this country. They're here. They're internally displaced when they arrive here. Then they cross over the border. They become refugees, and they are at the disposal of the rest of Europe to decide what to do with them. And so far, we've seen a lot of sympathy, a lot of compassion from the European Union and other states on this continent. How long that lasts, that's a question that I think that the people of Ukraine don't want to test. And, we're still seeing a steady flow of refugees coming out of this country and displaced people arriving here in Lviv. This is the jumping off point. So those Czech hedgehogs that you're seeing, that's something that is probably going to be sent to elsewhere in the country, particularly to the northern border with Belarus, which has not yet become completely active because the Belarusian forces have not really thrown their lot in the fight, not in any real way. Once they do, that could tip the balance further in favor of the Russians, and we're starting to see that on the battlefield, especially in the south anyway, with the Russians starting to take the upper hand, not necessarily in the northern fronts on those two axes coming down on the capital of Kyiv and on the second largest city in Kharkiv, but we are starting to see some decisive victories by the Russians. And so those armaments, those barriers, and those civilians who have been training not just here in Lviv, but throughout the country, we've been seeing images of these people training themselves, grandmothers, women, trying to hold fake guns in order to learn how to use them, the government distributing AK-47s to ordinary people, those people may find themselves in a position where they will have to use those guns.
And those factories making Molotov cocktails, the imagery is striking. You mentioned compassion, Matt. I think the compassion comes in part because of the great reporting and the imagery that you and others are bringing to the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Stay safe, friend. While 1 million refugees flee Ukraine, millions more cannot. Those left behind are hiding in shelters. They're running out of food, water, and other basic supplies. Humanitarian groups like UNICEF are desperately trying to get that aid to people who need it. Joining me now is the spokesperson for UNICEF, James Elder. Mr. Elder, good to see you. You have been in Lviv, Ukraine for the past week. Many people there can't leave. They may not have the means, or they may have to stay behind for a number of reasons, like taking care of family members. A mother this morning said she didn't want to take her kids and leave her husband, who has joined the Ukrainian soldiers. This is leaving everyone in such a desperate situation, especially those kids. And UNICEF, your agency, says the conflict in Ukraine poses an immediate threat to children. So could you talk to us a little bit more about what you and your fellow staffers are seeing and what these families need the most right now?
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. Look, it's absolutely harrowing. What we're seeing in Kiev, in Kharkiv, as your correspondent just said, this is still children in bombardment, children in bunkers for night after night. We continue in these attacks to see children killed. We see children injured. It will happen again this evening if these attacks do not stop. But as you rightly say, too, whilst there's an outflux, 500,000 children in 7 days is unprecedented in swiftness and scale and sorrow. But there are children who can't leave. When I'm at the hospital here in Lviv, there are babies in incubators. There are children with drips. It's very dangerous. It's very difficult for them to leave. So again, the only solution for all these children, either in hospitals or in those bunkers in Kiev, is, of course, for this fighting to stop.
There have been more than 750 civilians killed in Ukraine, at least, between the start of the invasion and midnight Tuesday. That is the latest update from the UN Human Rights Office. We do understand that number is likely to be a lot higher because of delays with reporting. Many of those killed were children. You visited a hospital there and shared this tweet with the world. Children see the pediatricians there as superheroes. And so months ago, did this photo shoot. Today, doctors prepare for mass child casualties. A yellow sticker on an injured child means injured, red is critical, and a black sticker on a child, no chance. It is heartbreaking. UNICEF delivered a convoy of medical supplies, surgical equipment, oxygen. What is the situation like at the hospital with the supplies? And also, can you talk to us a little bit about the medical staff? How are they holding up as they try to save these children?
Yeah, I was very glad to see now we have a convoy, the first one coming in pretty much as you and I are speaking from our global hub in Copenhagen, coming in here to Lviv. Tomorrow, then we will unpack that, distribute, but essentially get supplies, surgical supplies, essential medical supplies, get them to those hospitals, around 100 hospitals in Kiev, the ones you've seen, which are now makeshift in bunkers. This is life-saving support for children who can't leave, and we will continue to flood that in as best we can. The doctors, the pediatricians, ironically showing that those hero images. They're steely, the training, they never wanted to do that. They're surgeons who are used to doing emergency surgery on babies, not doing a sort of, MAT 4077. They're stressed, but as they said to me, our role is to save children's lives. If it suddenly means we've got 50 children in a day, that's what we'll do. But we both grimaced as they explained the training, what a black sticker means on a child who is alive. It means you can't prioritize them. They won't be. These are the realities we keep seeing in these cities, and this is going to continue while this fighting does. Agencies like UNICEF, we will do all we can, everywhere we can, and as your correspondent said, what everyday Ukrainians are doing, the volunteering from grandmothers to girls is extraordinary.
It truly is. The Ukrainians themselves, as well as the people in the neighboring countries, just regular civilians stepping up to help their fellow human beings. So there's this idea that there are safe corridors for civilians to evacuate, for those humanitarian supplies to be delivered. Are those corridors being honored? And can you talk to us about, if someone's at home right now watching this and they want to help your group or others, what do you need?
Yeah, those corridors are absolutely critical. That means that in say, Kharkiv, Kiev, then corridors for civilians to get out. That's still not happening at the moment. Those discussions have taken place. We know there are children, old people who would like to leave and cannot. It's essential that they are on it. That's international humanitarian law. At the same time, when they're on it, that's when UNICEF can go in behind those firing lines. It's fundamentally critical that happens. In the fog of war, we shall see. We'll do everything we can, but we need people to stand by that. What your viewers can do, look, mums and dads in America have always punched above their weight when it comes to generosity, and UNICEF is completely donor funded. We rely entirely on mums and dads. So anything, UNICEFUSA.org, anything people can do goes into those supply trucks that come here that I'll be with tomorrow morning, that we then pack off to places like Kiev, to those hospitals, to those makeshift hospitals, emergency cylinders of gas, Vicky, things like obstetric kits. Mums are having babies on borders and in bunkers. That's where these funds go to.
James Elder on the ground there in Lviv, Ukraine. Thank you so much for talking with us today. Well, hackers are declaring cyber war on Russia. The group known as Anonymous says they've already targeted more than 1,500 Russian websites in response to the Ukraine invasion. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
This is a message to Vladimir Putin from Anonymous.
The group calls itself Anonymous. Unaffiliated hackers around the world now putting Russia in the crosshairs.
Members of Anonymous have declared cyber war against your aggressive regime.
They claim they've already targeted more than 1,500 Russian websites, including Kremlin-controlled news agencies, the Ministry of Defense and Space Agency, Russian oil companies, internet providers, even TV channels.
Their call to fight in the cyberspace has resulted in a lot of websites not being available, some websites going down, and a lot of records, Russian government, Russian military records being dumped out onto the internet.
U.S. officials confirm they've seen evidence of the Anonymous hacks after Russia launched a cyber and ground offensive against Ukraine.
But the real risk to Russia long term is the canceling of their access to internet infrastructure as private sector companies decide that they're going to delist or no longer carry their traffic.
Cutting off Russia from the world would also deprive everyday Russians of access to outside news and information. And cyber pros worry Russia may view the Anonymous hacks as Western attacks and target U.S. government and company sites. U.S. Cybersecurity Director Jen Easterly.
How at risk is the average American or that very small business owner?
Everybody's at risk, which is why at the end of the day, they need to take the steps to protect their systems, their networks, and their data. This can happen to anyone. There is no one that is immune from potentially getting hacked.
The cybersecurity basics: never click on suspicious emails or links, use complicated passwords, and multi-step authentication. Back up your computers and keep security software up to date.
This basically ensures that he can log in even when the password is changed.
Israeli firm CyberBit uses real-world attacks to train American companies to defend themselves.
The questions organizations need to ask themselves is not if they are going to be hit, but when they are going to be hit.
As for Anonymous, now targeting Russia,
we are Anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us.
Russia has always been perceived as the cyber attacker, and now they're on the receiving end.
Instead of always being on offense, they also got to be on defense, and that really lowers their capability in some ways to also do attacks.
Coming up, a government funding bill will likely include crucial aid for Ukraine. But can lawmakers get it done and avoid a shutdown? Coming up, we are live on Capitol Hill with the latest.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're going to go now to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She is following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya. Happy Friday.
Hi, Vicki. Happy Friday. We start in Anderson, California, where 19 kids have been taken to hospitals after an SUV drove into a preschool yesterday. Police say no deaths have been reported. 2 Chicago police officers wounded in a shooting this morning. Police Superintendent David Brown says they were ambushed by a gunman who was later caught. The officers were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. In Pakistan, at least 56 people have been killed in a suicide bombing at a mosque during Friday prayer. That death toll is expected to rise because many people who were injured are in critical condition. Google is suspending all advertising in Russia. The decision coming after Russia's internet watchdog accused YouTube of running ad campaigns to misinform Russians about the invasion of Ukraine. And country legend Dolly Parton is set to host the 57th Country Music Awards on Monday. The ceremony will feature a special tribute to Dolly performed by Kelly Clarkson. Vicki, back to you.
Big fan of both. First the cake mix and now this. All right, Maya, thank you. Congress needs to pass a funding bill ASAP. If it doesn't, the government could shut down next Friday. NBC News national politics reporter Sahil Kapoor writing, the deadly war in Ukraine, worsening by the day, has increased the urgency for lawmakers to strike a bipartisan deal on a massive government funding package that almost certainly would include emergency aid for the Eastern European country. Sahil joins me now. Hey there, the president wants at least $10 billion in emergency funding for Ukraine included in this bill, plus more for the Defense Department to support allies in this conflict. Sahil, how quickly do you think Congress is prepared to move, and what does this mean for an overall longer-term funding bill?
Well, Congress is looking at a funding deadline of next Friday, a week from today, March 11th, before the government shuts down. And the consensus is that these additional funds for Ukraine, $10 billion in security and humanitarian assistance, should ride along with that government funding bill because that is moving already. And look, lawmakers are getting updates about the situation. It's a harrowing war. Ukrainians are dying. They know that time is short, and there's not a lot of time to waste in terms of getting humanitarian aid out, in terms of getting weapons assistance out to the Ukrainians who are trying to fight the Russians, who have a much, much bigger military. So yes, it has absolutely added to the urgency that lawmakers face in trying to wrap this deal up in time.
Yeah, Sahil, no time to waste. Who said that they're in support of this emergency aid for Ukraine, and how did they arrive at this figure of $10 billion? Is that going to be a sticking point with, people voting for or against based on that number?
Not particularly. The Ukraine aid seems to have a broad consensus among many senators that I spoke to yesterday. It actually started at $6.4 billion. There were some issues early on about how it would be financed, to what extent it would be offset, the usual stuff that Congress always deals with when these supplemental requests come in. But now it's up to $10 billion, and there's broad consensus that it needs to happen, particularly given the events of the last few days. There's also another $22.5 billion in COVID relief funding that is the most complicating part of this. This is requested by the Biden administration as a way to look ahead and try to combat the next variant. They don't want to get caught flat-footed like the country did with the Delta variant, like the country did to an extent with the Omicron variant. They just want to be prepared ahead of time. And this has caught a lot of Republicans pushing back, because they say that there's been a ton of COVID relief funds that have already been appropriated. Not all of it has been spent, and they're interested in reprogramming some of it, moving some money around as opposed to authorizing a new emergency request fund. I would say that's the biggest sticking point right now. And senators from both parties that I spoke to yesterday said this weekend is going to be crucial in terms of being able to finalize the details of a deal and write the bill in the coming days after that in order to be able to get it passed and to the president's desk in time.
Yeah, the clock is ticking a week from today. I'm going to switch gears. Senator Lindsey Graham made some controversial, and many are saying quite inflammatory, comments about Russian President Vladimir Putin. Take a listen.
If he continues to be their leader, then he's going to make you complicit with war crimes. You're a good people. You'll never have a future. You'll be isolated from the world, and you'll live in abject poverty. So I'm hoping somebody in Russia will understand that he's destroying Russia, and you need to take this guy out by any means possible.
You heard it right there. He said you need to take this guy out. Many are seeing that as a call for someone to assassinate Putin. How are lawmakers on the Capitol Hill there reacting to Senator Graham's comments, Sahil?
Not well. This has drawn bipartisan condemnation from Democrats as well as Republicans, not because any of them are defending Putin or say he's a good guy, but they argue that this is unhelpful to the cause of isolating Putin, that this precisely plays in to Putin's propaganda about an evil and belligerent West trying to go up against Russia, this glorious conflict between East and West that he tries to portray sometimes. Let's put up some reactions. Ilhan Omar, the progressive Democrat in the House, she said, and I'm going to quote here, "This sick mentality is why war crimes committed against some Western powers aren't considered war crimes, but accidents are a necessity. There's a special place in hell for people who speak of morality but remain silent when their country or allies are committing immoral acts." That's Congresswoman Omar's tweet. Let's go back to that Ted Cruz tweet as well. This is a Texas Republican, in most cases an ally of Lindsey Graham, called it an exceptionally bad idea. He said instead, use massive economic sanctions, boycott Russian oil and gas, and provide military aid so the Ukrainians can defend themselves. But we should not be calling for the assassination of heads of state. So there you have it. A number of members of Congress from both parties saying that Lindsey Graham's suggestion that Putin should maybe be assassinated is not the right way to go here.
A busy Friday. Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. Former Attorney General Bill Barr speaking out about his tumultuous relationship with former President Donald Trump. Barr served as Trump's AG, you'll remember, for nearly 2 years. In an exclusive interview with Lester Holt, Barr details a tense Oval Office meeting, why he thinks Mr. Trump holds some responsibility for the Capitol attack, and his views on the 2024 presidential race.
Take me back to that day, December 1st. You're in the SUV. Did you know you were going to end up in the Oval Office before the day was up?
I assumed I was.
Attorney General Bill Barr knew he had infuriated the president. Since election night, Trump had been insisting he'd won.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
At that point, Barr knew that wasn't true. He'd even had the Justice Department investigate. Now, he was being summoned to the president's private dining room after saying in an interview with the AP that Trump's claims of election fraud were wrong.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit. and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was.
He also told Trump what he thought of his legal team. Not a lot.
I said, the reason you are where you are is because you wheeled out a clown show of lawyers.
A clown show?
Yeah, clown car or something like that. I said, it's just a bunch of clowns.
Who are you referring to? Rudy Giuliani?
His Cracker Jack legal team, among others.
Barr says the president shot back, listing the ways he said Barr had failed him. That's when Barr says he offered up his resignation.
I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again, accepted. Go home. Don't go back to your office. Go home. You're done.
When we asked the former president about this meeting, he disputed Barr's account and told us he was the one who demanded Barr's resignation. Either way, Barr handed in a resignation letter 2 weeks later and has not spoken with Donald Trump since. He does not want him to run for president again.
January 6th, the riot. Do you think that President Trump was responsible for what happened here ultimately?
I do think he was responsible in the broad sense of that word, and that it appears that part of the plan was to send this group up to the Hill. I think the whole idea was to intimidate Congress, and I think that that was wrong.
You can watch Lester's full exclusive interview, Bill Barr in the Eye of the Storm, this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on NBC. Coming up, 9 days of war in Ukraine with the world watching. The image is giving rise to a range of emotions. We'll take a look at some of the most impactful moments. That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels with our NATO and EU allies today. The group of foreign ministers deciding not to intervene against Russia in Ukraine, and that includes rejecting a no-fly zone. Here's Secretary Blinken talking about what the countries are doing to fight the invasion and to support Ukraine.
Never before have NATO and the European Union and other partner nations worked so closely together. This is a new kind of cooperation, and we'll bring this to bear not just in this crisis, but in the years to come. And our European allies and partners are stepping up to lead in unprecedented ways. For the first time, NATO has activated and deployed parts of its response force. Several NATO allies, including the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain, France, have sent troops and aircraft and ships to reinforce the alliance's eastern flank. Every NATO ally is providing either military or humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Most are providing both. For the first time, the European Union is financing the purchase and delivery of military assistance to a country under attack. The bloc swiftly adopted the biggest sanctions package in history against Russia. And the EU has granted immediate refuge to Ukrainians and others who call Ukraine home, the first time it has invoked this protection mechanism.
As thousands of Ukrainians pour out of the country every day, Mexico and many Latin American countries are stepping in to make sure their citizens make it out of the devastation. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez shares some of their stories.
Vicki, for a lot of these families, this is bittersweet. They're, of course, so grateful to be safe and to have somewhere to go, but they're also anxious about what lies ahead, going back to a place that they'd left looking for a better future, and now leaving behind the lives that they'd built in Ukraine.
A Mexican Air Force plane carrying dozens of Mexican nationals and their families who lived in Ukraine headed one way to Mexico City.
Estar en un resguardo de bombas todos los días, pues es difícil estar escuchando las bombas, los disparos en la ciudad.
University student Guillermo Padilla boarding the plane in Romania with at least 80 others who, like him, crossed the border out of Ukraine earlier this week. They're part of a group of Mexican nationals that the Mexican government says they'll bring over 6,000 miles back home. The country's Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting Thursday morning about the operation. But for most Mexican refugees, Ukraine had become a new home.
Esta es la bandera del país que me ha dado todo por 10 años.
Before the war broke out last week, over 200 Mexicans were living in Ukraine. And while some gratefully look forward to new beginnings,
I want to see Mexico.
Others, like Larissa Garcia, who's been living in Ukraine for 27 years, say they won't be going back to Mexico.
Es una invasión.
Latin American countries like Peru, Brazil, and Argentina also working to get hundreds of their nationals to safety.
Aqui, brasileiros, estamos bem, eles seguem para Polônia, para Romênia.
They bring with them the few belongings they could carry, and memories of war they say they'll never forget.
Retumba todo, las ventanas, las casas, piensas que están cerca de ti.
Mis estudiantes están en búnkeres ahora. Mis mejores amigas están en búnkeres ahora.
And we do have an update on their journey. The Mexican Secretary of Foreign Affairs tweeting this morning that the Air Force plane arrived in Mexico safely, saying they are home, and sharing photos of some of the refugees appearing to reunite with family there. An uncertain future ahead for many of them, but today, a sigh of relief.
Isa Gutierrez with that great report. The images coming out of Ukraine are both heartbreaking and inspiring. The damage, the deaths, the deluge of refugees forced to flee, but also the resolve. 9 days into war, we take a look at some of those most powerful moments, and we want to warn you, some of them may be difficult to see.
Russian forces are on the move.
Ukraine is now in a fight for its very survival as a sovereign nation.
The assault began with an angry message. As Putin spoke, seemingly on cue, Russian bombs started falling. This is our Ukraine. I'm staying. I'm calm. I'm even smiling, said Ivan. Some of Kiev's 3 million are running for cover this morning in old Soviet-era subways, built decades ago to double as shelters against a potential American attack. Thousands gathered in cities across Russia to oppose the invasion. But Russian troops continue their march through Ukraine.
I'm Vladimir Klitschko, and I'm addressing the entire world to stop this war.
Thank you so much, everyone who tried to say the world what happened and pray for Ukraine.
The actions of people inside the country inspiring this global response.
The world is on our side.
From a video posted to social media of villagers defiant in the path of a Russian tank to the president who refuses to leave his capital.
As Russian troops face unanticipated setbacks and losses in Ukraine, Russian armored vehicles have been running out of gas. A Ukrainian pulled up to one, recording. "Did you break down?" he asked Russian soldiers. "No diesel," one replies. "I can only tow you back to Moscow," the Ukrainian responds.
Also this morning, the growing refugee crisis. Thousands more now attempting to join the more than 500,000 Ukrainians who have already fled the country.
A 6-year-old girl next to her parents at a supermarket was hit by a shell. She was rushed to an ambulance, alive but just clinging. At the hospital, her injuries proved too much. "Show this to Putin," a doctor told a camera from the Associated Press. The eyes of this child and crying doctors. Ukrainians said Russia bombed a key television tower and a Holocaust memorial site. Oksana's daughter Nicole was born with complex needs and requires constant care. "It is very hard," she says. "We want this war to stop because our kids suffer and we cannot go home."
Katerina hasn't eaten or slept properly for 6 days, but somehow her message to anyone who is listening is crystal clear.
Please do cherish a clear sky. Every time you see sky, cherish every moment of your life.
A Ukrainian activist was broadcasting to supporters how their donations are helping to keep the city going when
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Today, the U.S. Supreme Court reimposing the death penalty for Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. Tsarnaev was convicted of planting and detonating 2 pressure cooker bombs with his older brother near the marathon finish line back in 2013. The blast killed 3 people and injured hundreds of others. Joining me now, NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Hey, Pete, walk us through today's decision and how we got here. It's been nearly 10 years.
We got here because Tsarnaev challenged his death penalty on 2 grounds. He claimed, first of all, that the trial judge failed to ask enough questions of prospective jurors about their exposure to news media coverage of the bombing. And secondly, he said the judge wrongly denied his ability to put on some evidence about a triple murder in the Boston suburb of Waltham that had happened a couple of years before the bombing. A murder supposedly carried out by his older brother, Tamerlan, that was quite brutal, involving some kind of a drug deal. The judge denied both of those things, and the Supreme Court said today that both of those were the right decisions, that there was extensive questioning of jurors, a long process to make sure that the people on the jury, even though they had been exposed to some publicity about the Boston Marathon bombing, those jurors were still willing to decide the case based on the evidence they heard in court and not to be influenced by any outside news coverage. As for the second crime, the court said it's never clear what happened in that triple murder in Waltham, that the people who were there at the time are no longer alive. It was inconclusive, and being able to introduce that evidence would merely confuse the jury, the court said in its 6-3 decision.
As you said, it was not a unanimous ruling, 6-3. What did the 3 dissenters say, Pete?
So the court was unanimous on this question about questioning the jury, where the dissenters thought the judge did make a mistake, as they said the jury should have been allowed to hear about that triple murder in Waltham, because the defense's theory was that Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's older brother, Tamerlan, who supposedly was the person who committed these murders in Waltham, that he was so violent and had such control over his younger brother that he was the real mastermind of the bombing, and that the younger brother, therefore, had less criminal culpability for the bombing, and that should be taken into account, and the jury should have heard that. But those were the 3 dissenters, and obviously the court felt the other way.
Pete, is this the end of this appeals process for Tsarnaev? And if it is, when would we see this man put to death?
Well, it is the end of the road for him. Now, there is a moratorium right now on the federal death penalty imposed by the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. So Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, who's now 28 years old, sits on death row at the Supermax prison in Colorado. And this moratorium on federal executions has been going on for quite some time. You may remember that toward the end of the Trump administration, William Barr, when he was Attorney General, ordered executions to resume, but they've been stopped again. So who knows when or if federal executions would ever resume.
28 years old. Pete Williams, thank you so much for your time today and walking us through that case.
You bet.
Well, her story captured headlines 5 years ago. A California mother, missing for nearly a month, returned home to her family, claiming she had been kidnapped at gunpoint. But today, Sherry Papini is behind bars and facing fraud charges. Officials say she made the whole thing up. NBC News correspondent and Stay Tuned host Gotti Schwartz has covered this story from day one. He has the latest.
It was a story that felt almost too bizarre to believe. A young mother seemingly kidnapped in broad daylight at gunpoint by two strange women, held for over 3 weeks, then still in chains, mysteriously released right before Thanksgiving dinner. At the time, her husband only speaking to ABC, telling them she was tortured.
The bruises were just intense, the bumps from, being hit and kicked and whatever else.
But now investigators say Sherry Papini made the whole thing up, convincing an ex-boyfriend to take her to Southern California. And according to the criminal complaint, her ex-boyfriend said those injuries came from hitting herself to create bruises and burning herself on her arms. At one point, even allegedly asking her ex to give her a bruise by slapping a hockey puck at her, telling him, "Bank a puck off my leg," then telling him to go to Hobby Lobby to buy a wood-burning tool and brand her, which he did, telling investigators Papini never really complained about the pain. Investigators say the ex-boyfriend went along with Papini's requests because she convinced him she was being abused by her husband and thought he was helping a friend, and drove her back to Northern California when she said she wanted to go home because she missed her kids. Investigators say when they spoke to others who knew Papini, they found a history of lies and deceit. Since her disappearance, she allegedly collected around $50,000 in a GoFundMe set up in her name and another $30,000 from a California Victims Fund. Investigators say when she was confronted with phone records, evidence, and her ex-boyfriend's confession, she continued to stick to her story about being kidnapped. Papini is now in jail, charged with lying to investigators and mail fraud, awaiting a judge to hear her case.
Well, that was Gadi Schwartz. 120 life-size statues honoring trailblazing women in STEM. Now they're at the Smithsonian in Washington. We're going to take you to this historic collection. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The largest collection of women statues now in Washington. The Smithsonian unveiling 120 3D printed replicas honoring female scientists in hopes of inspiring the next leaders in STEM. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson takes you through this stunning exhibit of role models for girls and boys.
Consider the statues lining America's parks and city streets. What's missing? Women.
When our families and our kids are walking around looking at the people that are held up as role models, they're not seeing anyone that looks like them. And we knew we wanted to fix that problem.
We're going to be 3D full body scanning you.
Now, the If Then initiative to support and honor women in STEM has created the biggest collection of statues depicting women ever assembled.
Nice.
This is gorgeous. 120 3D printed statues of real women, trailblazers in science, tech, math, and engineering, standing proudly at the Smithsonian in our nation's capital.
I am part of a team of scientists trying to save endangered species from extinction.
Women like Ray Wynn Grant, an ecologist and National Geographic explorer. It's all to inspire the next generation of STEM leaders.
If we show little girls all these amazing women doing amazing work in this world, then each of them are going to know that they too can grow up and change the world.
I wish I got to see this when I was a little kid.
Reminds me of how important representation is.
It's not just about my work, but about the work of everyone who looks like me.
Very cool. All right. Well, that is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day this Friday. The Dow ending the week down more than 170 points, despite a surprisingly strong February jobs report. We will talk about those numbers and more of today's big business stories and how they affect you. That's coming up in our next half hour. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here is what is happening. Gaining ground, Russia moving further into southern Ukraine, seizing a major nuclear plant. President Zelensky urging Europe not to turn a blind eye. We are live in Ukraine. Spring break with COVID restrictions in the rearview mirror. Americans are trading in the winter blues for some fun in the sun. What to expect if you're heading south. And you're hired. The February jobs report posting its biggest monthly gain in months. Which industries saw the most growth? We start today with Russian forces making gains in Ukraine's south, taking control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant and seizing a key port city. Today, President Vladimir Putin warning Russians neighbors not to escalate tensions over in Ukraine. President Zelensky is calling for more European support. And at the White House, they are considering sending Vice President Harris to visit Poland and Romania next week. We have team coverage. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lviv, Ukraine, and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is in Washington, D.C. Carol, let me start with you and the Vice President. What can you tell us about the White House talks to send her to Poland and Romania next week?
Well, the White House is saying that they are discussing whether or not to send the vice president to Poland and Romania, that they say they haven't made any final decisions yet, but expect to have more on that in the coming hours. And look, this would be an important trip for the vice president. We've seen this sort of all-hands-on-deck approach from the administration in recent days in terms of reaching out to allies. We have the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is over in Europe. And now if the vice president were to go next week, this would just add to that. And it comes as they're all trying to get on the same page and for the next round of sanctions, which are expected to be even more tough than the ones that the U.S. and European allies have adopted so far, particularly when it comes to energy sanctions. We know that that's a very live debate in the administration, and they're trying to make sure that they can take those steps and keep all the U.S. and its allies on board.
Carol, let me bring it over to Matt now. Russia has seized control of Ukraine and Europe's largest power plant today. Where else are Russian troops making gains, and where is the fight intensifying, Matt?
Yeah, I would say, Vicki, the biggest gains have been in the south, right around that power plant. I mean, that power plant was part of the same axis of advance we've been seeing from the south, going up from Kherson, which is the only really significant city that the Russians have taken so far in more than a week of fighting. Now, where they are not making gains are on those two axes coming down from the north. That's Kyiv in the west and Kharkiv in the east. Those two places, they're more or less stalled. There's some fierce fighting, but the people that I've been speaking to in those two places have said that actually today and yesterday have been relatively quiet. I'm not quiet by any means, but relatively more quiet than they were in the preceding week when both of those places took a massive pummeling. So in the south, as you were mentioning, that power plant around Zaporizhia, they're moving up to the city of Zaporizhia now that they've taken that power plant, moving up the Dnieper River. Once they take Zaporizhia, if they take Zaporizhia, they will be within striking distance of the city of Dnieper, also on the Dnieper River and in sort of the heartland of Ukraine. That will give them dominion and over a lot of the central part of Ukraine, a part of this country that has so far been spared most of the fighting, most of the worst of the bombing. So, again, it does look as though the Russians, in their southern advance, even if they have been frustrated in those two prongs in the north, they really have been making a lot of progress. And that is shifting the tide of this battle, because up until just a couple of days ago, it really did look like the Ukrainians were winning against all odds. Vicky?
Carol, last night, President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky got on a call to talk about Russian forces seizing control of Ukraine and Europe's largest nuclear power plant. The U.S. also activated its nuclear incident response team. How else is the president responding to that attack?
Well, the administration is saying multiple times that this is something they view as very reckless and tremendously dangerous. We heard White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki also just a little while ago say that just because the worst didn't happen, that that doesn't mean that they're not continuing to have a lot of concern about this. Take a listen.
Last night, the president not only spoke with President Zelensky, he also spoke last night to the head of the National Nuclear Security Administration for an update on the situation at the plant. So that is a piece of positive news for the moment. But we remain concerned, of course, about the fact that they have clearly taken control of the plants, or it appears so. The Russian military has. The best step for nuclear safety would be for Russia to immediately withdraw its forces around the facility.
One of the things that this issue came up in the context of is this review by the White House of potential war crimes by the Russians. And as Psaki said, if they were to intentionally have tried to target this nuclear plant, then that could be considered a war crime. Other things, such as intentionally targeting civilians. So she noted that this is something that the White House and the administration is keeping very close track of. Vicky.
Carol, a quick follow-up. The president also spoke with Poland's president today. What details do you know on that?
Well, they discussed a number of topics. They spent about an hour on the phone, and they discussed humanitarian needs. They discussed, the president said that he thanked the president of Poland for hosting thousands of U.S. troops, including those additional forces that they sent over. And also, this was designed to try to keep a NATO ally on the same page as the U.S. as this progresses. We've heard from a number of administration officials that this is something they think could drag on for some time. And so this is part of the president's efforts to ensure that everybody is still united and on the same page. We also saw him meet today in the Oval Office with the president of Finland, which was significant in terms of sending a message to Russia that what this has done is not only unite NATO allies, but also those who are partners of the U.S., not necessarily NATO allies, and that's brought them even closer together.
Yeah, really needing to rally all the support. Matt, today, President Zelensky called on Europe for support, saying if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. How else is he trying to get that international support, in addition to kind of going on camera, using social media, using the media, everything available to him?
Yeah, well, I mean, in a kind of perverse way, I got to say, Vicky, the incident with the real near miss with that power plant just last night, that really played right into the Ukrainians' hands, and reminding the world of just how important it is to defend Ukraine, because with incidents like that, with global ramifications, they can clearly make that argument that they've been making time and time again, that the world needs to step up and help Ukraine from indiscriminate attacks by the Russians. But the main thrust of the Ukrainians' argument has been, in just the last couple of days and weeks, that they need a no-fly zone. And that's what we've been hearing time and time again from diplomats, from politicians spread all over the world. They want to see NATO and the other European states coming together to implement a no-fly zone to keep the Russians from bombing from the air Ukrainian targets. Now, this is a very difficult ask, and it's one that NATO forces have been understandably reluctant to meet because of the commitment that we've been hearing time and time again, that they don't want to come into direct fire contact with the Russians. Enforcing a no-fly zone would essentially mean that they have to come into combat with Russian air forces. And, the only way to enforce a no-fly zone is essentially to shoot down Russian aircraft if they try to fly over Ukrainian airspace. That's exactly what was being done in the Middle East, in places like Libya. There are tons of examples of this, and they don't always work, because at the end of the day, even like in Bosnia, even if there is a no-fly zone that's implemented, then the adversary party can always just move in ground assets and mop up and take control that way. So this is a difficult task, and it's not entirely sure if it would actually work. But again, this is one of the main things they've been asking for, in addition to more materiel and political cover and increasing sanctions. And of course, as we've heard, removing Russia from SWIFT, which is being done on some level partially. But again, the main one, that no-fly zone.
And Blinken made it clear again today that the EU and NATO, they're not prepared to do that, but they are trying to give the materials and those other assets. We'll see if it's enough. Matt Bradley, Carol Lee, thank you both. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels today for a meeting with NATO and G7 allies. The group of foreign ministers united in their response to Russia, vowing to support Ukraine with military assistance and humanitarian aid. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Brussels now with more.
When the Ukraine crisis started just a few weeks ago, there was a lot of skepticism about whether the U.S. and Europe would be able to come together and rally around a strong response to Russia. Many of the economies in Europe, they are very closely tied to Russia's economy, and a lot of the steps that people were calling for Europe and the West to take could have collateral damage on countries here in Europe as well as the United States. But in a few short days, everything has changed, and nobody is doubting U.S. and European unity anymore. Outside European Parliament, a moment of solemn solidarity and of newfound resolve. Ukraine and Europe standing as one. This Ukrainian woman pleading for help for her homeland.
Yes, my brother, my sister, my cousins, my mom, my dad, they're all in Kyiv. In Kyiv. And you know what? They even don't want to evacuate because it's their home, it's my home.
It wasn't always like this. In a matter of days, Russian President Vladimir Putin has unintentionally pulled off what no other leader has in decades: unite Europe and the West around a common threat.
The message from Europe is clear. We will stand up. We will not look away when those fighting in the streets for our values face down Putin's massive war machine.
For years, Europe has been reluctant to directly confront Russia, a nuclear-armed power 4 times larger in size than the EU. Now that reluctance is melting away in what's being called a sea change that may outlive this conflict.
Literally, what seemed impossible became possible within 24 hours. And again, this is all the credit to Vladimir Putin.
Germany now taking a leading military role for the first time since World War II. Chancellor Olaf Scholz announcing Germany will send lethal weapons to Ukraine and spend more on its own military, saying the new reality requires a clear response.
They basically shed 70 years worth of policy towards Russia in a matter of days.
Europe financing up to $500 million of deadly weaponry for Ukraine for the first time, and barring Russian planes from European airspace. And Sweden, Switzerland, and Finland breaking their long-standing neutrality to confront Putin. Western nations squeezing Russia with sanctions that could hurt their own economies, and just a few weeks ago seemed too heavy a lift. Freezing Russia's $11 billion Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a critical gas supply for Europe, and kicking major Russian banks out of the SWIFT global financial system. All told, it's the most sweeping set of economic, travel, and diplomatic penalties ever imposed on Russia, as communities across the West rise up to defend common values that have suddenly come into focus. This moment of unity in Europe is also felt here at NATO. Just a few years ago, the NATO alliance seemed more frayed than ever. Former President Trump was even threatening to pull out. But Putin's war has given NATO fresh purpose.
I'd like to commend President Biden and the U.S. for stepping up with more troops, with more presence in the eastern part of the alliance.
It's an early payoff for President Biden's strategy of letting Europe take the lead, denying Putin the chance to make this about the U.S. against Russia.
I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning. And now that he's acted, the free world is holding him accountable.
President Zelensky imploring Europeans not to abandon his nation, calling this war the price of freedom.
Ми довели свою силу, довели, що ми, як мінімум, такі самі, як ви. Доведіть, що ви разом з нами.
But for all of this newfound consensus between the U.S. and Europe, the Ukrainians say it is simply not enough. They want countries like the U.S. to send airplanes, and they want NATO to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukrainian airspace, steps that U.S., NATO, and Europe say they are not willing to take because as much as they want to stand up for Ukraine, they say it is too dangerous for the West to get drawn into a military conflict with Russia.
Josh Letterman, thank you for that piece, really bringing everything into focus there. Well, more than 1.2 million refugees have now fled Ukraine, according to the United Nations. A massive volunteer effort is underway to help many of those people. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is live near the Poland-Ukraine border. And Kelly, you're finding these remarkable stories of ordinary volunteers, ordinary civilians, just finding ways to help however they can. Today, you visited a company that turned its offices into makeshift homes for women and children. Talk to us about what you're seeing and hearing from the volunteers there.
Yeah, I mean, they're part of a huge effort across Poland that is really supporting and propping up all of these refugees who are coming over from Ukraine. And they set up their offices basically like homes. They have an entire conference room basically that's turned into a store where refugees can get clothes, fresh clothes, warm winter clothes as well for their kids. And we spoke to one of the volunteers there. She's pulling double duty. She's an HR manager and she's also taking care of all of these women and children. And we talked to her about what it's been like. And it's really clear, Vicki, that the emotional toll is having an effect, not just on refugees, but also on the people who are witnessing all this. Take a listen.
Today I already had 3 breakdowns when I saw on the streets big buses with all the stuffs going to the border. It was heart melting because I knew there are plenty of people seeking some shelter here, but there are still plenty of waiting on the border and still in the Ukraine.
And they're already housing 25 refugees. 16 to 18 more were waiting to come into their offices as we were standing there talking to them, Vicki.
It's incredible to see what they've done. Look at that, to walk in there with just what you can carry and to see maybe you can get a warm coat or a pair of shoes for your child is really heart-melting, as she said. Kelly, you're also meeting a lot of the mothers with their children who've had to leave their husbands, who've joined the fight in Ukraine. So much uncertainty facing these families. How are they doing? What are you hearing from these women?
Yeah, time and again, I hear that, they're just devastated that they've had to leave families behind. And there's a lot of, I think, sadness, obviously, and also guilt and worry about what's happening with their families back in Ukraine. And they don't want to sit around. A woman I spoke to today, she came with her 2 younger children, a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old. She also has 2 sons who are in their 20s and both work in Poland. And she said that, she was absolutely devastated, really traumatized emotionally, but she said that she wanted to work. And we've also met refugees who've been part of this volunteer army. A 16-year-old who was helping to hand out supplies a couple days ago, who said she just didn't want to sit around. She felt like she needed to do something. And we're seeing that over and over again.
These stories are so important, Kelly, because it really brings the uplift side. It reminds us of our shared humanity. And so we're so glad you continue to bring them to us. The number of refugees certainly it seems like it's getting bigger daily, if not hourly. What can you tell us about the Polish government, on the government side? How are they preparing to handle the influx, both in the short term, but also long term?
Yeah, it is getting bigger, and we saw 99,000 people come across into Poland yesterday from Ukraine. And so the numbers are just really astounding. Poland has set up a number of reception centers around the country, and there are shelters for people to stay. But really what they're looking at longer term is, A, getting these people more integrated into society. So staying with friends and family is always helpful. Perhaps moving to another country if they have relatives in another country. And also getting the kids into school, which is a really important aspect of this, because a lot of these kids, you know, they're completely out of sorts. They're not in their normal environment. And what they really need is some structure. I know we're only talking about this being 1 week out from the start of fighting, but the Polish authorities are already looking at that and telling refugees, look, you can go to your local schools wherever you're settling at the moment and talk to them about getting your kids into a classroom so they have some sense of normality. Vicky.
After 2 years of pandemic, too. Yes, that routine, that structure is vital. Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. Coming up, a handgun and zip ties. That is what one witness said a man brought to the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Details from inside the federal courtroom. That's next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We bring in NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hi, Vicki. We start in Rhode Island, where a 20-foot section of Newport's iconic Oceanside Cliff collapsed yesterday. No injuries have been reported, but officials say the damage is worse than the devastation they saw during Superstorm Sandy. The Peace Corps is set to start sending volunteers overseas again. It initially evacuated them 2 years ago from positions around the world because of the pandemic. A man is pleading guilty to killing Jacqueline Avon, the philanthropist and wife of legendary music executive Clarence Avon. The 30-year-old suspect is accused of shooting her during a robbery at her home back in December. The Winter Paralympics kick off in Beijing today without athletes from Russia or Belarus. Paralympic organizers made the decision yesterday, citing possible tensions in the athletes' village. And some major stars are set to take the stage at Glastonbury this June. Paul McCartney, Kendrick Lamar, and Olivia Rodrigo will perform at the music festival. It's returning from a 3-year absence due to COVID. Vicki, back to you.
People are ready for that. All right, Maya, thank you. Have a great weekend. The federal trial is underway for Guy Reffitt. He's the man charged with 5 felonies related to the January 6th Capitol attack. Today, a witness testifying Reffitt was armed with a handgun, ammo, and zip ties when he stormed the Capitol. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins me now from the Hill. Leanne, the jury heard from witness Rocky Hardy today. He says he traveled with Reffitt from Texas to Washington ahead of January 6th. What did he say about their preparations?
Hey, Vicki, that's right. So our colleague Ryan Riley was there, and he was following this hearing very, very closely. And he said in the courtroom that Rocky Hardy said that the two traveled to Texas together, and they were very well aware of the strict gun bans in D.C. They disassembled their guns when they came into the district to stay at their hotel. But on the morning of January 6th, they decided that it was safer to have guns on them and risk getting caught by law enforcement with those weapons. And so they reassembled their weapons and carried them to the January 6th riot. Now, this testimony comes the day after Reffitt's son testified against him yesterday. His son was the one who called the FBI, tipped the FBI off before the January 6th rally, and the FBI showed up at his house after the insurrection on January 6th that Reffitt was a part of.
Yeah, Jackson Reffitt, the son, called on Christmas Eve to tip off the FBI. Drop a dime, as Pete Williams said, on his own dad. The committee investigating the Capitol also issued a new subpoena to Kimberly Guilfoyle, the fiancee of Donald Trump Jr. She showed up for an earlier meeting, Leanne, right? But she left after members of Congress were present, saying that wasn't what she agreed to. What does the committee want to ask her about, and do they think she will actually speak this time?
Well, that's right. She did show up about a week ago when she came to speak voluntarily to the committee, but she says the committee violated their agreement by having members of Congress and not just staff at that meeting. And so the next step after she left and didn't cooperate was a subpoena, and that subpoena came down this week, and where the chairman of the committee said that Kimberly Guilfoyle is important to talk to because she was around the former president on January 6th. She spoke at the rally on January 6th, and so that she has pertinent information, they say. Now, if she's going to cooperate with that committee, it's unclear, because in her statement from her attorney overnight, they said that she will be truthful with the committee. They don't say specifically if she's going to follow the subpoena or if she's going to try to defy it. So we'll see where it goes.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Through you, Leanne. Thank you.
Yep.
Millions of Americans are packing their bags for a little fun in the sun. Hopefully you're one of them. With COVID on the decline, spring break is back in full swing. But as NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders reports, taking a break this year is going to cost a lot more.
Big costs and bigger crowds. That's what experts say vacationers should expect on spring break this year, as travel bookings hit levels not seen in years.
There is so much pent-up demand out there that people are ready to travel come heck or high water.
A new survey finds more than half of Americans are planning a trip this spring, with more than a third planning to travel during spring break specifically. That soaring demand means surging prices too.
We're seeing prices now in places like Florida even higher than they were pre-pandemic. So not only has travel demand recovered, prices have recovered and then some.
Expedia says airfares are up a whopping 50% compared to last year, and average hotel rates are nearly 20% higher than they were before the pandemic. Of Hopper's top 5 trending destinations this year, 3 are on Florida's Gulf Coast. The Bakers from Birmingham, Alabama, visiting Rosemary Beach, Florida. They say they chose to vacation before the spring break rush, before prices climb even higher.
The deals aren't there like they were.
They were there, but
they were there a year ago. They're not there anymore.
And you're laughing because
just everything. It's so much more expensive.
This year, 3 in 4 American travelers are heading to destinations in the U.S., putting enormous pressure on some of the country's most popular spring break destinations, like Hawaii, Disney and Universal theme parks, and Miami Beach, where the mayor expects tens of thousands of spring breakers to descend on trendy South Beach.
Don't come here to thinking you're going to act in a way differently than you would act in your own hometown.
Last year, unruly crowds forced city officials to enact a curfew and even declare a state of emergency. The Miami Beach mayor saying he hopes to avoid a repeat this year, even going to court to restrict alcohol sales after 2 a.m.
You can't just allow a city to careen into disorder. And we know with this many people coming here, that can easily happen if we don't take appropriate measures.
That was Carrie Sanders reporting for us. Coming up, the February jobs report beating expectations by a lot. NBC News' Jolene Kent will join us to break down the surprisingly strong numbers. That's next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
It's time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, it's all about 4 letters, JOBS. The February jobs report posting its biggest monthly gain since July. The U.S. adding a whopping 678,000 jobs last month. That's much higher than what economists were expecting. The unemployment rate dipped slightly to 3.8%. That is the lowest since before the pandemic. So let's bring in NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent. Joe, these numbers look good. Give us the big picture here. What stands out to you in this report? Are these like new jobs? Are they jobs that are coming back online? A combination of both?
Yeah, it's a jobs comeback, really. We're still missing about 2.1 million jobs. That comes out to about 1.4% of where we were back pre-pandemic in February of 2020. So the good news is that the momentum continues here. But in terms of what really stands out in this jobs report, it's all about wages, those hourly wages that you're making. And so if you look at that number in particular, wage growth month to month barely budged. It was up 1 penny. And year over year, they're up 5 5.1%. And the reason I'm bringing up all of these numbers is you compare that to inflation for the last year. Inflation is at 7.5%. So wages are just not keeping pace with how much inflation is going up. That means what you're paying at the grocery store, yes, it is indeed so much more expensive. You're not wrong to feel that at the gas pump as well.
Yeah, it's a real pinch right there. Let's talk about specific sectors. Where did we see the biggest gains in jobs in February?
Yeah, it was encouraging to see big gains in hospitality, restaurants, hotels, construction. You also saw professional and business services do pretty well as well. Healthcare, 64,000 jobs added there. So you do see big gains as more people are going back to this new normal, right? And so it's led by leisure and hospitality, 179,000 jobs as more people get back to socializing, vacationing, and going out again.
Good to see those service sector jobs coming back, but those labor shortages are still a major obstacle. A lot of employers still have those help wanted signs posted up. You talked with the superintendent of the Sonoma Valley Unified School District. We know education has been such a challenge. What did he tell you that he's facing right now with staffing issues?
It has been so difficult to hire people. He says it's a pipeline issue, and he also says it's an issue of competition from the outside. Here's what he told me yesterday.
Having been a site administrator for many years, going out and recruiting and having anywhere from 60 to 80 applicants for a counseling position or a multiple subject teacher position, we're now seeing, if we're lucky, 1 to 2 to 3 applicants. We don't have the ability to just say, we're closed for the day. Come see us tomorrow. Our students are here. We got to be ready and ramped up to support them when they're here.
He says he literally shudders when he sees other industries that are able to offer perks and higher wages that he just can't do. And he's calling for more affordable housing in the, of course, quite expensive area of Sonoma County. A lot of other superintendents feeling very much the same way. And here's a direct example. Target just announcing this week that some of their starting wages are now going to be $24 an hour. You compare that to someone who works in a cafeteria or works as a bus driver, and it is very hard to compete for all of these superintendents trying to hire and staff up and just fill holes to get by, Vicki.
And all the people that work in education are so important. We need to figure that out, solve that problem, and get those teachers and the staffers back in our schools. They're so important. Jolene Kent, so good to see you. Happy Friday.
Good to see you too.
The Dow down again. It closed out this Friday 179 points lower. That is the Dow's 4th losing week in a row. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ also falling lower today. This as index leader S&P Dow Jones says it is removing Russia's stocks from indices and stripping the country of emerging market status. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver is here to talk markets and wrap up the business week. Hey, Caleb. Russia's attack on Ukraine clearly overshadowing today's strong jobs report. Jolene was just talking about it's not just spooking U.S. markets. What's your take on this?
Yeah, this is the 4th straight week in a row, as you mentioned. And since February 17th, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the U.S. stock market down about 1.5%. It's been very, very choppy lately. Much worse in Europe, though, down 7%. Why? Europe depends a lot more on Russia, Belarus, and the Ukraine for a lot of its imports, does a lot of business back and forth in that region. But the Russian stock market is down some 50% since that invasion, 54%. So a very big deal. It's been super choppy here in the U.S. And we look at what we call the volatility index. That's the traders' bets on future activity in the stock market. They think it's going to be volatile for quite a while, and that's never a good sign going forward.
Caleb, Russian forces attacked Europe's largest nuclear power plant. We've been talking about it all day. Energy prices went higher across the board. What are we seeing right now? And talk to viewers about what this means for them, maybe at the pump or when they're turning on their heater this month.
Yeah, well, viewers know it because they've been filling up probably for the fast couple of weeks. Gas prices now on national average up something like $3.83. In California, much worse at $5 per gallon. But we saw oil hit 118 barrels a day today. That's up some 32%, 50% year to date, and just 24% since February 17th. So you're feeling the spike. Usually it takes 2 weeks for oil prices to make their way to the pump. Not these days. Gas prices are rising very quickly and very compressed this timeline because of the uncertainty around oil. Now, the thing about oil to worry about is that we had a record high for oil back in 2000. 2008. That was a terrible time for the U.S. economy. Oil hit $147 a barrel. We're not there yet, but analysts say if this continues, the invasion continues, and we get more blockages of Russian crude out of Russia, then we could see oil prices at $125 a barrel. If it goes even longer, several months, $150 a barrel. That hurts because oil prices put pressure on everything else. We need oil to transport goods. We need oil to make fertilizer. Pretty much everything we do these days uses oil or semiconductors.
Well, that brings us to your Investopedia term of the week. What do you have for us today, Caleb?
It's hyperinflation. We know inflation is everywhere, but hyperinflation is where you see this massive spike in prices, more than 50%. Now, we haven't seen it across all goods, but certainly in the energy market, we've seen it since the beginning of the year. We've also seen it in nickel. We've seen it in palladium. We're seeing it in wheat. We're starting to see it in corn. Remember, Ukraine and Russia, the breadbasket of the world, a lot of wheat, a lot of barley coming out of that area. Prices are spiking very high in these areas. You talked about wage growth in that past segment. Wage growth does not keep up with hyperinflation. It barely keeps up with inflation. So this is a very big deal that folks need to worry about.
Hyperinflation. Wow, that's not a good term. Okay, let's talk about next week. What are you watching out for?
Well, we get the JOLTS report next week. That's the job openings and labor turnover survey. We want to see how many people are straight up quitting their jobs. Remember, the quits rate has been very, very high for the past several months. A lot of job openings, a lot of availability. There's still 10 million jobs open out there. We'll see who's leaving their job for a better job. Also, the oil inventory report. I never usually look at it on a weekly basis. I'll be looking at it real close next week to see what the U.S. has in store. And the consumer sentiment report, the first one for March. How are consumers handling this? We know inflation is their number one concern. Things aren't getting better in that regard.
Caleb Silver with Investopedia taught us a lot in that segment. Thank you so much. Well, Russia is facing worldwide pressure to end its conflict with Ukraine. The Kremlin has been hit with government sanctions that punish Putin, his allies, and also hurt the Russian economy. But the corporate world is also taking action, pulling products, closing stores, and canceling major events in Russia. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has more on the major companies now cutting ties.
Many of the world's major corporations responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine with swift action.
We wanted to buy an Apple Watch as a present. Suddenly, the store is closed.
Apple this week stopped selling its products in Russia and limited Russians' abilities to use Apple Pay. Also this week, Ford, Toyota, and Volkswagen suspending Russian manufacturing. BMW and General Motors say they'll stop exports to the country. Major clothing suppliers, including H&M and Nike, have ended their online sales into the country. With each passing hour, more companies are cutting their ties to the Russian state, icing out Putin and his country's economy.
Companies have moved relatively aggressively to step up to the plate and either suspend ties with their factories or business partners in Russia, at least temporarily.
Are companies cutting ties to Russia because of potential financial blowback, or more so because of moral obligation?
I think it's a bit of both at this point in time.
The hope that the steep drop in the value of the ruble and an increasingly anxious Russian population leads Putin to relent.
The quadratic formula.
These corporations also affecting the country's entertainment. Disney, Sony, and Warner Brothers all delaying the release of their upcoming movies in the country. FIFA this week disqualifying Russia from competing in international soccer events, including the qualifiers ahead of this summer's World Cup.
FIFA condemns as well the use of force by Russia in Ukraine.
And the International Skating Union now banning all Russian figure skaters. Then on Thursday, Formula One racing making it clear in a statement Russia will no longer have a race in the future. Even the International Cat Federation announced it will now exclude any cats bred in Russia from its future competitions. And multiple oil and gas companies making massive moves by choosing to disinvest in Russian oil. BP saying it will end its financial backing of Rosneft, Russia's state-backed oil producer. Shell is also leaving the country. The business moves come as the Russian economy plummets, struggling to withstand the onslaught of sanctions by the U.S., the European Union, and others. Do sanctions make it easier for these companies to cut ties?
If you have a company that's sitting there saying, under these sanctions, is there a material risk I could face if I continue to do business in Russia? The answer is pretty clearly yes.
Other American brands, however, are continuing to operate, including hundreds of fast food restaurants, including McDonald's and Burger King's. but the pressure on those that remain increasing as Russia's invasion advances.
And NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins me now. And Vaughn, this decision to pull out of Russia, obviously it's going to cost these companies millions, if not billions of dollars. So talk about kind of what they're thinking and why they feel it's worth it and they're taking a stance. I think, a lot of customers care.
Right. You're talking about companies. I mean, if you're talking about fast food companies, they have hundreds of locations here. You talk about the petroleum industry, we're talking about decades worth of investment, billions of dollars in investments. So why now? Well, you got to take into account the U.S. government, their relations with the U.S. government, with European nations, but also with shareholders are pivotal. And if the public and if these companies, if the government starts to view these companies as undermining or at least perceived to be undermining the sanctions that the U.S. government and the EU are placing, then that hits at the very crux as to why they are pulling out of Russia, because it's not worth it.
Because of the public pressure and what's happening with the governments as well. Let's talk about the people. Power to the people, consumer power. We vote with our dollar. These decisions can sometimes be controversial. What are you hearing, though, from consumers? Has anyone taken a pulse check? Are people cheering these decisions by these companies?
There's not much that brings Americans together here these days, especially when you're hitting about 75% mark here. But at Morning Consult, they did a survey just over the weekend of public sentiment here in the U.S. And 75% of Americans at this point are in support of U.S. companies not only severing their ties with Russia, but also ending exports into Russia. And I think even more telling, 38% of those that responded want those changes to be permanent. Again, there is a lot that has led up to this moment for the U.S. relations with Russia here. And now it's a question of just how far will these public companies, these American companies, go.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, excellent reporting as always, and good to see you in person.
Good to see you too, Vicki. Thank you.
Well, coming up, the parents of a California college soccer star found dead earlier this week. They're opening up about their grief, what they want other families to know when it comes to the safety and well-being of students. Stick around for that.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I am asking anyone that knows anything about what happened to my daughter to please come forward and tell the truth.
A distraught mother pleading for answers in the death of her daughter, Kaya Whetstone. She was a University of New Orleans student who was last seen alive taking an Uber home before the driver reportedly dropped her off hours later at a hospital where she later died. NBC News Digital reporter Mignon Burke is following this story, and she joins us now. Mignon, Kaya's mother spoke to the media for the first time Thursday. Tell us more about what she and her family are asking for.
Thank you for having me. So Kaya's family and their attorneys are demanding for answers, and they want to know what led up to her being dropped off at the hospital. They held a press conference on Thursday, and here's some more of what they said at that news conference.
She is a precious angel, and I will not rest. She's mine, and I owe her the rest of my life. Every morning I wake up and she's not here, I'm going to be here, and I am not going to stop until I figure out what happened to my daughter. I will not rest.
Mignon, police are not really giving us a lot of details about the case. What do you know about the latest developments, and why aren't investigators saying much at this point?
Well, what we know so far is that Kaya was hanging out with some friends on February 18th and February 19th. Early February 19th, her friend said she took an Uber home because she wanted to check on her dogs. And then she took that same Uber back out because she wanted to go find her car. Again, this is according to her friends. Police said around 7 a.m. on February 19th, she was dropped off at the hospital via a private conveyance. And that's pretty much all police have said about the investigation. They haven't said what led up to her death or what caused it. And they also have not said who dropped her off at the hospital.
Have they named any people of interest, any suspects? And also, what's Uber saying about this case? How are they cooperating with police?
So far, they haven't named any suspects or any persons of interest. Uber said they are cooperating with the investigation. They told me on Thursday that law enforcement requested some documents from them. They sent that over to investigators. They also said that the driver's Uber account had been suspended, which is a standard procedure in an investigation like this. And they also told me that Kaya's trip ended without incident at the requested destination, but because of the investigation, they couldn't go into any further details.
Mignon Burke, thank you so much for sharing the details of what you've learned so far. We appreciate it. While the parents of a Stanford University soccer star found dead in her dorm room earlier this week are speaking out. The couple says their daughter, Katie Meyer, a beloved player there, died by suicide. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk spoke with them.
22-year-old Katie Meyer was just months away from graduation with a bright future ahead.
And I've never seen someone who's put so much heart and soul into so many different aspects of her life.
Can't get it! Saved by Meyer! The star goalie of the Stanford University women's soccer team was a natural leader with a big personality.
And it only goes up from here.
The California native was found dead in her dorm room on Tuesday. The soccer world stunned.
She just lived life to the fullest always.
We sat down with her parents, Steve and Gina Meyer, in the wake of the unthinkable.
She died by suicide. The last, couple of days are like a parent's worst nightmare, and you don't wake up from it. So it's just horrific.
The close-knit family spoke often. Their final conversation with their daughter was just hours before she took her own life.
She was excited. She had a lot on her plate. She had a lot going on, but she was happy. She was in great spirits.
It was the usual jovial Katie.
Yeah.
One constant can
Her parents say they believe she received an email regarding a disciplinary action and that she might have been in trouble.
Katie, being Katie, was defending a teammate on campus over an incident, and the repercussions of her defending that teammate.
We have not seen that email yet. She had been getting letters for a couple months. This letter was kind of the final letter that there was going to be a trial or some kind of something. This is the only thing that we can come up with that triggered something.
Almost 10 o'clock. Her parents now wondering if between school and sports, it was too much pressure.
There is anxiety and there is stress to be perfect, to be the best, to be number one.
The Meyers speaking out to make sure other parents don't suffer the same tragedy. The emotions of their loss are raw.
We're struggling right now, Stephanie. We are just struggling to know, what happened and why it happened, We're just like heartbroken. We're so heartbroken. And
Katie's mom wearing her daughter's sweatshirt, one she wore in a post just last Friday.
It's going to sound crazy, but every mom is going to understand this. But when you
Smell it? It smells like her. It smells like Katie. Like, you know, just her scent. I'm wearing it because it just feels, I want to be close to her. So yes, it is hers.
And that was Stephanie Gosk with that powerful reporting. The Meyer family has nothing but praise for how Stanford University has handled the situation, but they do want to start a conversation about opening up communication between parents and college administrators. NBC News reached out to Stanford University for comment. The school said, in part, "We are not able to share information about confidential student disciplinary matters. We as a university community continue to grieve with Katie's family and cherish our memories of her and cherish our memories of." If you do know someone who is in distress, help is available. Dial 1-800-273-TALK or text STRENGTH to the number there on your screen. You can also find help online at suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Well, colon cancer is not the easiest thing to talk about, but it is affecting more Americans each year. Coming up, we will show you how one nonprofit founded by grad students is trying to make sure its community gets screened so that cancer can be caught early.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
March is National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. New research shows more young adults are developing the disease, and this cancer is hitting Black and Hispanic Americans harder. Now, one group is working to spread awareness in this community and beyond. Today's show anchor Craig Melvin spoke with its founders.
Any given Sunday, you'll find people inside the Mount Carmel AME Church in Atlanta moved by the music and the spirit. Outside this Sunday, they're hearing the good word of a different kind. Members of a group called Black Health working to educate about the risks of colorectal cancer and urging people to get screened. The group was founded by 4 graduate students at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. They started by selling T-shirts that said, "Black Health Matters."
You want one more? Okay, I got you.
Soon, they were out at churches and anywhere else people gather. We spoke with 2 of the founders.
Just the name Black Health, like that's, you know, like you hear that and there's a sense of ownership for our community. How did we settle on that name?
I think we decided that Black Health was the issue that we were targeting. Yeah. Right now we're really focused on colorectal cancer. Black people suffer also higher rates of heart disease, hypertension, stroke, diabetes. We also saw during the pandemic, we also suffered worse outcomes in an infectious disease.
The focus on colorectal cancer came after the death of Chadwick Boseman at the age of 43. the actor's private battle putting a spotlight on the rise of early onset cases. New research shows that between 2002 and 2016, aggressive colorectal cancer cases jumped 57% for people in their 20s and 66% for people in their 30s. Divided by race, the study showed that the highest increase was found in the Black community. Experts say a lot of factors may cause this, including diet, education, and family history. The founders of Black Health say they feel strongly that racism also plays a role.
We really stand by that racism strips us from those opportunities to live long, healthy lives and impacts our ability to access care and preventative services.
We can blame diet, we can blame exercise, but the higher up issue is really the access to the resource that makes it easy for me to have a healthy diet, makes it easy for me to go outside and exercise. You know, if I'm living in poverty and don't have time to go exercise, then I'm not going to exercise, right?
The founders of Black Health have been on the move, partnering with Cottonelle for their Good Down There campaign. They've handed out about 5,000 at-home screening kits and helped pay for some patients' colonoscopies. Have you found, when you talk to people, that they know that if it's caught early, you generally survive?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So colorectal cancer is one of the most treatable cancers out there. So if caught early and if you get into care early, then you have a 90% survival rate.
Part of getting people to listen can depend on who's delivering the message.
I think that we filled a information gap thinking about the way that we can change the narrative around health for Black people that speaks to people about issues that they care about, but is also done in a way that feels Black, right? It doesn't feel like it's coming from an institution.
Their message is getting out there with partners operating in a half-dozen cities across the country. A dream of helping others that comes true every day.
We started with T-shirts, and now we have this national campaign, so it's really exciting.
That was Craig Melvin reporting, and that will do it for us. Happy Friday. Hallie Jackson starts now.
If the words nuclear and war scare you, you're not alone, because the world is on edge right now with Russia taking over Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. And the Secretary of State overseas saying the stability of Europe hangs in the balance right now. Just ahead, the heartbreaking video we're getting from a train station in Kyiv as Ukrainians try to get to safety. Plus, the ones who are coming to the U.S. will get temporary protected status. But for the thousands who are not from European countries, it's not as easy. We take a spotlight on how this is putting refugee policies under the microscope here. And with Vladimir Putin threatening to put reporters in prison for spreading fake news, quote unquote, about his war, one Republican senator is saying, just take this guy out. He does not mean on a date. More on the pushback Lindsey Graham is getting, including from some unlikely sources. We'll also tell you about a story that is giving Gone Girl, with a California woman in court today for apparently making up her own kidnapping. Why prosecutors now think those bruises she gave herself. And in the first sign of a return to normal, maybe in the sports world, the NFL plans to drop all of its COVID protocols for the season coming up. So was this the right move? We're getting into it later in our show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine is getting worse, with another 200,000 people leaving the country in just the last 24 hours. And the UN now saying the total could end up being about a quarter of Ukraine's population. Take a look. This is Kyiv, Ukraine's capital. You can see people trying to get out. Look at that baby in a car seat being lifted above the crowd to try to keep that kid safe. People crowding into these trains, kids crying. There is a sense of panic here over the inevitable arrival of Russia's military, even though a senior U.S. defense official says they haven't gotten any closer to Kyiv in the last 24 hours. But that's not to say the Russian troops are not advancing elsewhere. They are. Secretary of State Tony Blinken in Brussels today, accusing Russia of using more and more brutal methods against civilians.
I think the terrible expectation is that the suffering we've already seen is likely to get worse before it gets better for as long as Russia pursues these methods.
And right as we were coming on the air, we found out that the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, might be Zooming with senators tomorrow. They've been invited for that session, a day after what he called a night that could stop history, when Russia took over a nuclear power plant by force. A fire started in the plant. So in the middle, if you're looking at your screen, that's what you're seeing right in the center there. Ukraine says 3 people died in this attack. The Pentagon says there's no evidence that any radioactive material, right, any of the bad stuff, if you will, leaked during this thing. But the Defense Department spokesperson was very clear about just how urgent that situation is. Watch.
Attacking a nuclear power plant is exceedingly dangerous and could have visited a lot more damage and destruction to the people of Ukraine and to the and perhaps even to neighboring countries.
Matt Bradley is joining us now from Lviv, Ukraine. And Matt, just to sort of orient our viewers as to where you are in the part of the country that is basically closer to Poland, further away from Russia, right? But let me pull up a map here of where some of these other nuclear plants are. Apparently, Russia, according to the UN, is about 20 miles away from the second biggest nuclear power plant in Ukraine. You can see where these power plants are on this image in comparison to those big cities, Matt. I mean, this is, you know, we said it a second ago. We heard it from the Pentagon, an urgent situation.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine relies for more than half of its energy or its electricity on nuclear power. So that's an urgent situation. There's 4 main nuclear power plants in the Ukraine, 15 different reactors. But, you know, whether or not we're going to start to see Russia targeting them, I think we can't make that leap and say that Russia actually targeted the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That would be maybe even assigning too much recklessness to their motives. Clearly, they didn't want to have a nuclear disaster that, if it were to ignite, it would spill over the borders into their own country. Even if we assign this total selfishness to the Russians, it just doesn't make sense in terms of motive.
Talk to me about what we heard from the NATO Secretary General, who is saying that Russia is using so-called cluster bombs to kill Ukrainian civilians. I want to play that sound for a second.
This is brutality. This is inhumane. This is violating international law.
So it's brutality. It's inhumane. It's violating international law. Ukraine is all but begging, as you know, for a no-fly zone. That seems to be a non-starter, right, with the West, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, a no-fly zone would essentially mean that the NATO countries or the U.S. would have to actually engage in a firefight with Russian Air Force. That would be really tough. I mean, you're talking about essentially American or NATO forces shooting down Russian jets. So that's kind of a non-starter for the West, which has already said that it's not going to be engaged in that kind of thing. You know, that's going to be a tough one. That's a big ask, and the Ukrainians have been asking for that for quite a while. But when it comes to these cluster bombs, you know, this is a big issue right now. Whether or not this is against international law, as we constantly are hearing, well, it's against some treaties. Russia's not a party to the treaty that forbids the use of cluster bombs. And by the way, Hallie, neither is the U.S. The U.S. hasn't used cluster bombs for a couple of decades. They have used them fairly recently. So it's not something that isn't in the U.S. arsenal. The Russians have used them before. They used them in Syria. It's a nasty weapon, but we're kind of painting ourselves, you know, we could end up with egg on our face. The U.S. uses these weapons and has used them in the past, not recently, but recently enough where it's kind of uncomfortable for us to start throwing accusations at someone like at a country like Russia and saying, don't use these weapons. 110 countries throughout the world forbid the use of cluster munitions. The U.S. and Russia aren't part of that. So,
you know, one of the things we mentioned as we were coming on the air, Matt, just, you know, popping into, I know your email, mine is NBC News confirming that senators have been invited to a briefing now with President Zelensky tomorrow. Obviously virtual, of course. This is going to be, you know, over Zoom or something similar. He's been delivering messages to the Ukrainian people and, frankly, to the rest of the world. I want to play the most recent one or a part of it. Watch.
I would like to call upon you not to be silent. If Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand.
What's the sense of morale that you're feeling right now, that you're getting right now as you're in Ukraine, as you're talking to people there?
Yeah, morale was sky high a couple days ago, but I got to say, I really don't see this maintaining itself. This has always been Russia's fight to lose. The fact of the matter is, the Ukrainians surprised and impressed the world with the first week, the first days of their fight against the Russians, a vastly powerful force, overwhelming in its strength. But now we're starting to see the Russians moving up the Dnieper River from the south. That Zaporizhzhia plant, that's one of the main targets that they've managed to take in just the last 24 hours. Look, I mean, this is still Russia's fight to lose. Even if the Ukrainians have surprised and impressed the world, as I just said, this could change at any minute, and it could change within the next hours or days. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Lviv. Matt, it's really great to see you there reporting on the ground. As always, stay safe. Thank you. Here's the thing, right? If you were in Russia right now, there's a better than not chance that you don't know anything about what we just mentioned, because this new law pushed by Vladimir Putin threatens to throw any journalist behind bars for 15 years for spreading so-called false information about the war in Ukraine. And let's be clear, that just means stuff that Putin doesn't like, right? This is him. He was talking with top advisors there in Russia today. And we've already seen some of the reaction from the international community. The BBC has pulled out its journalists from Russia for safety reasons. And Russia's last big independent paper says it's going to delete all of its content about war. Why? So it doesn't get prosecuted. Then you've got some of the reaction here at home, right? And a kind of political curveball thrown by Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who is absolutely not backing away from his comments that the Russian people should, in his words, take out Vladimir Putin. Watch.
The Putin nightmare, the Putin killing machine needs to end. And I'm not calling for troops on the ground in the Ukraine. I'm not calling for an invasion of Russia by the West or the United States. But I am calling for the good people of Russia to stand up and end this sooner rather than later.
And that's not even the most sort of explosive piece of what we heard from Senator Lindsey Graham, who overnight had said, referencing Brutus, that the Russian people should stand up and take out the president of Russia. His spokesperson saying he also meant a coup. But again, Graham's not backing away from this. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has responded. We're going to get to that in a second. But you have some pushback to Graham from even members of his own party, right? Democrats pushing back, but even some Republicans, too, are calling this a bad idea, saying his comments are not helpful because the world is watching. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican congresswoman, no stranger to controversy herself, says what Graham is saying is dangerous and unhinged. And of course, you know Russia had something to say about it, too. Its press secretary for the Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov, saying, quote, this is his quote, not everyone manages to maintain sobriety. I would even say sanity, and many lose their minds. Joining me now is Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill. And Leanne, here's why this matters, right? Because Putin is on defense right now. The world, most of the rest of the world is united against what he's doing in Ukraine. And the Russians, his team basically, has been eager to look for any reason to claim persecution by the Americans, right? So there is a risk that what Lindsey Graham is saying now becomes propaganda played over and over again in Moscow.
Yeah, it could be weaponized in Russia. And we all know that there's a lot of propaganda, as you just mentioned, happening in Russia right now. And so this is actually perhaps real news that they would be able to play to the Russian people to, you know, as you mentioned at the top of the show, people could get up to 15 years in prison for based on what they are reporting. Now, this is coming from the Russian state. And yeah, this could give fuel to the fire because we know that the people in Russia, doesn't have a lot of support for this. There's been anecdotal reports of the fact that people did not think that there was actually going to be a war in Ukraine. And so, yeah, this could be something that Putin uses to his advantage for the public in Russia.
Here's how the White House press secretary, I alluded to this moment. I said we'd play it, so let's do it. Here's how she responded when she was asked about this earlier today. Not too long ago, actually. Watch.
That is not the position of the United States government, and certainly not a statement you'd hear come from the mouth of anybody working in this administration.
So clearly pushback from Democrats from the White House. Pushback, though, on the other side from, for example, Republican senator, fellow senator of Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, who called this, and I'm paraphrasing, an extraordinarily bad idea, basically, to imply the assassination of another sitting head of state at this extremely tense and volatile moment.
Yeah, the criticism is coming from the left, the right, the far right, like you mentioned, Marjorie Taylor Greene, although I don't think that her opinion really matters much in these sorts of discussions, serious discussions. But what, Senator Cruz said what needs to happen instead of taking out the leader of another country is that the United States needs to continue very tough sanctions against Russia, needs to arm the Ukrainians, get that $10 billion that the administration asked for, approve it so that they have the humanitarian and defense capabilities that Ukraine needs. Now, that is where the discussion is focused on Capitol Hill. Senator Graham is an outlier. Of course, this is not American policy to assassinate the president of another country. But also today, Senator Graham introduced a bill to, or a resolution supporting Putin being tried for war crimes. So, Graham has been a hawk. He's been anti-Putin for a very long time. Why he decided to come out with this position, I have no idea. But there it is, and not a lot of people support it.
Leanne Caldwell, it's telling it like it is on Capitol Hill. Leanne, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now to an NBC News exclusive that's super interesting here. And the news is we've learned that members of the group Anonymous, the hackers group, they're basically declaring cyber war on Russia. They claim to have targeted more than 1,500 Russian websites, including the defense ministry, including the sites of some Russian oil companies. And now you know who they have their eye on? Putin.
This is a message to Vladimir Putin from Anonymous. Members of Anonymous have declared cyber war against your aggressive regime.
U.S. officials are saying that this started right after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and right now you have some sites in Russia that are not even accessible, while a ton of government and military records are getting basically broadcast online. Tom Costello had an exclusive interview with a cybersecurity official on this, a top official. He is here in studio for the show tonight. Tom, we're so glad to have you because this is fascinating stuff. I mean, it is so interesting and super important.
Yeah. It is important, and specifically, the United States is concerned about the potential that the Russians are going to view this attack by Anonymous as an attack coming from the West, and that the Russians will retaliate against everybody. But here's a quick list of the sites, 1,500-plus sites, according to Anonymous, that they have now attacked already in Russia. They claim that they've already hit the Kremlin-controlled news agencies, including RT, the Ministry of Defense, the Space Agency as well, Russian oil companies like Gazprom, internet companies, and even some TV channels have also been attacked.
They've also targeted some U.S. sites, too. I mean, you speak, I think, to your point, as we talked about at the top of the show with Matt Bradley, this is a volatile and extremely precarious moment. As we talked about, Leanne, the wrong word from a senator could mean a lot, right? The wrong move by an outside cyber hacking group like Anonymous could be really problematic, to say the least. You talked with Jen Easterly, exclusively a top cybersecurity official. Tell me more about what she
is the top cybersecurity official. She runs U.S. cybersecurity. Used to be known, it still is known as CISA, but they've decided too many people don't know that acronym. So now they call it cybersecurity, which is more accurate. Bottom line, she says, you at home, regardless of what kind of company you're in, big, small, and all of us need to be prepared. Here's what she said.
Everybody's at risk. I mean, at the end of the day, we live in a world that is highly digitized, highly connected. The volume, variety, and velocity of data is growing exponentially. This can happen to anyone. There is no one that is immune from potentially getting hacked. And so the simple steps that you can take as an individual, the steps that you can take as a business are incredibly important in protecting. It's in some cases an existential issue.
Yeah. To be clear, she's not only talking about the possibility of another Russian attack against the U.S. As you know, there have been many food supplies, oil supplies, you name it.
You've covered them all.
She's talking about any and all cyber attacks. And yes, they are seeing an uptick right now.
So if you're watching this and you're like, great, what am I supposed to do? Tom, what are you supposed to do?
So let's go through the basics again of cybersecurity. And you should know this already. We've reported on it for years, and they haven't changed much. Never, ever click on that suspicious email or link. Tell your kids, tell your grandma, tell your employees. Use complicated passwords. I personally mix up languages. I use several languages in one password.
You fancy.
And numbers. What's that?
You're fancy, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, my wife is European, so I mix them all up, and, mix. And then I use overseas zip codes, by the way. Okay, multi-step authentication. You should be doing that.
Yes.
Back up your computers to the cloud or to an external hard drive and keep your security software up to date. These are still the basics. This is still what they preach every single day. Follow these steps. You really will minimize your risk of being hacked.
So much focus on cyber right now. It's a great interview. It's a great scoop, and we're glad you brought it to us. Thank you, Tom.
You bet.
Appreciate it. During explosive new testimony today, you had a witness saying the accused leader of the January 6th riot, Guy Reffitt, had a gun and had zip ties when he tried to storm the building on the 6th. This is coming from a friend, right? A guy named Rocky Hardy, fellow member of that right-wing group, the Texas 3%ers, telling the jury he and Reffitt drove to D.C. from Texas in Reffitt's car, right? His Chevy that was loaded up with rifles, guns, ammo. He also testified that they joked about dragging House Speaker Nancy Pelosi down the steps of the U.S. Capitol. We should note Hardy testified as part of a deal with the government that they wouldn't use his testimony against Reffitt against him. Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, this is a trial that we've been covering now since really it started, right? And just to remind people, this is the one where yesterday Reffitt's own son testified against him in this very dramatic moment. Today, you have what some observers see as pretty damning testimony from a friend, somebody who was with Guy Reffitt on the day of the insurrection. Give me your lawyer analysis here. How's this trial going for the defense and for the prosecution?
Not well. The public is getting a look at how the federal government works. You know that buddy of yours that says he'd be behind you no matter what?
Yeah, your ride or die friend, right.
Your ride or die friend, and even family members. When the federal government comes knocking, it's the rare individual that doesn't think eventually about themselves first and eventually decide to testify. So this defendant is learning very quickly and firsthand what happens when your alleged co-conspirator or even your own family member is approached by the government. Be careful, look at the bed you've made in terms of your family and your friends, and that's how quickly they will turn on you. And it's really very tragic watching his son or hearing about his son testify against this defendant and how he was so concerned that he even reported him to the FBI before they went on January 6th. So it's sad all around, but this defendant is learning, again, firsthand how efficient the government is.
But, this friend, Rocky Hardy, right, he's got this deal with the government, but could still face charges? How does that work when you have Hardy testifying to things that were done that are obviously, as we see in this trial, potentially criminally problematic?
If you have an agreement with the government, one version of that can be, hey, the stuff I talk about, that I testify about, you can't use that against me. But of course, if you're going to prosecute me, you might use all the other things, like, for example, the terabytes of video evidence of people going into the Capitol. He may be on there as well. So that's one agreement that he could have entered into with the government. It's a version of a kind of immunity. There are different kinds: use immunity, transactional immunity. It really depends on the fit and the needs of the government in a particular situation and what defense counsel can come up with as a solution or a pathway through, and as soft as landing as possible for the client.
We've said, and the brilliant and inimitable Pete Williams has pointed out that while this is the first Capitol attack case to go to trial, it's not necessarily the most significant, but it is the number one, right? It is the first one. As you're watching this, Danny, and as you're looking at it through an attorney's eyes, what does this mean, in your view, for other cases that would still have yet to go to trial?
I really expect the only people who don't now have a realistic view of how these cases will go might be some defendants. And as a criminal defense attorney, look, sometimes you have clients that won't see the world for what it is. They just believe, against overwhelming evidence, that they are innocent. And maybe some of these remaining defendants will realize that rarely in the history of criminal prosecution have we had this much video and other evidence, digital evidence, other kinds of evidence, establishing where people were and what they were doing at a particular time. So some of these remaining defendants might actually watch this trial and make decisions about their own case as a result.
We've been showing, obviously, some of those pictures of Guy Reffitt. Danny, you make a good point on that. Danny Savalos, thank you. Good to see you. The Boston Marathon bomber will stay on death row after the Supreme Court today reinstated the death sentence for Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, reversing a federal appeals court decision that had voided it. He's 28 years old, convicted of joining his older brother in planting and detonating 2 pressure cooker bombs at separate spots near the marathon finish line back in 2013. You might remember some of these horrific images from then. 3 people were killed, hundreds of others were hurt, in some instances very seriously. And here's what Justice Clarence Thomas had to say about the ruling today. That Dzhokhar Tsarnaev committed heinous crimes. The Sixth Amendment nonetheless guaranteed him a fair trial before an impartial jury. He received one. I want to bring in Pete Williams to break down this ruling for us. What did the court hang its decision on here, Pete?
Well, they said the judge was right and that the Dzhokhar Tsarnaev was wrong about two things. Tsarnaev wasn't, remember, attacking the trial for his conviction. It was the sentencing hearing. And what his lawyer said is the judge made a mistake. He should have allowed more extensive questioning of the jurors, not only about whether they were exposed to news coverage, but in some depth about what that coverage was and what they saw and what opinions they formed. So there was a jury selection was the first part. And secondly, they said the judge improperly excluded some evidence about a completely separate crime. This was a triple murder in Waltham, Massachusetts, a couple of years before the Marathon bombing. And Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's older brother, Tamerlan, was suspected of having been the person who brutally murdered these other three people in an apparent drug deal. Now, his lawyer said they should have been able to introduce that evidence because it would have shown that Tamerlan was violent and that he had his younger brother completely under his domination, which would have reduced the criminal culpability of the younger brother, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. But the court rejected those arguments on both counts and said, the evidence about Waltham was very confusing. It would have just confused the jurors. It would have been sort of leading them down a rabbit hole that had nothing to do with the crime. So it was a 6-3 ruling. The three dissenters were Justices Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan. And they said, well, that other evidence was so important it should have been allowed in the trial. No member of the court thought the judge got the jury selection wrong.
That's interesting. I hear you talk about this, Pete, and I think about people in Boston. Can I be honest? I remember watching you on NBC News doing live coverage when this Boston Marathon bombing was happening and the manhunt. I mean, this was hugely dramatic, so impactful, I think, to a lot of people 10 years ago. They don't have to now go through another trial, right? I mean, I think this means something to people.
Well, there would have been if the Supreme Court had agreed with the First Circuit here, there would have been another sentencing hearing. Well, if the government decided to seek the death penalty again, and they probably would have.
I was going to say, do you think there's a chance they wouldn't have?
Well, I don't. I mean, Merrick Garland, the current Attorney General, has put a moratorium on federal executions, but not a moratorium on seeking the death penalty. And remember, the Trump administration started this the position of the government in the Supreme Court, because the case was originally filed when Trump was still president, saying, no, he shouldn't get a new sentencing. And the Biden administration continued that same argument. So both administrations agreed on this. So the government would have had to make a decision, though. All right, are we going to put people in Boston through this again? They're going to have to come and testify about how this ruined their lives. Now they won't have to do that. So there's a great deal of relief in Boston.
As we talk about the court, Pete, before I let you go, big stuff coming up, right? They could hand down some decisions at some point on big cases on guns, on abortion rights, an upcoming decision on Roe, of course, that everybody's thinking about that could overturn Roe.
Sure.
What's the expectation? I mean, I know that's sort of the billion-dollar question. You don't have a crystal ball, but we're going to get them sometime next week.
When?
Yeah, before June.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the biggies, remember, so this case today, the Tsarnaev case and another one, they were both argued early in the term. Tsarnaev case was argued in October. The gun case was argued in November. The abortion case was argued December 1st. And big cases like that tend to come toward the end of the term. So, I mean, in theory, we're going to get decisions again on Monday. In theory, they could happen then, but I think it's more likely that it'll be probably in June that we'll get that one.
Okay. Pete Williams on Court Watch on Mondays from now until June. Pete, thank you so much. It's good to have you with us. Thank you. Coming up, the Biden administration trying to do something to help Ukrainians who have been forced out of their homes since Russia invaded. But it's left some people wondering why refugees in non-European countries haven't gotten the same help. We've got that coming up in just a minute. Plus, the Paralympic Games in Beijing kicked off today. More details on who's there and who's not. Spoiler, Russia, later this hour.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So the Biden administration now is offering something called temporary protected status to Ukrainians who'd been living here in the U.S. without legal status. So what does this mean, right? Put this into concrete terms. It means that the roughly 30,000 Ukrainians who've been here since before March 1st won't have to be deported. They can stay and work for another 18 months. And while some advocacy groups are applauding that move, some are also wondering why the U.S. has not moved as fast for people here from non-European countries when they've been basically begging for this exact same status for months. Vaughn Hilliard has the story.
Masses of people fleeing Ukraine.
Ukraine, it's like a hell. That's why we crossed to another country.
More than 1 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries.
But what exactly is the U.S. prepared to actually do for those fleeing Russia's persecution in their home country?
Given the bipartisan support for Ukrainians, I think this is an opportunity to actually rebuild that pipeline.
On Thursday, the U.S. granted temporary protected status to the estimated 30,000 Ukrainians already in the country, but not here on visas.
We will be providing temporary protected status, TPS, to those Ukrainian nationals who are present in the United States as of March 1st of this year.
But the U.S. has not offered a special path for current Ukrainians to come to the U.S. as refugees. Instead, the U.S. has sent millions of dollars in aid, food, healthcare supplies, blankets, and deployed a disaster relief team to the region.
We're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance.
But this places the U.S.'s policy toward refugees and asylum seekers under scrutiny again. Over the last 6 months, the Biden administration has flown thousands of Haitians from the U.S.'s southern border to Haiti. In fiscal year 2021, the Biden administration welcomed just 11,411 refugees. When President Obama left office, the number into the U.S. each year, 110,000. By 2020, Trump had cut that number to just 15,000. President Trump even signing an order suspending admission of Syrian refugees into the U.S. during the country's long, deadly civil war.
How would you describe U.S. policy towards refugees in the last 20 years?
The United States had been a country that provided refugee resettlement to the most people in the world, and that really declined.
Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. So, Vaughn, I'm glad you're here with us. You know, we heard in your report people who want the government to give like similar status, right? Similar relief to non-European people from non-European countries here, Afghans, Haitians, for example.
Right.
What is your sense, based on the reporting that you've done on this issue, that the needle's going to move on that front, given what we just saw with Ukrainians?
Right. I think, Hallie, that the refugee advocates who have talked to hope that this propels the Biden administration, the agencies that largely view refugee programs within the government largely being crippled, especially over the course of the Trump years in which services dwindled. They hope that this helps propel those agencies and that effort to really not only take a hard look at what the U.S. can provide for Ukrainian refugees potentially, but also when we're talking about Haitian migrants, when we're talking about other individuals from Latin America here. And actually, just this afternoon, Hallie, there was breaking news in just the last couple of hours. The U.S. Court of Appeals actually ruled that there's this public health federal law, Title 42, which the Biden administration had used over the course of the last year to justify turning away a large number of those migrants who were arriving to the U.S. southern border around the pandemic, essentially claiming to minimize the spread of a communicable disease here. But now with that ruling, which makes it more difficult for the Biden administration to turn individuals away at the U.S. southern border using the pandemic as a justification, the hope is that not only here with potentially these Ukrainian refugees that could come to the United States, but also those seeking asylum here at the U.S. border, that this process will increase now that this is a greater focus for the American public.
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us on this. Vaughn, thank you. Up next, if you are watching those numbers clickety-click on up when you're at the gas pump, we're going to explain why prices are skyrocketing everywhere right now. And we'll tell you what they're paying in California. Brace yourself for that number. And you might feel the heat this weekend, too. Literally dozens of cities across the country could see record high temperatures. You may be one of them. We're going to talk about it in the 5 things.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
New jobs numbers are in, and they are way better than economists had expected. We're going to have more on what this means for you and the economy coming up a little later in the show. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Winter Paralympics kicked off in Beijing today with calls for peace in Ukraine during the opening ceremony. Remember, we told you yesterday that the International Paralympic Committee ended up banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from the games, but hundreds of athletes from around the world are competing this year with a record number of women on that roster. Number 2, thousands of people in Seoul, South Korea had to evacuate their homes today because of a huge wildfire. Look at this, just ripping through the east coast of that country. At one point, it looked like the fire might end up hitting a nuclear power station, but winds pushed away the flames. Luckily, nobody's been hurt. Number 3, March may feel a little more like May this weekend in some parts of the country. From the Central Plains all the way to the East Coast, about 80 cities are expected to hit record high temperatures. Atlanta, New York, D.C., get ready. Highs in the 60s and 70s. Get your jorts and your Birkenstocks on the line, people. Number 4, some big service problems today for Verizon customers along the East Coast. 14,000 outages. Did it affect you? Mostly phone service, right? Not necessarily the internet piece. The company says service is all good now, but they're still trying to figure out why this went down for so many people. Number 5, America's biggest mansion sold for $141 million at a bankruptcy auction. The 105,000 square foot property is known as The One. Can you tell why from these pictures? It is certainly distinctive. Distinctive is the word I guess we'll use. It was originally listed for nearly $300 million. It's still, even at a number, it's 140, still the most expensive home ever sold in auction in the country at $141 million. It may feel like you're paying $141 million at the gas pump these days, right? I am sure you have noticed prices are up. And if you live in LA, oof, look at this number. The price for premium, $7.25 a gallon. The regular is $6.65. That's bananas. Right? According to AAA, right now, gas in 9 states is on average higher than $4 a gallon. Since just Wednesday, the average is up 18 cents. Rewind to last week in the Ukraine invasion, up 29 cents since then. These are the biggest hikes of these kinds since Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. So why are they happening? What is behind this? We're here to explain. It seems like every day it gets a little more expensive to top off the tank.
It's usually like, oh, $30. Yeah, no, it was definitely like 45.
But why? It all has to do with the basic economic concept, supply and demand, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine front and center. Russia is the world's 3rd biggest oil producer, and prices are up because of concerns about how its war against Ukraine could disrupt its oil supply. After Russia invaded Ukraine back in February, the U.S. slapped sanctions against the Russian economy. And while they didn't put full sanctions in place against the energy industry, they did take some smaller measures. And because of question marks about Russia's ability to ship oil, some buyers have been scared away, meaning less supply and higher prices. There's another piece of this, too. Oil prices started rising before the invasion with COVID. At the beginning of the pandemic, when people were in lockdown and staying home, the demand for oil dropped a lot. With so much supply, prices dropped too, big time. At one point in April of 2020, dipping below zero. Keep in mind, the crude oil price makes up only a fraction of what you actually pay at the pump. Look at 2 months ago, a barrel of crude in the U.S. cost $83 on average. Break it down per gallon, that's $1.98. But you were paying more than that because you have to add in the cost of taxes, distribution, marketing, refining, which is why the price at the pump then was on average $3.41. Now it's $3.84 with real questions about how high it gets next. You got that question. I got that question. Everybody who drives has that question. President Biden kind of has that question, right? He says today it's a top priority to get prices, like including for gas, like we just talked about, under control. But he also had the opportunity to talk about some good economic news today. Surprisingly strong jobs numbers for February. We found out today that last month, 678,000 jobs got added, and unemployment fell from 4% to 3.8%. That's the lowest since the start of the pandemic. And the number on the left side of your screen, 678, that's way more than all the smart economists had predicted. They thought it was going to be something like 440,000 jobs added. Joel and Kent joins us now to break this down. It is great to see you, Joe. So first of all, why was this so much better than economists expected? And what are the areas that drove some of that, right?
We're basically seeing the fact that Omicron really had a muted effect on people going back to work. A lot of economists were worried about that. That's why that estimate was so much lower. But as a result of this number, it certainly was very strong across a bunch of different sectors. But one thing you have to remember is when you get into the details of this jobs report, the number one thing I like to look at is wage growth. And if you look at that, wages month to month only grew by 1 penny. Now, overall, over the last year, they've only grown 5.1%. You take a look at inflation, it's still at record highs, or 40-year highs, I should say. And inflation, 7.5%. So people are still struggling with gas prices, as you mentioned. Grocery, food, all of that stuff adds up, which means inflation is still outpacing wage growth, which justifies what Fed Chair Powell wants to do next month, which is raise those interest rates.
But explain then, businesses still dealing with the big labor shortage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Businesses dealing with a serious labor shortage across all industries. We did see some good gains in hospitality and healthcare, construction, things like that. But there are shortages in education and across the board, even in retail and restaurants right now. And so that's where you continue to see the labor shortage happening. And when you go out and you're trying to resume what is the new normal, that's where you're seeing people not in those jobs and you're feeling that wait time or you're feeling that gap.
We talked about the unemployment rate ticking down a little, like, cool, great, you know, except for groups who are left behind, right? So, for example, Black women, disproportionately affected, as we've seen economically during the pandemic.
Yes.
The only group, I think, to see a little bit of an uptick. It actually went up since last month.
Yeah, it actually went up by 1/3 of a point. And what's interesting here is that that is the only a race and gender group that actually saw an increase. Everyone else, including Black men, either held steady or declined. Now, if you're looking at the reasoning why, John Jay College is saying that, look, Black women work in a lot of social services and healthcare jobs. Those jobs have taken a long time to come back in this pandemic for the obvious reasons. The reason that you saw Black men do better in terms of the unemployment rate is because many Black men do work in warehousing, for example, or construction. And those areas have seen much more growth in the past 6 months to a year as the economy tries to make a comeback. So you are absolutely right. This economic recovery, this comeback, so to speak, is uneven. It is not equal, and it affects different people in very different ways.
Important to talk about. I'm so glad you did. Joe Lincat, it's so great to see you. Thank you for being on with us tonight on a Friday. Still to come on the show, students in Florida are staging these walkouts over a bill that limits how much classrooms can talk about sexual orientation and gender identity. We've got that just ahead in the local. And a bananas update in a story you probably heard about a few years ago. Officials say this California mom who disappeared for weeks actually faked her own abduction. More on the charges she's facing coming up.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So the Smithsonian is kicking off Women's History Month by honoring more than 100 women in STEM who are trying to make the world a better place. And I cannot wait to show you how specifically they're doing it. It's very orange and it's very 3D. How's that for a tease? I'll take you to that exhibit in a couple of minutes. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our D.C. bureau, at least 10 people went to the hospital after a huge gas explosion at an apartment complex in Silver Spring, Maryland. 3 of them were hurt seriously, according to officials. I mean, look at this video, right? 100 people now have no place to live. They do not have a home. Several people are still not accounted for. From our Southeast bureau, students in Florida staged walkouts to protest what critics call the Don't Say Gay bill there. That bill stops most classroom discussions about sexual orientation and gender identity in school. Local reports say one student even got suspended for organizing a walkout and handing out pride flags. And from our Northeast bureau, New York City public school kids can stop wearing masks inside as of today. Mayor Eric Adams made the announcement. Face masks will still be required for students younger than 5 since, as you know, they are not eligible for the vaccine yet. Businesses in the city are not going to have to check vaccine cards at the door starting next week, too. Any moment now, a Northern California mom who claimed she was kidnapped at gunpoint, beaten, branded by her captors 5 years ago. We'll hear the charges she's facing for allegedly making the whole thing up. You may remember her, Sherry Papini. And you may remember her because look at this. She was in headlines everywhere across the country back in November of 2016. Her disappearance set off this huge nationwide search. The FBI got involved. She had been missing for 3 weeks when she was suddenly found branded and chained to a highway on Thanksgiving Day back in 2016. At the time, her husband told ABC his wife had been tortured.
She literally lived through hell. The bruises were just intense, the bumps from, being hit and kicked and whatever else.
Her family now says in a statement just coming into us today that law enforcement is pitting Sherry and her husband Keith Papini against each other. So what really happened? Well, here's what police say, that she was staying with her ex-boyfriend just a few hours away from home all that time, and that all those bruises, all that stuff she had, self-inflicted, they say. Gotti Schwartz had been following the story from day one. There are a lot of layers to this story, right, Gotti? You think about the family here, and you think about the timing. We are 5 years plus removed from this. How did police finally figure out she was lying? Like, what happened?
Exactly. Here? Hallie, yeah, that criminal complaint that you just showed, it reads like a novel, and it seems to really come down to DNA evidence in the end. In particular, male DNA found on an article of her clothing that wasn't her husband's when she was adamant that it was 2 females that kidnapped her at gunpoint, then held her for 22 days. Eventually, investigators were able to get what's called a familial match for that mysterious male DNA found on her clothing, meaning they got a hit for somebody who is related to the match. They did some digging. They found out that partial match came back to a guy who had a son who was an ex-boyfriend of Papini.
Wow.
So they went down to Costa Mesa. They went into his trash. They took a DNA sample from a bottle of green tea, and voila, the criminal complaint says they got a match. They then confronted the ex-boyfriend. He told them everything. He said that Sherry Papini had asked him to buy burner phones to talk to her. They had been chatting for months. That he said she told him she wanted to run away from her husband and asked him to help her. So he headed up to Redding in a rental car, picked her up. He stayed with him, allegedly, for those next 22 days until he says she told him to take her home because she missed her kids on Thanksgiving Day.
But here's the thing, Gotti, and I just have to ask you, it's not like for those 22 days they were, sipping Mai Tais in a hammock. The criminal complaint says that she had him hit her with a hockey puck. She was branded, that she had him brand her to make it look more convincing, right? Does it at all explain why he helped her do that?
Yeah, so the criminal complaint details how he thought that he was helping her because she was making allegations of abuse. And like you just said, that criminal complaint includes a portion in which the ex-boyfriend says that she did most of the injuries on her body herself. But at one point, he asked her to, quote, bank a puck off of her, which he did. Then he told investigators she also asked him to go to Hobby Lobby to buy some wood burning kit, heat up some metal, and then brand her shoulder, which he also did. He also said when she was with him, she appeared to be set on losing weight. And eventually, when she was found, she was underweight. She had bruises on her body, and she had a brand on her right shoulder.
And those are all the things you just said are reasons why, for years now, people have viewed her as a victim, right? She got money, victim assistance money from California. She collected something like $50,000, according to prosecutors, from like a GoFundMe page. She's now facing charges that could be really serious,
Absolutely. $50,000 from a GoFundMe page, $30,000 from a victims fund in California. And pretty early on, given the nature of her story about kidnapping, the FBI was brought in. They stayed on that case. And so right now, one of the charges that she's facing is lying to federal investigators. The other one is mail fraud because some of those payments that she received from the state came through the mail. So she just made her first appearance in court today, and we're hoping to hear a little bit more a little bit later this afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know we're waiting on some of those updates. So Gotti Schwartz, we'll keep an eye out for your reporting here on that. Thank you so much for being on top of this. Coming up after the break, the NFL officially benching all of its COVID protocols, why the league's deciding now to drop the rules, and what this could mean for other sports. And I got to help reveal this history-making exhibit at the Smithsonian honoring some amazing trailblazers this Women's History Month. Look at all that. We're going to show you more of it coming up in a sec.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas.